precision altimeters or anything because air pressure changes throughout the day, like in one location. All these people, they come in, they think that like our technology, our methods, process, and knowledge is so precise and accurate. It's a technological hubris. I often think the technology that we're exposed to on a daily basis is serving up a delusion because because there are outstanding claims that are made about it, and a lot of it is outstanding technology. And people have just built up in their mind that we're living in a Jetsons world, folks. We are living in a Star Trek universe. We have access to all of this exact precision capabilities of doing anything anywhere we want. And that's going along with the globe concept. I mean, how could the globe be wrong if all of our technology and progress and achievements and knowledge is so tremendously good, accurate, and perfect?
Well, when you think a barometer is measuring the tides, then I can see how that could happen.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Who was that, Rad one?
Yeah, I got to get my tide barometer out.
Dude, I don't know if you caught that, but I asked him
No.
I asked him how they measured sea level in the Alps. He said, "Well, you get a barometer. Do you know what a
Oh,
barometer
my
is?" I'm like,
God.
what?
Taking points from sea level all the way to that point. You know how high they are after sea level on that land, and they keep bang.
Looks like the new band command isn't working.
It's probably bot slow. Yesterday it took like 15 minutes for one of my commands to go through.
Yeah, I tried to rail one earlier and it didn't happen. Message, you're a naughty boy, you've done the wrong thing.
You got to be in this voice channel when you do it. You don't have to do it in the voice channel. You could be in the mod channel, which is where I do it, but you have to be in here. It'll say you're bad.
I don't see how these are improvements.
You need to reboot that bot is what the problem is, but I'm not in charge of that server.
It's amazing. These guys come in and they just make shit up. It's like what Indio was saying last night, that they have a limited understanding of what they think the world and this earth is, and they just fill in the gaps with what they think should be true.
On the shoulders of giants. They've been convinced they don't need to look into this stuff. They base it on everything they know on the shoulders of those who have come before them.
Exactly, right. So most people just assume that smart scientists figured it all out. They don't have to worry about it. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, morning, Dave. Good to see you, bro.
That's the major battle we're fighting is people just have given away their logic and reason to other people. They don't want to worry about it, right? It's a hump some people can't get over.
They bought the sales pitch when they said when we do science, we build upon the shoulders of the giants that came before us. That's a sales pitch. You're either buying or you're not. Once you buy into that, though, oof, that's it now. You know, we don't question anything that came before us. Even though they like to update and change the accepted norms very regularly, most people don't keep up with them.
I gotta say real quick, I've been listening for like the last hour, and the last three Globe representatives made me very sad for the future of humanity. But go ahead.
We are in tough times indeed. I feel like this channel, though, has a lot of these arrogant types, these aggressive types. When we're in PNR, we get a lot more chilled people in there. I think this place is a bit crazy.
You having to dig at me?
Not you, mate. Love you too much.
Loose cannon. Loose cannon on deck. Look out.
I mean, the ballers, there's a different type of baller over here. They're all like pumped up and aggressive.
I like how they drop in and all of a sudden it's their room to control. Oh no.
Yeah, the arrogance of that guy. Jeez. He kept wanting to gish gallop away from his own points that I'm holding him to.
He's like, of course it's a ball. We measure the curve with a compass. Don't you know what a compass is, dummy?
Yeah. He thought he had a gotcha with the tides. And when I called him out on it, basically, okay, how does mean sea level prove that Earth is a ball? He did not want to go there.
Nope. I think they genuinely think like it's so obviously a ball that they don't need to do the research, they don't need to prepare. They can just come in and start shooting the shit, and eventually they'll stumble upon an argument that backs the globe. Like, I think that's why they blindly sleepwalk in here. Overconfidence is the death of them. Amish, while you're here and it's quiet, what's your view on the term natural and unnatural?
I think of natural as being something that occurs without human willpower. I mean, that's probably too broad, but that's the idea.
Yep, exactly. And that which is unnatural Would you say that's synonymous with artificial?
Yep. Right. So, like, when you let things happen, entropy happens. You have to put in energy. You have to exercise willpower to change the natural course of things that go on all by themselves. And how you exercise that willpower can take on different forms. It could be the simple thing of observing a photon going through two slits at the same time.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, so like, and other things like, so we know that there's like chemical reactions and substances resulting from those chemical reactions which exist now, you know, in our society that you don't go and find in nature, right? Also,
Right. Right. They can create all these wacky isotopes on the periodic table in a lab without actually having any of these things existing or any, you know, verifiable proof of these things existing in nature.
Well, according to the Globers, that's natural. A car, anything that we've created synthetically, it's all natural to them.
Here we go. Hopefully this one might be able to keep it together. Mercurius. We've come across a conundrum. What is it out there, mate? Is it this
What's up?
ball flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar?
Is what the Earth?
Yeah.
Well, I would probably say that it's the planar option. But do you disagree with that?
I was just asking your opinion, man. Doesn't matter what I agree or disagree with. Yeah, the wrong way in this room. Someone will jump on you. Nah, she's flat, mate. So how did you come to that conclusion? Well, you just woke up one day and went, you know what? Fuck it, I like arguing with people. I like being isolated, singled out, harassed, bullied, victimised. So I'm going to be a flat earther. What got you into it?
Well, yesterday I came into this room and I was talking to one of your fellows here, and he made a pretty good argument. So, and I didn't really have a position either way. I skipped science class, so I wasn't dogmatized.
Well, how's this? Science doesn't deal with shapes, mate. So you skipping science class, you've probably done yourself a favour.
Yeah, you just need to know what a triangle is.
Geometry is the other thing the other guy told me. It's about geometry. It's not about science.
Correct. That is correct.
Have you guys had a lacking of globe tards coming in here? Have you guys been kind of short on them?
We've had a few. One of the broken souls has just returned. So we'll see how much he's learnt since he's been away. Oh, Slim God, have you measured the curvature? Yes or no?
I'm missing the question.
My conscience says no.
So you haven't measured curvature, but yet you believe it. That is so odd.
Because my conscience tells me the reality changes depending on the speed of the river.
Your conscience tells you the reality changes dependent on the speed of the observer. So when I'm doing 500 miles an hour because I happen to be sitting in the back of a 747 like all the rest of the sheep. What should my conscience be telling me reality is at that speed of 500 miles an hour?
Well, the reality would be slightly curved because you're essentially generating gravity with your speed.
What the
You know what
fuck?
I love about this channel is it's recorded. As much as I think my voice is all nasally and shit, you guys come up with some of the best comedy crap we're gonna fucking keep for like ever. Right,
No, I got comedy. You guys want to hear comedy?
Oh no, you've already
Comedy.
provided it.
Probably not.
No, you have already provided it.
Sorry, wait. Who's the guy with like the slightly like gay voice? Could you speak again?
You want to provide comedy?
Chris, I think he's speaking to you.
Here we go. Okay. Yeah. I got a little joke. All right. How did the Muslim find his sister at the synagogue?
Don't
Well,
think
I think
you
that
probably
joke
wanna
fell
finish
flat.
that. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Community? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna jump in and mute him before I could finish too. But you beat me to it.
It just started off wrong, and I was thinking, yeah, nah, that's not going to happen. So we finally got out of Slim God that he hasn't measured curvature.
Yeah. Is that surprising to you?
Yeah, I've told you
yes.
to repeat.
Because 45
told you
minutes it
many,
took
many
earlier
times.
for him to not answer it. He said everything else, but
Yeah, the physicality changes depends on the speed of the observer. That's what I've been stating over and over again.
So it's flat until you travel at a certain speed, then it morphs into a ball.
Yeah, once you leave the gravitational force of Earth, and you'll experience time differently, and you'll be able to see that, oh, Earth is just a dimension, it's not a planet.
Whoa. So wait, does the ISS leave the gravitational force of Earth?
Well, that's what the government is hiding from you, right?
No, dude. Does the ISS and the space shuttle and all these space programs, do these people actually leave the gravitational force of Earth?
Some did, some didn't.
What do you mean some did and some didn't?
Look,
Who did?
It's a game, okay? Whoever got the advanced technology, they can control the reality. But you can
Bro, you have
leave
no idea
this
what you're
dimension
yakking
as well.
about.
I'm sorry?
You know, like the ISS and even the moon are claimed to only exist because they're under the influence of Earth's gravity.
No, they have their own gravity. That's why if you arrive to that, moon is also flat as well. But it's observed to be sphere right here. They're all different dimensions. That's what they're not telling you. The firmament, all these things, is very much referring to the dimension. When you break the firmament, you essentially referring you're traveling with a different speed and observing reality in different sense. The reality will be different when you're in the vacuum space because you're traveling with you're not being affected that much by the gravitational entity, which create the curvature of the dimension itself.
Holy word salad, Batman.
yeah,
I mean,
thank
you
God
guys,
she's
you guys are
recorded.
smart enough to understand. Like there must be something else you can't really measure on Earth, right? Like, I mean, you guys are smart enough to
Like what?
understand
Like
how.
what? Like what? Like what? Give an example.
No, I just did. Like you know, with general relativity, you understand that space-time continuum, gravitational
That's
curvature of
not
the space-time
real.
itself,
That's not
and
real. That's why you
Holy
can't
the
what the
gravitational
fuck?
force itself. That's what you
Hey,
need
hey,
Dude.
slow down, bro.
Dude.
That's not
You can
real.
generate from
The
Earth.
fabric of space-time doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's a continuum. It's time is
It's a concept.
linear.
It's just a theory and a
Time is
concept.
only linear for us to operate in the society, but it's not a necessarily truth. And the government know that. Albert Einstein know about that. All right, like they know about
No, he didn't. No, he
the
didn't.
reality we're witnessing.
No.
It
It
is
wasn't
Citation
knowledge.
required.
He was making
you
shit
guys
up,
have to be
bro.
smart enough to understand this point already. Like it's not that tough to understand.
Yeah, no, it is tough because you're just spouting off word salad nonsense. This is so incomprehensible. No wonder we don't understand you.
All right. Here's the thing. Yes, I know the Earth can be measured as flat, but at the same time, we can see a spherical object called the Moon. All right, and another spherical object called.
Stop. What has the moon got
Yeah,
to
that's
do with
not
the
the Earth,
ground?
genius.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you think the moon is in outer space?
Well, it's another dimension, but of course you can.
Do you think
Further.
Earth is in outer space too?
Once you leave the gravitational force generated by Earth, the dimension of Earth itself, you see reality in a different sense, and that is what.
Yeah, but the moon, in your own cosmology, the moon is still under the influence of Earth's gravitational field. That's why you think it's orbiting the Earth.
It had its own gravitational force, and it has its own dimension.
No shit, but there's. Yeah, do you know what the Earth-Moon barycenter is? Do you know what that is? A barycenter.
What's that?
It's a common point. It's the center of mass of two objects in space who are under each other's influence of gravity. So the Earth-Moon barycenter is like 1/3 the distance below your feet on a globe Earth. 1/3 the diameter, I should say, of the globe Earth, below your feet, or actually below where the moon is, the sublunar point.
Yeah.
So the moon hasn't even left Earth's claimed gravity field.
Well, perhaps it is another dimension we see, right? Like,
yeah, this is why you're so incomprehensible right now. You're just making shit up, and you sound like you're drunk as fuck, to be honest.
miserable as you guys. Okay, I was educated the Earth is globe, and then I realized the Earth could be measured as flat. Well, obviously,
Obviously it does.
I need to make things make sense out of all these things, right? And it just I can't wrap around my head with the ideas that like space, all these wait.
Yeah, let me help you. Outer space is fake.
It's the understanding of outer space is what we fail to understand, because we haven't yet to be able to travel such a speed that it will bend reality itself.
So how do you know that traveling such a speed bends reality itself if nobody's ever done it to prove that that's the case in the first instance?
That's how they build the rocket ship. Well, in a sense, they are leaving the gravitational force and forming their own gravitational force.
Listen. The reason why the ISS is in orbit, the reason why rockets are in orbit around a globe, they say, is because of gravity.
They are creating their own gravitational force in a sense, so they will stay like stable in that manner. Like they appears to be floating, but what mechanism allows them to be floating? They are orbiting themselves as well. They creating gravitational force within the space station itself as well.
How'd they do that? How'd they measure it?
Well, they need to reach a certain speed to maintain the height, elevation from the gravitational force of the Earth itself.
Of the Earth, yeah. So they're not going fast enough for you to claim that Earth looks like a sphere from their speed, from their vantage point.
I know, but
because they're still under. Listen, if you were to stop the International Space Station, pump the brakes, and stop it in its orbit, it's going to drop almost at
Exactly.
9.8 meters per second squared, according to
Exactly.
them. So the
you know that
ISS
this is
has to
how they
resist
stay
gravity by
elevated.
going tangential to the surface of Earth at a certain velocity. You know, Newton's cannonball concept. It's like you're, I don't know where you're pulling this shit out of. It sounds like you're drunk as hell and you're not making any sense to anyone.
Look, you think the reality makes sense? Like, look,
Yeah, flat Earth makes sense, bro.
yeah, but at the same time, you're dealing with like this ultimate true contradiction. All right, like,
What contradiction? Earth measures flat. There's no contradiction.
but here's the thing: people need to understand why was the concept of glow Earth was implemented. The ideology is that it helps us to unify um all the civilization under one measurement, which is the glow Earth model, so that we can work together and
Yeah, how does that
explore
help you, though? How
what's
does that help
outside
you?
this dimension.
All right, how does that help you? How does the globe make you unified with everybody?
Right. If we always maintain in this station, if we're always stationary with this gravitational force of the Earth itself, then we will never be able to perceive our dimension in a different sense. And
God,
to perceive this
I am
dimension
trying to
as a
have a
globe,
conversation with
it's
you,
in a
and you
sense,
keep
it's just,
wandering off. Jeez, dude, why don't you go take a nap and sleep off whatever it is you're under the influence of? Like, I'm trying to have a
That's what he was like
conversation with you.
earlier.
here's the thing. I just feel so like, I feel so, I don't know, I understand this, and yeah, like when I talk to people like you guys supposed to understand me as well, but it
Yeah,
just
what are you on, friend?
I'm
Is
not
it just
on
a
It's
any,
not
little?
just alcohol.
my friend.
Yeah,
I'm not on
definitely.
anything. I'm sober. All right, like I can understand reality in such way, and then you accuse me for being intoxicated, but I'm not, my friend.
No,
I'm not
you don't
intoxicated in
understand
anything.
reality. You're talking about non-reality.
No, I'm talking about how we perceive reality. Look, you escape the glow Earth models because you want to have another. You see there's certain things appears in your life that doesn't make
No,
sense. You
because
want
of
to make sense
reality.
of it.
Because of experienced physical reality, bro. That's why I got
You
away from the
want
globe.
you don't want the truth to be told. You want to know the truth by yourself, and 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 see
Are you
that's how you
talking
guys
about?
came together
No,
in
don't tell
all.
me. Don't tell me what I want.
Or why are you in this group then? Because you guys holding certain values, right? Is about finding out the truth, not being told about what the truth is, right?
No, not about finding out. About accepting what it is.
I know, but see, here's the thing: when I offers another direction or perception, and then I get accused by intoxication. Don't you think that's a little bit disrespectful?
I'm trying to figure out this guy's accent, T-Dub. What do you think? Like Southeast Asia, perhaps?
Yes.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
Why does it matter? Like my ethnicity.
Because that's in reality. Like where you exist right now is in reality. Southeast Asia, so be it.
No, why does it matter?
Why does reality matter for your survival?
No, why are you asking my heritage? Like, why does that even do with the fabric of reality? The question we are discussing on.
Because you exist. This is an attribute of your existence in reality. That's why it matters.
Okay,
Reality
I'm
does matter.
speaking. It doesn't matter of my accents, all right? Like how that looks like. These are irrelevant. These are only informations, all right? And we are sharing the same. We're having the same curiosity upon uh the reality of Earth itself, and I'm offering another perception of how we can perceive the reality of Earth.
We're not
Earth is
worried
not
about
just a
your
dimension,
perception.
but it's not.
We're trying to explain to you that when it is measured a particular way, for example, my desk is 4'8" wide. You can perceive pink elephants. But guess what? At the end of the day, my desk is still 4'8" wide. You can come over to my house and measure it if you like. Your perceptions, your
No, I will
dreams,
measure the
your
thing
wishes,
myself.
your everything means fuck all. So get into reality. We
No.
measure the earth as flat. So if you
Here's the
perceive
thing.
something else, you may have to go and see a doctor.
Matrix. Here's the thing: the tape you offer me to measure, we would definitely get the same measurement. I won't deny that. Okay. Here's the thing:
So your perception would be what? Based on?
the tape itself is not objective. You have to admit that this is not an objective way to.
Your
measure things.
perception would be based on what? So we're discussing the width of my table. Your perception of how wide my table is, whilst we're standing side by side, looking at a fucking tape measure, would be based upon what?
Yeah, based upon the measurement that you create yourself.
Yeah, the tape measure. Great.
Exactly.
So when we measure the Earth as flat using lasers and other really cool shit,
Yeah, can I
and
ask you
you're
something?
going, oh, but it's all due to perception based on how fast you're travelling. Fuck me dead. I don't care if I'm skipping around with a
this
pink
is
skirt on.
reality,
If it's
Matrix.
measured fucking flat, it's measured flat.
Matrix. You see, whenever I talk about,
And you're still rambling on with
speed of the
shit.
server, you just lose your shit. You just lose your shit.
The reason why I lose my shit is because you're a fucking idiot.
The reason you lose your shit because you're not Elon Musk and you cannot create a spaceship for you to go beyond the speed that you
think that's
Exactly. Need I say any fucking more?
yeah.
Friend,
I bet
because you win.
anything. I bet you anything. You'll definitely go to space to look at the Earth by yourself. It's just you don't have the money to do that. You can't reach that speed. That's why you're mad.
I'll tell you something now. If I had the finances to get into either Bezos or whatever other fucktard that puts fucking big cocks and launches them up into the sky, if I had the finances to do that, I wouldn't be doing it. I'd buy a fuck-off mad laser and shoot the cunt halfway across Australia and then go, guess what? It's still flat. Ta-da!
Yeah, that's why. That's where empiricism. That's where empiricism came from. It's people like you that ignores the method to perceive reality.
And he is dangerous.
So
for the
in order for
reality.
you to perceive reality, in your mind view, the only way reality can be perceived is from looking out the window of a stupid little rocket. Yes or no?
Wait, what does that do? Have to look at the rockets?
In order for you to perceive reality, we have to look out of a rocket. Yes or no?
I'm not. No, this is another way for you to experience a different speed. Therefore, a different reality.
Look, stop.
A different perception of reality.
Well, stop means don't fucking talk, or I'm going to red flag you. Your speed means fuck all. Okay? I don't know why you keep harping on this. It means nothing. If I'm driving across the countryside doing 140 kilometres an hour, it's still flat. If I'm walking, it's still flat. If I'm in an aeroplane doing 500 miles an hour, it is still flat.
Yeah, regardless of the speed.
As you can see, and you're not fucking talking, as you can see, my speed doesn't change the shape of the ground.
Oh no, it does. It certainly does.
So the faster I travel, so let me get this straight. Let's say one day you're walking along a road which is long, straight and flat. And Matrix comes along in his fucking high 800 horsepower fucking crazy bastard Falcon and flying along the road doing fucking 200 miles an hour. Does it magically change for you because I'm going fast?
I mean,
yes or no? You're walking, I'm driving like a fucking idiot. Does the ground change its shape for you just because I'm going fast?
yeah, theoretically, yes, but the changes will be instant.
Yeah, this one's broken.
your naked eyes. According to the theory, your speed does change. How space time itself bands itself. The space time itself it doesn't
Okay.
bend. It's always
Can you go and get me a? Hey, shut up. Can you go and get a bucket full of time?
Speed.
Can you go and get a bucket full of time so we can bend it, please?
Hey, Buck. Wait. Yeah, you need to change your speed in order to.
Yeah, no. Can you go down to the shops and buy me a bucket full of time, bring it back so I can bend it? Because the way you speak of time is like it's a physical object that can be bent, manipulated, warped.
It is. That's what science is telling us.
That's what science is telling you. And how do you validate this? How do you verify this? Do you just open your mouth and swallow it whole?
I have a question. If you can
how tough it is just to admit
and I know my background.
the speed of the circle would change how you perceive reality.
I know you heard it. But my question
once you admit that, and you admit that it's possible.
How about you shut up and listen to Elijah? Elijah, go for it, man.
Thank you. But my question was, how do you know that the theory is fact?
Look, I'm not a scientist. I can't tell you how general relativity works, but
So you don't know that it's a fact? I didn't ask you how it works.
yeah, but
how do you know it's a fact?
our GPS system is, yeah, our GPS
So how do you
system
know?
works
How do you know it's a fact? GPS doesn't have anything to do with it. How do you know that? Because you're saying, well, moving faster or slower, according to the theory. Okay, so how do you know the theory is true? Because
Yeah,
you
like
can't
I
test
said,
it,
it's
right?
how
Because you just
GPS
said you can't test it because you literally also just said that the speed that he would be going at in his car is insignificant, so you wouldn't be able to detect it. So how would you test it?
How would I test the speed of?
No, I'm saying you're saying perception is different based on speed, but that's only based on the theory. What practical way would you be able to validate that that's true on Earth?
Well, the most practical way is to travel. You're able to create, a spaceship that allows you to escape the gravitational force and enter in the vacuum, so you can reach a speed that is like impossible for us to create on Earth without technology. So yeah, I can't say you're gonna experience that until you're financially capable to do that, which only our government can do that, right? Like, yeah. But like, I don't think you guys will be happy when knowing the truth, how everybody's working just to send a few rich people up there to, you know, to
Yeah, cool
see
story,
what
bro.
it is.
That's all you've got. You're like a little kid with a really cool book that you've read it 15 times and you tell your mum about it 9 times a day.
I think rich people can curb the water.
Look, you guys got me interested in questioning the reality I'm observing, and I'm a kid, all right.
But you're
Yes.
not questioning. You're not observing. You're just swallowing the bullshit that you've been fed. You're another sheep. You're a fucking lemming. Get in line. Follow the fucking rest of the sheep. Off you go.
He's looking for ways to. Seems to me like he's looking for a way to keep the best of both worlds, right?
No.
He's accepting the flatness aspect, but he needs to somehow fit the globe into that as well, and have
just
them not conflict with each other.
so
So from
why is
one from one perception of reality, he perceives and measures it to be flat. He said earlier that the dimensions will always be flat. Right? He said that, but in reality it's curved. He said that's what he said.
That hurts.
Interesting.
That hurts my head.
Which
yeah
reality? Which reality? Room reality or outside reality?
So where I work, we have flat tables to measure things off of, surface plates. Surface plates, they're called. Those are measured flat. But you're telling me they're probably curved anyway? I quit my
It
job.
depends how fast you walk past them.
here's the thing, like, yeah, that's what the government is hiding this information from you. They don't want to let you
They're
know
not hiding anything from
the
me.
possibility outside of Earth.
They're not
Maybe
hiding
there's
anything from
civilization
me,
on the
dude.
moon right now
Not
because it's
hiding
enough
anything
dimension.
from me.
Does that UK government doing also?
It's just kind of sad to see people getting stuck on Earth.
Does Nigerian government doing the same thing?
Well, I think it depends. Some government there.
Now it depends. Now some government does, some
Some government they're
government
like
does not.
puppets, all right? You need to talk about like
What
powerful
water has to
government.
say? What water has to say about that human problems?
What do you mean?
Because they are humans, they are discussing. Look, the water is curving. The others say, no, the water is not curving. What water is saying about that?
What do you mean by what water?
Well, water cannot speak, obviously. It can only show you, present to you. That means I'm asking, what is telling you water? Because people speaking, they're speaking. Water is curving, water is not curving. But what tells you water?
Yeah,
In that
have the
reality, what you're
information.
describing, in that reality, what water is telling you? How it's behaving in reality? Is it curving or is it what is doing?
Yeah, but yes.
What?
I know
But
yes, the reality is the information of the water that appears to be flats in certain
is that
circumstances.
information or is it that physics of the water?
Well, it is information, right? You perceive these information.
Is it that behaving of water? Is that what water doing like in physics, or that it's only information what water is doing?
All these are just concepts. Like physics is a concept.
Is it water a concept?
It's
Is the ocean a concept?
you have a concept of water. Properties, right?
Is it Michigan Lake? Is it any lake? Is it Adriatic Sea? Is that concept? That's what is surrounding the Italy.
It has concept. It has some properties.
Is it Mediterranean Sea concept?
Yeah, of course. They are all concepts.
Okay, that means if you jump into concept, you cannot die.
Why are we talking about
Man, are you real, man? Are you listening what they're talking about? You're saying that something what is real, it's concept.
I'm theoretically true. At the same time, I might not be real.
You might not be real. Imagine if I think like you, and
It depends how
two
you
not
perceive
real
it.
and two not real speaking now, and other people listening. Can you imagine that?
Like, all right, to you,
Do you know how that sounds? That sounds like a two idiots speaking not real with other people listening.
Not really. I know that you're real.
No, really.
But I see that your name's Sasha, and you have like a voice.
That will change something with
this information acquired from you.
That will change something with the physics of the water.
Like I said,
my government will change something about the water.
No, it's not about your.
My conscience will change something. My conscience will change something about the water.
It's about how your conscience interact with the reality.
Yeah,
And
let's
it
let's
has
put it like that.
certain
Your
problems.
conscience against physics of water, and let's see what is going on.
Yeah,
You have a conscience, and water has behaving what is doing in nature. And let's see, and let's compare that and see what will happen. Now, the water cannot describe you because it's quiet, it's not doing anything, but you can describe the water.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, with your
Yeah.
conscience. Yeah.
Yeah.
In physical reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you have TV, they will show you the space. There is some globe in the space traveling. And then they're saying you are living, and there are also oceans and mountains and everything in that globe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, yeah. Now you against now it's you against the reality and water in reality. You know, it's not. That's the information.
Yeah, I just acquire these information view mountain.
Yeah, now you don't need to speak with flood letters. You need to deal with the reality and think yourself. Why they're telling this and this is like that? Why are perceiving everything like this and a measure like this, but everything on TV is different?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that strange? In reality, is everything different like on TV?
Well,
Like that sea level, it's curving on TV.
Yeah, obviously, when you look at the ocean through your computer screen, you have
when you look at ocean on TV, every time it's curving. When you look at the ocean in reality, it's never curving. That's strange.
Yeah, you have the information of the. There's
I know. Now it's the point. Do you want to trust your eyes in reality, or do you want to trust your eyes watching the TV?
Yes,
Which
and
one
I'm
you will
telling you,
choose?
my friend, the information you perceive is variable. Depends on your.
Did you know that? Did you know that before the invention of TV, there was water before that there outside?
I'm not denying the existence of water. All right, However, I'm rather.
Do you know that before the rockets and flying up,
will change based on
the water was there all the time? That oceans was there.
Yes, I'm not saying it's not there.
Even now they are there. You know, when you launch the rocket now, you can launch the rocket, but the ocean it's always there.
Yeah, but the information of the ocean itself,
it's not information about the ocean. It's a behavior of the ocean. It's not information. You cannot give information. That's the earth, you know.
Look, your eyes can only perceive certain wavelength. Okay, these wavelengths, and you cannot perceive gamma rays. You cannot perceive X-rays. Okay, so you do see that you have limitation of these information you're acquiring. All right,
can you see? Can you? What if you see the 10 miles of flat surface? What then? Are you perceiving 10 miles of flat surface, or something is tricking you and making you that you see the 10 miles of flat?
No, and again, the appearance is conditioned. Okay,
how would you will say? Okay, this is the 10 miles of flatness. What for you will be the how to say?
Well, I will say the same thing with you, 10 mile of flat surface. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Well, no, we've measured. I mean, we could see too far based on the circumference that scientific community is presenting. That's the issue.
If you cut out, if you cut out the idea that the path of light can curve slightly, then that's when you get the contradiction.
They have we have observations of Mount Canigou, like I said, 250 miles away. That's way too much. That's way too much to just speak away as refraction.
So yeah, you couldn't see that mountain if the path of light traveled in a perfectly straight line. So you're right about that. I'm saying that maybe sometimes it doesn't.
Over 3 miles, right? You're supposed to have measurable drop. Now, none of that has been substantiated. So you're looking to other observations to explain what you're not finding here on Earth. And these observations are made, and it's not due to refraction. It's already been nullified. Because it's repeatable in different conditions.
So you're saying something more. You're saying not just that it isn't, but that it couldn't be refraction, right?
Precisely. If you're using different lenses, you're not going to get the same refraction. But the objects are still visible. So the lack of a physical barrier stopping visibility means there's no curvature. There's no rate of drop from the observer's point.
Yeah, it means there's no curvature or that the light curves a slight amount. Logically those are the two options. But you're saying that the light curving couldn't happen. Is that right?
It couldn't happen with the right conditions.
Why couldn't it happen? It doesn't have to curve very much. It's just a tiny amount, right?
Well, over 10 miles, you're talking about 60 feet of curvature. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's the total amount that it would cumulatively build up to over the space of 10 miles. But I'm talking about like how much
It'd be falling away from the observer's point in all directions, which is not observed. Like I said, it would be obvious. It wouldn't be something subtle. Like I said, if you have nothing but flat surface on the water, if you're out on a calm day in the middle of the ocean, you're looking all around you with the Nikon P900, you're potentially zooming in on 20 miles in every direction. So if you don't see any rate of drop in all directions, and you could raise up from that point and not see any rate of drop in all those directions, then you know there's no curvature, because you would have to witness that. The fact that it's not being witnessed screams that there's no curvature. The Earth is flat.
I don't know what to say. I just say that doesn't bother me because I think that the path of light can bend a little bit.
Still waiting for that globe proof.
Yeah, light
You're never
bends-
going to find any proof.
Light bends 60 feet. Light bends 60 feet. Just a little bit.
But when you're talking about how much something bends, you should probably use angles. So the real number is 0.000723343 degrees every mile. If it bends just that tiny amount, then all bets are off, and you can't tell the difference between flat and spherical.
How
So you're telling me that it's just an inference that it's spherical?
No, I'm saying that you can't prove it either way by looking at by squinting at the horizon.
So then it's just a deduction based on the bias.
No, I would say it's best explanation for things you see in the sky, like the sun and the moon and stars and stuff like that.
So the sphere is based on the sky.
Exactly. The sky tells us that it's this external reference frame that helps us see the shape.
So you're presupposing a sphere because the sky tells you what?
I'm looking at a bunch of different explanations, and the explanation that says that the Earth is spherical explains the sky the best.
So you got some sky worshippers or something, man? You can't measure the floor?
I don't worship the sky, and I don't measure the floor.
I mean, it's telling you what it is. I mean, you're telling me the sky is telling you that the Earth is a sphere. It sounds like the sky worship.
No, it's not worship. It's just looking at evidence and drawing deductions and finding explanations for
Oh, so it is deductive. So that it isn't. It's all based on interpretation then.
Well, yeah, there's some interpretation involved, sure.
Based on a presupposition.
No, all explanations are in the running. So if you can come up with a better explanation, and anybody can come up with an explanation. The question is which explanations are the best.
Exactly. So just once you like the story, that's pretty much it. You don't have no evidence for it other than you presuppose that the Earth is a sphere because of the skies telling you what the Earth is a sphere. I guess. That's sky worshipping.
It's not sky worshipping. What are you on about?
I mean, you telling me that the sky tells you the Earth is a sphere because so explanation.
No, I'm saying that the explanation explains what's going on in the sky better than any other explanation.
All this time you could have measured the Earth instead of
Yeah, it's too big. We don't have the precise enough instruments, especially since the path of light can bend a little bit in dense air near the ocean. So, I mean, it's a good explanation of why the full moon stays the same apparent size all night long. It's a good explanation for seasons and eclipses and moon phases.
I swear, man, 15 years ago, y'all used to say we have science. Now y'all don't have science.
Turns out that was a lie. But I don't see Matthew going and correcting Wikipedia and be like, actually, we can't prove it.
Wait, what?
Even if you put some parentheses either way, right?
That y'all had science.
Yeah.
What do you mean have science? People do science to explain things.
No, 10 years ago, y'all used to say the Earth, the science shows that the Earth is a sphere. That's pretty much what they used to say.
Right,
now y'all saying that science don't prove it.
Science provides explanations. So, for example, an explanation for what water is made of is H2O, and there's a bunch of different reasons for that. It explains the observations we see. So that's just an explanation. You're not proving that water is H2O. You're explaining that it's H2O and showing, oh, look, electrolysis works and the molar masses work and all this type of stuff. So that's what science does, is explain things.
how did science go from experimentation to explanation?
Experimentation is part of what science does to come up with good explanations. It's always been part of it.
Yeah. The Earth is not flat.
Bingo, I agree with you.
Does that make it true?
No.
Okay.
That'd be the consensus fallacy, right? Or whatever.
But Matthew, I've heard the you globe earthers say, well, if fallacies is all you got, I mean, isn't that all you got?
Yeah, fallacies are invalid ways of arguing a logically deductive argument.
How come I can think of like more than one occasion where Glover said, if fallacy is all you got, it's okay to use fallacies to trick your audience. Like, why would Glover say that? Why would they just bring
they're being disingenuous and dishonest?
I wonder if, like, and I'm not saying this to be a troll, I wonder if, like, the flat earthers think that the ice wall is like Game of Thrones and that there's giant fucking monsters and, like, ice zombies that are beyond the ice wall. You know what I mean?
What in the world did you?
Have you seen Game of Thrones? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Like the little fucking ice motherfuckers that, like, they're like dead. You know what I'm talking about? Like when the winter comes.
Yeah.
Because, like, some flat earthers say that there's, like, continents beyond the alleged ice wall, and, like, it's really inconsistent. You know, because some people say that, like, the ice wall just goes on forever. Some people just say that, you know, there's continents, like, generated land forever, and then...
That's like saying the Earth is a globe.
Why are you in here arguing against people that don't exist? That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
People don't believe that there's continents beyond the ice wall.
In here? Is there anybody in here that believes that?
Here. I'm saying some flat earthers, you know what I mean?
Oh, well, some globe earthers think that Santa Claus is real. You know what I'm saying?
What's up?
Dude, I mean, it wasn't a shot at you. I was just saying, like, it's like Game of Thrones, you know what I mean?
I believe the Earth is flat. I genuinely believe it.
If I show you a glober who eats his own burgers, does that mean all globers eat their burgers?
Yes. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with him. And I believe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I believe that the Earth is not an oblate spheroid. I believe that everybody, like, collectively 102,000 employees, including janitors at main space agencies, you know, 13 of which have launching capacities, are lying to us. And that all astronomers, respectively, have lied about their career field and know for a fact that the Earth is not an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, you're
Simply off the basis that we can't measure curve to the exact degree that flat earthers want us to, so that makes all science leading up to then completely irrelevant.
Yeah. You're still in my position precisely.
Hey, what is going on in here? What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Wait.
Hold on, you shut the fuck up.
Whoa.
So what is going on in here? We got people LARPing to be flat earthers, and the fucking globe earther is like straw manning a whole bunch of shit, and then the other globe earther who's LARPing. Okay, why is it flat?
Why do I believe the Earth is flat? I just told you.
No, man, he's a glober and he's trying to make fun of
Well,
flat
no, because
earthers
the globe model doesn't matter. Like it doesn't. Like it's
most
not.
of the mods
not
are not
accurate. I just
here.
told you that it doesn't
That's
add
it.
up.
And I'm making my coffee, but I muted him. If you want me, I can unmute him again.
No, don't unmute him. Yeah, we're not going to tolerate you guys in here LARPing like you're fucking flat earthers and pissing in the punch bowl, making everybody think that what we're saying is what you're saying. We're not going to tolerate that shit. If you want to be muted, continue doing it.
Yeah, he implied that we believe in the ice wall. Yeah, that we believe in the ice wall, and yeah, but none of the mates here believe in the ice wall and throne of Game of Thrones also. He was just making fun. That's why I muted him, because I was not sure if you can mute.
Yeah, it's poisoning the well.
Yeah, I know.
So we're not going to tolerate that shit. If you guys want to be muted in here, that's what you come in here and do, you'll get muted. If you want to have an intellectually honest conversation, now that's one thing, but arguing against people who don't exist in here, that's foolishness.
You're going to tolerate it.
Zero tolerance.
May I ask what did Yosef do to get muted? Like, what was he doing?
Yeah, that wasn't even him talking. That was me talking. Why did he get muted?
He was exploiting the fact that most of the mods are not here, and was making fun about flat earthers and implying that flat earthers believe something which the people here, the flat earthers here, don't believe. We don't.
That wasn't him. That was me. You muted the wrong person.
We don't confess to a specific model. We don't say the Gleason model is the model. We don't say that the flat Earth is a disk floating in space, and then they come here and they imply that, and they argue.
Man, shut your bitch ass up, fat.
Is that what you call straw manning? Yeah, I think it's straw manning. I mean,
that's exactly what a straw man is.
They say what? Yeah. Oh, that was the answer for your question, why he was muted. That was the reason why he was muted. As the colleague here said, I can't see his avatar because I'm using a smartphone and I cannot see all the avatars when someone talks. The colleague said here, yeah. When you are not ready to
fucking serious question
to have a intellectual conversation, then you will be muted.
I'm just saying
he was not ready to have an intellectual and honest conversation. He was just trolling and
LARPing. So look, if with all due respect, if y'all don't know anything about the shape of the Earth, right? Y'all don't know, like, I guess, the environment that the Earth is in. Y'all don't know whatever you guys just said, right? You guys were saying that, like, you guys don't claim that there's an ice wall. You don't claim that it's a disk floating in space. If you don't have any indicators of this, then what proves that the current measures of measuring what the Earth is and what space is fake? Like, if you don't if you don't know anything about astronomy or the shape of the Earth, then how can you determine it's wrong or not real?
So that's a loaded question. If you don't know anything about astronomy, right, what makes you think I don't know anything about astronomy?
With all due respect, a lack of education.
Oh, so what's my education level? Can you tell me?
Probably just high school. Maybe not even that.
Okay. So you think, like, after high school, I, like, never went in to, like, look for myself at the library or on the internet, and I just completely ignored my own self-taught education. Is that what you think happened?
And I think that the education that you took is just completely wrong.
That's a stereotype fallacy. You know that, right? So at least I know, because I started. Stop talking. I'm in the middle of talking. So at least I don't stereotype you guys and say that you are actually the most educated people because you're Globers, when it would make sense because you were repeating what you were told in the government school. Right? I wouldn't do that to you. I would say, it's probably likely that they had their own continued education outside of like government school, and they're not just like little automaton robotoids who just repeat what their government told them to, right? So how come I know not to make logical fallacies, but I'm the uneducated one? Why is that? Can you answer?
Well, because you take...
Are you conversing with someone in the chat?
Doesn't mean that
Because
the
I cannot hear
education or
anyone
the
else.
information you're reading or, I guess, discovering is necessarily true.
Larry?
It doesn't mean that for the government school either whatsoever. I use my education for my time in the Air Force.
Can you hear me, Larry?
Right? So it's like,
who are you talking to?
For all of Flat Earth
To someone
work,
in the chat?
everything would have to be a lie.
No, someone's talking right now. You got them locally muted. I apologize, sir. Please continue.
And
what's your name, by the way?
My name?
You mean me?
The Glober. What's your name, Glober?
Like my Discord name?
Yeah, Berserker, is that you?
No, it's what's the matter?
I am Berserker. I am not a Glober.
No, Berserker, someone else is in here that you have locally muted.
Okay, locally, only locally. Okay, I thought I was able to mute him on the server. Sorry. Yeah, that's what's the matter? Okay. Then it doesn't make sense.
You guys were talking over each other, so we're going to let the Glober respond to why I'm not stereotyping, but he is, but I'm supposed to be the uneducated one, but I know better than to stereotype. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I thought we were beyond that, but I just think that just because you read a book or read a bunch of books doesn't necessarily make the information in said book to be accurate, okay? It doesn't. Of
course.
I can read conspiracy books all day, right? For example, about 9/11, the officers of Charlie Hebdo, the Las Vegas shooting. It doesn't make that information that I've retained correct. And you can go as far to say that government-based content, right, like books and shit like that, could be fake. Science changes all the time. I agree with that. Like, for example, we didn't even know that the Earth was not a perfect sphere. We assumed that it was, just 35 odd years ago, right? It's not. It's an oblate spheroid. So,
well, you still didn't answer the question. Why is it that you're trained and educated by the Air Force? I didn't finish high school, but I know not to stereotype you, but you don't know not to stereotype me. Why is that?
Well, nobody's ever told me not to stereotype people, right? You stereotype people based on literally everything. That's how we conduct ourselves as humans. You literally characterize stereotypes.
That's illogical. That's illogical.
Okay, so how is that illogical? That's how you. What do you mean?
For me, just to assume that you've only been educated by the. Okay, you asked me a question. I'm trying to answer. How is it illogical for me to assume that because you're a Glober, you've only been educated by the government? That's a stereotype. Why would I assume anything? That's terrible logic.
Well, because then you're assuming that everything the government's already telling us is a lie. You don't see that, like you don't see the hypocrisy.
You're stereotyping me again. Is that your only shtick?
Well, you just said that government-based education you don't trust. You just said that.
I didn't say that everything the government said is a lie. I didn't say that at all. I didn't even imply that.
You've implied
what I implied is that you're stereotyping me by saying I didn't graduate high school, I'm not educated. But you, the educated one who's educated by the Air Force, is using a lowly stereotype fallacy as your argument. Why is that?
Just inductive reasoning. I mean, like, I'm not going to go up to a doctor that's about to perform a fucking brain surgery and be like, I know more than you. Everything that you've learned is a lie. I know more than you. Let me do this surgery. Scrub me in. I'm not going to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that thing that you said made sense. Like, of course you're not going to do a surgery if you're not properly trained and educated on how to do a surgery. But why would you assume these things about flat earthers, about them not being educated? Do you think it's not possible that we have actual doctors, like people with biochemist degrees and stuff like that? Did you not know that?
I think that it's very unlikely that that's the case, but I'm sure that there's maybe a few people that have been skeptical over the years. I understand it's very hard to trust the government in its current status. I understand that. Even being in the Air Force, I'll admit that.
So do you mean that we don't have even civil engineers who were
I never said
Globers
anything like that.
and became flat earthers? You said it is very highly improbable, not possible that we have doctors here.
No, I said it's unlikely, right? And then I also said that I'm sure that there's a few people that became skeptical over the years. So let's not forget that part.
Skeptical.
Yeah, like for example, like from what my old time being in here, right? This isn't my first, when I was
unlikely almost means no, right? I mean, what do you mean with unlikely? It's
not probable. It's not common.
Can't you be more precise?
Yeah, so it's not common that somebody that is a doctor.
Okay, I think this is a question. This is a question which Larry asked. It's a question which you should not answer with unlikely. You should answer yes or no. The question was, do you think that we don't have doctors who became flat earthers?
I believe you do. I believe there might be one.
Okay, I will formulate the question in another way. Do you think that we don't have any civil engineers who became flat earthers, who were Globers?
I just answered the question. I said that you do. Like statistically, it's proven that you probably have at least one doctor, right?
Okay. And what was your education in Air Force? Do you think the education in the Air Force is much more admirable or higher rated rather than a civil engineer?
I mean, it just depends on what you do, right? So for me, right, yeah, I don't want to you're not. I don't think you're an American, right? So. Am I correct in assuming so? You're not American, right?
Yeah, I'm not American, but I studied according to the. But I studied civil engineering according to the.
No, I'm just explaining the military. Like our military operates, we have a different SOP, standard operating procedure, than a lot of militaries. So, for example, right, like if you're commissioned, if you're an officer in the Air Force, yeah, absolutely. I think that having a degree and being an officer in the military generally makes you more qualified, so to speak, depending on what school the person that you're comparing went to, because you would need a degree before doing so. In terms of like a civil engineer, a lot of people that are enlisted in the military, they've had different shreds. A shred is so for example, you can change career fields while you're in the Air Force after serving a year and a half, right? So there's a lot of guys that did military police, right? And then they went over through avionics or, navigation on C-130s, or even other planes, for example, your C-5s, right? Shit like that, C-17s, correction. So, yeah, I think generally speaking, if you have a career that pertains around the scope of navigation, then, yeah, I think that does outweigh a lot of flat earth civil engineers. And the reason why is because these people have learned based off science that we all agree, right? People in the Air Force typically all agree on. We agree that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. So yeah, absolutely. And you can sit here and call me biased, but it's just realistic. I'm being a realist here. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just being real. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would say that.
Bro, it's you know what? I don't have a problem if you offend someone. If someone is really stupid, obviously stupid, and showing signs of The question from Larry was, why is it that he is the one who didn't visit college? And
I already answered this question. If we're gonna backtrack, right?
You are talking about him in a derogatory way. So he is the one who is lower educated, and you are higher educated. But you are acting as someone who is disrespectful to him. So if you are really so wise and so so enlightened. This is what he was trying to imply. You should show more respect to someone who is lower than you, but you are not doing that, and that contradicts your claim that you are higher educated.
Okay, so
I mean,
that's
what
not
he's
true at
saying,
all.
what he's saying,
Respect isn't given;
what
it's
he's
earned.
implying.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
what
earned.
he's
Respect is something that is earned. It's not given. You tracking that? Like, so I'm not going to respect every person in my way. I'll treat them as a counterpart, but it doesn't mean that I'm just going to sit there and give them undivided respect. I feel like that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I mean, I have a weakness. I always consider the bright side of every human being when I start talking with him, until he proves once or twice or thrice that he's an asshole and a hypocrite. Sometimes I give someone so many chances, and that is, I have to admit, is a weakness. But I will have to tell you, I'm not trying to make fun of you. It is very, very. It is in the same time disrespectful to the person you are talking to. It is also hypocritical, and it sounds very stupid how you Globers try to hide from the fact and point to the sky how we could explain the eclipse or the stars, but you evade the question which we have. Why can't we see the curvature of a spherical mass, astronomical mass of the planet Earth, which is not that big, 3,595 miles radius? That gives us eight multiplied by miles square. Things should drop behind the horizon after 3 miles, and we can see the.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The same thing, sporadic. That was filmed. That was superimposed. But then I was thinking that some of it could be explained somewhat, but not if the whole polar region isn't rising as you get towards it. That's a problem. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, it doesn't rotate like we expected. Yeah, I do agree with that. Or globe, or even flat. In that taboo conspiracy, it would debunk celestial navigation.
Hmm. Right. But see to the, because don't think that they were taking into account that the fact that the stars are moving as well, right? So, and you're moving, and if you're keeping up with that movement, then it's not going to appear to move. If you know what I'm saying. Because the way I was thinking about it was sporadic, was like, okay, so what you see, right, from a starting position, right, is what somebody else, let's say a few hundred miles ahead of you in the direction you're going, is going to see by the time you get there at the speed you're doing, making it appear as though, so over the duration, nothing looks like it's really changing, if you know what I'm saying. But that doesn't explain the position of the celestial pole not rising. It'd have to increase in elevation. It'd have to. You could not. If you were going south or slightly southwest. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Southwest. Yes, slightly southwest. And you had the polar region in your view. As the closer you got to it, it would have to change position. It would have to change in elevation. Yeah, I don't see how. Yeah. Okay, but why is he? So he's just full of shit then? Because he's quite adamant about the setup that he's got. That one there. What does he say again? Have you read it sporadic at all? Have you read through the comment section from the website? Because people are asking him questions about it, and he responds to them. Right. Yeah. Yeah, so he says here, the camera's a Sony A7S, lens Canon 35mm, I don't know how to pronounce those specs, f/1.4 with Metabones adapter, EXIF, ISO 6400, 2.5 inch, is it? At f/2.5, a total of 4,117 single frames have been compiled to this video in several steps of my workflow, all shot from one camera without any CG, computer graphics. It's all as seen / shot. He's claiming that's what you see is what you get, basically. That's what he's saying in the comment section, answering people's questions. Like, he's saying it's not CGI. It's not, that camera is showing you what it shot. So he'd deny, he would strongly deny any insinuation that that's a overlay or superimposed or. And then Rishi says, just one question, beautiful, just one question. Why no apparent movement of the stars? And he says, at Rishi, there is movement visible if you fast forward the video. We were flying a perfect angle to the axis and close to the rotation speed. thus pretty much cancelling out much of the movement. Yeah. This one is sorry. Yeah, right. Yeah, this is from this is to South America. This one. So yeah, this is probably it then. If it's to Brazil. Our flight is packed and some 345.
Yeah, TW, is that the one that they travel over that 6,000 miles, right? Was that the one?
I'm not sure how far it was. We're heading our westbound along the clearly visible Alps to our left. Just before reaching Geneva and the western tip of Switzerland, we are making a shallow left turn to join the Rhone Valley, leading us to Marseille and onward to the Mediterranean Sea. Our routing will bring us towards Algeria and on across northwestern part of the vast Sahara. We'll be flying past Dakar. There's your Dakar. In Senegal, whatever it is, where we will be heading out onto the Atlantic Ocean. Our southwesterly course will get us across the wide blue. In fact, it was pitch black during the night, to the northeastern shore of Brazil. Landfall is expected just north of Rio de Janeiro. The remaining few hundred miles will get us straight towards Sao Paulo. I don't know pronunciation. Our landing is expected around 6 a.m. local time, still before the sun will rise. He says, just as the bright city lights are vanishing behind us, the Milky Way starts to become clearly visible up ahead. It's now us pacing at almost the speed of sound along the invisible highway and the pitch black night sky above this surreal landscape. Ahead of us are another 8 hours flight time, but we already stopped counting the shooting stars. We got already to a few hundred. I'll post it. Now you tell me, is that the same one as what Taboo Conspiracy showcased?
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Yeah.
I remember TW. He also stated that the guy that took those footage, right? He also said that, oh, I got more coming, plenty more coming. But after that, we don't see him post anything about the sky no more.
Right. Yeah. That's why we went looking on Vimeo. Yeah. Because it was like, well, how is this embedded? Where's it embedded from? And we found out it was Vimeo, not YouTube. And he's only got 4 time-lapse videos on there, and that's under the Sky Productions. What the fucking cuck shit is this in the comments? I missed this one, Kembo, from Angela.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, we probably missed it.
Comment 106. I didn't expect for these tears to be coursing down my cheeks or my heart to be so full it hurts. Thank you. I haven't seen anything so beautiful since my daughter's births.
Oh, get me a bucket.
Get me a bucket. Right.
Yeah. I mean, we probably miss it because all we were trying to do at the time, we trying to look for that the owner's comment. That's it. Right. So we probably missed it because of that.
And
Yeah,
I
not only
wouldn't. I don't know if you describe a child being born as beautiful. That's a bit of a stretch. I mean, maybe, kind of like spiritually and kind of, the idea is beautiful, but I mean, looking at it, I mean, are you serious? Hell.
Comparing it to their daughter's birth. Oh my
Yeah, stars rotating compared to, I can't even describe it.
Yeah, but if you actually think about it, right? According to whatever the math, right? Like the star also, rotate 15-degree-hour drift, and and they traveled like 6,000 miles, right? How many degree would be that? Because 1 degree would be 60 nautical mile, and if you do the math, man, that would be around 100 degree, right? So the star that they were looking at, it should be, way behind the the plane. Instead, when the time they arrive into the airport, right?
Right.
Think about it.
I mean, the sky does what the sky does, whether you'd be on a globe or a flat Earth, right? So, no matter what when you're flying, right, the sky's going to appear to do a certain thing based on what's happening with you as well. The observer's changing location constantly, and including what the sky is supposed to be doing. You'd be able to figure out what it should look like, right? But you got this guy in the comments here, V, comment 109. He says, nice video. I've seen on YouTube your flight simulated, and now it is proof that you were not flying on the globe, but flat Earth. Or you can explain why you have almost the same sky if the sky should change dramatically because of angle of inclination relative to space. Relative to space, your plane should change the angle about more than 45 degrees, but sky seems not changing.
Right. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't respond to that flat Earth comment. I mean, when he was talking to like different people, whatever, he said, "Yo, I got so much more I'm gonna be, yeah, he said something about that. He got so much more in the process, maybe editing. He gonna post more, but after that, yeah, he stopped posting about the sky, the star and all the stuff, time lapse. So pretty strange.
Well, here's another one. Jay Main says, very cool video. So how would it be possible to see the same stars as shown if the Earth is a sphere? Given the flight distances across the north and south latitudes, if you travel in a very large arc, how could the same stars remain fixed directly in front of you?
Exactly. Well,
Dan replies to J Main and says, firstly, this was only the first 4 to 5 hours of the flight, not the whole flight. It's a 12.5-hour flight. The filmmaker mentions there's 8 hours to go in the introduction. With this in mind, the flight hasn't nearly reached the equator yet. The direction of the flight is almost along the axis of the Earth's rotation, and the flight speed is just less than the rotation speed of the Earth. Wait, but if he's flying south, that's a constant increase in rotation.
yeah,
speed.
southwest.
The plane would have to increase in speed to keep up with the rotation of the Earth. And the flight speed is just less than, yeah, right. So therefore the view doesn't really change very much. It's almost like the plane goes up in the air while the Earth rotates beneath it. There is rotation, but not much. Just drag the slider from the start to finish and you'll see it.
Yep. The plane, it was heading southwest. Yep.
It does say, I swear there was another part where he described more about the mount and all that. Like, now I can't find it.
Yep. But you're right, T-Up, whatever going on in the sky, it's not going to change the surface. The sky, that's what it does. But I think we just pointed out, Sporadic just pointed out, like, yeah, it does not make sense in that video, or flat or globe, right? Because we would still expect to see the star rotate or rise a certain way, if you travel in that direction, which is southwest. But
right.
that's not what we see, a flat or globe. You know what I mean? And I think that the contention would be the video is fully edited. I don't know how they do it. What did they do to it? But remember, when we get to the part where they travel across that the desert Sahara, and then Senegal, which is that city called Dhaka, right?
Yeah.
If you look in that particular moment, it looks like, well, is the sun shining from the top? Because it cannot be that bright on the bottom, And then when I post, remember another video from airplane view, right? And compared to that, it was not even that bright, You
Right,
remember
if
that?
I was living in Dakar and that was nighttime, I wouldn't be able to sleep. It was so bright. I mean, like, it was daylight. Like, how would you... What the fuck? What sort of lighting do they have in Dakar that can make it look like there's a giant spotlight on the whole fucking city? You can't even see any, like, features. It's just brightness. It's just all lit up like yellow and... Like, what the heck?
Yeah. I think that guy's not telling the truth in the comments. Certain thing, or maybe certain thing, he just believe it to be true. But ironically, his other video, like that one, I think it's about 1 minute duration, and when he took that time lapse, and you would start to see all the stars start to rise towards the plane, right? Like we can see it clearly, and then his other video, it doesn't do that, and he traveled way longer, right? Like over what 6,000 miles, you know. So yeah, something is not right in that particular video.
Right.
Well, good morning, everybody. Hey, Roots in here. What's going on? And welcome everybody. We got Daz, Necros, man, a lot of OGs in here.
Hey guys, I got a couple minutes real quick.
Go for it, sir.
All right, let's say that there is a star above that jet. That star is going to be moving northward as the jet flies due south, southwest. Let's say there's a star that is 35 or so degrees below the observer zenith. That star should eventually end up above the jet. It will rotate somewhat as the sky rotates, but its declination is going to move 35 degrees. All the stars' declinations will be shifted degrees, and about 35 degrees too.
Right.
All the stars will change their declination. Declination is basically a latitude in the sky with respect to the celestial equator. The celestial equator is 0 degrees in declination, and stars are given as plus or minus their position relative to that celestial equator declination. Stars stay fixed in their declination. The only reason why they'd move is if the observer moves with respect to that declination.
Where is the celestial pole in that footage, though? Is it visible?
It's not going to be visible at first, but the region where it would be coming from would be way off to the far left.
To the far left. So they kind
right,
of
but that's not the only issue, though. That's just like a more obvious thing is to look for that region to lift up. But all the stars should be moving to the north. They're by 35 degrees declination. From the start of the video to the end of the video. So the star field itself is going to be rotating over the jet at approximately 15 degrees per hour, right? Now the jet is all right. So the stars will basically be setting somewhere in front to the right of the jet, but the jet is only going about 1/4 the velocity of the stars at the equatorial region, if that makes sense.
Right.
So the star should be setting about 3 times as fast as the jet is moving. We don't see that either. The jet's moving 250 miles per hour with respect to the velocity of the call it the substellar points at 1,037 miles per hour around the equator. So the equatorial stars are moving that much faster. So I'm going to say about roughly 3 times for the whole trip because he traverses latitude, and the substellar points are slower as you move away from the celestial equator.
Right.
So to claim that the jet is keeping up with the stars is also bunk, because the jet is heading southwest and is not flying due west itself. Like if the jet was flying due west at 500 miles per hour, it'd be about half the speed of the stars. But it's flying southwest, so you got to divide it by 2, right? Assume like a 45-degree angle.
Well, he claims he was flying at almost the speed of sound.
Yeah, so about 500 to 600 miles per hour makes sense.
Right. Well, okay, so he has something to do with this mob called Sky Production, right? So you go to their page and they say, "We are a young, innovative film agency based in Zurich. Operating since 2010, we offer comprehensive solutions for our clients as a production company. In addition to traditional video production, we also offer creative solutions with elements from the fields of time-lapse, slow motion, hyperlapse, and drone flights. Our main areas of activity are the transportation industry, the aviation and travel sectors, as well as the outdoor and lifestyle sectors." So it's like this Sales Wick, weird name, Sales Wick pilot has handed over his footage to this company, and they've edited it. They've
It looks like somebody set up a time-lapse camera on top of a hilltopper mountain in Switzerland, filmed the stars rotating, and then superimposed that over some dude's, Gulfstream jet flight.
Well, that's what I thought too, because of like how, detailed the star field is. I mean, it looks like one of them, long exposure.
Right. And if it's a long exposure, it should leave trails, I guess, but they must have reduced the shutter speed a lot. So, I mean, I can accept the brightness of the stars being real. Just for the sake of this, I would accept that. What's missing is the change in declination with respect to the celestial equator.
Right.
Like, it's bad enough that I can't even identify stars, and some people have attempted to, but I can't validate what they claim to find either. So if this is going to be presented as like some kind of proof, then how come nobody's done that kind of homework?
See, he does talk about that there. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
No, you keep your thought. You carry your thought out.
Well, I'm just going to point out that if they're the ones going to be presenting this as a positive claim, then they're the ones that are expected to be doing the due diligence on it. So pick a star in that star field, let's verify it, and let's check its position from start to finish. Let's pop open, I don't know, Stellarium, Nautical Almanac, either one. Let's pop open another Star Atlas software, and let's just check it out.
Right.
Because you can get your latitude from looking at any star. You need several of them.
Someone in here does that. They claim to have done that. There was a comment in the comment section. They figured out some details based on the sky field.
That's good. Now show that, like, how it would appear from the observer in Germany versus the observer in Brazil.
Right.
So that's what I mean. Like a star that appears to be over Brazil from Germany should be above, somewhere near the user's head or somewhere at the same declination. So the way to do that would, I guess, you'd need multiple stars to do this because the stars are rotating east to west.
Right. So his first response to somebody called John Wyatt in the comment section, he says, "That's the real challenge. I had to take many attempts and a lot of trying to figure it out. Basically, the challenge is to keep shutter speed as fast as possible in order to get razor-sharp images."
What? That didn't make sense.
While you can use the 500 or 600 rule on the ground, this doesn't work out the same way while being up in the sky. Well, of course, basically it does if you don't fly perpendicular to the movement of the night sky. But even if it's really smooth, there are usually some legit movements of some light movements of the aircraft. So depending on the focal length of your lens, you can get exposure times between 15. What does it mean if it says 15 little quotation mark next to it?
Two of them is arc seconds. What? I don't know what this is reference to.
It says so depending on the focal length of your lens, you can get exposure times between 15 to 1 arc seconds. Is it?
Does
that make sense?
I don't know. I'm not big into photography, but what I do know is that in order to gather that much light, you either need a big freaking huge aperture or you need to leave the shutter open a while.
Right. Okay. Because he's saying that's why you will need a camera that can handle high ISO. That's where the A7S comes into play, and of course a very fast lens. The rest is a good mounting and some luck. Last but not least, you need to keep the flight deck as dark as possible to get the least reflections, and the rest is magic. The rest is magic
sounds like
with a winky smiley face.
Yeah. Yeah. So bottom line is, my claim is they cannot substantiate a 35-degree change of declination in the star field. So until they can prove that, it looks fake as a $3 bill.
Right. Well, that was my first thought too. I thought it looked, and that was my first thought, was a superimposed starfield, actual time lapse, long exposure time lapse photography thing, superimposed on, with, over the cockpit kind of thing. I don't know. Let's see if I could find that other where they claim.
T-Dub, I have a question for you.
Yeah, bro.
Do you believe that like what's your take on like the Earth spinning and stuff like that? Is that something you believe or no?
No, I don't think that Earth's moving.
Okay. Like, would you say like if it was spinning, we would just like fly off, sort of?
Well, I don't know about that.
No.
No.
Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, I was just like Googling flat Earth talking points, and it just came up, so I just like was curious.
It depends how fast it would be moving anyway, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, do you believe in gravity?
No. I don't accept without evidence gravity.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you guys, I'll give it to you guys. You think a lot about these things, so you probably have like already a preset line of dialogue, so I probably wouldn't be able to debate you on that.
Well, what's wrong with the preset dialogue if you're going to talk about the same thing many other people talk about? And what he means about that is really the cause of G. Nobody disputes little g as the phenomenon.
Wait, one second. I just have to restart Discord. 1 second. Yo, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Sporadic, you were talking.
No, just clarifying, like, what, nobody's disputing that you pick up a pencil and drop it in a vacuum chamber that's going to hit the floor.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So what's the cause of that? And does that prove that Earth is a globe? Well, no. No one can assess the cause. It's impossible, and it's not globe proof, because you can have gravity on flat Earth without a problem.
Right.
Okay, carry on. I gotta step out. I'll be listening.
Okay. Like I'm super interested in the idea of gravity on a flat Earth. But I would need someone to explain it to me.
It was interesting yesterday. We were talking about a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber. And the helium balloon would fall in a vacuum chamber, right? But if you added air into that vacuum chamber, the helium balloon would start to rise. So the thing that we're manipulating is the air inside the vacuum chamber, which is density, right? And we can make the helium
I'm not here
balloon
to
go
debate, like, I'm just here to listen, yeah.
I'm telling you,
Right,
we can make the helium balloon go up and down as we wish, right? Just by manipulating the density. Nothing to do with gravity.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like that's all we can do is just observe what different states of matter does within different situations, right? That's all you can do. You determine cause of this. Well, that's been the endeavor of many minds for centuries, right? And today they're telling you they don't know. They're guessing. This is what they consider to be their best guess so far. And today, generally, that they're going with this idea of Einstein's, that there's no force making anything move in a certain way, right? It's the curvature of space-time. It's geodesic paths within the fabric of space-time that is being caused by the existence of mass. So a large mass is distorting space-time a lot, right? And a smaller mass that can't distort space-time as much comes along, right? And it enters that area where it's just minding its own business. The bigger mass is minding its own business. The little mass is minding its own business. They don't give a shit about each other. If it wasn't for space-time, they wouldn't give a shit about each other, right? So this little mass comes along and enters the warped space-time that the bigger mass has made, and it goes, oh shit, I've got to go this way now, right? It's got to follow this path now, right? And it's got nothing to do with the two masses having an interaction with each other before contact, right? It's due to the space-time that surrounds the larger mass. The reason why the smaller mass follows that path.
Right.
So it's the ability of the large mass to distort space-time, not the ability of the large mass to have an effect on a smaller mass, right? Directly.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. What's your position? Like, because when I've been in this channel, I've heard the idea of like density and buoyancy as an alternative to gravity. Could you like help me understand that?
I just explained it to you.
Yeah, it's not an alternative. This is well accepted within physics, right? It's called relative density, or aka specific gravity. So when a solid or liquid exists within a medium, its direction, its directional bias will be dependent on the density of the surrounding medium in relation to the density of the object, right? So if the object is within a medium that it is more dense than, right, it'll have a propensity downwards. And if it's in a medium that is less dense, then it has a propensity upwards.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. No, that
This
makes
is
sense.
well understood. Well understood physics. It's not
Yeah.
It's not in contention. Right?
Yeah.
It's
No,
not an
I'm not saying this is like
alternative.
a contentious
So-
idea or anything.
Right. So it's not an alternative. We're just saying stop right there. That's as far as you need to go. You don't need to go any further than that. There's no reason to invoke mass attracting mass or bendy space time or any of that garbage. That's good enough, right?
Right. So how does the atmosphere come into play here? Like, would you say?
It's just gas. Gas just expands in all directions to fill available volume. It'll be affected by temperature and volume.
And yeah, like, would you say that the atmosphere has different levels of density?
Yeah, there's probably areas where it's more and less dense, and of a higher and lower pressure, and of a higher and lower temperature.
Yeah, because like if you like, I haven't ever climbed like a big mountain or anything, but I've heard that like when people climb Mount Everest, they have to have like oxygen tanks and stuff because the air's like really thin, and there's less air because it's less dense. And then if you go like to the at sea level or like even below it, it becomes like more dense apparently. Like I'm not a scientist or anything, but this is just like what I've heard.
No, you don't need to be a scientist.
Right.
Yeah, there's less pressure as you go higher. Yep.
Yeah. So like, do we believe in space?
You
What is
mean the
space?
vacuum of outer space?
Sure. Yeah.
What is space, Happy? Do you know what it is?
I would say, I mean, I would agree with like, well, you know, space, like the conventional idea of space, like, you know, stuff in space, planets, and all that stuff. That's how I would say space is.
Yeah,
but
but
I know you guys would
describe it.
disagree.
You didn't describe it. You're asking us to think about space in the way you think about it, but you just gave us a very ambiguous way of describing it.
I
You
don't
know,
mean to be.
space and stuff.
I can be more specific. Sorry.
Satellites and stuff. You're not telling us what you think it is. Specifically, what is it?
I guess I would say that space is like a vacuum. And I would say space is like, I don't know. I'd say the universe is expanding due to, I guess, Hubble's. I actually have not done a lot of research on this, but I need to do more. But on like, red phase shift. We know that the universe is expanding and stuff like that.
Yeah, do you know that? Or something that you've been told?
I could probably. I mean, I'm decent at math. I could probably just look it up and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
do you know that, or is it something you've been told? You know what's awesome about this conversation is that you can be truthful about it. You're not. Nobody is looking over your shoulder to see if you're going to answer this correctly or not. Now,
No,
do you
yeah,
know-
you're right.
Do you know what you're talking about? Is it true, or do you just believe that somebody said some words that sounds like what it is, and you're just repeating them?
I believe that the universe is expanding, but I only believe it because I haven't heard anything to the contrary. And also,
Well,
like,
yeah,
like
they could also tell you that fabulous unicorns are up there too, but you don't know that either. So
I
how
would
do you
find
know
that like less
information-
plausible, though.
Yeah, plausible. Okay, let's just solidify a point. Let's see if you know what you know. How do you know the universe is expanding in any way? Can you articulate that?
Because at one point, I believe in the Big Bang model, which implies that there was at one point a singularity, and then that follows that the universe is, again, like, it doesn't directly follow, but under the model, at least, we can know the universe expanding. Like, and I believe that part of it, but I haven't, double checked or anything like that.
Okay, well, let's double check. How do you know that the Big Bang model is anything to deal with like the reality of when you look outside and look at the night sky? How do you know that model actually fits what you see?
I guess I would say like it's I guess I don't know. That's a good question. I think
I
like
know it is.
I learned stuff about.
Think about this,
Yeah.
right? The reason I'm letting you kind of think about it is because we've been told a lot of things about what's up there, but we don't have any
Right.
way to discern whether or not it's true. So this paradigm, and which you're carrying currently, you think is only true based on somebody telling you that it is, but there's no real way that you can verify it in any means that you can detect. So you're just you're happy to accept anything that they're telling you based on like a narrative. And what I'm asking
I guess
for
like
what I'm asking for right now, Happy, is you to take an actual second look and just think about it, right? Critically think about all the components that are the things that they tell you. So you went from, Big Bang cosmology to like redshift and blue shift. There's a lot of things you've said based on these like buzzwords that have been given to you. However, upon further investigation, you don't know what those terms mean or the implications of them. They're very
Right.
hollow. These terms, they're very hollow for you. And I'm giving you the floor so that you can define what they mean, so that you can at least have a, topical knowledge of what they mean. You don't even have that.
I guess I reason from I think the evidence makes sense. I
What
think
evidence?
I trust.
I'm asking. Yeah, that's what I'm asking for right now. There hasn't been any evidence presented except for your knowledge of some buzzwords. These buzzwords
You
are
know-
given to you, so you're. I'm saying, okay, go ahead and tell me. What do you know about these words?
Okay.
What do they mean?
So I believe it was sometime in the early 1900s. I'm pretty sure. It could have been 1800s, 1900s. I'm actually not sure. But Edwin Hubble.
Yes.
So you know about redshift, right?
What about it? Tell me.
Well, we know that galaxies move faster away from us.
How do we know that?
Because Edwin Hubble. I'm sorry, that's circular.
I
I
know.
guess like
You can't say it that way. Yeah, go ahead. Rephrase.
I would say, okay, so light is made of waves. We
How do
all
you know
agree.
that? I'm sorry, but this is kind of like
Because
I'm gonna
when
sound like
we
a 3-year-old to you when you
okay, you see Mark's profile picture right now.
Mark's profile picture.
Yeah.
What about
The,
Mark's
bl-
profile
the
picture?
Pink Floyd,
the
Pink
prism?
Floyd prism. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
So
about
when we do that, we determine that the light is comprised of different, like a spectrum, right?
okay?
We can determine using devices that light is made of waves, and then I guess like we can also observe the Doppler effect.
What's
in
the Doppler
ambulance.
effect, sir?
Well, you know how like a siren sounds like lower pitched when an ambulance drives away.
Okay.
That's the Doppler effect. And so like
And what
when
does that have to do with light?
well, because when a source of waves moves like away from you, then the waves get like stretched out, making them longer. And when the waves are longer, then the light shifts towards the red end of the spectrum
The Doppler
because
effect has to
longer
do with
wavelength.
sound, yes?
It has to do with
You mean
waves
the
in
inverse
general,
square law?
sound waves, light
Do
waves.
you mean the inverse square law? Is that what you're saying? You're trying to
Could be, but I actually haven't looked at it. But I do know that the Doppler effect deals with like
the
sound waves
Doppler
and
effect
light
has
waves.
to do with sound. What does it have to do with light?
But it also has to do with light waves, like waves in general. The Doppler effect applies to all that. So when waves are longer, the light shifts towards the red end of the spectrum, and so there's lower energy and lower wavelength.
So now you're seeing colors in the sky. Certain things that you're looking at are shifting from different colors. So how do you know something particular is doing what you say it's doing, moving away or moving closer? How do you know that?
Because we see, we look into space and we see longer waves, and that implies that.
Yeah, I know,
stuff is
but
moving
on
away.
what? On what?
What do you mean, like the waves?
Yeah, where do we see this color?
we see the red end of the light spectrum
Where?
in space.
In space, just in general. When I look up at the night sky, I see red, and therefore the universe is expanding. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
so I like a spectra. I can't I forget the name. It's like spectra something. But like when we look through that device, that measures light.
Yeah, okay, it measures light, but in a controlled environment or an uncontrolled environment?
In like any environment.
Any
It measures
environment.
light. You can point
Really?
it towards like
How do you
yeah,
know
you can
that's
point.
true? How do you know it's in any environment?
What do you mean?
How do you know it works in any environment? The device.
Because well, I guess like we can look at we can collect light from like a galaxy or a star.
Yeah, I know, but how do you know it works in outside? Just what you're telling me right now, we can collect light from a galaxy. All these things that you're telling me right now, either you don't know what they mean, or you're just filling in the blanks from some idea of what you think a story has been told to you. Like you don't even it's hard to do this when somebody has so many ideas of what things are. Like you don't know what a galaxy is to define what it is and then describe if you're actually seeing the thing that you're telling
How
me.
do you know I don't know what a galaxy is?
What's a galaxy, sir?
A collection of stars and planets and asteroids held together by gravity.
What's the point of verification for that to be true? What you said.
I guess I would say I suppose you wouldn't concede that direct observation would be a point of
No, I'm asking
verification.
you, when has this been done? Like, how do you know that's true?
For me, direct observation is
How do you
direct
know somebody's
verification.
ever done something like that, looked at something called a galaxy and seen all those things that you said that are there? All the stars.
We can, yeah. So if you look in a telescope, whatever telescope you want,
Okay.
you can see galaxies.
Have you done that?
Yeah,
And you've seen galaxies?
yeah. You can go
Really?
to the your local national observatory and look through telescopes as well.
Sorry, mate. You don't see what you said they're made of.
Yeah,
Sorry?
you've given it like these constituent parts that a galaxy is made of. You don't see those things inside of what you think you see. You might see something, but you don't know what the thing is that you're looking at. You're just giving us ideas of what you think they could be. Or
So-
rather, someone is telling you what they think they could be. It's like their idea, and they're giving their idea to you. And you're coming in here with confidence saying that's what they are.
If you look at space telescopes,
Space telescopes, like which one?
like the ones you'd find in like an observatory.
Okay, let's look at an observatory telescope. And what are we looking through there? We're seeing galaxies. Yes?
Yeah, you can see much more detail than like a regular
Much more
telescope.
detail. Okay, so we can see all the constituent parts of a galaxy, stars and black holes and all that. We can look through a telescope and
You
see all
can't
those
observe a
things.
black hole. You can observe the effects of a black
Whatever
hole.
you
though.
think is inside a galaxy, do you think that we're going to look at galaxies and see all those things inside of that galaxy?
I don't know. I think you would see
don't know.
all sorts of things.
So this is the
Well,
problem.
I guess it
sir.
depends on the galaxy.
I'm actually well, I don't care which one. Pick one and then find out whether or not you can see all its components as you so declare.
Okay. I mean,
This
like,
is called critical thinking. We're investigating all the terms and things that you think underline your worldview.
okay. So
And
let's say like the
there's a
Milky Way, for
fundamental-
example.
There's a fundamental problem with the way you think.
So
it's
do you
only
believe the
been
Milky Way exists?
No, it's not about the Milky Way. It's about you trying to describe your worldview in a coherent way. That doesn't sound like you're borrowing from some guy's idea, fantasy of what he thinks space is, which is what I know that it is. Do I believe in the
You know
Milky
that
Way? What
direct
do you mean?
observation is a credible way of determining things to be true, right?
Okay, so you're telling me that the Milky Way is something you've confirmed to be true? Spiral galaxy? I know the
yes,
story.
we can
I'm asking
confirm the
you.
Milky Way.
Yeah, we can confirm it? Is that what you said? We can confirm the
Yeah.
Milky Way. How did we confirm it?
Well, we can like observe it in the night sky.
Really? That's redundant. Are you just observing things?
You know that
how do you
science-
describe it? Describe how you know that there's a spiral galaxy that you reside within. How did you
Well,
determine that?
Okay, so if we look up, we can see the combined light of many stars.
Okay,
we
that's
can
great.
map stars and their
Combined light.
distances.
We can map
So we can
them.
measure the distance to many stars using, parallax and things like that.
Things like that. Okay, so you're saying that parallax is going to determine whether you're in a spiral galaxy, yeah?
Yeah, because we can measure the distance between stars.
So how did you notice that you were inside of a spiral galaxy? You're just talking about parallax. That doesn't give us an indication of anything. You're just seeing something far away move, across the sky.
So if I can just entertain this line of questioning for a second. There are certain things that we look at through direct observation, like rocks, and you don't have to be a geologist to know that it's a rock, right? So when we look up and we see stars, we don't have to be verified scientists to know that it's a star.
Yeah, so you were talking about parallax. In what way can you describe that in any way functions in the observations that you make? Can you describe it?
Well, if we observe a star from Earth at two different times, because, and just to entertain this idea, Earth orbits the sun. I know you probably don't agree, but the viewpoint changes. And so let's say it's like 6 months apart. It would change like by a factor of a few million kilometers. And then the star appears to shift slightly against more distant stars. And then we can use parallax.
Whoa. So has that ever occurred? Because you're saying this occurs. What have you seen in the form of parallax? Because you're saying that the stars aren't moving uniform. There's some that are moving faster or slower than others. Yes.
Yeah.
You don't see stars moving uniform together in the sky. They're all moving like independent from each other.
Oh no! When we observe it, they're moving like they seem to be moving the
independent from each other.
So yeah, so
Isn't that what parallax is? Like you see the stars in the foreground move differently than the stars in the background?
In this context, you can have you seen like an
Isn't
animation
that what
of
parallax
like
is, sir? I'm asking a question. Isn't that what parallax is? Stars in the foreground move different than the stars in the background.
Yes, parallax is where you have two objects and one is like a different velocity.
Okay, when
than the
has
other.
this been witnessed?
Well, you can. When has this been witnessed? You're asking? I mean, we've measured it in like 1838.
Since 1838. So what model is this following?
Frederick Bessel. His paper would probably have some more information on it.
Frederick Bessel.
Can you explain what he did?
In 1838.
Yeah.
I think what happened was, I think before the 1800s, it was hard to prove that the Earth actually orbits the Sun by measuring star distances, because stars are very far away. The closest star is our Sun. And so, telescopes and measurements and stuff like that were probably not powerful enough to detect the small changes. And so what I think he did was he used a special device that could measure small angles between stars. And then he observed helio something.
Helio something.
Like a heliometer, helio spectrometer or something.
What is this?
I think it's called heliometer.
What does it do?
It is used to measure the measure the small angle distances between stars. This is a machine that's designed exactly for this purpose.
Yeah, as in the stars in the foreground move differently than the ones in the background.
Yeah, no, this device is to measure the angle differences
We're trying to figure out
between
at the
stars.
moment how stellar parallax is being applied into any observation. Because I'm kind of confused here. You haven't described what model we're actually adhering to. There's a few of them, right? So you haven't described what model we're actually adhering to currently, or whether or not in history how they've actually came to be proposed. So we're trying to figure out what model are you following currently? Because you're talking about stellar parallax. It's really hard for me to get you to actually answer anything directly. What model do you adhere to currently?
I think Like the name of the model,
Yes.
like the geometric model, or like the
No.
yeah.
No.
Yeah, when we
Not the
apply
name of the
stellar parallax, astronomers rely on a geometric model.
Let's see. There's a question by Sporadic. He's asking if he wants to know if you know about the Ptolemaic model or the Tychonian model. You know any of them?
The Ptolemaic model or the Tychonian model? I actually don't.
Okay. How about the Copernican model?
Wait, are these like? I probably don't know of them because they're probably like
You
much
look in the
older
text-
models.
Look in the text chat. This is gonna help you out.
Wait, hang on. I just want to go back. Like, do you think that? So you said that I was incorrect when I said the geometric model. What model do you think it is?
No,
to measure
I'm
the.
asking for your results.
Because I think you're wrong.
I didn't say anything. I haven't proposed any model yet. What I'm
No,
saying.
you said. I said. You said what model do you think we're using? I said a geometric model, and you said
Yeah.
nope.
So.
And I think you're wrong.
Yeah. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. First of all, you don't. You have to. Okay. When
Okay,
you
so prove to me you're right regarding the geometric model.
No. This isn't proof to me you're right. This is you actually standing on your claim.
Well, then don't say I'm wrong. If you can't substantiate a claim, then don't say I'm wrong.
Wait a minute. That's your claim. You said geometric model, right?
No, you made a negative claim saying I'm wrong.
Negative?
You said nope.
No, sir. No.
You said
You
nope.
said geometric model. You didn't provide.
Yeah,
a
and you
source.
replied nope.
So yeah, provide a source for what you're talking about. Let's see if it has any context. I'm asking for your
The
evidence
geometric
of what
model?
You're saying. Yes.
Like a geometric model that's vague.
Yeah.
Like,
Post.
That's just geometry.
Yeah. Post what you're talking about with a source to actually adhere to anything in astronomy.
I don't think you'd accept any source. You wouldn't accept NASA though, right? Because they're a conspiracy theory.
Just post your evidence, sir. This
yeah,
is
that-
you
that-
standing
okay.
on your
Don't
claim.
poison them up.
Okay, sure. Hang on.
Post what you got. Let's see if your
Right, there you
geometric
go.
model. Hold on. There's a link here. You guys can click on it too.
I don't know if that works though.
No, bro, it's a link that's broken.
Damn.
It's a link that's broken.
I think you need to sign it. Like, I don't know if that works on. Let me open incognito 1 second. I can try and find another link.
That'd be great.
Would you accept NASA?
I don't care what you give us as long as it confirms what you're saying, and then we could look into it. How about that?
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, we got Morvis posting in the text chat, geometric model and overview. A geometric model, also known as a three-dimensional 3D computer-aided design, or CAD model, is a vital representation used to design physical systems. That's what that is. Let's see what we got. You got a .gov, okay, parallax. Where in here does it talk about geometric model, sir? Go ahead. Point us to it.
This.
I
Well, it
clicked
doesn't
and it says-
explicitly mention the geometric model.
Oh, for God's
Wait, do you
sake.
want me to like
That's what
push you
I'm
like?
asking for, sir. I'm
Oh,
asking
okay,
for a
hang on.
direct correlation to what you said to what the text would say. Where you
Okay,
came up with this
let me get
information.
a national link something.
Yeah, get whatever backs up your claim is what we need right now.
Okay. Second.
And you guys in the audience can click along with me. I clicked that link that he posted, so he hasn't given us an indication where we need to go within that, so I haven't went anywhere yet. I just opened it up, but I'm not looking at it currently until he finds the place where it says geometric model is the model that we're
Okay,
following.
I found this PDF. It basically talks about
Okay.
The gravitational field of Earth and stuff like that.
Yeah, where does it talk about the geometric model, sir?
Actually, hang on. That's probably not the best example when it comes to space. Let me test a different one.
Sir, do you have a link to the geometric model?
Okay, calm down. Just be patient.
No, I'm asking, do you have it? Do you have it with you, or are you just making it up?
No, I don't have these things like on hand, like in a list
So
somewhere.
did you just
like
make it up? Let's get a concession going. Did you make this up?
no, I remember. No, I learned this in school. Okay,
You learned it in
like
school,
regard-
and they specifically called it a geometric model. Yes?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, you believe so. You're unsure. It sounds like you're wavering here. You're unsure.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna try and find something on stellar parallax for you. Because that's probably
we're moving off the reservation, sir. You said that you have a way to describe the geometric model. Where is it?
You want something that specifically says geometric model?
It's the words you used. I'm going based off what you said.
Okay.
Right now, we're only going to go based off what you say, and backing up your claim it should be in your mind paramount. You do have the floor. I want you to tell.
I'm trying to find
the
something.
listening audience. Yeah. Interestingly enough, it takes you a while to dig for what you thought you already had.
I mean, I could be wrong.
You are, but I'm just waiting for the penny to drop, so you can admit with a concession I was wrong. It takes pride a little time sometimes. You have to go to the rigmarole.
You don't need to be arrogant about it.
Wrong.
No, you don't need to be arrogant. It's okay.
No, it's not arrogance. It's just that when somebody is stubborn, it takes them a while to actually admit that they were wrong. But I'm happy for you to actually go through the motions. It's good for content.
Do you get off on this?
People need to listen to other people try and fail. It's good for the content because people don't realize. They think like you right now. They're like, oh, let him speak. Maybe he's got a point. No, for sure. We want you to actually go through the motions so you can see for yourself that there isn't anything of what you're describing. And then it'll be like, oh, sorry, I was wrong.
Okay, here's stellar parallax. This is a type of geometric model.
A type of geometric model? No, sir. We need to look for it specifically where it says geometric model. Yes?
Okay.
That's what we're looking for.
I can give you a Wikipedia link.
I mean, do what you must. But it better say exactly what you said to back up your claim. Do what you must. Okay, geometric model. That was easy enough. Okay, so how are we following this? And when we look up at the night sky, sir, point to the Wikipedia citation where it says that.
Well, as far as I'm aware, it's a model that can be used to convert what we see in the sky into real distances.
Real distances. Okay, point citation, please. Point in this Wikipedia source where it says that.
Okay, can I have a minute?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Take your time.
All right.
We're happy to wait for the concession, even if it takes a minute. Yeah, it'll take you a little bit. Go ahead. Look through your source.
Okay, just 1 second.
In the meantime, what's up with everybody? Welcome. We're talking with Happy right now, so going back and forth. This is usually what happens with people that are very confident to know that they think the way that they've heard about the cosmos being described to them is how exactly it is. And upon further investigation of their thoughts and the terms, they realize it doesn't mean what they said. Takes them a while sometimes. Glad to see everybody here. We're also speaking to people on the YouTube chat. If you guys like to join us, go ahead and join the politics server. Oh, we're up to 98,000 people in here. And as I checked this morning, we're the #1 voice channel again. Took us a minute to reclaim that, but we did. So kudos to everybody in here.
Sweet.
Sorry, my Discord crashes sometimes. Okay, I could have meant method, maybe not geometric model, but here's...
So a concession. You misspoke, yes?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, let's kind of reset. Okay, so what term are we looking for here?
Well, I have a really good link. Hang on. Here we go.
Okay. Now, what is the claim?
The claim is we can look up the sky and measure the parallax of stars.
Okay. Let's look at your source. Spiff.e. What does it say? Spiffnet.edu. Parallax and other geometric methods. Okay.
Because you mentioned that they measure angular distance between stars, right?
That was one of the things he said.
Yeah, like they had a machine that measured the distance between stars.
The angular distance.
Like the
right?
angle.
Okay.
Yeah, the angle.
Yeah. Yeah, but they'd have to measure a change in the angular distance between stars in order to infer parallax, right? They wouldn't necessarily be witnessing parallax because that could be an actual change, right, between two objects which are the same distance apart.
Yeah, they wait a bit of time. Sometimes it's a few months.
Okay,
Even then, that could literally just be like an actual change between two objects that are equidistant apart or equidistant from the observer.
Yeah, in
How would
other
that
words, they
be?
haven't changed. So
Wait, how would that be though?
So, well, wait a minute. Wait. Now, how would that be? Look, so your claim right now, according to what this, do you know anything about what you just put in the text?
Yeah. So as far as I understand the source to explain it, it's basically just talking about stellar parallax. It's talking about how like when you have the shift of like when you have a star that's closer, the shift of that star against other background stars as Earth orbits.
You're gonna have to defend those distances now.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that's riddled with a lot of presuppositions. That statement you just
I guess it is.
It's riddled with presuppositions. So you have to examine the statement, right?
So do I have to like defend Earth's orbit now or what?
Yes, dude. Like there's so
That's
much in
all
there.
of it.
There's so much in there that's already taken as a foregone conclusion that you're just assuming
Right.
is the case. It's
Like
it's almost
differences in distances.
yeah, that's correct. Now T-Dub is bringing up some good points, right? So we have to examine the claim. I mean, this is the tough part for you. You're gonna have to examine whether or not you could stand by whatever the statement is, as the different components of what you just said, right?
I guess I would explain like Earth's orbit. Like proof of that would probably be seasons.
Okay, based on what?
Well,
Like,
if we assume
what's the basis for seasons being showing you that Earth is orbiting?
well
Like, make
because
the
Earth is
connection.
tilted on an axis.
Presupposition. That's another presupposed information.
Well,
that you've been given.
we're going to be here
Taking
for
the
a
question
very,
now.
very long
I
time
know that,
if
but
I
see,
have
here's
to
the-
defend everything.
Happy. The problem is people have been given a paradigm
Yep.
that it's like claim stacking. It's stacked up. It's like a layer of pancakes. Like, so you have everything is resting on a foundation, but all of these claims are resting on this cosmos that you believe to be true based on all of these claims that have been stacked upon it. So you don't know that,
Okay.
right? You're coming in here just like, well, I think this is how it's worked out. And I'm like, well, how do you know that? And I sound like a 3-year-old asking you, well, how do you know that? Well, how do you know that? Like, and to you, it's like, dude, why do we got to sift through all this? This is the critical thinking part of the process that we go through for the people that come through here, because you're just assuming that's true. So we have to understand that we don't know if that's true or not based on the information given. That's why I'm getting you to realize none of this has any foundational coherence to anything we can test and verify. Which right now that you know seasons, right, tying that into the Earth's orbit, it doesn't have any real coherence. Not that any way that you can verify. Not unless you're gonna tell me you can. I mean, I'll allow you to do that. Can you tie in seasons to how you know the Earth's orbiting? I'll allow you. Go ahead, try it.
Okay. Like, I think, well, first, I would say something like, the Earth orbits the sun, but I guess I'm making two assumptions here, right? So the first assumption is that Earth is rotating, and then the second one is Earth is rotating around the sun.
Okay.
Right?
Well, you've identified them, so you know that they're there. So
Those are the claims that I'm making, yeah.
right, how can they be substantiated? I'm getting you to look at this so you can
Okay,
see.
so if we do this in like the form of like a syllogism, right?
Yes,
Like if
great.
if premise 1 is like the Earth's axis is tilted to like I think 20 or 20 something degrees. This is like a measurable, observable fact. Do you want me to substantiate premise 1?
No. Okay, so the statement starts off with an if, which is suggestive, meaning that it's not a true statement. So think about it. The two premises has to be
Conditional.
true. They have to be true. They equal the conclusion to be absolute, right? So if you're going to tell me that the first statement starts with an if, that's suggestive. It doesn't give you the indication that the first premise is true.
I mean, I could
the two
rephrase it
premises
just
has
to
to be
say
true.
Earth's axis has a tilt.
Yeah, I know that. But then if you claim that, you're going to have to prove it. So it has to be backed up by true information. It's not
Okay.
true that you know that there is an axis because you didn't. You have to first define how it's true, right? So each
So, like,
part of the
yeah.
syllogism has to be the components that make it. You're going to have to define how you know that to be true statement. So, okay, you talked
So,
about
like,
axis, right? The tilt of the
So we
axis.
track. Wait, hang on. Like, I want to substantiate the claim of the axial tilt. So like we track where the sun rises and sets every day over the course of a year.
Yeah,
And
depending
in
where you
summer,
are geographically, yes, that's true.
yeah.
Depends where
And
you
in
are
summer, okay, wait, hang on. So in summer, the sun rises northeast and sets northwest and climbs like
And that's
high
not always
in the
true,
sky.
unless it just depends where you are. Is what I'm saying. Depends where you are. It has to be
Yes.
geographically true. So if you're, in Australia, it would be different than North America, right? So that statement would vary depending on where you are geographically. But go on. I want you to make the.
Wait, I want to
you have
respond
to
to
say it like
what
this.
you said though.
I'll put it regionally. If I'm in Melbourne, in Australia, then this is what I would witness this statement to be. You have to preface it with at least some context to know.
Okay,
the
so like
statement
in
was-
Sydney, right? Like in the northern hemisphere,
Yes.
let's say in June, the sun rises northeast and sets northwest, and then you have the summer solstice where it gets high in the sky, and then in December, it rises southeast and sets southwest and gets lowest in the sky, which is the winter solstice. And we know that daylight lasts longer in the summer and shorter in the winter. And and the poles of the Earth, you have one long day and then one long night per year. And then during summer, the sun never sets, called the midnight sun. And then during winter, the sun never rises at the poles in the
So
in the
far,
winter.
observationally, you're a bit on track. A little bit needs to be cleaned up with what you said, but I can get the gist of where you're going. So,
Right.
I mean, as far as
And
the
so-
facts go, we could probably clean that up later. But go ahead.
So the global pattern of like how the sun like moves across the sky at different times of the year is only
Hold on,
possible.
Stop. You said global. That's a connotation that indicates that you're talking about a globe. That statement is not true. It's a begging the question statement. So you
Well
have to
then,
first-
we're going to be moving around in circles because it's
no,
going
it's
to
not
be like
circles, sir. We're identifying specifically where you're actually making assumptions, and it's not a true statement unless it's a complete true statement where there is no assumptions or begging the questions.
Can I,
So
can I explain what I mean when I say that?
Sure.
What I mean is, let's say I talk about something and I say the sun, and then you're like, well, what do you mean by the sun?
No,
And then I talk about something.
No. The words, right? Global. The connotation for that would mean that you think you're talking about the oblate spheroid globe.
Okay, I don't have to say I can see like the word global is like a sensitive word. I won't say global. I'll just say like
Earth.
the pattern. But yes,
Use Earth.
the earthly pattern of how the sun moves across the sky at like different times of the year is only possible if the Earth is tilted and Earth orbits the sun.
If sir, I'm pointing. Just
So I'm substantiating the claim.
the claim has to be a true statement, though. So if like the premises has to be true. So if you use the word if anywhere, that doesn't mean it's true. It's suggestive to mean it lends credence to it being suggestive. So you can't say if in any of the statements of a premise for a logical syllogism. It has to be this is how it is as an observation.
This is
empirical. You
Okay,
were
let's-
good. You were good at talking about like geographically what what you would witness, right? That's fine. I didn't have any problem with that because everybody would say that if I'm in Australia in Sydney, this is what would be witnessed, right? That's fine. There's nothing
Okay.
wrong there. Yeah, but what I'm saying is when you go into the if statements or use terms like global, that's already assuming that the Earth is a globe, and or
But what I'm
saying
yeah.
suggestively with if.
But what I'm saying is, without the two facts that the Earth is tilted and the Earth orbits the sun, the sun's yearly. I don't just entertain it. Just
No, I
entertain it for
can't.
2
No, no, no.
seconds.
It doesn't. It can't be entertained in a logical syllogism. Entertaining things can't. It doesn't equal to the conclusion being true. So the statements have to be empirical, right? They have to be true. So when they're true statements, like the two syllogisms, or excuse me, the two premises will have to be at equaling the conclusion, which would be the absolute truth statement. It's true, but it's not true because it's like entertaining. Just entertain it for no. That's not how logic works.
What I'm
Either you
what I'm
have
saying
something that's
is
true or not.
what I'm saying is the sun, the yearly motion of the sun and the seasons cannot be explained.
No, no, you can't do that either. I have to stop you because it's not. It cannot happen on a flat Earth either. That's not. You can't make the true statement based on something you say that it can't be. It has to be something that is. This is a lesson in logic, dude. You have to realize that you can't make things that are what it's not. You have to make what it is. It's an affirmation of what it actually is. True statements. Yes?
Right.
Okay.
Yes. No, I understand what you're
Start
saying.
again. Try again. I'm not discrediting that. You've already made at least one true statement, an observation made from Sydney, witnessing the sun move across the sky, northeast to northwest. That everything was good there. I want to lead
sun
you to the
moving
right
across the sky. Sun moving across the sky. That's an interesting thing to say.
Yeah, it is. As an observation for the
Would you agree? Okay, we're talking about logic here. So would you agree that premises? Would you agree that premises can contain the word if?
If you're not going to give a logical conclusion to something being true, are you saying that the statement will then be true in the conclusion or not?
Well,
Make a decision. Are you saying
well, the reason why I'm asking you
or not?
The reason why I'm asking you this question is because I want to know if I'm allowed to use the word if I'm constructing a logical premise.
Well, logical and something being true would follow hand in hand. So something that's true means that it's logical. Something that's not true would follow it being illogical.
So is that a yes?
Yeah, did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
Okay, so can you follow the logic to give true statements on the premises and then give a conclusion to it being also the true statement?
Okay, here's an example of me using logical premises to validate or to substantiate the argument that the Earth is tilted and orbits the sun. Here's the first premise. If the Earth is tilted and orbits the sun...
You said if.
No? Okay, bro.
You can't start with if, bro. That's not... Premises have to be true. Okay, you have to say the Earth is tilted. Okay, it's malformed. You have to use... True statements are the Earth's axis, the Earth is tilted on its axis. But then if that's true, though, think about this. If that's true, it has to have already been known. Like you can say that with all assurance that what your statement is true based upon some empirical means, right? People have witnessed it
Can I try
being
again?
true.
Can I try again?
Go ahead.
Okay, here's premise 1. Over the course of a year, right, we see like the sun's position in the sky, like at noon, it changes, and we can predict the pattern that it changes by, right? So like sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower, right?
Yeah, so far so
we agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, here's the second premise. At the length of daylight,
Hey guys,
it changes.
it's me, 0102. I'm really happy to be in this voice chat. Guys, excuse him.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
At the length of here's premise 2. The length of daylight, it changes throughout the year, right? So it's longer in summer, shorter in winter, and opposite hemispheres experience opposite seasons at the same time. Do we agree?
That's empirical. Yes. Continue.
Okay. So, and then here's premise 3, right? The only known geometric model that consistently explains the sun's changing altitude and the shifting sunrise and sunset positions and the opposite hemispheres having opposite seasons is a model in which the Earth has a fixed axial tilt and orbits the sun. So in models where the sun orbits a stationary Earth without like Earth's tilt, then these observations cannot be explained simply or like consistently, especially when, for example, you have like the reversal of seasons across hemispheres and like changes in like solar angle and like stuff like that. So yeah, that like my conclusion would be the most coherent explanation for like how we observe this stuff is that Earth is tilted and orbits the sun.
Yeah, but the third premise is, well, you include a lot of words. There's people in the text that would have a bit of beef with the word hemisphere. Do you know what that means? Before I get into the third premise, kind of break that down for you.
Yes, hemisphere. Just okay. I can understand why a flat earther would have the problem with the word
don't
hemisphere.
say flat earther. Don't use it. Just tell people what hemisphere.
Hemisphere just means half a sphere. Yeah.
Okay, half of what sphere?
In this context, I'm talking about like the eastern hemisphere and like the east half, like Africa,
Right,
Europe, Asia,
let me
Australia.
break this down for you. I'll give you something to chew on. Right? When you say hemisphere, do you mean celestial sphere or do you mean terrestrial sphere? Terrestrial meaning the Earth, celestial meaning the sky. So, what do you think it means when you say hemisphere?
I guess in this situation, I'd probably be saying terrestrial hemispheres. Like
Correct.
by that,
I know
mean,
that's what you meant, but I just want you to clarify for the audience. So
okay, no worries.
So if the third premises was put to where you're talking about hemisphere, as in the Earth being a terrestrial sphere, that is
Right.
begging the question. We don't know that the Earth is a globe. This is the conclusion should be based on the true statements, right? That it is. So you went to 3 premises. You could have just went at 2, but you wanted to include a third one, which the third
Well, you
one,
can
of course-
include any number of
No,
premises.
you can't use your conclusion in one of your premises.
No, premise 3 didn't have a. Well, I can understand that that's begging the question, but
Yes.
But I'm saying that a syllogism can use a number of premises.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that even the third one was showing that you still are begging the question by using the hemisphere connotation to say that you're speaking of a terrestrial sphere. It's already stating that.
Right.
Oh, that. Okay, so over fences says that you even in premise 2 you were using hemisphere, and now that I know that you mean hemisphere as a terrestrial sphere, I think that's still in premise 2 that would be begging the question. Good catch to over fences.
Okay.
But,
yeah, I agree. That is a good catch. I guess like if we stick to like I can like stick to observation, I guess.
That would be great.
Without
Yeah,
like presupposing stuff.
Let's I'll let you redo it if you want.
Can I redo premise 3?
Yeah, that'd be great. Well, premise 2 had hemisphere, so you mean terrestrial sphere. Now that I know that's what you mean.
Okay.
Just restate all the premises. Go ahead. Start from the
Okay.
beginning. The first one was solid.
Okay, so like so do we all agree that like the sun exists and stuff like that? Like that's
We don't
not
need
like
to
a
go there. We all agree that
Okay.
the first premise of what you had was good. But
Okay, so like over the course of a year, right, the position of the sun in the sky changes at noon like consistently. We can predict it. It appears higher, sometimes lower, stuff like that. And excuse me.
That's premise 1, right?
Well, yeah. Hang on. And then like you have the sunrise and the sunset, and that the points of that also shift along the horizon like over the year. And then premise 2, which is like the length of daylight changes throughout the year, where like one region experiences longer days and like hotter conditions, like in summer, and then
That's correct.
another region has like the opposite, like shorter days and stuff like that. And then
far,
premise
so
3. Premise 3. Okay, I have to be careful here. Premise 3. Like any model that describes the Earth and the Sun must be able to explain all of these observed facts together, like the changing height of the sun in the sky. You have like the shifting sunrise and sunset locations on the horizon. You have the opposite seasonal daylight patterns experienced in different part of the world. And in premise 4, if you're assuming a flat Earth model, is like models that assume the flat Earth without a tilted like axis, it would struggle to explain these observations without adding inconsistencies. And so premise 5 would probably be a model where the Earth is a sphere tilted on an axis and orbiting the sun naturally, and that simply explains these observations. And then my conclusion is like based on the evidence and like how simple the explanation is, the model of like a tilted orbiting spherical Earth is probably the best explanation for these patterns of like the sun's motion and the seasonal changes.
All right, let's get a critique. Let's get a critique going by all of the panel. So you guys who are only in text, post what you want to do in text, and I'll hear anybody that wants to speak. Go ahead and give a critique to the logical syllogism that he proposed with 5 premises. Oh wait, was it 4 and 1 conclusion? Is that what I?
It was 5 and a conclusion.
5 and a conclusion. Okay, so 5 and a conclusion. Did you guys hear any consistency there? What are the discrepancies? This is peer reviewed based on 24/7. Go ahead, Tito.
I didn't hear any like justification as to why he thinks that the best explanation for this observation is a spherical, a tilted, spinning spherical Earth, and it's just a bare assertion. It's just a declaration. Well, I just say that, you know, you need to give a reason why you think that. You know,
I believe that because it naturally and simply fits all the observed facts, like the sun's, changing height.
That's just another bare assertion. That's not explaining why you think that.
Why not? Because models
It hasn't detailed how it explains it, and it wouldn't even matter if you could necessarily like explain why this seems to fit this observation. You'd still then have to go ahead and prove that your explanation is is the reason why you're seeing what you're seeing. Otherwise, it's just an argument from credulity.
Argument from credulity?
Yeah, it's just you saying, I think this is the best thing. I just think that fits, it works. Well, it's probably it.
How is that an argument from credulity? I haven't heard that
you'd have to actually detail how it's proven that this is the case. Therefore, it is the explanation, not the best explanation. It is.
It's incredulity because in premise 4 you strawmanned our position and you acted as if that was ridiculous, and then jumped onto your premise 5 where you're begging the question of the globe again before your conclusion is it's a globe.
No, in premise 5 I'm highlighting the strengths of the spherical Earth model. In premise 4
hold on. Happy, I just want to clarify something for I think you said credulity. You don't know. Do you know what the term means? Credulity?
Yeah, I googled it.
What does it mean?
Like if I've perceived X to be the case, then I'm warranted in believing that X is the case. I just didn't hear it. I just didn't heard it before.
It's a tendency, the definition from the dictionary, a tendency to be too ready to believe that something is real or true. That's just
credulity.
Yeah, but that's what T-Dub was saying. You're ready to believe this. You're not. There's no foundation for an actual, empirical.
Haven't I substantiated a foundation?
Well, I want to go back to Drace because he brought a point in premise 5. Go ahead. I just wanted you to figure out what credulity meant. Go ahead, Drace.
Yeah, so you went on to say, well, the globe model appears to match with the observations that we have laid out. However, there's problems in that you don't know about, and you're just assuming all of these things match perfectly.
Enlighten me.
For instance, you said the sun appears to go higher or lower. What causes that?
I would imagine that you're talking about the solstices, right? I would probably imagine that the Earth axis is tilted, and the Earth orbits the sun.
Why would you assume that it's tilted, though, bro?
I'm substantiating the claim that the Earth orbits the sun and is tilted. So of course I'm going to prove that the Earth is tilted.
But what makes you believe that it's tilted?
We're going down this. I'm substantiating the claim now.
It's important.
That's what we've been looking at.
Each component of why you think something's true has to be actually, examined.
Yeah, you're sneaking in your conclusion inside all of your arguments.
Premise 4 and premise 5.
Therefore, it's a globe. That's just all I'm hearing.
Yeah. So I'll go back to. Hold on. You're being at least a bit cordial. So I wanted Subdued came in with his information. He just wants you to point out how do you know that this tilt is what you're witnessing. Like there needs to be a lot of like examination as to like why you'd say that's true. It's built, like I'm telling you, it's built upon a lot of presuppositions. Happy, I was saying at the beginning.
So even if I didn't include premise 4 and premise 5, the conclusion would still be valid.
Okay, so try doing it without the premise 4 and 5.
Okay, so in a year, we see the sun having different positions that we can predict, and then we have like sunrise and sunset. They also change along the horizon over a year, like where it is. And then the second premise would be like we have changing daylight hours throughout the year. Like we have literally opposite experiences for longer and for longer days and opposite seasons. And then premise 3 is just like any model that describes Earth and the sun must be able to explain like all of premise 1 and premise 2 together. Like the changing height of the sun, the shifting sunrise and sunset locations, opposite seasons, and like daylight and stuff like that. And then the conclusion again is just like it's the best and most simple and evidential based explanation. And so here I'm not talking. So I'm not talking about like I'm not using the word tilt. I'm not talking about.
Let's see. We're gonna get a critique from the panel. So anything different that changed?
Let me hear. This is what I heard. Okay, so premise 1, sun is in different locations. Premise 2, sun moves. Premise 3, models must explain these things. Conclusion, Earth must be a globe. How is that logical?
No, I'm not talking about Earth must be a globe. I'm talking about it must be the most logical conclusion is that Earth is tilted on an axis and orbiting the sun.
But wasn't that premise 3 though? Premise 3 is the model that you're looking at, which is showing this. Yes?
Yes, I'm saying that premise 3 is just basically saying that any model describing the Earth together with the sun needs to be able to substantiate the collection of premise 1 and premise 2.
Right, but isn't a model begging the question?
This is just a requirement for explanation. This is premise 3. This isn't a logical part of the.
I get where you're going with that. I know what you mean. It's not lost on me. I know what you're saying.
Okay.
But a model would be begging the question because you're assuming that this model is what reality represents.
When I say any model, I literally mean any model. I'm not sneaking in the globe model.
But you've given the model specifics like tilt. So there's something within this model that denotes that you live on an Earth specific to the model.
Where did I say tilt in premise 1 or premise 2?
It was the third premise.
Where did I say tilt in premise 3?
The model. When you talked about the model.
It was also in the conclusion. When I told you that the conclusion is Earth must be a globe, you were like, no, it's the tilt and the other thing.
Yeah, you did it at the
when
conclusion.
I said a conclusion, a conclusion says no. My conclusion. So a conclusion doesn't have to prove. No. So
it's the absolute statement that all the premises. It's the summation of the premises, dude. It's what concludes from what the true statements of the premises are. So the third premise wasn't. And I'm pointing this out to you, man. It's the model that you're saying that what reality is modeled after. So it's an explanation. It's an explanation, and the conclusion is the explanation of the Earth that we live on, based on premise 1 and 2 being defined within the model on premise.
Yeah, if you're asking
don't you see, like premise 1 and 2, you're describing things in reality, right? No problem. Premise 3, you are invoking your own model and any other model you can imagine, because any model must explain this, right? Your model included, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so your model is included there, and so you're begging the question of your model in that, and the conclusion is the Earth must be a globe, but you never excluded any of the other models.
No, yeah, the conclusion excludes the other models. Because if I'm unable to substantiate a claim by saying this and this, therefore this is why I believe this, but then you're like, aha, you said this is why you believe this, so you're I don't know
you
what
chose one
sneaking
belief
in your
over.
thing.
In other words, it's not a true statement. You chose one belief over the other. It's called credulity.
I'm talking about
that's exactly
the reason
what
why
Subdued presented to you earlier. That's what you have right now. You have credulity towards. But anyway, we're trying to figure out.
It's not me being credulous. It's not me being credulous. It's me saying this is the simplest and most evidence-based explanation.
Yeah, but
it's not credulous.
Reality is not based on explanations. When we talk about empirical means to verify, like premise 1 and 2 was empirical because we.
You said reality isn't based on explanations.
Yeah, you have to be able to match or say, okay, I see this and this is what's happening. So I'm just telling you what I'm witnessing, right? In premise 3, you're not telling us what you witnessed. You're telling us what's been proposed as an idea to think about. Somebody gave you an idea to think about, and you've taken this idea and say, yeah, I think this could be what we live on. It's not true.
What I'm doing in premise 3.
Yeah, you didn't.
What I'm doing in premise.
You didn't compare it to anything else. You just said, well, based on that, these things are explained in this model, then therefore my conclusion is it must be a globe.
We can also just destroy this really easily because it's not a globe, because the ground is measured flat, so that premise for your whole model and therefore your conclusion is also destroyed.
I can reconstruct premise 3 if you have a problem. I'd say any model, including a flat stationary Earth model, struggles to explain premise 1 and premise 2 together without adding inconsistency.
Without adding inconsistency, what does that mean? I don't get that.
Like, complex mechanisms.
Like what?
Like I would say, well, you've seen you guys have a seasonal model that's highly complex. No?
What do you mean? We're just the observations that people make from the sun moving across the sky throughout the year from, the celestial sphere being that witnessed the sun moving from the tropic of Capricorn to Cancer and back again.
Like, I guess what I mean by like inconsistency is like, like internal contradictions. Like the model has to say or assume things that don't fit together logically. Like, here's an example, right? Like if the sun is always the same distance and moves in like a simple circle above a flat Earth, then it can't simultaneously.
Nobody says that though.
Yeah, it's a straw man.
Nobody's saying that. That's a straw man. No one's saying that.
Oh, well, I was unclarified. That's literally when I looked at the model, that's what I thought it was.
No, what model?
Yeah, we don't have a
which
complete model.
What model are you saying? Are you speaking? Are you okay? Let's just. We didn't get to this part. What do you think is flat Earth? What is it in your head? Describe it to us.
Well, the Earth is a flat disk, and the sun moves in a circular path above the Earth's surface.
Oh boy!
Roughly.
That's all it was.
Flat Earth that's the common flat Earth model.
Yeah,
no.
It was just you're misspeaking. You don't know what we with our cosmology. You don't know what we think, or you should just ask us, right? But right now, that's a straw man. You're in your head. So you built this whole argumentation based on that right there, and I think that was logically fallacious. So you can't have some idea of what flat Earth is and then base it upon what we are, saying collectively, because you don't know. You should have just asked.
Can I just explain why I don't think it's a straw man? It's because this is actual common flat Earth model.
It's a straight out straw man. It's not what you think it is. We're telling you that's not what we say the Earth is. So that
but if the majority of flat Earth proponents describe the sun as like a small closed object,
that's a stereotype fallacy. That's a stereotype fallacy you just said. You're stereotyping all of us to be like one specific idea.
You're also saying you're claiming the majority of flat earthers X and Y. Problem is, you're not the majority of flat earthers. You don't know the majority of flat earthers. What you see is global propaganda and strawmans against flat earthers, and you attribute that to all flat earthers.
Yeah, it's just
okay. So if I Google like the flat Earth model, I won't see that, right?
Yeah, but that's a problem. Though.
That's the propaganda that Driss just told you about.
Yeah, he's
silly.
People are filling your mind with something of what we think about it. You're coming in here kind of like ready to discard all.
So
of this
would you say flatearthsociety.org is propaganda? And if I look at their website, I won't see that model.
100%.
100%.
100%. Yeah.
Okay, so what's like a non-propaganda site that I can look at?
Since this started,
right here, we you're here.
We're here right now.
But like, is there in
Hold
a
on, Happy.
synthesization of
Hold on,
information?
Happy. Hold on. Let Drace come in here. Go, Drace.
Oh no, I don't want to talk to this guy. It's a little bit too obtuse for me.
He's asking what website do we need to go to? You're here. You're locked in.
Yeah. So 24/7.
No, but like you guys don't like collect your information somewhere and put it somewhere. Like
just relax, bro. Just relax. So 24/7 has always been like the place to actually discern whether or not what people are saying can be tested and verified and or falsified based on empirical means. So we're not going to take some idea, some model, and run with it and say, "Oh man, we must live on a disk." No, that's not how it works here. If something can't be known to be true, it's discarded, right? So therefore, if somebody proposed a disk, Earth, or whatever, we're going to ask them, how do you know that's true? We even grill those who claim to be flat earthers, but base their ideas off of what you just said, right? The idea that the Earth is a disk and a dome and all that stuff. We question them. This place that you came into as to deal with critical thinking, right? Above all else, right? And truth reigns supreme. So we're always seeking that. So anything else is going to be examined. So if you say, or if anybody, not you, but anybody else comes in here and says, well, we live on a disk with a dome and all, we're going to ask them, how do you know that? What's the information that gives us the indication that's true? So they will get grilled. So this place is all about what can be proven, right? That's what we're doing.
Okay, yeah. I mean, like, I want to acknowledge that, like, early in our discussion, like, yes, I may have, like, oversimplified or misrepresented some flat earth views, and that wasn't my intention, okay? Like, I respect the people that hold these sorts of beliefs sincerely, and I'm actually committed to, like, you know, fairly engaging with all of, you know, the
Well,
perspectives.
I can tell you right now, right, that there's no incentive, there's no goal here to try and propose to you an alternative cosmology, answers to what drives the sun, like the mechanism, all that. It's not that. It's not an alternative cosmological, overall cosmological view, right? The focus is on the geometry of the surface that we live on, right? And other properties like, is it in motion, right? Which it comes from the claims that it is of a specific geometry and it is in motion and it does exist within a medium that they call the vacuum of outer space, right? Oh, did you drop out and you didn't hear any what I said?
Sorry, like my freaking okay. So like I'm on Linux, and Linux doesn't support like Discord like at all. So it automatically freezes, and I have to go into like the task manager thing, and it's really annoying. But like, yeah,
right. Okay. I'll just give you the too long didn't read. Right. Flat Earth is not an attempt to replace a cosmological standpoint. Right. It's just focusing on the geometry of the surface. And examining reality against the claims that we're given, like Earth is a sphere with a specific size and dimensions, and it's moving, and it's in a vacuum of outer space.
Okay, yeah, I had no idea that the site that I was looking at was actually like just propaganda.
Yeah, that's not your fault, but like we're here to set the record straight, right? So now, this room only deals in things that can be proven. This is the only thing that we do here. That's why it's the hardest room to be in if you're somebody who's coming in thinking that the Earth is a disk based on a flat Earth that, you know, the internet's been propagating. So that's why this place I'm telling you. So therefore, so going back to what you were stating with your premise, premise, and then conclusion, you can't draw from the fact that you could say that it's not what we're saying because you didn't even know our standpoint. It probably still not even yet. So how do you know it's not what we're saying? So you can't rule everything out and then say, well, this has the best explanation, therefore this is the truth.
Well, on that note, right? On that note, can I just post something for him in the side chat? And it's a quote from astronomer George Ellis. Right. You have a read of that. And that's from your own side, bro. Okay. He's telling you...
Oh, go ahead.
Do you want me to read it out?
Yeah.
No, I'm reading it. Hang on.
Yeah, but we're doing it for the audience. It's just posterity.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Then go ahead.
Right. George Ellis, astronomer, says people need to be aware that there is a range of models. Oh, my eyesight's bad. That could explain the observations. For instance, I can construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations, which is, and mind you, pause, mind you, this is what you're basing, what your logical syllogism is based on, all observations, okay?
Right, yeah.
You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring into the open is that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that, but in your case, you're just simply ignorant of it.
What I think he means by that, just on reading a few of what George Ellis actually writes, I think what he's talking about there, at least in the context of what he writes, like and this is my guess, but I think like he might be highlighting that while the Big Bang model explains like a lot, there are alternative models or modifications that also attempt to explain observations and stuff like that. Because I believe that was in his paper, like the one about like on the nature of scientific knowledge in like
yes, but the problem is though he is specifically talking about, for instance, Tycho Brahe, who used all observations to formulate an Earth-centered universe, and like he's just making that as an example of like you can formulate these models however you want, because the observations are not going to change, but we can change the assumptions we make about how the sky operates.
That's true.
Right.
That's the reason why you would include the fact on premise 3 for you, Happy. That's why you would say the words that you did to give you the indication that that model that you're adhering to comports over to what you think the observations are, because of what Dre said. You're just making a model that seems to explain things.
When he says models, like in the quote, I think he's just talking about like legitimate, like scientific models.
Right, no, he's talking about an Earth. He said, for example, I can construct you a spherical symmetrical universe with Earth at its center. That would include, right, Earth in the center, the sun, the moon, the planets, the stars, all your galaxies going around that.
Yeah, there are like scientific models that have Earth in the center of the universe, but he's not talking about the shape of the Earth.
These are not scientific models.
Yeah.
No.
Regarding
well, what you're describing is because scientific models require experiment. What we're talking about here essentially are mathematical fairy tales about the Earth's position within the celestials.
So he's talking like historically, like we have models where the Earth is at the center of the universe.
Yeah,
geocentrism.
They're mathematical fairy tales. Yeah,
yeah, I agree.
Mathematical, right? So it's just
a model.
No, it's not. It's just a mathematical fairy tale. Okay, well then, what experiment was conducted?
Regarding geocentrism.
Yeah, sure.
So I think actually, let me Google this because I actually don't have it on the top of my head.
Well, I'm not trying to come down on you, but you just told me that this is a scientific model, and I asked you for an experiment, and now you don't know.
No, regarding geocentrism, we know that it's not an actual. We know it's not credible anymore. I guess it still remains a scientific model as as it stands to be.
Yeah, you're using the wrong word, brother. It's not scientific, right? It's a model, but it's not scientific, right? Like this stuff is philosophy that you're talking about. You can't test it. You can't, do experiments on space.
It's math
what the
and
ancients
philosophy.
did a long time ago. Happy. They used philosophical models, and that's all you're doing right now.
we can look at it in different ways. We can look at it like historically, or we can look at it like in a modern context.
No, but the problem is you're not proposing something scientific. Is what you're saying it is. It's not.
But if we're proposing, right, that like a modern geocentric model that like matches like that makes like accurate predictions and like matches observations,
It's not the
like
model
that
that's
would
making
be
predictions, bro. It's the observations.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
already
model doesn't
stated-
exist, but I'm saying that would be scientific.
No, but you stated at the very beginning when we started talking that the predictions come from the observations, not from the models. The observations of people sky gazing throughout time.
So we build science based on previous substantiations.
Happy, you're
so
talking
like
over
for
me, dude. What
okay,
I'm saying
sorry,
is,
go ahead.
What I'm saying is the predictions are made from the postdictions of people seeing that the sky, the celestials, are on a cyclical nature. That they're repeating cycles. So all that's happening is people witnessing what the celestials are doing, and then saying, okay, I witnessed this event happening at this specific time, or the star will reappear this many days away from here, or whatever the case. But all the observations are giving people ideas to think about, like in your case, thinking about these models, right? What can you propose philosophical? What do you think the cosmos are, the universe, and all things in it? And so you're coming up with people having ideas about what they would say it is, and you are running with one of them. You like the way it sounds. It's appealing because maybe of consensus. It's a majority. The mainstream narrative that's given it to you, so you're accepting that. But it's not due to the fact that it's anything to do with science, because it doesn't have science involved. There's no experimentation occurring, like Says Who was pointing out. So we're only telling you that based on what you've been told and you're running with is a philosophical understanding of what the cosmos are. There's no way to prove it, because it's all to deal with people looking up at the sky and seeing the cyclical nature of the celestials and then coming up with some idea of the cosmos. That's all you have. You don't have like an empirical means to verify that specific idea of heliocentrism is exactly what you're abiding by.
Exactly.
You
Has
don't
no
know
grounds
that.
in empiricism.
You don't know that.
Right. So like what I'm talking about here, like when I say something like science is built on observation, I'm including scientific models like in that. So like the way that like science.
The problem here is it's not a scientific model, bro. Like,
okay, wait. Can I
if you call something science and it doesn't follow the scientific method, by definition, what is it?
So in this context, our current model follows the scientific method.
But it doesn't, bro.
It does not. So like currently right now, you're under the impression that you have a scientific model. Is this correct, Happy? Currently? You're under
Yes,
you're under
the
this
global
impression.
Earth is a scientific model. That is correct.
Yeah, based on what, heliocentrism? We're in a solar system.
I can prove to you that it follows the scientific method.
But
Like,
agree that it's a solar system, right? You think planets are revolving around the sun and so forth?
Correct.
Okay.
I think we have to let him. Sorry, I think it's important that he walks this out. So if you think that you can prove this that is scientific, and there's an experiment that we can conduct, then I'll let you walk through that. So can you give us the dependent variable?
Yeah, so here we go. So how does the scientific model work? First, we ask a question about reality. So the question is the Earth round
wrong.
or flat?
That's wrong.
That's incorrect.
That's wrong. That's not how you start.
Okay,
That's
how do you
not
start? How do you think
I'm
we'll start?
asking. If you're incorrect, then wouldn't you find a way to correct what you just? We can give it to you. I think
It starts with an observation or a question. Like that's what I think.
Stop. Yeah, you said it. So
Observational question.
Well, you're gonna observe.
So this is the question: is the Earth round or
You're
flat?
observing
That's a
nature,
question.
dude. You're observing nature, right?
Well, you
seeing
agree with me? It starts with an observational question.
No.
Not a question.
No.
It's not a question.
What is the observation being made? Then a question could be asked. But if you're just going to start with asking a question, it's like, what did you have for lunch yesterday? Is that a scientific inquiry? No. So, what did you observe? What is your dependent variable?
I'm going to explain why it can start with a question, though.
No, you can't, because it's not how it. Okay, you can't put the scientific method into a box of what you think it is. It's only just a method of what it actually is. So it's following a procedure. And that procedure
If I'm
is the only way to describe the scientific method. You can't redefine it, Happy.
I'm not
You can't
redefining
redefine
the
it.
scientific
You're
method.
trying to.
If we're going, no, I'm not. This is
What's
okay, this is
what's going to inspire the question? What will inspire your question?
I want everybody to Google scientific method.
What will inspire you to make a question?
When we don't know something.
About what?
About what?
Reality. The Earth.
Okay.
Nature.
So that would have to be something that you looked out into reality and observed, right?
Yeah, you don't do science on pink unicorns because you don't observe any pink unicorns. You get that?
Hang on, I'm getting a link for you guys. This is gonna really help.
It's not gonna help.
We know all about this. You start by observing a natural
You can
phenomenon.
start with a question as well.
No, incorrect. Incorrect. You don't ask. The question in science is not, does your grandma like cookies? Okay? You don't start with a question. You start with a naturally observed phenomenon. That's step one. Step two, formulate a hypothesis. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yeah, it's a prediction. Look at the link. Okay, just look at
We're
it.
not gonna look at your link, dude. We know what it is. We're gonna teach you what it is.
Okay, okay, so you're unwilling to like even entertain the idea that I'm right.
You're incorrect right now, and so is the rest of what you're reading from. Is people that are claiming something that is not science. Okay,
Well, you can't just make shit up. It has
This
to
isn't
have
making anything up.
Yeah, it is, man.
Okay, dude.
You're incorrect. Happy.
Okay.
Just you have to know that.
So-
Within science, dude, within science, it has to be constructed to form a hypothesis test based on a naturally occurring phenomena that you observe.
Well, if we
That's how
can't
it
agree
works,
that it
dude.
can start with a question, then I can't prove to you that the science.
No, because you don't.
I can't prove to you
dude,
using the scientific method.
How many ways are people telling you that it doesn't start with a question? Because the question could be just anything.
Yeah,
That's
the
not
question
just-
has to
that's
follow
not
a
science,
criteria.
bro. Just making a question up and then saying, "Well, I wonder why, my pencil breaks, when I bang it across the
Yeah,
desk."
the question-
It's not.
Let's do some science on why you are gay, okay?
Hang on. Can I just explain my position here? Otherwise, like
You
I'm
cannot
speaking
teach
to a
us
brick
about
wall.
what we understand science to
don't
be
do that.
because you don't have a premise to say that your way of thinking of what science is going to give an outcome in a natural cause presupposition of what you're seeing in nature. You have to witness what's happening in nature and then ask a question. Why does this occur? It's a how-why inquiry, dude. The observer or the researcher is asking a question about nature because they see something happening. Not because they're just assuming, well, let me start with a question. No, you don't start with a question. You start with the observation of something occurring in nature. Why is that occurring? I see this happening, and I want to ask how and why. That's as easy and as clean as it gets. It's not a redefinition based on what you're saying. Did he leave? He left.
He didn't like the answer.
Yeah, they like to major on the minors and then redefine it. Oh, is the Earth flat or is it a globe? Tuesday, like what a dumb way to start off an inquiry. Where would you get the idea from in the first place?
He was already lacing up his track shoes when we started this.
Yep.
I don't think he understood when I told him he can't just make stuff up. I wasn't talking about him making up the scientific method. I was talking about you just can't make a question up like you were saying, right? Like
Yeah, I
anything
heard it
could be
about 5
true.
different ways. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything
He
could
was
be
just
true.
too
if you
married
put it
to
that
scientism.
method, right?
What'd you say, Drace?
He was just too married to scientism. Like, he wanted to have the cake and eat it. Wanted anything that supported his position to be called science and throw real science under the bus. What was wrong with watching an observed phenomenon, a naturally observed phenomenon, and then making a hypothesis and then doing a hypothesis test? That's science.
Yep. Their worldview is built on, information that's just given to them by philosophical means. So it's not science at all. It's masquerading as science because they've been told that it is, but it doesn't adhere to the principles of what science is. Good job. Yeah, I wanted to go through it was kind of a lengthy exposition, but it was definitely necessary as we went through all the different ways that he thinks about it. We understood a couple of things. He came in here building a straw man against us. He came in here thinking he knew what science was. He came in here thinking that his way of just assuming that the Earth is based on a model. Like, there's so many things that people with that mindset have that we can expose easily through a good exposition. So it was, yeah. It's sometimes hard because the person can be obtuse, and I've been trying to work at that. Not to immediately start raging on them. So I don't know. It's difficult. I'm not gonna say it's always gonna be that way, but I'm only human, guys.
I totally get you. I'm trying to work on the same thing. You want to be nice to them, but when people are acting super dumb and not listening to you, it's difficult to just be like, okay, get your stuff out.
Yeah. Well, it depends who it is, because there's a few characters in here that I wouldn't mind tar and feathering, but not everyone, because Rich could be one of those guys. Maybe. It just depends. But yeah, not everybody. We're all human, dude. But I'm working at it. I was just going over the fact that I want more conversations to be had, more mainstream, more, right? I want us to get out into the open. Like, I think 24/7 has the right recipe to get good content for the masses. Well, what we got going here. So we've been working hard at it, man, curating. And yeah, Helioskeptic says he wanted us to follow his illogical premise. Yeah, he did. Oh, one of the things that, like, if you've been paying attention to what we do here, is we want to stay consistent with logic. So as long as you have logic on your side, you don't have to worry about like anything that they bring up, because if it's not logical, and he wanted to make something that was illogical be able to be proposed logical, and when I was discussing logic with him, and he was giving his premises. I don't know if you guys caught that.
He was doing his best. I mean, I was impressed, but it was hard for him to accept the science thing.
Well, he so wanted to affirm the consequent. I think that's where he was going to go, but you wouldn't even let him get past the if part, right? Like, if he'd understood enough, he could have said, "Hang on a second, though. I'm going to present a modus ponens in which an if then statement is valid, right?"
Yeah,
but of course, he'd have to know that his premise is true.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's a true statement. So in other words, if you are making a premise, it would be a true statement. And if you want to keep to logic, it has to be equaling the conclusion would be a summation of the premise. So be okay, it's because of these two true statements, and the conclusion is like it's true.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, truth never fears the fullest of investigation over fences. So if he was willing to dive into it, he wouldn't be like, yeah, let's look into it. But he was a bit standoffish. And most people are when they first come across this. They don't want to expose their mind to something that they didn't know. It's like a cult, dude, I guess. You can akin it to a cult.
The thing is, he thought he had the high ground, and so he was like, "Oh, I'll just use logic. I'll go along because I know my belief is correct. I believe in science." But it didn't work so well, and then towards the end, it wasn't working at all.
For those of you who missed it, he did say it was a geometric model. Well, their cosmos follows a geometric model. And we're like, dude, go and show a source where it points to that being a geometric model, the observations. Oh yeah, it is. You guys just don't know what you're talking about. Like, at first he was like standing on that. I was like, I already knew off the rip that he wasn't gonna be able to provide that as evidence. So at looking, he did give us concession on that. He's like, yeah, I misspoke. I'm like, no duh, dude. That's a tough room, dude. You can't come in here who's, you know, if you're esoteric flat earther and be like, well, I think we live on a disc. You know, I'm telling everybody that. So there's that. Pizza disc. Shout out to CB. What's up, homie?
And he clearly read that Flat Earth Society shit, and so he thought he was so secure because we believed all this crazy stuff, so he could just play it cool. But once all those delusions were knocked off, he didn't know where he had us. He didn't know anything. We were just destroying his illogical arguments. It wasn't probably a fun time for him.
Facts. Yeah, that had to be a hell of an experience. I mean, like you said, he probably thought he had the high ground, but dude was getting dragged around. Nope, wrong premise. Do it again. He's like, oh,
you guys
okay.
aren't the Flat Earth Society? Is that not what you're saying?
That was crazy. He's like, but I just Googled it. It says you're the Flat Earth Society. You guys have a model. Oh, really? No, give me a website. What's your website? Oh, it's coming soon. Don't worry. It was a nice try, though.
Yeah, good job from everybody chiming in. Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. It was nice that you hit up the chat. You're like, chat, what do you think?
I'm trying to go back and forth, and I think that's important when somebody's a lead speaker or somebody's taking point to actually address the people that are chiming in who can't speak. And you see their points actually being brought up. We have to bring them into the chat because they're part of the team as well. Like Over Fences, I see Clickboard was in there. Helio Skeptic. I'm going to name a few anyway. But yeah.
Over the Fences is making a really good point as well. We need to ask them in the beginning where their knowledge of FE comes from and what they assume about it. It would save a lot of time because a lot of the times they're just lost in the sauce.
You know who does that? CB.
I was going to say CB's good
CB
at that.
does that.
Wait, what? I missed it. I was making a smoothie. What'd you say? What'd I do?
I said, go ahead, Dre.
Well, he said that you're really bad at approaching newcomers. You always
womanizing.
That's cat, bro.
Yeah.
That's cat, bro.
Anyway.
No. I said we need to ask them in the beginning where their knowledge of FE comes from and what they assume about it, because Over the Fences said that, and they said that you're really good at that in the beginning.
Oh yeah, I'll be like, so you understand the globe a lot, a little, or none? And then they'll be like, well, a little. And you say, okay, well, what do you know? It's around. Like, they don't really have much there. And you go, okay, so do you know what flat Earth is? A lot, a little, or none? They're like, a little. Okay, so what is it? So you just make them stand on what they say.
A lot of times they already have something in their mind of what they think flat Earth is, and I think you usually stop them and ask them, "What kind of flat Earth do you have in your mind? What is it? Describe it to us."
Yeah, draw it. I like saying, like, just draw it out, and then they'll be like, "Well, here's a circle." Like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
well,
That seems to be a lot of the problems as to like why they're making a straw man out of like our arguments and such, because they have a different flat Earth in their head and they're trying to come at us with it. Well, wait a minute, don't you guys all believe the same thing? I mean, aren't you guys all the?
Yeah, he was real serious about that disc. He's like, no, it's definitely a disc. I've seen the model. No, you saw propaganda, bro.
Good stuff, man.
That was good stuff. Yeah, that was good stuff. That last, when he was doing that third premise, he was like just straight Yappuccino. Well, and like, and tilt, and then he just was going on and on and on.
He's trying to say about the model, dude. Talking about models and like, bro, where did you go from making observations outside to now staring at a model? Like, where the heck? That's not in nature.
Yeah.
I mean, there was many ways we could fillet that premise 3, but
You pointed out something that I thought was important too. He's like, models must explain. Who says who? You make the rules?
yeah, exactly.
Like, I didn't hear that.
He's just taking some guy's philosophical interpretation over some other guy's. That's it. You're like, well, I like the way this sounds. Well, good. That doesn't mean it's true. Just means you like the way it sounds. I mean,
Yeah, you nailed it. That's exactly.
some guy said something somewhere.
And it sounds good to me.
Yeah. And at the beginning of his conversation, he was dropping some buzzwords in here.
Was he?
Yeah, dude. They don't know all these terms. What's redshift and blue shift?
Oh my god.
That's how we know. That's how we know. And then we got galaxies. What's a galaxy? Well, it's got stars and it's got all these things. And I was like, dude, you've seen this? Yeah, of course. You stare in a night. Yeah, you see a galaxy with stars.
Like Don Pettit. You can see the galaxies and the planets.
And the diagonal lights.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that. You hearing the mind actually kind of give you some other dude's interpretation of what they think philosophically the cosmos are. That's all you're getting. And then he's not even doing that well. He's getting all of what the supposed information is. He's like, I was like, dude, these are buzzwords. Like, go through what you think any of this means. Well, let me look.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moon.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, go through all those things of what you think it means, and let me look it up. Yeah, look it up. What are you talking about, bro? Like, didn't you come in here like all big and bad? You thought you were gonna tell us what's what, and now you're gonna look things. That's another pet peeve of mine. Looking stuff up in the middle of having the discussion about the thing you already thought was the truth. You thought this was true, bro.
Yeah, he said it out loud, and you go, okay, well, what does that mean? Oh, hold on a second. Let me research it. We need to come up with a name for that syndrome. I don't have a name for that just yet, where they speak first and Google later. I don't know what to call that, but
it's usually cart before the horse. Yeah, I think it's what.
But that's not catchy enough. Cart before the horse syndrome.
Yeah.
I don't know. We need a good one for that.
A workshop it.
Yeah, we'll workshop that one, dude. We need to get a good word for that.
Well, I was almost gonna chime in at one point and just say, dude, it's okay if you don't know, and you can just say that, you know. And you were cooking and you were roasting him, so I just like, it's all good because he needs to learn, you know.
Yeah, I almost wanted to dig into his models and be like, okay, present these different models to us, like
Oh yeah.
Like seasonal model, straight parallel rays. Okay, we got Aristophanes. Okay, that works. But wait, for the apparent sun location, the light isn't parallel. Uh-oh, it's contradictory now. The models don't work.
Yes, sir. It always depends on who comes in here. But yeah, in hindsight, we could have done things a little differently. I think it went well for the way it did, whichever direction. Or you guys think it's this? No, we don't. What do you mean? Pizza disc? Yeah, their stuff is all messed up, Trace.
Yeah, it's retarded.
All messed up. You got
It's
stuff
all
converging, diverging. You got stuff coming at a curve. You got stuff going straight. Like,
Are you saying you are not Flat Earth Society?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was pretty wild, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I like to add this picture with it because you got these three cartoon models that they believe in, which contradict each other and don't work together. But then in reality, you see the shadows from the sun actually splaying out from the source. So now you got all 4 different types. It's bending, it's curving inwards, it's playing outwards, it's going parallel, but only one of them is reality.
That's how people make research. They find a title, they see, and they just go and say, look, there is a flat earth society. Are you saying there are not flat earth society?
Look what
Is it possible?
Clipboard put in there. What's the name for someone who claims something and then has to research to back it up to back up the claim? That person is often called a bullshitter. Or someone talking out of their hat.
Clipcord,
There isn't a formal
like
term
give
for
us
it.
the name of a syndrome. Like put it in a catchy syndrome. Like give us some ideas for a name for a syndrome.
It's probably just gonna say bullshit syndrome.
It's not good enough.
Yeah, it's not catchy enough. They'll just automatically think it's an insult.
Yeah, right. As the head of the cultural development department, I'll put approval stamp on something.
Stamp of approval. Oh my god, the politics spot.
We could call it CBH syndrome or something. I don't know, unless it has something better.
Stupid.
Crop for the horse syndrome, CBH. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I'm only gonna touch up on this a little bit because it's relevant. It's happening it happened like 2 days ago, and it's also in politics right now. But I'm only gonna say it quickly. You heard about the raids that ICE has been doing and such, and the people protesting in California.
Yeah.
Well, they did it over here in my neck of the woods in Omaha. They were raiding.
Wow.
They were raiding factories where some of these illegals are. Dude, they went ham skis on these guys. They bust in there. People were hiding underneath pallet, in the corners of There's a video, dude. Oh my golly! FBI, open up! Dude, they went in there in full force, dude. Going in there, getting all the people out. Hey, just ordinary, individuals working and such, bringing them out and plastic handcuffs. Anyway, it was just something that's happening just everywhere all at once. So I don't know. That's strange.
Yeah. What are the flat earthers like? Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. Where are we at with that?
Yeah. I mean, they can do whatever they like. Apparently, they're taking people from they're not supposed to be here. Just putting them back.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. And then
seems good to me, but I don't know. Don't shoot me.
Anyway, it was just something.
Okay, we got a couple of potentials here. Premature explanation syndrome, or PES.
I like that.
Ooh.
Assumption articulation syndrome.
Ooh.
I don't like many of these. Imagine
Wiki
whiff syndrome. Factless feedback syndrome. Pre-Google vocalization syndrome.
That's pretty good. Pre-Google vocalization.
But that would only be specific if they're Googling. That doesn't. Dude, number one, actually, you're suffering from PES syndrome. What the? No.
Yeah, I like that one the best. It's got a good, snappy, small acronym, and then it's vague enough to cover everything they do.
It's almost like premature ejaculation, but premature explanation. That's pretty funny. Premature assertion syndrome. These are all really funny. Not gonna lie, Wiki Whiff is hilarious, and pre-Google vocalization. That's really good. I actually love that one. Number 11.
The Wiki Whiff syndrome. Clipcord pointed out that Happy put a wiki in there.
Oh my god!
For the scientific method.
Brilliant.
Wiki Whiff. Funny.
So let's get a vote. Let's get a poll going. So let's think. We're thinking 1, 5, or 11.
I
All
think
right.
it's for me. It's number one. It's PE syndrome, premature explanation. That's what I'm going running with. You should throw up a poll, CB.
I'm gonna do it right now.
Oh, okay.
Premature explanation.
So I think there was somebody in text chat. Master
Master
Aritosis.
Artichoke.
Yeah, said Sup Lurfs. What's the debate today? Is he in the voice chat? Oh, we're number one, by the way, again. On voice. Took time to climb back up again. Get the voice activity going.
All right, chat. Poll is live. Cast your vote. Shoot from the hip disorder. I didn't even read that one.
That's funny too.
All right, y'all. Premature explanation it is. Looks like that's taking the cake right now. Whatever the chat says, we're going with it. Perfect. Pre-vocal Googleization. Pre-Google vocalization. I love that, though. That's super funny.
Yeah, I think we can still use the wiki-whiff syndrome and the pre-Google vocalization syndrome in specific cases where they are just using that, like just using wiki or just using Google. But in general, the term is PES, or a premature explanation syndrome.
Yeah, true. If they like say something and then post a wiki after, like, ah, nice, that was a wiki whiff, bro. Nice try. Hell yeah. All right, this is good stuff, man. This is what we do right here. Cultural development.
Shoot from the hip disorder.
Yeah, that's a good one. Hip firing claims, yeah, facts. Overfences says we also need a term for when they have explanations they can read or recite, but they don't understand the explanations. What's an example of that? When you post a video you didn't watch? Wow. That's too common.
Yeah, or they read something that debunks their argument and supports us, and we're like, bro, read your own source.
Yeah, did you even read this?
Yeah, like stellar parallax as a claim, but didn't know what it is. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yikes.
That
You know
was
what?
part of the buzzwords that he was saying that he couldn't explain.
Oh boy. You know what they also do? Is when, I think he did this, the last guy you talked to, he said, or someone was reading him a comment by some scientist or philosopher or something, and he's like, well, actually what he meant was, I hate when they do that. Or you'll read off like Newton's comments about gravity or something. He'd be like, "Oh well, actually, he was actually in context. He means this." Like, bro, why are you trying to interpret English for us? We already understand English. They just said what they said. We don't need you to like. Oh, I call that a globe whisperer. There's already a name for that. The globe whisperer. when you read something in plain English and they're like, well, actually, that doesn't mean what it says. It means what I say. It's like, okay,
Maybe,
bro.
maybe it's his lawyer.
Lawyer.
Yeah, shout out to everybody who's joining. If you haven't said what's up, man, say what's up.
Say what's up or you're banned.
Got a huge panel in here. Got like 30 people in here.
Let's go. Let's cook. All right, cool. Take him off the ban list.
What's up, brother?
Go ahead and take him off the ban list.
Take him off the ban.
We have Hugh Hamilton.
We'll say something like the cultural department will agree with. Whoever's not tweaking, say what's up.
Exactly. You know me too well, Biggie.
If you're not tweaking, say hello.
Damn, we got some tweakers in here.
We got some tweakers in
Yeah, I'll tweak it, bro.
All right, so count how many tweakers we have, man. Let's get a head count going. Oh man, you guys are awesome.
Yeah.
And I think like I was saying before, I think the point speaker should include those in the text chat because you guys got some good points in text. I'll tell you what. So
Yeah, that was great work right there. Let's stop right here and see what the chat has to say. Like, that's good. I like that. As the head of the cultural development department, I approve.
Oh, we have to sometimes because there's some good like sporadic because he can't get on the mic all the time, but he can get in text. So he had some wisdom there. But I asked the guy, and of course, dude didn't know. He couldn't respond. So he was claiming geometric model, but sporadic wanted him to get to define what type of model, cosmic model, is he adhering to. There was a few there that sporadic was pointing out that he's not mentioning. So it just showed his inability to produce an actual cosmic model. Because geometric is too vague, it's ambiguous, so we need to know specifically what model it's referring to, and he didn't have that. So, what do you mean? What model? It's geometric model. Like, dude, you don't even understand what's being asked, and how are you? So that was good too.
Nice.
Yeah, as far as content goes, I don't know if we have any more people in here except for Hugh Drew 561. Hugh Drew, I seen you sitting in here. We've spoken to you, right? Isn't that Hung Like Tic Tac? Isn't that the guy?
I've
Same
got
guy?
you in my sights.
He used to go by Hung Like Tic Tacs or something.
Got a good memory.
He had the same avatar. The dude said, "Oh, we can have 5 premises." Dude had like about 20 premises. You can have as many as you want. Yeah.
Wow. So Clipcord posted, what do you call it when you post a video you didn't watch? Lincoln Hope Syndrome. Lock that in. That's perfect. That could apply to more than just video too. When they send links, they didn't watch or read. Lincoln Hope Syndrome. Lock that one in, chat.
Look at number 5, Hopium overdose syndrome.
Hopium overdose.
Scientist proven. Okay, give me one name. You want all names? Give me one. You want all names?
It's me, 0102. I'm really happy to be here, you guys.
Always.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, always.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
You're always Saudi, man.
But maybe he can bring some peace. Hello.
Nah,
He has a-
he's a mutant boot.
It's at least voice was
No.
somehow.
He's a mute and boot.
You missed it today, Miggy. Today was the day of philosophy.
Well, we didn't get into Lake's being philosophy, but we're heading down.
My man, today was more
we're
than
heading
that.
way. We're going in that direction. So a few
Like
more.
it's philosophy, it's even proven
Yeah,
what was today.
Say, well, I mean, if people are gonna, well, everything's philosophical. It's just that other guy's interpretation of reality, the one that spoke to us that one time. Everything's philosophy. No, it's not, dude. Yeah, Lake is philosophy. What?
What?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
saying that. He said that. And I was, really? Lakes are philosophy? Okay. I bet.
Today he said that reality is subjective.
I know this guy was. He was just proposing that, you know, philosophical models and interpretations of people giving good explanations. All you need is a good explanation and hope, you know, pocket full of dreams. We don't work that way here, man.
I got a pocket full of.
Oh hell no. A couple of days has been a scorcher outside, man. I don't know how you bear that.
Not here.
Look at Master Aritosis. He said he's at work. The reason why he can't get on the mic, but he's saying, "What is the angular velocity of Earth's orbit?"
Pay attention at work, bro.
You got enough time to text. Why can't he get on the mic? I don't get that. Not unless it's super loud. Like,
Hey, it'd be loud where you're at, and you still jump on the mic.
Yeah, dude. Got a rocket engine behind me and whatnot.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm speaking to you like Chopper Dave and whatnot. Yeah, reporting live over here. We're, you know, above the city. Look at everybody's like, dude, get off the fucking mic. I don't know. I just can't take it sometimes. There's these guys over here saying dumb shit, and I'm like, ah, man, I need to throw my bows in there just at least a couple times.
Throw my bows.
But that times it turns into like minutes to like, you know, longer than that. I'm like, oh, no, man. You keep saying wrong shit. I'm going to have to stay here. Sorry. I'm using Bose Bluetooth headset. I don't know. It's sucks. There isn't. I don't think there is a good Bluetooth headset that you can use that's clear. I don't think.
No way. No way.
I don't think. You guys, if you found one that is, can let me know.
I think Radwin has one or has an idea, but nah, bro. You can have like a $500 headphones.
Yeah.
Bluetooth, and the mic is trash.
Trash. They're all
super trash.
And CB, how you call this when you finally realize what is the flat earth position, and then mommy is calling you to have a dinner?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they'll be like, "Oh, look at the time. Gotta go."
That was an old one though, isn't it? Like back in the day when we'd be talking to them. You know, it's like 1 o'clock over here.
Yeah. Oh, I would discuss, but it's 1 a.m. I gotta work in the morning. I gotta go.
And right at the crescendo, dude. Right where like, oh yeah, that's convenient. You want to drop out right when we're getting to the good stuff.
Yeah.
But that always happen when you start to speak and about the surface. Never happened with the space.
Oh, sky, of course. Because it's easier to kind of think about what it is.
With the space, there is no time. You can sleep, you can be awake, don't matter. But when you start to speak about the surface, somehow you started to be tired. Your eyes are you're sleepy.
Yeah, I want to get into a little bit of what was said earlier because he was talking about hemisphere, and of course, it's begging the question to even say that word. But if you're talking about what you think the Earth is as a globe, defining what hemisphere is kind of important, right? Like, do you mean the hemisphere as in celestial sphere or the terrestrial sphere? And he defined it as terrestrial. So he was already in the wrong there. And I think Overfences pointed that out. So I made sure to kind of give Overfences kudos for that because he did say that in another context in one of his premises when he was making his logical syllogism. So that was pointed out. but yeah, it was something that people don't like catch is like when they use terms for the globe that they're not even using those terms correctly, because hemisphere doesn't denote terrestrial sphere. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. It's in reference to the celestial sphere, and it says so in the celestial spheres, like the wiki or whatever. That's what it's talking about.
That page was broke. How to say? It was not that page in the book. It was ripped.
Well, he didn't know, and I think that's the thing. They're coming in not with just ignorance, but philosophical interpretations of what they think the cosmos are. So makes it difficult for us to have a conversation. He's like, man, everything I have to stop and tell you like what that means. Like that's hard for me to do. Like, well, I mean, if you have your worldview based on a lot of claim stacks, yeah, we're gonna have to stop and examine the terms of the things that you're saying, and it's gonna be a bit tedious. But obviously, the reason is you've just assumed you had a presupposition of what you think the Earth is. So it's important for us to kind of like, if we were to say, no, I'll let you have that word. Go ahead and think of, terrestrial sphere being as an Earth, and then we're not doing due diligence, and that's a good. It's hard to have good exposition sometimes because we get kind of, like let's get to the point, kind of shit. It's difficult, and then it depends who the freaking guy is that we're talking to. Could be somebody that's just, extremely rude or whatever, talking over you.
Well, most of these Globers are disingenuous, so that's probably why we get to the point really quickly.
Yeah, well, the majority. I don't know. I can probably think of that guy being like a Glober, not like an anti-flat earther. Anti-flat earthers are they're making it a mission to kind of distract and distort. They'll come in when we're speaking to someone who's a Glober, and they're
Why did you eat all the cheesy pie? I was literally hungry.
What the hell? Oh, sorry, I'm so was Mikey.
What happened? Somebody made a pie.
Dude, did she pop out of the trunk? What the hell was that?
Yeah, it's not like a.
That was my daughter complaining about the cheese pie. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
go tend to the cheese pie, Sasha. For God's sakes, you come back on here.
A cheese pie, you say?
What the?
I don't think I've ever had.
That was British girl.
Have you ever had a cheese pie, guys? Let's talk to the chat. I'm just kidding.
I don't want to know what that is.
Don't worry about it.
It's not called. I translate it like a cheese pie. It's called sirnica, but it is cheese pie. It's a
cheesecake.
It's called. No. It's a filo pastry with the cheese.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, if you try that, you will know what is good.
Spanish people eat a lot of stuff that's, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but meanwhile, back at the Overview Ranch, we got people believing the Earth is a globe because they seen a picture from space.
Hell no, bro. They got standards of a Bigfoot believer.
That's what's happening, man. People just they auto believe. Yeah,
Auto believers.
Another dude. I'm telling you, if we can like, just pull up all the terms that you've used, CB, over the years.
Yeah. I just started a channel in my server for this so I can keep track. But in 24/7, I have a lot of them saved in a place called Roll Ideas, I think. Let's pull it up. Oh, here it is. Okay. Here's a decent amount of them. We already talked about Globe Whisperer. Somebody who wants to interpret just plain English. Like I said, you guys are probably familiar with Newton making comments about gravity. Don't attribute this to me. You'll read out exactly what he says, or like a NASA document where it's like, we treat the Earth as flat and stationary, and they'll be like, well, what that actually means is that's a globe whisperer, right? Like maybe you saw the show back in the day, Caesar the dog whisperer, right? You pretend like you talk to dogs or whatever, interpret. So that's what that is. We can't Weasel Earther. This one hasn't been used in a while, when you just jump from claim to claim, you're just swinging branch to branch, making claim after claim after claim. That could also be claim stacking.
Yeah, it's Thursday, right?
So the deposit gets put out.
Okay.
Wow, you're
A
hot mic,
reminder.
Thank you.
Hold on, let me mute him.
Shut up, bitch!
That's
That
sensitive
was not
information right
cheese.
there.
There's a weasel a wizard earther. When they say things like, okay, this hasn't come up in a long time, but when they try to say, you look at the stars and the stars are moving, but that's actually the Earth. I sometimes used to use the example of like a ceiling fan in your room. You say like, oh, if I flip the switch and the fan starts moving, you could say the fan's moving, but then they'll say, actually, well, no, it's actually the room that's spinning. So the wizard earther will cast a spell on you and be like, well, it's not the fan that's spinning, it's really the room. So those are some old school ones. This one's a CB original right here, float earther. And when they say, well, like what happens if you turn gravity off? You would float.
Yeah.
Float earther. A claim stacker. This one has actually caught steam. I hear a lot of people talking about claim stacking. But you just take claims and just stack them on top of each other and hoping that the weight of them all will collapse into some sort of evidence. So that's a claim stacker, stacking claims like pancakes. A globe smuggler, one who attempts to smuggle globe claims into an argument through another claim so you don't have to defend your claim. For example, like down is towards the center of mass. It's also sort of claim stacking, but you're trying to smuggle a globe in. Actually, the last guy we talked to was trying to do this with his premises. He's like, well, I'm not actually saying globe. Yeah, you are. You're trying to smuggle it in, and we've noticed what you're doing. Okay. A vague earther. This is one who believes in some vague, nebulous, overarching idea of a globe, but they don't know much about it. For example, yes, it's a globe, but I don't have all the details on me right now. So it's like,
Let's see. We got a couple of people that just jumped in.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
We got Videns Nova. Videns, if you're there, welcome to the chat. Looks like you're on your Xbox.
It's what is it?
Biden.
Nova. We heard you breathing, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and say what's up, man.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
All right, we got...
What am I listening to?
I was going to say, am I still tweaking?
Yeah. Okay, tweaking. We got Anon 62427. Welcome to the chat.
Glad to be here.
Glad to be here. All right, so is your position one that you think the Earth is a globe, sir?
That was a nice effect, but I believe that it's not a ball.
It's not a ball.
Ooh. Yeah.
Vague earther.
Can you detail what you think the Earth is, or are you just the jury's out right now? You don't really know.
Look, I'm not an expert or the most educated person for that. Obviously, okay. I'm just the average Joe. But there's a reason why most people believe that the Earth is flat, and I can assure you that majority of the world believe it's flat, but they are too shy to admit that.
Yeah, but it's not a belief. If you observe the Earth that way, right? Would you call it belief something that you're making up?
That's why I say they believe in a globe Earth.
Hold on.
Because the objective reality is that they see it's flat.
Yeah, 1 second. Mr. Coughing Man, can you put yourself on mute? You coughed into the mic for no reason. Did anybody know who that was? Was it Videns?
Yeah, it's Videns. It's our boy. We heard him
Videns at the bottom.
Coughing.
Yeah, Videns, come on, bro. I mean, we hear you coughing.
We hear you coughing, bro. How did you hear me? I put you on mute.
So back to Anon, right? So if you cough again, we'll just have to mute you. Go ahead, Anon.
I said they believe because they can prove it with physical proof. That's why. To be a globe earther, it's a belief. To be a flat earther, it's a fact because no matter how far you look, it's flat. That's why I said it's a belief for them.
Yes, that's true. Can you see the reason why it's a belief, or?
Because someone told them and they never really sets up for it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't even need to go beyond to do experiments and stuff. I just go to a plane, travel, go to the tallest place. I can still it's flat.
Okay.
What else I can do? We measure everything on a flat surface. We build the things on flat surface.
Good.
And I believe NASA is stealing too much money and too much propaganda.
Well, say that last one again. You were coming in a bit. Your accent's kind of heavy. So, what'd you say?
Yeah, sorry. And I believe NASA is very corrupt and stealing money from the people.
Oh, NASA's corrupt and they're stealing money from the people. That's what you believe.
Yeah, it's a global Earth agenda. That's why it
a global
exists.
agenda.
Damn, bro, he's base.
Well, I mean, we want to stick to just what we can tell from. That would be more of a speculation, which is fine. You can have that, but at the end of the day, what we stick to in here is things that can be proven. So you would just be speculating.
I mean, whether it's a speculation or not,
to be proven.
Whether it's speculation or not.
What are we deriving facts from? To what source are we deriving those facts to be proven?
Yeah, facts that are proven are something that's empirically true. So you could say, that's redundant, but something that you can observe and test, verify, and or falsify. So, yeah. Hold on.
Thank
hold on,
you.
Anon. You might want to mute. I'm going to talk to Videns real quick.
Anon, turn your gate up, bro, because we're hearing like everything.
Yeah, Anon, that's you.
Oh yeah, sorry for that. Sorry for that. I'm gonna stay muted.
Turn your gate up, bro.
You might want to mute, or yeah, that's fine. All right, so we want to talk to Videns. Videns, do you think that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead, sir.
Either way, we're living on it.
What?
Let's see if you can advocate for the position.
Like, what is the difference between the Earth is a globe and the Earth is flat?
Well, we're trying to identify what the Earth is based on empirical means. Now, if you're saying that it's something
Empirical means.
Yes, sir.
Please define that term for me.
So something you can observe, test, verify, and or falsify. Yes? Okay.
I'll note that down real quick.
That's fine. Write it down. I was going to say the other thing that Smokey said on Friday, but I won't say it.
Oh, yeah, by all means. By all means.
No. All right. So think about this, man. If you're going to say the Earth's a globe, is it in any way substantiated that it is? Or at least that you can think of it being a globe? Videns?
Sir, what?
Are you able to have a conversation, sir? Or are you preoccupied with a video game? Either one.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just noting down what empirical means.
Sure. All right. So how do you know the Earth is proven to be a globe? Or you don't know that?
I don't know. Like, I cannot say on a personal level, I have no idea if the Earth is flat or a sphere, because honestly, there's so many controversies going on that honestly, I don't know what to believe at this point.
That'd be honesty.
Okay. It's interesting, yeah, that you're jumping into a flat Earth chat, and at this current time, you say you don't know what the Earth is, based on a lot of controversies that are out there that could maybe give you a wrong impression of what the Earth is, yeah?
There are plenty of things that give me the wrong and right impressions, and it's all just fucking media.
All right, right. But is there some way we can understand what the Earth is based on empirical means?
Well, nothing that I know that can't be possibly reverb, given on how my thought process works. Like, my whole thought here is, we sent some guys to the moon. They saw that the Earth was a sphere, or at least probably took some photos. Maybe, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and the surface of other planets. Like,
Or well, you're basing it off
I don't
of
know.
some information that you've been given, that somebody's witnessed something.
Yep.
But it's not primary source, so you couldn't verify whether or
Yep.
not that's true. So you're just
That is correct.
Would you take that information in as like, well, this is the best I have right now to work. This is the best I have to work with.
I would say that's the best I have to work with.
Okay. So the Earth, well, from their vantage point from the moon, would look like a sphere. Would you agree with that? What they're showing you?
I've never been to the moon myself, so I wouldn't really know. I'm just assuming.
You're assuming that the images that they're showing you, it shows the Earth depicted as a sphere.
Yep.
Okay. So what if we were to test the surface, and the condition for the surface would not be conforming to a sphere, but indeed a horizontal plane?
You know, my thought process, like a question that I always asked myself was, if you were to make an object long enough, like, you know, an object that spanned across the entire globe, if it was a globe, would it eventually shoot off, like off the surface, or would it just curve? Like, well, that's the word.
Yeah, that's
non-Euclidean geometry. There we go. Where all geometry is effectively on a curved surface. So
right, but there has to be a distinction between a curving surface and a horizontal plane, right? It doesn't curve. There's a big distinction between the two.
So then, effectively, if you were to have a single, like a light beam of some sort, like that just continuously keeps going, that would eventually go through everything, and then it would just shoot off into space. But like, if the Earth is flat, then what exactly is like holding it up? Like, if it's just like,
yeah, that might be the wrong question at the moment. I think we have to figure out whether or not we can discern whether the surface of the Earth is curving like they will show you, or it's not. This is the question that you should be concerned with at the moment, and then you can maybe later on think about other things. But
yeah,
can you figure out a way that they can provide evidence that the Earth is curving? Like, is there any way in your mind that they've shown you? I know you assume that it is, but what have they shown you that you can like say, okay, I know the Earth's curving because they told me this.
It has something to do with physics, mass, volume. So, like, for the most part, I would not really understand on how a gravitational pull, like on how the forces gravity work. I would not really understand on how those forces could be applied to a flat Earth.
Okay, but you're saying that they could be applied to a globe?
I'm saying that an object, like its mass, eventually it pulls other objects to it. So, and one of the easiest objects that can retain its mass and volume, I would say, is definitely a sphere.
All right.
Because
so what evidence? What evidence have they given you to have that mindset?
My whole thing is going into what I've gone through between papers around physics, science, just dabbled in a little bit of that stuff.
Okay.
Sources I've learned in school.
You looked into information that point to that there could be some reasoning behind science and physics that could give you the indication that you live on a globe. So I'm asking for what specifically gives us the determination within science or physics that gives us the geometric shape consequent of the Earth being a sphere. Can you point that out?
The way on how gravity works.
Okay.
So on how it's
Can you describe how gravity works?
Well, I'm not Albert Einstein, but I can okay, let's see if I can do this. Bigger objects pull smaller objects to them.
Okay.
And so my whole like headcanon here.
Hold on, Videns. Is
Yeah,
there any evidence?
yeah.
Is there any evidence for that?
I don't know. I've read some stuff, and I'm really just questioning myself. But like this entire conversation, I don't really understand. But like,
well, we're drilling
whether
down. We're drilling down into the depth of knowledge that you have to give you the presupposition that the Earth is a globe. Yeah. So we're drilling.
Okay, and so then,
we're
if
getting
the Earth
close to
is
the
flat, then
no, we're
then
no, we're not there
going deep.
Videns, we're not,
going drilling a hole through the Earth.
Videns, we're not there yet. Okay, so we're trying to figure out how you describing what gravity is in science or in physics. How does that determine the surface to be curving? We're trying to figure out how did you get there from either science or physics. You said gravity, so I'm trying to
gravity.
Yeah.
Okay. So for just to make reference here, do you know what would happen if the Earth was a cube?
I don't think that's answering whether the surface is curving. So we got to get back to that. This is like a tangential.
If it gets to a point of where all of that mass is just expanding outward, like if it is flat, then to what point is the like?
Holy smokes!
There needs to be some kind of pole. There needs to be some kind of.
Yeah, I know that. I know that you think there needs to be
pole.
This, and there needs
like,
to be
how would it orbit? Like, how would it orbit? Like,
Videns,
if we were to apply the entire surface area,
you're on a rant. Videns, you're on a rant. I want you to figure out whether or not you can discern from science or physics that the surface of the Earth is curving. And you said gravity. So gravity.
All that I know is that this conversation.
Videns is conforming. So the Earth is conforming to it.
Whatever the fuck.
It doesn't matter. So we're saying that the Earth is conforming to a sphere based on gravity pulling things to the center of mass. And I'm asking from anything that you can describe in physics, is there anything that shows us this is true? Did he leave? Oh man, we were going good.
But did he leave?
Yeah.
No, he rage quit.
What the hell?
I have no idea. It's okay. We're just getting to the juicy bits.
Yeah, he just wanted to ramble and preach, it sounds like he was the one with the problem.
Yeah, hence the reason why he was coughing in the middle of me talking to Anon. He wanted to make it known that he was here. Yeah, I addressed that. I know you're here. Let's talk about it. Yeah.
You can tell at first he was fairly chill, but after a while you just keep asking questions about things that he supposedly knows, and then the insecurity sets in, and that's when they just kind of mouth and start to chant, and then they rage quit. That's pretty much what happened.
He also doesn't realize that you can use Newton or Einstein with a flat plane, no problem. All it does is change the mass distribution underneath the plane, and you can have the same effect.
Indeed.
That's exactly right. I like to concede the cause of gravity just for the sake of conversation, because I know that they can't prove that Earth is curving.
I wonder if he's like, people don't have the way to articulate their points, so it's difficult to hear a mind trying to figure a way through this, and the best way to do it is just to rant, not to have any way that we're going to pull back on any of the points that they're making through what they're saying, their the content of what they're saying. So they're just going to keep going and plowing through everything, not stopping and realizing they're making a lot of assumptions. So.
Yeah, they want you to accept all the faulty premises and assumptions in the rant, and if you raise an objection, oh, woe is me.
Yeah. Then here comes a rage quit and all that stuff. Braddock's all like, dost thou leave me so unsatisfied?
Yeah, same. It's like you were just talking about it, right? When you get to the crescendo, something happens. You just said it.
Yeah. Yeah, they find the exit button. Oh, now's a good time for me to leave. And he was coughing on the mic to let us know that he's here. And okay, we addressed you. You're here. Crazy.
I think I see some protest organizers in my city right now trying to figure out where they're going to go, what their rally plan is.
Dude, you should see Omaha, dude. Them guys are stir crazy over here. They raided one of the food companies over here, Glidden Foods. They're a huge beef processing plant.
Wow.
Usually these processing plants are filled with like immigrants.
Yep.
Illegal ones. And that's like the bulk of their personnel, their employees. So if you remove those guys, who's going to be cranking out the beef? You know, like
You can always tell those guys. Yo, you can always tell who those guys are because they don't want 401k plans and they don't want employee matches.
Yeah, and that's why companies love these guys. So, and dude, they were behind pallets in the dark in the freezer, like they were hiding, bro. I have a video, like I showed Jedi yesterday because he was showing me what's going on in his neck of the woods. I was showing what's happening over here. And dude, ICE is really like they're clamping down, so there's a lot of protests and stuff. Like people are like, "Oh, hell nah." Most of the Spanish community. Some people aren't even showing up because I went yesterday to Golden Corral to pick up some yeast rolls, and most of the personnel in the back usually are, you know, I could just tell they're illegal immigrants, but they're working in the back, and they weren't there yesterday. Like none of the personnel, they were running on a skeleton crew. So they're afraid right now, man. They're not showing up to work. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know. And there's that planned protest this weekend. Hundreds and hundreds of cities. Like I saw one of their anarchist maps or whatever. It's crazy. And I don't think this is it. Oh, for sure. I suspect this weekend is not going to be one and done. It's going to carry over for the next few weeks.
Yeah, be careful wherever you guys are. This stuff is for real. This isn't like fake news, so.
Yeah, during the Summer of Rage, there were no shit like Predator drones with Hellfire missiles ready to go.
Yeah, this is. I was talking to Jedi in the back chat, so this is some pretty deep shit that people are getting themselves in, and people get caught up. Sporadic, it's what it is, dude. Like,
yeah, they're taking sides they don't know anything about.
There's no critical thought coming. It's, you know, one of the reasons why we ask about that for people that come in here and we have the conversations that we do. It's like there is no critical thought to the reasoning behind why they think the Earth's a globe. There's just, I believe, because of like I even said that it's an emotional experience you had when you were as a child. Like you were starry-eyed by some, you know, idea of the cosmos, and it's got you hooked. So you just moves forward into your critical thinking life. You know, when you're an adult, you can start to analyze things, and you're just, no, how can it not be, dude? We learned about this a long time ago. It's just the way it is. So it's, I don't know, it's deeply ingrained in some folk. But yeah, it's just to go back to, like, if you're in the States, bro, yeah, just buckle up, because it seems like there's some real bad stuff brewing, bro. So hopefully you don't get caught up in it. LA is just kind of like a precursor to like what's happening in cities everywhere. I don't know. Do you think it was like a silent move? Like these guys, I mean, silent to the effect of it wasn't like spoken of everywhere that this was going to happen. Like ICE was mobilizing everywhere. But that's the fact, dude. They were. They have the green light to do this. I don't know. It's,
dude, if they start, and I think they've done this, if they start naming people and groups like terrorists, that means fucking SOCOM gets to operate domestically.
We don't want that, bro. We don't want those guys on U.S. soil, like to be operating like that's not good. It's not the kind of world I want to live in, but you know, what choice do we have? You know, we just got to deal with what's happening. Spread awareness. I mean, that's all you can do. But you're speaking to people in an emotional state. That's the problem, which is it's akin to these Globers that come in here. You're speaking to them in an emotional state. They're you know, clutching their pearls because, you know, how can it not be a globe? You crazy people. Are they getting stir crazy over there where you're at, Sporadic?
Yeah, the last 10 years, my area, which used to be pretty like cornbread and white, has gotten extremely diverse and not safe in areas that used to be safe. You know, the whole, you know, like immigration, I don't find a fundamental problem with. It's like the forced resettlement of foreigners from war-torn countries with PTSD into communities that are not prepared to rehabilitate them. That's the problem, and that's what's happening.
Yep.
So, I mean, the rational outcome is, no matter how you look at it, is unrest, civil unrest when you do this kind of thing.
And there's nothing stopping once the mob actually gets its movements. So once it starts going places,
right.
you're just it's like a wave.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most egregious example is the mob that took over Russia during the Bolshevik Revolution. You know, it was a mob that formed, and over several years of consternation and fomenting violence and rhetoric and divide, they ended up taking over the country and murdered the emperor and the family.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, the shock and awe or the you know, what type of angle the government's going with, like doing this like silent move with ICE, because they were saying like, no, we're really concerned with the you know, these illegals that come in here that are, you know, these perpetrators, you know, these sleeper agents, these guys who are working with the highest levels of the mafia. That's not what I saw over here. I'm just telling you, man, based on what I saw, it was the guys who came in here without the documentations. They were being taken away, men and women. So
right, and meanwhile, like all of the bad guys that sneak in amongst them, we're talking like foreign saboteurs and spies, people that do what's called operational preparation of the environment, bad guys that will stash caches of weapons and electronics equipment in strategically placed hidden locations all around the country. That's the kind of shit that's been going on for the past like 40, 50 years during the Cold War and after. And people have to maintain these caches. So open borders invites that. I mean, what's to say like the Russians during the Cold War did not have their Spetsnaz, you know, smuggle in some kind of crazy ass technology and weaponry and other shit and caches all over the country. What's to say that like the Iranians that you know openly despise the West haven't been doing the same, or just everybody else, the Chinese, America, for all we know, is just one big gigantic open playground for these people, and whenever they're ready, they can just light the powder keg. No, you only need like 5 foreign special forces operators to hold down an entire city. You think I'm joking? Look at that fucking DC sniper. That was like a dude and a kid in a van. They held down the entire East Coast in fear. So let's say you get 5 like really ruggedly trained foreign professionals in each of like 10 cities across the United States. I mean, there could be a lot of shit to go down, folks. And it can happen very quickly and without notice. And when it does, I would expect communications first to be cut, probably by our side, in order to make sure the bad guys are somewhat gimped in that regard.
So with that said, be prepared. Better to have it not need it than need it not have it. Don't lose
Get
your
radios,
shit.
get food and water, and be ready to defend yourself.
Yeah, and don't lose your shit. Like, I mean mentally.
Keep a level head in these trying times for sure.
Yeah, go get a couple of those life straws and put them in the glove box of your car. Keep your gas topped off. I mean, that there could save your life.
At minimum, do that. And that's not even going to cost you $100, folks.
I'm gonna post something in the. I'll send it to you personally. Sporadic.
Yep, so consider this. You got all these protests. A lot of it's astroturfed. A lot of it is probably like semi-homeless people, vagrants that are, being paid to do this. Other people are legitimately pissed off and upset, for better or for worse, for good or bad reasons. But amongst them, could there just be five? Five in several cities. 5 highly trained special forces dudes. And then so people look at like Trump and his victory march with tanks and shit. Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe he's legit worried about something popping off.
That's what
that might not be organic. That might not be American.
It's a show of force, isn't it?
I just tested positive for COVID.
Oh my god.
So I've already got.
No, I muted him for a reason. Yeah, he had a lot of sensitive information in his background, which we just heard. But yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, it was a show of force, dude. What Trump did, and it was to show that, like if you mess around, this is what's gonna happen. We got all the tanks, we got the people, the military personnel. Don't worry about it. I don't know. I'm just kind of concerned too, because it's like I sent you some of your DMs. This is what's happening locally, right? That was only a day ago. They're showing up, There's a lot of fake news coming off of the back of this, and people are
don't trust any of it.
Lots.
People are just afraid. That most of all, it's the fear. It's people are being controlled by it, dude, by the fear, and they're acting because of the fear.
Here's Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
This is one of the anarchy maps, and those black dots are organized protests. That's for this weekend.
How big does that map get? I wanted to see. Can you send it to me?
I don't. Yeah, I don't have the link handy right now. I just took a screenshot. And I could probably get it later if you hang on a bit.
Yeah, and also when you get a chance, I sent you some of your DMs. Yeah, because they had a the local news was showing the faces of the people that were hiding in the pallets and stuff, and ICE went through, and it was all in the dark, so that when they went through this part of the factory, you couldn't tell because the lights were off. But they were coming out of the back behind those pallets and stuff, and they were moving pallets away. Like a whole bunch of people were back there, and so the faces were like scared, and so that in of itself, you know how it goes through social media, it caused like panic. So, people who are here holding that like illegal status were also like not showing up to work these past couple of days. So, because they don't know, they're afraid where ICE is going to be next. They don't know where it's going to happen. So,
Yeah. So you gotta have compassion, right? I mean, there are kids, there are entire generations that have grown up off the books. They're no fault of their own, unable to get legal, and feel American, want to be American, have no path forward. And for them to be deported is to go to a foreign land that they've never understood.
Yep.
So I guess that's why he's trying to overturn that law. If you were born there, then you're automatically a citizen, right?
Birthright thing.
Yeah.
Is he working towards that? I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, he is. I heard
Okay.
something about it.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. What do you think, Sporadic? Is it a massive operation that has been going underneath everybody's noses? Like it's been mobilizing that, ICE has been like there's a lot of information, that they've been passing along each other that they were going to hit certain cities like all at the same time.
Yeah. Well, understand that
it was synchronized.
There's an option both. Like there's also the NG for people who've never given all this free support, free opportunities, and then working with agents and local governments to get these immigrant communities built up. And the people coming into these things have no idea where this is. It's not like they looked at a map of the U.S. and said, I want to move to this.
You're breaking up, Sporadic.
Like this going on one hand. And then on the other hand, there's been this movement against it. And both of them are kosher. I don't know what else to say. So one is taking advantage of the other. They're both doing it to each other. It's almost like two sides of the same coin, two heads of same eagle that are playing. Because what's going to happen is that this is going to be used as a pretext. Like, oh my gosh, be afraid of the immigrants now. It will be used as a pretext to crack down on civil liberties.
Yep.
So that's why Palantir is working on this dossier for every American program using AI.
Didn't they use ICE to take down that university student and deport him? I didn't really think that was an immigration issue. Like he was here, he had a green card, the whole bit.
I don't know.
But because he was protesting against the Jews, they deported him, man, and put him in jail.
Yeah, that's a whole nother issue.
But ICE was the ones who did it, right?
Yeah, they're just following orders. But yeah, it's crazy, man. So this whole forced resettlement program is being used to foment division and violence as a pretext to further erode our civil liberties. I'm fully convinced of that.
But these deportation tactics, dude, it's on a massive scale, Sporadic. It's on one that I think has been unheard of. Like, okay, let's just say logistically, they're already like LA, they're over here in the Midwest. Flat Lloyd's reporting that they're ramping up over there in San Antonio. Imagine all the cities having buses taking these individuals back. Like, what is the amount of exodus that's going to take place from all of this? What would that look like on a scale that's never even been heard of before? Like, are we talking about hundreds of thousands? We're talking about millions? Like, what are we? Anyway, yeah. You got to go.
I don't think anybody knows the real number, man, to be honest.
Hey, it's on listening mode. Yeah, but this is happening. Like, I don't know. I guess I was bringing it up because it's some scary stuff, dude. Because now there's going to be a fallout, right? Problem, reaction, solution. So if we're going to have chaos and anarchy run rampant, and we're going to have a direct result of that would be some type of law enactment that occurs.
Yeah, it's going to suck if it goes that far, brother.
And I'm saying,
and fucking the whole bit, right?
It's going to infringe on the American. Like, I'm telling you, bro. Like, it smells awfully bad. I know what it's supposed to be, right? I know what it's supposed to do, but
I can see what you're seeing, though.
Yeah. Okay. So Sporadic says the protests and the ICE raids are both being used as a pretext for destabilization and destroying what's left of a constitutional democratic republic. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can see that. The forced migrant resettlement programs over the last 20 years and the result. But this is like, it's like ripping of a Band-Aid. Like we've been doing it in a slow dripping process, doing it like through legal methods. This is like giving this particular branch of the government like extreme authority to use over these individuals to like it's I don't know, it's kind of like it's in a break, like sounds like it's breaking some laws to you, like what they're fixing to do.
They've been pushing the demoralization stuff too, right, brother? So that nobody really is thinking about the injustice, right, or the morality of it, right?
Yeah.
What's going on?
What's up, Yenix?
What's going on, guys?
Yeah, we're just talking about politics, but we'll switch it back to people that are jumping in brand new. You've been here before though, right?
No, not in the server.
All right, so in the position of the idea that the Earth is a globe, do you hold that position?
Yeah.
All right, how do you know the Earth's a globe, Yenix?
Probably from, the thousands of documented screenshots from NASA and other space places, all obviously, holding the same view.
So consensus, because a lot of people has used information such as images or videos. I'm putting videos in there. You didn't say that, but I'm putting it in there.
Well, yeah.
Images and videos, that's how we know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so in any way, can that information be validated? Either one of those, images or videos.
Well, what do you mean validated? Like, what do you mean by that?
How do you know the image of the content that the image is of, the Earth being a globe? How do you know that content is true?
Well, again, it's kind of like how we validate everything, where we get thousands of other places that also have the same consensus as, like, NASA, Yeah, I mean, if we use, I'm guessing that you're going to kind of go down, like, the route where we can't validate it because you haven't seen it or something like that, which if we use that...
There has to be a way that you don't just believe this is true, but you know it is.
Well, I mean, I can't go into space, though.
Well, that seems to be a barrier for understanding if it's being able to be validated. I guess for you.
Yeah. Oh, for me? Well, I mean,
in other words, if you were to say, okay, they show me this image of the Earth being a globe, I can take it on credit that it is, or I can test it out for myself and logistically go to this location, look back and see the Earth like the way this image is showing.
Wait, how would you test that the Earth isn't a globe?
Well, no, what I'm saying, we're just examining why people think the Earth is a globe. Now, you think that it is based on consensus, according to you.
Yeah.
But then there's nothing that you can do to validate, because according to you, you'd have to leave the surface of the Earth and go see it for yourself.
Well, no, you can go on like the fucking ocean or something and see, obviously, like if you go into a place that doesn't have any obstructing views, you can see that the plane curves downwards a little bit.
Okay.
So I mean, I guess that is the only way that you can really
on the surface, right? So
yeah,
you're saying we can test the surface and find out that it's a globe because you could see the surface curving.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you saw curve, do you think you could measure curve?
What do you mean?
Well, you can see something, you'd be able to measure it, yes?
Sure.
Okay, what is the method by which it can be measured? Not just
I have no clue.
Okay, so just by, let's say you saw something at a distance, right? Whatever it was, and you said it's
miles or whatever.
This depends. Like the target distance could be whatever they say the distance to the Earth looking like it's curving down, whatever you think that is. Let's put some numeric values to it. What would be that number that you could give a target distance where you say that you see something curving down? What would that be?
Dude, honestly, I don't know by like... I'm kind of confused on what the question here.
Well, because we're examining, like you said, you can see it on the ground. And I'm like, fair enough. If you're able to detail, you put some put some numeric values to, like saying I saw something and this is the distance to what I saw.
Oh, I don't know. Like, I would say like 30,000 feet or some shit.
Well, that's the distance in altitude. We're talking about horizontally across the surface.
Oh, dude, I have incredible stuff.
That's
I have
a bad
no
way to
idea.
start. So we
I'm
can
just-
remove Joshua from here if you guys are in here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of confused on like what's the end of like the question.
So
Because I have
end
no
is-
idea.
Yeah, the end is just an observation isn't going to suffice when it concerns the Earth's geometric consequent. So if the Earth is
Uh-huh.
a specific shape, we want to know by way of measurement. So if I can tell you that something is a sphere, I'll be able to measure the sphere. It only logically follows that if I'm saying I see a sphere, well, I could measure a sphere because the way that the sphere would be
Yeah.
in such that the surface would be curvy.
Well,
And then
don't we also measure the Earth with like the sun? Isn't that something that we also do?
Bro, that I'm just leading you to other ways you
Yeah.
can think about how
Well,
you
yeah,
can
I
do
know.
this. So if you're saying that you saw a distance where the Earth is curving, I want to know, can it be measured? Now, you can go into any way that you think you can measure it, of course. But we have to take the amount of information to the farthest levels that we can. In other words, drill down to the base root, find out if we can know that the Earth is curving or not.
I'm just
Based on what you can tell us.
I'm just like, what is your position on this? Like, what do you think?
The
Is what
Earth is
I'm-
a horizontal plane, and it displays no convexity. Large bodies of water display no convexity on its surface, declaring that the surface of the Earth, which also is mostly water, doesn't have any curvature. So I would
Okay.
just say, based on observation, empirical means to verify, test water, the physics of water, we can understand that the Earth is a horizontal plane,
Okay.
extending outward. So
that's
my
what do you make? What do you make of the? What do you make of the basically like the evidence and the pictures and the other ways that we measure the Earth's circumference? Like obviously, like the sun, we can measure how.
Yeah, we could go into that, but
Yeah, well-
maybe if you want to stick to 1 or 2 points before.
Oh, sure, sure.
What did you say first? What was the first one? How do we?
Well, what do you make of like all the space stations around the world having the same, basically coming to the same consensus? Fuck, of the world being a globe.
A sphere.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, so most of it has to deal with an already thought process that people have about what the Earth is, but it would not lead you to a conclusive fact that the Earth is what they're telling you it is. It could only give you optical information, but you have to, with any optical information being something that you've seen on a computer screen or your phone or wherever, you'd have to verify the information whether or not it's true. That remains to be seen, right? The testing of the information. So you can believe what you want, is what I'm telling you, by any image that's given to you. Doesn't matter what it is. But if you're not able to test that information, the content of the image, right, whatever it is, to be true, then you're just going to leave with an inconclusive idea of what you think the Earth is.
Okay,
it's not
but-
based on empirical means.
Wait,
Like,
so
empirical
is
not
are
being like- Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is that you don't have you don't have evidence from yourself, is what you're saying.
I do.
Basically,
You don't.
that the world is okay.
I do.
So-
you don't. I'm saying from your position, not mine. Mine is solid. I'm built on a solid foundation of
Well,
empirical
yeah, of
means.
course, but here's the thing: if the only things that we believed, I believe this is how I think. If the only things that we believed were true were things that we can like test for ourselves, I don't think that we would get anywhere scientifically. Like, how am I supposed to know how many people are in this area doing this thing when I can't physically or like see and prove that shit with myself?
You're talking
Obviously.
about, yeah, I could condense what you said to simply, how can we know things if we don't trust people?
Well, here's the thing: I don't trust
that's what you're
people.
saying,
I trust mass people all coming to the same
Yeah.
consensus.
Well, let's just rephrase that, right? You trust mass people providing your information as to why you think something is a certain way.
Sure. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
If it's in relation to what we're saying, yeah.
Yeah, it is. I'm not a debater. I have to go in like 1 minute anyway. I just
Go
like
ahead.
have a quick question for
Go ahead.
AV. Why? Why would we go through all the effort to fake it? What's the benefit?
Oh, you're breaking up, dude. Try again. I heard what you said at the beginning, but I want you to be clear. What did you say?
Like, why would we go? Why would we go through all the effort to fake that?
Well, it wouldn't be we. I would say a lot of people are just believing the information to be true based on the optical information that you receive, which is like the gentleman.
Why wouldn't
was
we
saying.
correct them?
Well, I don't get. What did you say?
Like, why wouldn't we correct them then? So you like, do you think we
Why
don't have
wouldn't
like?
we correct them? That's what I'm doing now. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, but like, who are you? Like, are you like? But like, it's not like an insult. Like, it's not. That's like an insult. I'm saying like.
I know. Go ahead and say it. Like, I'm a flat earther. Say it. Like, it's good.
No. I'm just saying like.
Yeah, why would I have a discrepancy?
No, like why wouldn't like the giant space companies we have correct the mass? You know what I mean? Like them. Why wouldn't they come together collectively and correct everyone? What's why go through all this effort to just fake this like
you're
scientific like you know it makes no sense.
Fine.
Why would we do that?
I get you. I can just go into that. We're talking about propagated information, right? Given to you by way of whatever source it comes from. And that could mean anything, right? You talk about the information you get from school. It could cover different categories.
But we're not talking about school. I'm curious on why.
Let me preface it with saying it this way, right? I'm going to tell you in a way that kind of makes some sense. You could say in any category like history, right? That could be another category. You could say within the realm that you think of science, the realm that you think of physics, the realm that any specific category that you talk about, that you take information on without investigating any of the claims, that could be used as information to give you a philosophical interpretation, but not empirical. It's not giving you a sense of knowing what you say that you know. It's only giving you a way to think about it based on someone else's interpretation.
I have.
Wait, hold on. I literally have to go. I have one more quick thing. What about what about other planets? Are they also all flat, or is it just Earth and everything else is spherical?
No. We're talking about the surface, whether it's curving or not. And if you look at anything of the celestials, that's a very different thing. What we're talking about is what information can you get from looking at stuff. So just
but I'm asking you, what's your opinion on the other planets?
Well, their planets are considered to be things that are like bodies in the sky that are, rock formations or gas planets or whatever. But that information that they tell you by the word planet is connotating something that's like defined as, right? So how do you define planet? Pine, you don't got that much time, so how do you define planet?
No. Oh no, I left. I was just curious on your opinion on the other planet. Like, is Earth like the outlier, or is like?
It's important how you define it, dude. How do you define planet? Like, what does it mean to you?
Depends on the planet. They're all made up of different things. There's gas planets, and there's other.
That's my point. That's my point too. You're trying you're trying to be ambiguous, the same planet, and we can't. You got to define it. So anyway, I don't know how much time you have left.
No, I was just curious. Thank you.
Okay. Right. I've got a question. Basically, okay. So you say that basically we can't trust basically every single space organization, giving us all the same consensus, right? So what about not Ash?
Well, it's not about trust. Like, let's say hold on. Listen to the information, whatever they're proposing. Yeah, but you have to listen to the information. Like, it's all about trying to investigate the claims that they're making. So if they're making specific claims, like it's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Don't do that. You have to investigate what's being said. What are they telling you? What are they showing you? Yeah, let's be very specific.
Okay, but so you basically just said, well, what did you even just say? I feel like that was like a whole lot of nothing. You know what I mean?
No,
like, what does that even mean?
It's specific because you're trying to make it sound like anything that NASA says is a lie. That's what you're saying, and it sounds like to the audience. And that's not what it should be. It should be, what are they saying specifically? Are they making any claims? Then let's investigate those.
Okay. So my wider point there is, let's say, you don't trust the fucking thousands of space agencies or whatever. Probably not thousands, but you understand my point. Then what about all the astronauts?
You said it again.
Well, let me finish. What about all the astronauts and stuff?
But you're putting something on me that it's not what I'm saying. You're telling me, why don't you trust those space agencies? It's not about the agencies themselves. It's what they're saying specifically.
Okay, what are they saying?
Well, that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so why don't... Okay, so let me rephrase. You could give me the benefit of the doubt. Let me rephrase. Why don't you trust that that what they're saying, which is the Earth is a globe, why don't you trust all of them coming to the same consensus that the Earth is a globe? When also all of the astronauts that went up into space, thousands of astronauts, when coming back down, basically, obviously, you could say that they're on NDNAs or whatever the fuck it's called.
NDA.
Yeah, NDAs. When they're about to die from fucking old age, why would none of these people ever say, you know what, these people are fucking lying, the earth is flat as fuck, they've been lying to you this entire time? Why would they, with all the reach that these people
Buzz
can
Aldrin
have?
did exactly that, by the way. Buzz Aldrin did that.
Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, we're going to be focused on not just anecdotal information.
Yeah, of course. I'm not. Yeah,
we're not basing truth off of that. So my fish was this big based on your friend telling you that he went fishing and he caught a fish that big. But in reality, he did catch a fish that big. He just told you that because he wanted to make it sound like he had a good fishing trip. So what we do, right, in here is we examine each claim. And by the merit of the claim, it has to stand to be obviously true or not. So is it obviously true that the information that the astronauts or the agencies that are coming out with this information given to you, is it obviously true?
What do you mean by obviously true? Because nothing is. I don't think anything is obviously true.
Yes,
there's
a lot of things that are
in
obviously
objection.
true.
Of course.
There's a lot of things that are obviously true.
Okay. What's obviously true?
Well, I'm saying. What do you mean?
Well, give me a few examples.
That Earth is a horizontal plane. That water doesn't display any convexity on its surface when.
What do you mean it doesn't? Like, what do you mean by that? Like,
yeah. So
basically, yeah. Go ahead.
You want me to talk or you want to interrupt?
No, sorry. Go on.
All right. So the water, the mechanics of water would display that there is no convexity in large quantities. So if we're talking about like a pond or a lake or an ocean, over a large surface, water has the surface tension on it, which the hydrogen bonds of the molecules will always keep to surface tension being flat on its surface. This is just obviously true. I don't have to tell you that it's true. You can go and witness water for yourself when not in motion, when there's no wind hitting on the surface, causing the ripples or waves. You're going to notice that the surface of the water, while at rest, will always display no convexity. This is just the way the mechanics of water is. So this is an obvious truth. I don't have to tell you. You can see it for yourself.
Sure. Well, then I kind of have like a question. Wait, have you tested that yourself?
Yes, anyone can.
Okay. Well, and I kind of have a follow-up question to that. So basically, how we know the universe and the solar system will work? How would the Earth not spinning at all and being flat? How would that? What? Okay. So
I know.
Yeah.
You want to elaborate? I know what you mean, but go
I was going to elaborate. I was basically going to say, from what we know, a lot of the ways that we know the universe to work and how our solar system works is based on the Earth spinning, and how basically that's kind of, I don't know exactly how. I'm not like super knowledgeable.
I know what you mean. You don't have to tell me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can read between what you're saying. So you're trying to tell me, well, we've been explained to it within a model. Does that make sense? What I just said, what you're trying to say?
Well, is your point going to be that we also don't know that because we haven't tested that ourselves?
Well,
basically?
You're reading into what I'm going to say, but you're close.
Well, no, I'm just asking.
You're close to it. What I'm going to tell you is that something that's proposed to you, right? Whatever it is, right? They give you a heliocentric model, which means that the sun in the center, the planets rotate around it. There seems to be a lot of consistency in your mind to think that would be true, right? According to what they tell us. Was that right?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to ask the question. Either you provide the true statement that you know or you don't know. How do you know that's true?
How do I know that's true? Well, again, just like how I know anything else is true, either I test it myself or I listen to the scientists that all, again, come to the same consensus.
Which one is that?
That point.
Which one is
scientist? Oh, the scientist.
No. Which option is that? Is it something you tested? No. Is it something you tested, or is it believing the scientist?
Scientists.
Okay. So now, upon further research, I'd like you to think about this. How can we test, you and me, that there is a solar system?
You look into the sky.
There's a solar system.
You look into the sky.
That sounds like a good idea. So what do you think we'll see when we look into the sky?
Planets or stars?
Yeah, but let's be more specific to the solar system. What do you think is happening for there to be a solar system? What has to be occurring?
I'm not sure. The sun.
God, man.
Take a knee, Rob.
The sun?
You said you tested something. I want to know what you tested.
Take a knee, Rob.
Damn, Rob. I think Rob wants to talk.
No, Rob needs to take a knee.
Because they're scared of me.
Oh shit!
Nah, he's just obnoxious.
He's Rob Noxious. It's in his name. All right, go ahead, Yenix. How do you know it's the solar system?
What do you mean? How again, like the scientists?
Yeah,
I'm not. I'm not
you're going
super.
Based on the scientists, what they're saying, like what information can you gather that it leads you to the indication? They must have shown you something. They just plainly say.
Well, I mean, again, what's the word that I'm looking for? Sorry. I wouldn't have
observable because it's observable. That's a word.
Well, yeah, that of course, but I can't say that because then it's
Don't
like
put words in his mouth, dude. I already told you. You're gonna get muted, Rob. Let him speak for what he's gonna say based on what he's gonna say.
Well, I mean, I can't really say that because then it's just like. Obviously, I already said that, like planets. We can see all the planets in our solar system.
I know that. You said that, but what I'm asking for specifically, what is solar system? What are things doing in the solar system?
Rotating around us? I'm not sure what the question is. I'm not sure what the question is. I'm not like a scientist, you know what I mean?
For there to be a solar system, what needs to be happening within the idea that you're in a solar system? What happens?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you're rotating around the sun.
Why would it be called a solar system?
Isn't it that you're just rotating around the sun, or?
Well, yeah, it's a solar system.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like, I've said that. I'm kind of confused on what
So now let's go to the part where you're going to say that is true. How can that be true?
Well, what do you mean, how can that be true? Because we don't always see the sun. If we were on a flat Earth, we would always see the sun.
Yeah, but we're not talking about flat Earth. Notice that I'm asking about the solar system and not flat Earth, and you just interjected
no, of course, but that also has to do with that.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it does.
No, it doesn't. Like we're not talking about
how doesn't it?
We're talking about your
notion
of a solar system.
Well, here's the thing. We're talking about the solar system because of flat Earth. And here's my yes, we are. Yes,
we're asking your position to clarify how you know we're in a solar system. I didn't mention flat Earth. You did.
Okay, observable.
Yes,
and scientific.
So observable, so scientific, because this is some good words here.
Both. Yeah.
What in observation can we know that we're in a solar system?
Again, we see that we don't always see the sun.
Okay, we don't always see the sun. What does that mean?
If we were on, again, I'm gonna say the word. If we're on the flat Earth, right?
Well, we would.
Well, just
we're not talking about flat Earth.
Of course, we're not talking about flat Earth. But
so then, how do we know we're in a solar system then?
We know that we're in a solar system because we don't always see planets, right? Because if we weren't rotating around something, we would always see the planets. Always. We would always see the planets.
So you're saying that we have to be rotating around the sun in order to see planets. Is that logical?
I mean, I would assume so, yes.
Okay, what if I give you a different option?
Well, then I don't know. You might be right. I'm not like a scientist. I'm just giving you.
What I'm saying though is, if I'm able to come up with something different than what you said, then what you said is not conclusive.
Okay, well then, what do you mean? You'd be right, and then I'd have to do some more research about it.
I'm not saying all I'm giving you is something else to think about. So, in other words, you said that we would be revolving around the sun.
Well,
you said that the only way we know that is because we have day and night cycles.
No, that's not the only way that we know that, but
that's not the only way we know that. But what way do we know then that we're going around the sun?
Well, again, you're asking me to like. Okay, I'm telling you that I'm not a scientist, and I could search it up right now, which I'm not trying to like. I'm not trying to search it up.
Yeah, the easy answer to this.
Yeah, just give me the answer you're trying.
No, well, the easy answer for you is I don't know.
Yeah, that's
remember
what I said.
You could say the true statement, I don't know, or you do know, and then tell me how.
Yeah, I've said that.
So do you know or not?
No, I don't know offhand. I could definitely search it up. I'm not trying
it's good to get this out in the air, right? So the thing is, when I ask you if you know we're in a solar system, the answer is I don't know. Simple, right? So
well, I did give you some. I gave you some reasons on why we could be in a solar system, and then you
get to the truth.
Well, here's the thing. I gave you a
man. Don't let a dog walk you, bro.
Swallow my cock. Listen, I gave you some seeable things that we see, which shows us that we're in a solar system, and you just said, well, how do you know that? Well, what do you mean, how do you know that? You're kind of just like you keep asking me how you keep asking me the same thing over and over when it's basically impossible to 100% know unless I'm in space. right?
I like that. That's
Which,
good. Yeah,
yes,
round of applause. That's
true.
applause. Because what you're saying is, unless you can see from a different vantage point, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, which is also true with so many
let me ask
things
you
that we
this.
document. Yes,
That's great, Yanix. But here's the thing, though. A lot of people think like you do. They don't. They can't. They're not. They're in this vantage point on the surface of the Earth, and they're not anywhere else. So the only thing they can do, just like you, is believe that they're in a solar system and not know.
Okay. Well,
That's
believe.
the conclusion to that.
Yeah, I mean, of course we believe. We believe a lot of things, but what's
that's fine.
Well, what's your wider point on that? Like,
My
is
wider
it
point
believing
is that a lot
wrong?
of people
or-
are not. Well, it's not just that it's wrong; it's inconclusive. You wouldn't.
Okay,
be
how
able
is
to
it
know
inconclusive?
Because you can't draw a conclusion from being on the surface of the Earth.
Well, okay.
According
I
to
feel
you.
like okay. So the point that you keep making is that basically we need to be able to you yourself. You need to be able to objectively see something in order to believe that it's true. And then when I
being empirical, right?
No, of course. But here's the thing: you cannot do that with everything. You literally just can't do that with everything.
but I know
So what
that
do you do
everything
to
is
the
not
things you
being-
can't do that with?
Yeah, everything is not
You
being
just-
put into. That's like a basket of an all or nothing, right? We're not doing
Yeah.
all or nothing. We're doing only this specific thing. This
Okay.
specific thing cannot be known based on the surface. You being on the surface. So all you can know is what you can get. All the information you can gather from this vantage point is all you can get, and you have to actually, like you said, go somewhere else. So you can't do that. Therefore, everybody, just like
Well,
you,
can I-
believes that they're in a solar
Yeah.
system.
Well, can I ask you a question? Are you a flat earther?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know that the Earth is flat?
Oh, I've said it before,
Well,
but I'll say.
well,
it
you
again.
keep saying that like obviously it doesn't dip down or whatever. But is that like completely conclusive?
Yes.
That's completely conclusive. So you believe without a doubt in your mind that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'll say it this way. This is how I'll say it, and it can't be rephrased to something that you think I said.
Okay.
It can only be said this way. All of the known territory that we've been on the Earth is a horizontal plane. It's flat.
Sure.
So anything outside of known is not known. So all of the known territories that we've been on the surface of the Earth is a horizontal plane.
Okay, so let me ask you: gravity wouldn't work as it works now. So basically, with what you're saying, that basically the Earth is flat. What you're saying is that all the scientists, there are thousands of things that we have come to know because the Earth is a spinning globe. If the Earth was flat, gravity would not at all work as it's working now. We would be getting pulled towards the center of the Earth constantly.
All right.
So how exactly? Wait. So what you're basically just saying? All the scientists on thousands of subjects on how the Earth works, they're all wrong.
Well, let's examine the claim.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
Let's
you're talking
examine.
about gravity specifically, right?
Okay. Yeah. Let's just start with gravity. There's thousands of other things.
What is the explanation that you have? You can be topical. I don't care if you know it in depth or not. Just give me what you know about gravity.
The Earth is spinning, which obviously, gravity. You know how gravity works. The Earth is spinning, blah blah blah. So it pulls us down pretty much.
All right, but what
And we
causes
also have-
gravitational
The gravitational pull.
attraction, pull? What it causes that? What is the cause for that?
I'm pretty
Density of the Earth.
Dude,
Well, I'm
Bob,
pretty
you're
sure-
not this guy, dude. Would you?
Well,
stop?
it's
I'm gonna
the
mute you
Earth's
now.
it's the Earth spinning. it's literally the Earth spinning. Yeah.
Rob, I gave you a chance not to chime in. He left. Go
No,
ahead.
it's
Jens.
fine. It's whatever. I'm giving a different answer anyways. It's the Earth spinning.
Okay, so the Earth spinning is the cause for gravitation.
Yes.
Okay, and what is the scientific backing to that?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Like, do you know of any academic way you could propose that science is showing that the physics of the Earth gravity?
Well, your question. Well, again, you keep asking me these questions when I'd have to be like a scientist or search it up right now. I
No,
mean,
you can
we
search
could
it up.
have.
I don't care. Like Yanix, I don't.
Okay,
care if
I
you
mean, I'll search it up, but like, I feel like that I don't.
But the
I don't want to
answer
have like a. I don't want to have like a debate where I'm just searching up like
Oh, this
how do
isn't a
scientists
debate,
come
dude.
to the well, we're
This
not
isn't
talking
a debate. Yeah, we're talking, but it's not a debate. I'm only getting you to realize whether you know or not the information that
Well,
you
I mean,
can support the Earth being a globe.
two people clashing opinions. Is that? I mean, I feel like
I'm
that's
not
kind of called a
clashing
debate.
opinions. I'm only asking you how you know what you know. That's all. I'm
Well,
doing.
Well, yeah, of course. But when I tell you I know how I know, you're like, well, I mean, can you give me this super in-depth scientific take on how you know that? And then I can give you a study of thousands of other people. But again, I can't do that because you're saying that if I'm not in space, I can't.
Yeah, that was based on you.
Objectively make that claim.
You said
you
that.
said that.
No, you did. You're like, I was
Okay.
like, how do you know that the Earth is what it is? You're like, well, I have
And then
to
you
be in
agreed.
space to say that. Yeah.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said I'd have to be in space for it to work for you. I'd have to be.
No, you did not say that. Yet you're You're lying right now, bro.
No, I'm not lying because I said either. I'm not entirely sure how we know, but obviously the
There you go.
scientists, thousands of scientists, right? Thousands of scientists all coming to the same consensus. We have pictures from every single space station on Earth showing that the Earth is a globe. Or I have to be in space.
For it.
Yeah, of course. Or we have to be in space. So I didn't say
exactly.
we can't know unless I'm in space.
No, I didn't
That's
say
not what I
you
said.
can't
I said
know.
that's
I
one
said
of the
that
reasons.
you specifically can't know until you actually go
No,
see it. For
I can
yourself.
know.
But the other option was you could trust
the same thing. No, I mean this is like.
Let's go back to
no,
gravitation.
I don't want to go
That's
back.
fine. You can
This
have
is
it,
important
Phoenix.
though. No, I don't
It is
want it. But this is
because
important.
A lot of people trust others that are telling them it's just the way it is based on I'm a scientist and I've made my observations. You're like, cool story, man. I like that. I'm gonna go with that. That's
Well,
all you're
no,
doing.
it's not a story though. It's you seem to be like, do you not believe in science, or are you not like
No,
a science?
that isn't science. Telling you a story isn't science, dude. It's just a story.
How is it a story?
It is. Well, it's a
so
story
thousands of people come up with the same story.
No, it's a philosophical interpretation of the empirical methods to see what the Earth is based on that.
I disagree. That's
And you
philosophical.
keep saying thousands. There's never been thousands of astronauts.
so
Why do you keep saying thousands?
The interpretation.
I'm
of
not
the
talking about.
information- Right
Oh,
now.
guys,
It's
slow
either
down,
you
man.
know or
Let
you
AB
don't
handle
know.
this,
And
man.
it sounds like you don't know because, like you said, you'd have to be in a different location. I agreed with you. I'm like, you'd have to
No.
see the Earth in a different vantage point than the one being on Earth.
Well, I keep granting. Okay, I'm granting you the fact that for me to specifically see if the Earth is flat or not, I'd have to be in space. But I don't agree.
There you go.
I don't. No, not there. You go. I don't agree with your consensus that I think that the only way to tell if the Earth is flat or not is for it to be in space. I don't believe that at all.
Yenix, you're not
A globe.
advocating
Okay,
for flat
to be a
Earth.
globe. To be a globe. I don't. But you know what I'm saying. You keep saying
I
no, but you
you're
know what I'm
but you-
saying.
The audience doesn't know. You're saying
They
flat
do
Earth,
know.
it's
They
not.
do know. Do you not believe that the Earth is flat?
You are advocating for globe, and I'm asking
Yes,
for
I
your
am.
information.
And
to-
And
support
you're
that.
advocating for
Yeah, but you
flat Earth,
haven't
and I'm
first
arguing against
At
that.
least made the premise that the Earth is a globe by empirical means. You're only telling us that you hear people tell you that their interpretations, being that they're scientists, are giving you the information that supports the case for it being a globe, and you're going along with that. You're like, yeah, I think I'm not a scientist. That's what you tell us. They're telling me what the Earth is, and I'm taking that. That's one way I can know the Earth's a globe. You say, and the other
Mm-hmm.
way is for me to go outside and verify it, like outside of the Earth.
Okay,
That's two
so I
ways.
have a question.
There's two
It-
ways that you said you can know the Earth's a globe. That's what you're
Yeah, of
telling
course.
me.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
But you're saying that these ways of knowing are wrong.
Yeah, because it's not knowing.
Do you not believe
This tangential point to give
Yeah.
statistical information isn't the same as pulling from empirical means.
Okay.
It's not the same.
Okay, how's it
So
different?
this isn't empirical. It's more statistical. So let's
Okay,
get
but-
away from
okay,
that
go
because
on.
we're got to get back to.
Well, no,
empirical means.
I don't want to get away from it though. Because
We do,
here's the
because
thing.
it's not the same. It's not analogous, Yenix. You're trying to use statistics.
It is
as the
analogous.
same. It's not. Statistics aren't the same as verifying something empirically. I wouldn't be able to verify empirically that the number they've given me that is correct. it would be just a a speculation that's close and like an estimate of certain regions that the information to validate that.
Well, you're begging the
Me?
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're
Listen.
the one that said that.
No, I know I said that, but you're begging. Okay, so
Can you
want
support
me?
that?
Yes, I can support that.
Go ahead.
Obviously, I can't do it with myself, right? Okay. So you're working with basically the ideological view of you can't believe anything unless you can test it yourself, unless it's like, I don't know, studies. Like,
Yenix,
why
is
do
this you not answering my question?
Yeah, of course, but you never let me. Okay, you have to
You
let
have
me
the
build
floor.
up.
You
You have to
can
let
answer
me.
my question.
Yes,
I
of
never
course I
stopped
can
you
answer your
from doing
question,
that.
but I'm not. But I'm not going to sit here and answer your question with like 2 words. I'm
not?
going to build up to my question. Well, because that's how you talk to people. You know that's how humans
Well, I know,
conversate.
but the buildup is not like the plane's not landing. It's just still in midair. Like you're not.
Well, it's in midair because you keep interrupting me. All right, listen. Okay, go ahead and ask your question again because here's the thing: you're asking me things where you literally just cannot answer. Like if I'm gonna go by your worldview, you can't answer it. I'm gonna tell you why I
can
think.
answer it. I think that you if the Earth was an actual globe and it was spinning, like as you say,
Okay.
causing gravitation.
Yes.
Then you could answer the question based on empirical means, which science could back it up, and then declare that it's the case. So you could be able to right now, if you wanted to, look up the information, which you're granted. If you wanted to have the floor and time to go look for it, you can go and see if someone in science is saying that the Earth's spinning is causing gravitation. So
Okay.
if you can look it up, bring it forward and show us that you could support what you're saying.
Well, what would you want me to look up? I mean, there's been
I don't know,
experiments and
Yenix.
observations.
I have
of-
no idea, but it's your claim, so I want you to support it.
Well, here's the thing. I feel like the way that you're trying to go about this is you're trying to have me bring up. What do you mean, no?
Support
you haven't even
your
heard what I
claim?
said. No, not support my claim. I'm telling you why I think this is real, and then you're telling me to show you, like a
How it's real.
scientific. Yeah,
How
exactly.
it's real.
And I'm telling you how it's real, and you keep asking me these questions
Don't tell
that
me how
I.
it's real. I want you to show me how scientific.
Okay, so do you really want to have this boring conversation where I just back in 1955, this person tossed a ball off a rooftop and it, like, dude, we're like that. That's not how conversation. Telling you how. I'm telling you the consensus that scientists came to. I can send you studies on how these scientists came to this, but then again, what's that going to do? You're just going to tell me it doesn't work because
no, don't read.
You're just going to tell me it doesn't work.
Don't read my
Okay.
mind.
So if I sent you an experiment or observations on how gravity works, are you not going to tell me that in itself is wrong?
Yeah, is it specific to what you said? What gravity is? You said gravitation is caused by the Earth's rotation. That's what you said.
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Can you back that up? Yes or no?
No, I can't back it up, but the scientists can. That's what I'm saying. I myself cannot back it up.
Show me where. Go ahead, Spread.
This is another case where they think that we just don't know what the claims are. So if only they educate us on what the claims are, then we would understand and we would ditch our perspective on this issue. That's not the case at all. We know what the globe is claimed to be. We probably know the claim better than you do, and that's why we are here.
Okay, sure. But can I ask you? No, I want to ask you a question, Spartak.
Are we
okay,
shifting
so
away
why?
from?
No, we're not. But I want to ask him a question. But I want to ask him a question.
So
Just talk to me.
shifting. It's an easy branch to swing off of, Yenix.
But let me
It's
talk
easy.
to this guy. Hold on. Okay,
Yeah,
Spartak.
why? You didn't answer my question.
Because he just
So we're
pitched
just
in.
gonna table what I said and just put it.
No. Okay, go ahead. Ask it again. I'll answer you and I'll talk to him. Go on.
All right.
What do you want to know?
So I want to know if the Earth spinning causes gravitation based on any scientific information that you could support.
Okay, sure. I mean, I'm gonna link. I can link you a fucking experiment right now. I mean, I don't know.
It specifically says exactly what you said.
Well, what do you mean exactly what I said? Like the reason
you said
why
that the Earth spinning is causing gravitation. I want to see where it says that in any scientific documentation or academia. Please show me.
You know, here.
I'm not being unreasonable. I'm just asking.
No, I mean you're not, but like I feel like this isn't going to be a great conversation if I just search things up all the time. Okay. So
Well, that
it
sounds like
says,
something
okay,
you think
I
is the
searched up
case.
and it says gravity is caused by the curvature of space-time due to the presence of mass and energy. That's what it
Is that
says
the
here.
Earth spinning though?
I mean, I guess.
that's
I
not the
mean,
Earth spinning.
Can I get a concession though
let me
that
talk
it's
to this
not the
guy.
Earth spinning? Can I get a concession?
Gravity is caused by the Earth spinning. Gravity affects things while they are falling, but
Where does it
stops
say
when
that?
they
Post that.
Vic
Let's see it.
Gov https educationvic.gov.au. Gravity is caused by the Earth spinning. Gravity affects things while they are falling, but stops when they reach the ground. It does not operate on things that are moving upward. Gravity acts upwards on things that are moving. You see how boring this conversation is
That's
if I
not
just
boring.
that is boring.
It's you supporting what you say.
Well, yeah, of course, but I okay, sure, okay, sure, it's not boring. But here's the thing: I just gave you. Okay, so now what? What now? I just gave you a government. I just gave you a government. Go on.
You didn't actually give him any support. You just gave him the claim again. We need the support. The experiment, maybe? Do you have an experiment that confirms this?
Yes, I'm sure that this person experiments. I mean, I don't know. I'll look at it right now. Let me look at the
show.
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Well, wait. The link isn't helping us get the fact that you can articulate whether or not there's been an experiment involved.
Okay,
Do you
but
know if
what you're
there's been
asking me right now is for me to read through an entire document on call right now,
Yenix, it's like you
and then tell you
believe
how they did it.
Okay, you know what it sounds like? That
What does
you
it sound
believe that the Earth is spinning, but you don't have any way to prove it. You're just going based on somebody saying it sometimes in your life. Somebody said that the Earth was spinning, causing gravitation, and now that where it says who was asking, has there been?
Somebody didn't say that. Thousands of
people.
Right here, I'm posting a source from NASA, March 6, 2000.
I mean, he's lagging out. But I want to talk. I want to talk to. Okay, listen.
And has nothing to do with it spinning. The Earth produces gravity.
You're
All
lagging.
right, so you're wrong.
You're lagging.
He basically said he posted a link from NASA.gov.
Gravity is caused by the mass of the Earth and has nothing to do with it spinning. NASA.gov.
Okay. Can you tell me how they came to that conclusion? I guess since you guys how they come to that conclusion, you want to tell me the scientific experiment that they've done?
That was your claim, NASA.
Well, no.
So I don't know. You need to get your stuff together. My claim.
Oh, okay. So only I have to prove evidence for how things work. You can just say something doesn't work and say, "Oh, it doesn't work," because they say it doesn't work. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, hold on.
Your experts disagree with you, dude. Your experts,
brother,
are 180% disagreement with you.
Do you get what he's doing right now? He's holding NASA as a hostile witness against your claim that the Earth is spinning, causing gravitation. He's showing that NASA is saying something contrary to that and saying gravity is caused by the mass of the Earth and nothing to do with the spinning. So NASA is held as a hostile witness against your claim that the Earth is spinning.
Okay. Well, I just found NASA's space place from spaceplace NASA.gov. Gravity is the force by which a planet or other body draws objects toward its center. That's what NASA just said. For like, we just keep throwing like NASA is apparently going against itself.
That's basically what I said, and that's contrary to what you initially said.
How?
Yeah.
You said it was caused by spinning. No, we knew that wasn't the case.
You thought the Earth was spinning, causing gravitation. It's not the case according to what they're saying. So you're basing your worldview off what people are saying, the consensus. But even like you're pointing out, the consensus is even saying against the same narrative. Like they're going against it. So how can you get a clear distinction of what you know what gravitation is based on all these conflicting informations?
Well, scientists change. That's how scientific studies
How do you know
work.
which is the current rhetoric, Yenix? How do you know?
What do you mean rhetoric? What do you mean rhetoric?
The current mainstream narrative.
Well, it doesn't matter to me what the current mainstream narrative is. What do you mean?
It should be, because you can't say things that are not, like, as you said, when one scientist disproved the other one. How do you know what's the current one? What's the one that's already, all these other ones have been disproven and the leading guy is saying something? How do you know who that is and what information that is?
Yeah, I thought all these thousands of scientists agree. What happened to that?
Yeah, they're not agreeing. They're in conflict with each other, it sounds like.
Okay, well, when was this study posted?
That's not it. That's not the point, dude. How do you know what's current? I'm asking you.
Okay, Okay, so this is how scientific study works.
Oh,
right?
God.
Fuck. Okay, listen, you just asked me a question. Please let me answer it, right? You just asked me, how do I know it's current? Okay, here's how I believe shit, right? Okay, you ready? Basically, right? So scientists, right? Scientists. I'm not going to sit here and say that I believe every single thing that scientists say. I don't believe everything that scientists say with a fucking with a blank mind. That's not how I go about living life. I look at what scientists sometimes scientists they fucking disagree with each other. That's just how shit works until they have a.
But that's antithetical to what you said at the very beginning.
I'm not conflicted. You're not letting me finish.
They're all in agreement.
I said thousands. I said thousands. I didn't say every single scientist agreed. I said the majority.
Now the goalpost has been moved.
How am I moving it? Wait, how am I moving it?
You're saying that
you're just not letting me finish. You're trying to steamroll the conversation when you're not letting me finish. You're gonna let me finish it.
Obvious truth that your statement is inconclusive, because now you're saying now they are in opposition to each other, whereas in the beginning they were all in agreement with each other.
No, when did I say all? Did I not say thousands of scientists in consensus of how this works? When did I say all?
That's not the case, dude.
Is it not the
University of Illinois? It's quite puzzling that people keep thinking this somehow causes the gravity.
What? I sound like what?
University of Illinois Physics Department. Link posted screenshot.
What do you? Can you repeat yourself? You're
the spin of the Earth is not the cause for gravitation. Like, it's the same thing as being said before.
You know, sure. How about if I could give you the claim that that's not it and I'm wrong? Okay, sure. Like, what's the wider? I don't.
The wider thing is that you're making declarations as things in particular to the Earth causing gravitation, or what gravity.
Well, hold on.
The wider point is what is gravity, right? So you mean to tell us that gravity was caused by the Earth's spin, and you were standing on that for a moment. Now that you see that a lot of papers coming from certain academic resources are pointing to the opposite, it's in conflict now. Now you're saying that, of course, that's the way science works. They're always in conflict with each other. But that's not what you were saying prior. And
no,
so
it literally was. I said thousands. That doesn't mean every single scientist.
All right.
That means thousands. Well, my point there was that most scientists are in agreement. And I'm sorry, I have to respond to this. This guy said, let me respond to this. This guy said, Yanks, you don't know what science is. Okay, there used to be a time where we believed that the Earth was scientists believed that the Earth was flat. Why? Because we didn't have evidence from going into the fucking sky and seeing, like, the Earth is a fucking globe.
Wait, how long ago do you think they knew the Earth was a globe?
Let me keep talking.
You can't preface with going to the sky. You have to find out.
I'm sorry, you're gonna keep trying to steamroll me. Let me just fucking talk, please.
You can't say wrong things, dude. First,
I'm not saying wrong things. I'm not talking.
Yes, you are.
The only way that they know that the Earth was a globe is that they went to the sky. That's not what they're claiming. They're saying they knew the Earth was a globe prior to them going to the sky.
It's clown.
You knew that, like, at least from that vantage point. You can't say that they only known when they went to the sky. That's untrue. According to the globe paradigm, they knew about it before that.
Okay, okay. How did they know about it before that?
But you tell me, because
no, you tell me. You're making the claim. You tell me this time. You tell me to. Okay, tell me.
So here's the summation of what you're saying: is that the only way that people knew that the Earth was a globe is when they went to the sky. Obviously, with rockets or whatever technology.
That wasn't my claim. Okay, maybe I misworded it. Let me.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, sure. I misworded
pointing it out.
Yeah, you're right. I did. That was a bad miswording. I'm saying the way that we, consensusly, the way that we 100% know now that it's a globe is because we went in the sky. I'm sure that there were scientists that were like, you know what, the Earth is a globe because we did this, and then there were other scientists that were like, no, that doesn't make any sense. I'm sure. But when we went into the sky, right, we could see that the Earth is a globe. Now that is my point that I meant to make.
Right? Yeah, you're saying 100%, Yenix?
Yeah, 100%. 100% the Earth is a globe.
Do you know that 100%? Because when we had a previous conversation, you said you didn't know.
I didn't know what? No, oh my God. I'm sorry.
You said the only way that I can know is if the scientists are consensus are claiming that this is what it is, and or me going up there to verify.
Okay, so how's that me saying I don't know?
Well, because if you're saying that you consider knowing by its consensus telling you that that's what it is, that's your way of knowing something. Isn't that what you said?
Wait, what do you?
There's two.
Is the consensus okay? But is the consensus not that the Earth is a globe? Is that not the scientific consensus?
Yeah, but you're saying that the scientific community is in consensus with the saying that the Earth is a globe based on going to the sky.
Okay, yeah? I mean, I don't know if that's exactly why, but sure. I mean,
okay, you don't know. That's the point I'm trying to make right now. Yeah, you don't know, dude.
Yes. I know. I don't know. But
see,
but here's the thing. I don't know why. Yes, but
you don't.
Keep
Yenix. You're trusting the information.
Stop. Okay, but please stop interrupting me when I try to talk. Right.
I'm only pointing out the wording that you're using is saying that I don't know. That's evident to everybody.
I know, but I'm able to claim that I don't know something. Now listen, if you let me talk, you'll hear what I'm saying, right? I don't know exactly how the scientists got to this scientific fucking consent. Yes, but let me finish. But let me finish.
But
let me finish.
No, can't.
Let me finish.
You basically just told us that you're not qualified to even know what you're saying, bro.
Hey. Okay, so do you know exactly how every single person does something right now? If I ask you, do you know how every single thing? No, but then don't talk about it. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. All right, let me finish my.
I know I am. Boom. That's how much of an idiot I am, dude. Bram. Now pay attention, son. You just said you're not qualified to know whether what the scientists are saying is true or not, which just means you're taking what they say on faith. Secondly, you said that they didn't know anything until they went up in the sky. Who went up in the sky? Scientists? No. The only people who allegedly saw the Earth in its totality were the Apollo astronauts, friend. That's it. So everybody else is working at second-hand or third-hand information at best. Okay? Now that we set those facts, I'll unmute you so you can continue, if you so desire. Go for it.
Did you just say, okay, did you just claim that the only people who ever went into space and saw the globe were the Apollo astronauts?
All right, hold on. I'm going to have to mute you so I can give the answer. Okay, friend, I'm going to make it very clear to you, just so you understand. The only people in the history of mankind that were allegedly far away enough from the Earth to be able to see the Earth in its totality as a globe were the Apollo astronauts. Period. That is a fact. Okay? So yes, that is what I said. So I'll mute you. There you go. Go ahead.
Okay. Wait. So you guys are allowed to steamroll me and stop me when I'm speaking. But whenever, but whenever I talk, you guys are just allowed to mute me, and then.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. All right. You're muted again, son. Let me tell you why. I muted you so that I could say what I said uninterrupted. I then unmuted you so you could give your reply, not talk about being muted. If you don't like the tempo of that, maybe we could just go back to people talking through each other and over each other. Would you prefer that? How about you reply to what I said? Okay? There's no scientists that have seen the Earth as a globe. Okay? The only people who have seen the Earth as a globe allegedly are the Apollo astronauts. Okay? That is the fact of history. That's just the way it is. Everybody else has not been far enough away from the Earth to see the whole Earth. It's that simple. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Just let me finish my statement then. Okay. Since 1961, 700 people have been in space. 700 people since 1961 have been in space. Now you can go.
And what's your point? Yeah, what's your point?
What do you mean what my point is? What's
your point, brother? You didn't make
my point. Okay, then let me make my point. My point is that 700 people have been in the space, right? And you think only how many people were on the fucking crew? I don't fucking.
All right, gotta mute you again because I'm not gonna bother to listen to the end of that. So pay attention. I'm gonna say it one more time. Maybe you can catch it this time. Only 20 people in the history of mankind have allegedly been, wait for it now, in space? No. Far enough away from the Earth to be able to see the entire Earth. Perhaps you didn't catch that part because you were too busy waiting to talk through somebody rather than listen. All right, let me unmute you again. Go ahead.
Okay, wait, so are you going to let me talk, or are you just going to keep muting me?
Bro, the fact that you're unmuted means you can talk, dude. What
Shut
the hell?
dude, I'm trying to talk,
You're
and
dumb,
let's
dude.
say, if I'm wrong, then why don't you just talk to me about why I'm wrong? Why do you have to keep muting me to scream at your phone?
Repeat back what he
This
said.
shit is actually fuck. I have like 4 people talking. Oh, go ahead.
I'll tell you why.
I have 4 people like talking over me.
Because when people are listening on the stream, yeah, exactly. When people are listening on the stream, they hear 4 people talking to each other. It's much better if you just take control of the mic, you say what you want to say, then I open the mic for you to reply.
But I can't do that.
So go ahead and reply.
I was replying, and then you muted me mid fucking
Stop
sentence.
crying. You're unmuted. Stop crying.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody's talking to you.
I'm talking to you, pussy.
Shut the fuck up, pussy.
Okay,
Actual fucking retarded flat earther. Holy shit.
You're crying, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
Holy crap. We don't need second.
He's talking over me. What do you mean, holy crap? Why don't you be him?
For goodness sakes, bro. Okay. Dude, maybe I am criticizing him. Do you ever think of that?
Well, you weren't.
No, but everything you think about is you. The only thing you think about is yourself. So are you going to answer that you're wrong, that scientists went out and saw the Earth as a globe? Okay, you're going to answer that? Yes or no?
Okay, well, I mean, I just searched it up, and it says approximately 556 have flew into space far enough to see the Earth from space. That's what I just saw on this article.
Dude, hey, bro, check this out, friend.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the Earth from space by just jumping, because now you're technically away from the surface of the Earth. Okay, pay attention now. All of the people that allegedly have been far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth as a totality, dude, are the Apollo astronauts. That's it. Everybody else has been in what's known as low Earth orbit.
Okay.
From the height, pay attention. From the height of that, you can only see 3% of the Earth's surface. 3%. That means you cannot see the whole Earth, dude. What's so hard to comprehend about this?
Okay, why are you getting so upset?
He's just cooking you.
I don't understand. Okay, but sure. Okay, but
Because
sure.
you're like talking to a brick. That's why.
I'm like talking to a brick. Okay. Incredible.
Yeah, let's do a little. It's a history lesson. So he had to mute you and explain to you multiple times exactly what he was saying because you missed very important details about what he was claiming. And so multiple. That's frustrating. Excuse me, I was not done. I wasn't done.
You were done.
I wasn't done.
We're talking over me. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, now it's emotion.
Faggots bringing out.
What?
Yeah, bro.
That's how they end up.
Yeah, we need
Incredible. I mean, who would have thought I'd get upset when 4 people talk over me, and then when I try to talk over somebody else, I get muted?
Yeah,
Who would have thought that would be upset? Who would have thought?
See, you're crying about being muted instead of just addressing what's been said to you. You are straight crashing out right now, and you need to just relax and address what's been said to you instead of crying about being muted. You keep getting muted because you keep talking through people. Understand that and just address what's been said to you when you come off mute. Don't cry about being muted. When you come off mute, address what's been said to you because that is your opportunity to speak when you come off of mute. Thank you.
So we can resume the conversation calmly and we can discuss the evidence for gravity being Earth's rotation, if you like. Otherwise, if you want to turn it into this conversation about people and how you're a victim here, even though you've been given ample opportunity to back your claims, then it's not going to go much farther. So you can either back up your claim that Earth's rotation is somehow the cause for gravity, or you can make this about people. It's kind of up to you.
So what claim did you want me to back up? About how the Earth is spinning creates gravity?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
Show me the experiment. Yeah, the experiment that was conducted to prove this. Very simple.
Can you cut out?
And this silence is sponsored by ChatGPT.
Wait.
Hold on.
So you guys,
hold on, dude.
Yeah,
dude, it's fine. They're asking if you left. They're just asking if you left. He's looking it up. Everybody, just relax. Okay, it's fine.
Can ask me to look it up, and then like fuck.
Yeah, no, it's
Dude, takes a little more than 30 seconds to figure it out, you know?
Yeah, that's fine. Take your time.
Is this pre-Google
Okay, so
vocalization session?
Okay, so what I'm seeing here is that people have created artificial gravity, is what I'm saying, by spinning something. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, what are they doing? Are they taking a bucket on a string? Is that what they're doing?
No.
What are they doing?
All right, let's see here, because I have to explain to you the exact scientific.
Yeah, we know it. It's called. Yeah, we know it's called centrifugal force, dude. We know that.
Right.
Okay.
Everybody knows that.
Sure.
Everybody knows that if you're on a spinning body, just like the ride, just like the ride at the fairgrounds where you get in the rotor ride and it sucks you to the wall. It's really not sucking you to the wall. It's that it's throwing you out at an angle, but that angle is intersecting the wall, so it gives you the illusion that you're being sucked to the wall. That's not gravity. That's centrifugal force.
Okay.
It's also a pseudo force.
And you don't think if that was going fast enough that would be that would work as it is on Earth? I mean, do you know how fast the Earth is spinning?
I get you. So let's compare the two. Okay, so let's compare the two. So you've got Earth, which is supposed to be a ball, and we're supposed to be on the outside of it, right? And so there would, if it's spinning, there would be an outward angular velocity, and all the things from the center point of that rotation would want to go directly away from it. So why is it that we are stuck to the outside of a ball and centrifugal force would be wanting us to go away from the surface? Can you explain that to me?
I mean, sure. Let me go ahead and look it up again. I mean, Sure. I could look it up. It's just that the thing is, I feel like this conversation isn't very productive when you're just asking me to look something up. I look it up and I tell you, and you're like, well, I mean, that doesn't really work because I say
We're looking it up for you, by the way. We already know.
This is for you.
Well, can we please stop and just help this kid out? So, kid, I just want to help you out. You don't need to look this up. No, I'm serious. Like, just think about it logically. If centrifugal force is an outward vector from a spinning body, how could it possibly result in an inward vector? That doesn't make any sense. So you could figure that out on your own. You don't need to look that up.
Okay.
Now, inward vector forces are called centripetal forces. Okay. So you need something else which is going in the opposite direction from a centrifugal force. You need an inward, not an outward. So you can only work with centripetal forces, not centrifugal forces.
Okay,
So
I could definitely agree with that. You're right.
Go ahead. Yeah,
I was going to say I can grant you that from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, but I just want to point out we didn't need to look that up, right? We didn't need experts to tell us that. Like, we could figure that out on our own, right?
Sure. Okay, so what I found, when I search it up, from what I found, it says that, here, what does it say right here? It says, let's see. I mean, I see a lot of, let's see. I mean, some are saying it's because of the weight. But, I mean, again, if I grant you that, like, sure, gravity, we don't know exactly how the Earth spinning creates the gravity, but can I ask you another question? Why would the entire globe, everybody on Earth, why would every single district and every single, not district, but every single scientific, what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for?
He's rinsing and repeating what he said before.
Well, no. If you'd actually just let me finish, it's not going to be the same thing. Why would everybody, why would we lie about that? Like, what do we gain to lie?
Oh my God.
There it is. Oh my God, there it is. He's asking a really reasonable question. Oh my God. Okay, so if you I'm asking AI guy over there.
Yeah, perfect. So,
sure.
Where you live and your position in the cosmos is all part of cosmogony and a metaphysical framework from which you hold your worldviews, right? Mm-hmm. And if you know anything about the great world religions and the fact that the majority of people on Earth adhere to the 5 primary great world religions, and you'll understand that there's at least a metaphysical motive that could be in place. So, for example, some might say, well, it's not really about money, it's not about this, it's not about that. Well, altering the truth if you look at these 5 religions, is actually a goal of agents that are named within those religions. Now, whether they're true or not doesn't matter. The fact that most people believe them and are willing to be motivated for these reasons means that they might have an impetus in controlling your concept of where you are, where you came from, where you're going, and who's the ultimate authority. And that are some of the great metaphysical questions. The ontological status questions of who you are as an entity, right? So this is an overarching big thing in people's existence.
Wait, so is your point that there is some like invisible, cabal of people that are basically telling every single space agency around the world to tell everybody that the Earth is flat because they want to control us? Is that what you're telling me right now?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
it could be.
What exactly are you saying?
People's natural predispositions. Okay,
so
what
then
I'm saying
what about
is
the
that the idea of why people would lie. Okay, the idea of why people would lie goes all the way to the fundamental questions. That's what I'm saying. Greater than personal motives like money or sex or power. It's even greater reasons than that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so
now the specifics in the individuals. The specifics in the individuals would. Holy fuck! Could somebody take control of their mic, please? Creation Bear, you Apple user, you. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, well, what I was going to say is, what about the fake photos? Are they just fake? Like all the photos of the Earth that we've taken with drones in the sky? Or, like, we've taken thousands of photos of the Earth. Way. Or were they all just fakes?
Yeah, I understand. I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you, but the majority of the photos of the Earth that exist are from a range at which you can't see the whole Earth. So even those photos wouldn't be able to tell you accurately what the whole figure of the Earth is. Of the photos that are allegedly taken that can show you the whole Earth, for example, GOES-R, Discover Satellite, and the Apollo missions, they all have problems. So, for example, the Apollo mission ones, they're unvalidatable. In fact, there's actually footage taken with Buzz Aldrin and those guys in it. And you can watch this on a documentary put out by Bart Sabrell called and then they compile it together and they use NOAA data to overlay the weather. In other words, it's a live CGI.
Okay, well, do you have any proof to back up that it's CGI, or is that just something that you just believe because you believe in? Well, I feel like I'm being asked to validate every single claim that I have, but then when I ask you guys to validate that something's you're lagging. Well, you're lagging. It's hard to talk when you're lagging.
Okay,
I don't know when you're not talking.
Fair point. Fair point.
Okay.
I don't know what that either.
Okay. Well, basically, listen. My question is, I think he's not. Well, my question is, you guys asked me to validate in the search up basically every single claim that I make that was from scientific or fucking whatever. But then when I ask you, what about the photos that are being taken from Earth or the photos that are taken from droids on the moon, that they're taking pictures of Earth, you're kind of like your claim is just it's fake. Like, and then when I ask you, do you have any proof that it's faked, or you just like, well, I mean, they have a reason to fake it.
We have
fake.
We have the evidence that they are fake. Would you like to know? Sure. So let's take the Apollo missions, for instance, right? Once again, those being the individuals that were far enough, the 20 some odd people, far enough to take an image of some kind of the Earth being in totality a sphere. Well, the claim about that sphere is that it is 3,959 miles in radius. All right, let's just get down to brass tacks here. So if that is the known value for the sphere and its radius, then that also has other geometric consequences on the Earth. Roughly being that there would be an 8 inches per mile drop, vertical drop, when you square the mile of the distance of the observation. Okay? So we also have a very neat, tidy little observation called the Black Swan that debunks the entire thing. This is something that anybody can do. This is empirical. So all we need to do is figure out whether or not we can measure any curvature on the surface of the Earth, since we're standing on it, and see if it's curving anywhere, to see if the horizon is indeed a tangent point that we could measure to validate this actual radius. Does that sound legit? Like, if it's a ball, it'll have curve.
No.
Makes sense?
Well, when it's a ball that stretches out billions of miles, it's kind of...
It's not billions of miles. Not billions of miles.
Okay.
I just gave you the value.
Did you just say billions of
millions,
miles, bro? You're just making shit up.
It is.
Not
I just told you.
Okay. Again, people are just talking over me, and nobody's getting muted. But incredible
You
stuff.
said billions of miles.
Well, obviously, I was being fucking exaggeratory. Holy shit!
It's not millions either.
Creation. Hold on, man. So look,
holy fuck.
Radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles in radius.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Go on.
Okay. The circumference of said ball is supposed to be 24,900 miles. That's it. That's the claim. So that means we have geometric consequences that we can test. That being that the horizon, if it was the sagitta or the tangent point that we could measure to see if, according to the observer's height, there would be a geometric consequence. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you a distance to the horizon or the tangent point. Do you have a problem with anything that I've said so far? This is not my math. This is the official globe Earth math.
Well, I mean, sure. You're kind of just throwing out a bunch of words, but yeah, sure. I agree. Sure.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay. Right. So if this is the case, if we have an observer that is 1 foot high and he measures out over water, so this is, a really easy measurement. Someone is telling us out there that the water is curving along with the radius of the Earth, right? It's equidistant from the center. So apparently the water is curving. Do you have any problem with that?
I mean, I don't. Sure
it's a bit too high.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt so far. Go on.
Okay. Well, let's think about the globe that you see on your teacher's desk. Does it show the oceans curved around that sumbitch?
I don't know. I haven't been in school for years, so I think.
Seriously, you don't know space curve.
It's too high level.
You don't.
He said even if it was millions and billions of miles, it wouldn't be curved.
Holy fuck! Again,
dude.
So anyway,
low IQ.
Low IQ.
Hold on,
sure, whatever you say, retard. Keep talking over me.
You just said even
please
if the
don't
ball
provoke
was
him,
billions and
CB.
billions of miles big.
Dude,
I'm trying. Just
provoke him. Well, I don't know why you're doing that.
Not to yell, and then you guys start calling me low IQ. Whatever.
No,
I feel like I'm being pretty respectful here. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that I'm the most knowledgeable about the subject. I came in here and I'm talking, and then I start getting called a fucking retard, and then I get you guys ask me why I'm getting upset.
That's millions and billions of miles big.
Holy fuck! It's obviously not billions of miles. Holy shit!
Hey, but it would be curved regardless of its size. That's what we're trying to tell you. He just asked you if a ball on your teacher's desk.
Okay,
was
retard.
curved.
I'm
You're
not talking to you. No,
it's
that's not what he asked me. He said, "Is the ocean curved?" And I'm like,
"Yeah, that's a ball on the desk."
Okay, sure.
You said, "I don't know."
No, he.
CB, please. Please. Yeah, I'm asking you. So the pictures of Earth that you think that you've seen from space.
I didn't understand the question. Go ahead. Can you ask?
I understand.
So apparently, I misunderstood.
Bro, the pictures of Earth that you've seen from space, you think?
Yes.
Was it a ball, and was the water curving consistently with the ball?
Never been. Everything was. Okay. Again.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. I would say yeah. Consistent.
Okay, so that would be the best thing that we would want to use, an observation over water to the horizon to see if everything is starting to be blocked by this big Earth curve, because everyone's telling us, right, that the boats are disappearing bottom up because of the Earth curve at the horizon. Are you in agreement with those ideas?
Sure.
Okay. So, if that's the case, then we would have a very predictable rate at which that would occur, and that happens to be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Once again, this is not my math. We just test the claims. This is the globe Earth claim. So, we went out, we tested this. We went to the ocean, and this is off the coast of Santa Barbara. Yeah, I've tested it myself, not at this particular location, but I'm going to give you an observation. I'm going to give you a video with it. This is something that anybody can do.
I don't want somebody else's observation because the point that you guys make is that you can't trust other people, and I want to know your observations.
Okay, I have 112. Yeah, I have 112 mile observation. You want that one?
Sure, 112 miles. Sure.
Okay, no problem. Let me just find it for you. Now, when I show you this, you're going to show me what?
What do you mean? I'm going to show you what?
So if I show you mine, you're going to show me yours, right?
Well, I mean, again,
what are you going to show me?
Well, I mean, again, I'm not claiming to be the most knowledgeable on the subject. That's why I'm coming here to talk. It's a debate. I'm probably just going to show you whatever like the consensus is among scientists. That's what I'm going to show you. And then
I'm going to give you real life examples. Me an appeal to consensus as your evidence. I just want to compare notes here. Okay. So I'm giving you reality, and you're giving people reality, and you're going to give me other people's opinions and wishes, right?
Okay. Yes. You're going to give me reality, which is your single alone, because we totally measure everything by one person's, alone.
No.
That's why
this is the best part about it.
And you can go do it yourself.
I'm talking.
Hold on, Ranger.
Sorry,
hold on, Ranger. So no. Then I'm going to give you multiple. In fact, I can give you a place to go, and you can test this for yourself. How about that?
Sure.
Okay. So we're all going to agree that in reality, we can test whether or not the Earth is a ball or not. We don't have to rely on any other religious priests to tell us about our worldview. Yeah?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Hold tight. I'm going to go into my photos here and grab it.
Are you 100% confident that you measured correctly? Like you're 100% confident in your measurement?
I'll tell you what. If I didn't measure correctly, then you should probably go check it. Right?
Okay, so you're telling me if I went and I got a different measurement, you don't think that you don't think that if 1,000 people measured, you don't think? Well, let me talk. Well, you guys are giving me the only way to disprove them is if I drove my fucking car and went there myself. Well, what I'm saying is if you don't think if 1,000 people measured the exact way that you measured, you don't think that people would get different measurements?
That's a good point. So what you're saying is that who do you think we ought to trust as far as measurement of the surface of the Earth and its curvature? Who should we trust?
What do you mean by who? Well, I wouldn't trust a single person on this call.
Well, if you don't trust me, who do you trust? So what measurements of the Earth are taken?
What measurements? What are you trying to ask me? You know what my answer is going to be. I'm confused on.
Well, if you asked me, if you don't like mine, if I show it to you and you're like, oh, you do it right, okay, fine. Who got the measurements of the curvature? Just tell me who I can trust, like you trust them, and the measurements of the curvature. Who is that? And how'd they do it?
I mean, again, I could search it up, but off the top of my head, I would just tell you again what I've been saying this entire time. I would just say this time.
Okay, so
of course.
Are you sure that they did it right? Are you sure that they did it right?
I don't know the name of the scientist off the top of my head. I'm sorry, man. You got me.
Are you sure that they did it right?
No, I'm not sure that every singular one did it right, but I'm sure that if a lot of them came to, let's say they came to like whatever fucking into a close enough like measurement that it can even out. Like if they're all close enough, I'll be like, you know what, that makes the most sense right now. Obviously, I don't put 100% of my faith into scientists. I've never said that I did that, but I believe to a certain point. Obviously, with scientists, you
don't know any scientists.
Okay.
No, I don't know any of them personally. You're right. Like I'm trying to meet in the middle here. I'm trying to meet in the middle here, where I'm saying that you know what. I can respect almost to a point where you're saying that you don't want to just believe all scientists. I don't do that either, but I believe the consensus of thousands of people, which is that's how I
name one person.
Holy fuck. That's the thing. You know that this argument makes no fucking sense? If I can't name one,
hold on.
I can certainly.
This is called fancy.
No, I'm getting talked to by 3 other people right now.
Holy cow.
Okay, sure.
Please. No, Sasha, no.
Yeah.
Okay. You are appealing to, but here's what I want to point out to you. Okay, you're appealing to thousands of people. We are not asking for the thousands. You think that there's thousands. We're asking you to give us one who measured the Earth. Well, let's just see if they did it right.
Okay. So what you're asking me to do is which I can obviously do this. Anybody can do this. You want me to find one scientist, right? You want me to find one scientist and tell you their measurement? What does that prove? That doesn't prove anything.
No, give me the measurement and how they did it, and we'll see if they
Okay. Well, what do you want me to measure? What do you want me to?
Who measured the curvature of the Earth, and how did they do it? Whatever scientist you're speaking about.
Pretty simple. Who and how.
Sure.
Chad, this is called phantom expert syndrome when they say there's thousands of scientists. Okay, name one. Well, I don't know. So how do you know what the
this is
thousands
called
of
riding my
scientists?
dick to completion.
Hold on. I'm talking to the chat right now.
Yeah, talk to the chat.
How can you say what thousands of scientists are doing or what they say if you can't name any single one person or what they've done or said? This is a phantom you have in your mind that there's a bunch of people out there with answers.
Well, no, this is called a human conversation where I can admit that I don't know, that every single scientist.
We don't know any single scientist. Stop saying that.
Hey, you.
They all
I'm
say
trying
this.
very hard not to call
name
you
one person
sir.
and what they say.
Which is what I'm searching right now. You're telling me to search it up for you,
this is
and then when
another
I tell
syndrome.
you, yeah, this is everything's a syndrome. To
Google
you. I think the syndrome that you have is fucking retard syndrome. Holy shit!
No,
Let me search it for you, fucking ape.
I swear, dude. Just let him do what he wants to do. Don't enrage him
right now. He's supposed to.
I know. I don't
but
let
you're in
him.
the background. Chat. This is called phantom expert.
Yeah, I'm talking to the
syndrome.
chat.
You sound like
Why are
a
you
fucking
getting
nerd.
your pussy's
Then mute, you
leaking right
fucking
now.
ape. Yeah, my cock's leaking.
Bro,
You're fucking writing it. Holy shit.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Go do your
This is
Google search.
ridiculous.
I'm gonna talk to the chat, bro. Relax.
Yeah, talk to my fucking. Never mind. Let me.
Yeah, dude. Just go Google, bro. you should have
I'm about to
Googled
finish,
first
bro. Please
before you
keep
came
writing.
here. By the way,
Why would I Google first? I'm not like.
Because you're not supposed to speak on shit. You don't know what you're talking about.
What the fuck are you? What the fuck
This
are
is
you
literally
talking
called
about?
we literally dubbed this syndrome. Just come in and and then we go, well, can you back that up? You're like, hold on, let me Google it.
Okay.
Supposed to
Wait, can I
Google
ask you a
first.
question? Can I ask you? When I was talking to him, did I say that everything that he's saying is completely wrong? Did
That's
I
what
ever?
you're saying.
What are you talking
When you say
about?
all the scientists, you're like, well, hold on, I need to go Google what any
No,
single
I didn't say
scientist is
all
saying.
the scientists. I
Yes,
said
you
there
did.
is a consensus with scientists. That's what I said. And you're, oh my fucking god.
You don't know any scientists, bro.
Okay, sure. I don't know the exact name of.
That's
a
why you're
scientist.
Googling
You're
right
right.
now.
You're right, dude. You're right. But you're
I
taking this as me being
know.
wrong. If I can't name the scientists of a fucking like, oh my god.
I'm like, all my
Can
friends.
you let him look it up? CB, can you let him look it up, please?
Well,
Please let him look it up.
It's just you're acting like I'm coming in here.
He's just
Well, you're
crying
acting
right
like I'm
now.
coming in here and saying, you're all retarded. I'm correct.
You are
You're
doing
all
that.
wrong. No, I'm not.
You are doing
I'm just
that.
telling you what I believe, and you're taking it to heart because you're a fucking limp dick pussy. You're scared of any other views, bro. Let me fucking
Stop
talk.
crying, dude.
He
Stop
just
crying.
believes. He believes.
Just relax. It's fine. Look, listen. This conversation was plenty calm. He was looking up the information. I'm hoping that somebody, that's on my side apparently would help me out by shutting the fuck up.
Bro, he's just
Nobody
Google.
was
No
talking
one's
to
stopping him from Googling.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah, and you're provoking him. You're talking shit in the
Yes,
background,
talking shit.
trying to poke the bear. Stop talking shit. It was fine until you showed up.
Nah.
No. Nah.
Dude, where's the rules that says you gotta be nice?
So bad that his panties get hurt, bro. Come on.
Well, no, I don't give a fuck about not being nice. I can
Then
shit. I
shut
can
up
throw
then,
shit all
man.
day.
If we
Shut the
talking
fuck up,
shit-
pussy. I'll talk shit all fucking day,
Man,
but then
I'll
I get muted when I talk shit.
and bang your ass.
Yeah,
You
fucking
want
mute me,
that?
pussy.
Whoa.
The second I start talking shit, because you guys are the only one who can talk shit, man.
Sucks.
Like, I'm trying to have a conversation, and you guys are coming in here and slinging shit, and then you're talking about fucking muting and banning me.
Just go Google.
I can sit here and sling shit all fucking day.
Just go Google, bro.
Holy fuck, bro.
We're not even talking to you. We're talking to
Shut
each
the
other.
fuck
and
up.
you're-
Can we get back to the topic, please?
We're just waiting on him to Google, bro.
Yeah. While we talking about with ourselves, you can shut the fuck up and mute. Whenever you're done Googling, let us know in the
Let
chat.
us know. Yep.
It's like going into battle completely unprepared when you have to like stop and Google and do all this. Like, you're not even prepared for battle, bro. I call it pat in the pockets, right? on your game character pats its pockets because you ran out of ammo, and I'm gonna run up on you and I'm gonna blow that shit away. It happens all the time in here. Patting the pockets. Ain't got no ammo.
Okay. You gonna meet me again?
Yes.
Beautiful. Alrighty. Right. And also, just to respond with that's like coming in, whatever. I came in here to have like I was just want to talk. Like I never once came in here and was like, you know what, you're all 1000% wrong. I came in here and said what I believe, and then you guys started getting fucking mad. So I mean, I'm not sitting here and saying I'm like the most scientific and like knowledgeable person about this.
It was like a 3 minutes of something that people was waiting that you Google, and now you're starting to complain again. I was listening and I was waiting that you find that scientist.
Well, no, I found this person who did it, but I'm not gonna cite one person. I'm trying to look for more people.
Okay.
It's good idea.
Find three and then name it 3.
But again, I find these people, and what does that prove?
Let's just go through it.
That will prove that people did something to prove that Earth is spherical. Man, it's easy. They made some experiments or something. They work, and it will show they work, and that's it. Like
sure.
if you look for penicillin, you will find out who discovered penicillin and how they did that and all stuff. You know.
Okay, sure. Well, I mean,
what was the first?
Well, how old do you want? How old do you want like the people measuring it to be?
Let's say from 50s till now.
Okay, I mean, sure.
I don't give a shit. Whatever you find, let us know.
Why not from 50s?
Okay. James Van Allen, Claire C. Patterson, and Floyd W. Hugh. 3 people that I just found. Okay.
How did they do it?
What they did?
Let's see. Using instruments on early satellites like Explorer 1, Explorer 3, and Pioneer 3.
Mm-hmm.
That he discovered the Earth's discovered the Earth's bells, now named the Van Allen radiation bells. These bells influence our understanding of the Earth's magnetic field and its interaction with space.
Is that measuring of the Earth?
Yes, he measured the Earth with satellites, is what it's saying.
Does Earth have one question only? Did Earth has the size before? Did Earth has the size before that invention of the belt?
Wait, what do you ask?
In other words, wouldn't they need to know the size of the Earth before they launch it into the sky, right? Hold on, Sasha, bro.
Yes.
He's gonna pretend like he doesn't understand.
I'm not pretending. Why would I pretend like I don't understand?
Hold on. It's not that they just sprayed and prayed, bro. It's not that they just sprayed and prayed technology in the sky and hoped it worked. If they're gonna orbit the Earth, they would kind of need to know the dimensions of the Earth to orbit before that. So I would say that's not how they measured it with the satellites. They would have to measure it first. Or do you disagree? They just sprayed and prayed something up there and hoped it worked.
What do you mean sprayed and prayed something up there?
Well, then,
what do you mean by that?
Okay, well then they would need to know, right? If I'm going to orbit your house, I kind of need to know the dimensions of your house to orbit. Like if you have one of those
Why do you need that?
Right? It needs to know the dimensions of your room to then orbit the room and do what it does.
Okay, but I have a question. Do you need to know the orbit? Like, do you need to know the dimensions of my house when you throw a drone in the sky and roam my house? Like, what do you mean?
So then that's what you're saying. They just sprayed and prayed it up there and hoped that it worked. I don't think that's what they did.
What does that even mean? Like, okay. Sure. That's what I mean.
You tell me to give
you guys tell me to give you people, and you're like, no.
No, but listen, bro.
We had the size of the Earth before that invention, man. We had the size of the Earth before that invention of the whatever belt.
Okay, I'm not saying
that. Just asking true or false. They know the size of the Earth before the satellites.
Okay, so you want me to give you the first person to measure the Earth? Is that what you want?
Yes.
No. Hold on. And not only that, what you mentioned that they did was talk about the Van Allen belt, nothing about measuring the Earth.
Sure. I mean, the first person to measure the Earth is Aristotle's, whatever, how the fuck you say the name.
Okay, great. So how did they?
That's the answer that all of you guys wanted.
How did they put the sticks and shadow data into the NASA computers? Go ahead.
Wait, what? What the fuck are you even? Wait, what are you asking me?
You're using Eratosthenes as your measurement of Earth, so I'm going to.
No, I'm not. But I know that's the answer that you guys wanted.
Well, that's what we're asking you.
Just claimed it's Aristophanes.
Yeah. Who measured the surface of Earth to be curving?
That was the first person. I said that's the. You guys were arguing with me until I mentioned him because I know that you guys want to railroad the fucking conversation into that. Be like, well, technically you can't. It's so fucking blatant what you guys want to do.
We're just wondering why you had to go to 200 BC.
No, I don't, because I just named 3 people, and you guys are sitting here arguing with me. I'm not. Holy. Okay. I'll name.
How did they measure the surface of Earth? How did they measure Earth to be curving in modern times? Then go ahead.
He just said one, but it wasn't even speaking about how they measure the Earth. They spoke about the Ben Allen belt.
Simple experiments using the horizon, sighting distance objects, and calculations using known Earth's radius and observer's height.
Known Earth's radius. Okay. How was it known?
Before.
Holy fuck! Am I in Google? Am I in fucking Google Academy here? Like, what the fuck do you mean? How is it known? Yes. What?
Yeah. But how was it known?
Hold on, CB. Before you get upset, because you're getting upset.
Before I get upset, because there's five people.
Listen, shut up.
Shut the fuck up, pussy.
Let me explain something to you, bro. Calm down. If you bring something up, we're gonna ask you about how they did it and how do you know to be true. All right, so don't get mad when we ask you about.
But when I bring up, when I bring up on why you guys know that these photos are faked by NASA, you say that there's some crazy fucking spiritual cabal of people that want us to.
Literally no.
Okay. So then why would we fake it? Then why would every single space station around the world? No, let's not fucking get back to answer the question. Answer the fucking question. No, you guys want to fucking railroad the question and answer the fucking question.
No. Yes. This is a fucking iPad so we can stop frigging out. What's wrong with this child?
Child, you guys are fucking retarded. All of you guys are fucking retarded. Answer the question. Stop fucking derailing it.
No, we're going back to how you know the Earth is what it is, bro. We're not switching it up.
No, you switch it up constantly.
You just Googled like 5 people. We're not going to move off.
Because that's all you want me to Google. Name one scientist. Like, do you know how fucking idiotic that sounds?
It's for you. It's for you.
No, it's not for me. Can you answer the question? Why would every single space station on Earth fake? Yeah, don't answer it because you don't know the question. You know that the answer is because there's a fucking cabal of people.
No one's saying
one is all. Okay, then why? Answer the fucking question. Why?
No, we're going back to how you said the known radius.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
We'll run the pen.
No, why? No, don't answer the question. Answer the question.
Or you scattergetting to something else, bro.
No, because you guys do the same shit. You guys do the same shit, and then cute. You guys have a cute panel. Answer the fucking question.
Yeah, facts. No. You said known radius.
Answer the question. You're a fucking pussy, and you're scared to fucking talk about anything.
What's the question?
Happy to talk about your unknown radius.
I have to answer your question, but you guys can never ever answer mine.
Correct.
I'm a scared woman. What's the question?
What? What'd you say?
No, we're not going into his bullshit.
Woman. What's the question?
I can't hear you because there's other people talking.
Jenna, we're not going to just do the whole why would we lie. That doesn't get us anywhere.
What?
We're here to reveal to you that this known radius is
like
not
30 of your questions, and then when I ask you guys a question, you can't answer it.
You already asked this though.
Okay.
CB, can you give him a chance, at least a little chance? Let's see if he can get a chance. You asked the question, why you think that these photos are fake? Okay, I will ask you this way: if that photos are not fake, they will match with the reality. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay, let's see if that photos are matching with reality. Let's see the geometry of the Earth, and let's see if Earth is curving in the rate what heliocentric model is saying. And we will go home, every one of us. Is that good?
Okay. Sure.
That means you have the size of the Earth, you have the radius, you have everything. Go with that measurements in reality and see if is that occurring. If is that occurring, that means that the pictures from the space are not fake.
Mm-hmm. And is the way that you figure that out is your own data? Like you go there and then you measure it and you can't at all be wrong?
I'm telling you this: if Earth is spherical from the sky, it must be spherical from the ground. Are you agreeing with me?
No, I'm not.
No?
Wait, what does that even mean? What do you mean it must be spherical from the ground?
Are you saying
if it's
you're on a sphere Earth, but just because you're looking into the distance doesn't mean you're going to see the entire fucking curvature of the Earth. That's
I'm
not
not
how that
saying
works.
about the entirety.
Okay, so
I'm
then what's the
saying
question?
Okay, how much you will see on the Earth, on the sphere, on this sphere? Do you know that?
I don't know the
Too high
exact
level,
measurements
bro.
of that.
Can you look into that? Can you Google that? How much I can see on the Earth with this red? But please, God,
No,
why are you
this
so
is
angry?
not. He
Because
doesn't
it's
know.
so fucking boring. You guys just ask me to Google shit over and over. Just tell me. Just tell me. You know the answer. Fucking
do you know
tell
why
me.
it's not? Do you know why it's not boring?
Okay,
When you
tell
find
me.
out that the distance, what you are talking about, you will find out about the distance and your height, and then you can check that in reality. Then you will get numbers.
Show me it's wrong. Show me it's wrong. The burden of proof is on you. Show me it's wrong. If it's wrong, the burden of truth is on you.
Okay,
I'm not going to sit here and do all of your research.
I will show you. I will tell you because you don't want to research. The radius
I'm
is
not a researcher.
3,000.
I'm not
Okay,
going to
I will
fucking sit
tell
here
you.
like a dog
Okay,
and research
great. I
everything
will
you tell me
tell
to.
you. I will tell you
me.
very simple.
Please tell me.
The radius
Hold
is
on, somebody say this
3,900. The radius is 3,159 miles. Do you know that?
Sure. I mean, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt again. I'm not going to research everything.
With your height, you can see 3 miles because there is starting to curve Earth.
Mm-hmm.
With your height, 6 foot, let's say that you're 6 foot, you cannot see more than 3 miles. That's what geometry of the Earth is leading you. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Okay, now the magic point. When you take the camera and put on 1 foot height, not 6, you see 10 miles.
You see what?
10 miles.
Okay.
10 miles from
on the globe. On the globe, with this size, you can see with your height only 3 miles. That's the first part. The second part, in reality, when you make observation with 1 foot observer height, you can see 10, even 20 miles.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, what are you trying? Like, what's the point?
The point
is, with more distance on the sphere, more curvature. Is that correct?
Sure, it's correct. Wait, hello?
We don't have that. We don't have that in reality.
Okay, can you? Am I fucking lagging? Hello?
Go ahead.
You're good.
Can I show you? Okay. I cannot post. I don't know why picture. Somebody posted in Black Swan or any kind of observation.
Just send me fucking whatever, dude. Because I have to search up every single thing that you tell me.
I don't know why.
I want to see us. Okay, sure. Let's see. Just somebody DM it to me, and then because I have to find a study for every single thing that I talk about, because apparently that's.
Yeah, we get it. You don't know anything. You don't have to keep repeating it.
We get it. You like swallowing my fucking cum, bro. Release my cock from your mouth.
Bro, you're about to get banned, bro. Come on.
Oh, no, I'm going to get banned from the Flat Earthers, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Bro, chill, dude. The fuck?
I think that I was not hostile with you. I hope. I don't know.
Fucking filthy child. You kiss your mom with that? God damn it. Get the fuck out of here, man. Go drop your balls and come back, do some research. Talk again. God, this. How about that?
Somebody dropped the Black Swan.
Yeah, let's get the Black Swan on.
Trying to. It's not letting me load images.
I need to get that clip on the soundboard again. Whoa, the language on you. You blow your father with that, bro? Is he still here?
He left.
Holy, bro.
You're making me tell you everything about the shit I'm telling you that I don't know about.
But CB also was right. We were speaking today about that, like giving names about the people who are coming and claiming something, and then we'll look and research on Google in the same time. Yeah.
What was it called again? Pre-Google.
Premature explanation syndrome or pre-Google vocalization syndrome. That shit, bro.
For some reason, we're not able to post any images in the chat. I'm not sure why. They just
is it a glitch?
It says fail to load. Tap for more options, but there's no options. The only other option is to delete it.
Interesting. Let me try.
That's why I could not. That happened yesterday also, I think.
Yeah, I got a couple of black swans here that I could
It's
post, but I
glitching.
can't.
Yeah, that's weird. Bro had a TikTok brain, chat. You gotta kind of meet him where he's at. I know people are trying to go high level with him and stuff like that. He's not here to pay attention, bro.
Can somebody DM him to him? He DM him the image because for some odd reason it's not posted.
I think someone did, right? Or maybe not.
Yeah, I think you made a really good point there, CB, that...
Yeah, that was able to post it.
Well, go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I was just saying that, no, it's just saying that I think you made a really good point there that, especially with TikTok brain, a lot of the people that come around, they're not actually here to have a discussion that takes more than a few seconds of thought each time.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's good or bad or whatever. I'm just saying that that's their, that's the format that they're used to. So it would be really hard to have a conversation that we're used to with somebody like that.
What's a TikTok brain? What's that?
Oh, short attention span, doesn't pay attention. You start hitting it with numbers and they start zoning out.
And they're not even aware that they're zoning out. They're just, and then they might pop back out and saying something just entirely unrelated because they've watched 3 other TikTok videos while you were talking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, folks.
Oh, okay.
Like, for example, when you were like, so you're 1 foot off the surface of the earth? And he's like, yeah, sure. Okay. Like, they're not really, nothing's tracking. You got to meet them where they're at type shit. But go ahead, Pine. What's up, man? You been here before?
No. I just, this is going to sound, I won't lie, this is going to sound really random, but I think this is really funny, so I want to bring it up. You're not allowed to share your screen, right?
No.
Okay.
And by the way, since it's your first
screen, yeah.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, you can share your screen, just not your cam.
It's fine. I just want. So, you guys know who Dude Perfect is, the YouTube channel?
Oh Lord, here we go.
No. What do you mean? Here we go.
Here we go, bro.
What did I say? Wait, what did I say?
This is so like 2019.
I'm gonna call this guy
2020.
2019. This was 2 years ago. It was 2 years ago.
Oh shit! All right, so this is so 2023, bro.
Yeah, it is. Okay, here we go. 2023. No,
you talking about the thing they went to space?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cap, bro. It's cap.
What's cap about it?
There is no outer space.
There's no outer space.
Correct.
I don't feel like I don't even think I have to say anything. I don't even think. I don't.
I'm easily debunk that.
I don't think I've ever heard something so stupid in my entire life.
Well, I know. Right now, you think it's stupid because that's the only lore you've been provided with is outer space, and we all live in outer space. We can easily take that away. Super easy, right, Jedi?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hit it.
Please do. I'm fascinated, bro. Please do.
Yeah, all we need to do is ask you, Pine, for a demonstration.
No. Hold on. Don't ask me. I want you to tell me how you know. I don't want you to ask me. I want to reverse it. I want you to tell me.
Make it simple. Make it simple.
Yes.
Gas pressure requires a container, period. Anything that involves gas pressure, whether it's a bottle of sparkling water, the air in your car tires, air in a balloon, the air you breathe on Earth, requires a container. Point blank, period. That's the end of the story. We're inside of a container. There is no outer space. It's completely a fictional setting for books, movies, video games. That's it.
So you think we're inside like a dome, right? Like a glass dome kind of thing?
I don't say anything about glass or dome, but notice how all those examples I provided involved a container, different types of containers. Doesn't matter what it's made of, it requires a container, period.
What's the definition of gas pressure, my friend?
Ooh, shit.
What's the definition of gas pressure?
Whoa. Calm down, bro. No need to get hostile. I was just asking a question, bro.
No, that's not being hostile. I'm asking you if you're following along with what CB's saying. I'm asking you if you know the definition of gas pressure. If you don't, just say and I'll tell you.
All right, bro. Tell me.
The force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container. To have gas pressure, you require a container. We're breathing gas pressure. The necessary antecedent is a container. If you don't have a container, there's nothing for the gas to press against in a defined volume to achieve pressure. If you don't have a container and there's an available space to fill, the law of entropy will dictate that gas will fill that space. So that's why we know with a absolute fact that the vacuum of space can't exist, because we're breathing.
Well, wouldn't you guys have to show a container that goes from 14 psi down to 1? No container does that. I mean, a container has pretty much the same pressure in the whole thing.
No,
that's not true.
It doesn't go not as drastic as 14 to 1. I mean, it doesn't.
Bro,
there's no
you can't have a gradient without a container either. So you're not really making a good point here.
I am, but there's no container that goes 14 to 1. Well, you wouldn't think so, but I mean, it's a good. Gravity is what makes the 14.
No.
Sorry, you seem to want to interject for this. Okay, what's gravity, my friend? And can you show me it affecting gas in an experiment causing pressure?
Yes. Oh, wait, no, now I can't. Wait, I can't talk right now.
Okay.
Classic. As soon as we get down to the meat and bones, gotta go.
I mean, there's no classic. Maybe you just literally can't.
No, this happens every time, bro. It's a thing.
We see this upwards of 24 times a day. So, congratulations, my friend. It was nice talking with you.
It happened with the last guy, Yenix or whatever.
Do you guys think there's like stars?
Do you think
what?
Yeah. No, damn,
no, it's all fake. No, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Can I ask a question?
Hold on,
They
dude.
think
Yeah, go ahead.
they think that flat surfaces are flat. Can you imagine?
He said there's no
Can you
outer
imagine?
space.
They think that curved surfaces, if are flat, they are not curved.
Yeah, but you guys,
that doesn't
but you guys
mean
say
the
this
lore.
happens.
Yenix, Lennox, dude. Chill. We're cooking somebody else right now. Hold on.
No, but okay,
relax.
Okay, go ahead.
Just relax.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm saying three of you guys are going in on him, which is why I can't talk, I guess. So which is why I'm trying to say. You guys say
Lennox.
I didn't listen. I didn't come in here to like fucking disprove however many of you are with some genius fact. I just came in here to like hear people's opinions. There's no cooking. There's no that. I'm just here to hear people's opinions. If you think you quote unquote cooked me or whatever, you can think whatever you think. You're not. You didn't change my opinion. So whatever you want to call cook or whatever. I just came in here to like.
What if you put opinions? What if you put opinions aside and we go look into geometry?
Then I'm pretty damn sure my conclusion would be that the Earth is a sphere, unfortunately, because the data compared to your guys' data and the other data is just
can you show
superior.
Can you show that data? What the size of the Earth showing that it's curving on the rate? What it's saying that rate it's 1.22 miles for 1 mile 8 each mile squared. That means 1.22 miles for 1 foot observer height. Is that correct? Is that you can observe that in reality and measure?
You brought up this point like 3 times. You brought up this point like 3 times.
I told you that's the geometry. That's the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Are you having that numbers in reality? Like you have that drop over distance.
You said there's no outer space, right? You said that? I'm curious.
No, man.
He's not paying attention, Sasha.
Man, we are speaking about the surface and the geometry. We said let's put opinions. We said let's put opinions aside and let's go into geometry, pure geometry. Can you
okay,
go there?
But I asked my question before you asked that, and nobody answered. So I'm going to go back to my question, and I'm going to ask. So, like, you said there's no outer space, right?
Correct. We
No vacuum of space.
Okay.
Vacuum.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Okay.
What powers? Okay, so like the sun, the star. What powers the sun and the stars?
Don't make a claim about the sun and the stars, dude. That's just. How do I know what the sun and the stars are?
You don't know what they are either. That's important. It's not that the lore about them is just automatically true. That stars are big burning balls of gas. That the gas pressure argument debunks that too. That there's just a bunch of gas with no container. So you don't know what stars are. You don't know what the sun is. I wouldn't worry too much about that anyway. You can prove that gas requires a container. You just looked up. Hopefully, you looked up the definition. I would post it, but the chat's not working. But it says right here, gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the wall of their container. You gotta have a container, bro. There's just no way around this. Doesn't matter, like, oh, but what about stars? Like, that doesn't change this at all.
Or you can try to demonstrate gas pressure without container.
Let people talk.
Sorry.
I'm interested if he's going to respond.
Where's your?
Before we talk for 10 minutes and forget he's here.
Where did you get your source from? Can I see it or like link it?
Just search up definition of gas pressure. It's not like some secret knowledge.
I'm not asking for secret knowledge. I'm asking where are you getting yours specifically from, and I'll read it.
PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula.
Can you post it
Boyle's law, Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law. Yeah, if you want me to do your homework, or you can just Google these terms. The ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT, Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, kinetic molecular theory, and the second law of thermodynamics.
Ours. He's spitting.
You might recognise the last one as the law of nature.
I don't type that fast, bro. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I just feel like there's so many like.
You feel like?
Yeah, I feel like there's so many unanswered questions.
Like what? What causes gas pressure?
No, not that. I'm just like, there's so many like. What about like tides? What causes the tides?
It doesn't change. Oh my god!
Don't make a claim to tides, dude. How would I verify that claim? What would I have to do?
So you don't know?
Yeah, don't know. I don't know what causes tides.
So is that not like?
It doesn't mean gas pressure doesn't require a container because there's tides, bro.
Okay, but we have an explanation for it, and you're choosing not to believe it.
Which one? Sorry, hold on. My friends, before you get chatty.
No, I'm not chatty. I'm saying we have an explanation.
Which one do you want to choose?
I'm saying, okay, you say you don't know, and there are answers out there to it.
You,
no, hold on. Let me finish. I'm not getting chatty. You keep interrupting me.
You are. You keep fucking talking. I'm just asking you which one.
I keep talking because you're not letting me finish talking.
Which explanation?
That's how tides work. You said you don't know. There are reasons
I'm asking
to explain it, and you just don't believe them.
No, I'm asking you which description or explanation do you want to give out of the few that are out there? And then after you've chosen one of the few, I'm going to ask you to scientifically verify it in an experiment, which I know you can't do. So I know that I can't do this, and it's funny that you think that you can.
I never said that I can.
Sorry, you've got an explanation?
Then why do you believe it? The fuck?
Hold on. You've got an explanation. Well, explanations are great until you can empirically verify your explanation, your story to be true. You're going to require scientific evidence for your story, aren't you?
Sure. I don't know. I just feel like there's so many like questions that like the flat Earth it just leaves on it. But it just leaves it unanswered. And
no.
Well, that's why
hold on.
Mentioning
the question about the surface of the Earth.
Okay, what about like South? Okay, I'm just naming things that come to mind. Like, what about South Pole?
Nice. Why are you talking
just
for
spamming shit, bro?
I
think we're going in a circle right now. Can we unmute?
I'm not some giga brain genius here to unprove all of you. I'm just bringing up points that come to my mind.
Yeah, you keep bringing up points and not listening to the answers. It's really frustrating. You keep talking, saying, I just want to know your guy's point of view, yet you talk and you talk and you talk and you talk.
Obviously, you know my point of view. I believe that the Earth is a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so I'm just... I'm just bringing up, I'm just asking, like, I don't know.
You're asking questions and then you want to another one when someone's trying to answer what you've just previously said. And then
I asked the tides and you said you don't know. Tides. Your answer was I don't know. That's not an answer.
You don't know.
And do you know?
So guys, look, we're going in circles right now. We're not actually asserting any claims and then arguing about them.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
But you did just assert one, that you know what tides are caused by.
And
you don't want to answer it.
It's running off to the next thing. Something about poles.
No.
I was going to say that you're complaining that we're going in circles. So we're not,
I'm not complaining. I didn't complain about that.
It sounded like you did. Like, oh, we're going in circles.
That wasn't me. That's a whole other person.
How many people are talking?
We muted him.
There was a couple.
It was Fifth Mike.
Oh shit! Okay, sorry. I thought
but I can say that the tides are caused by fucking the moon's gravitational pull, which is everyone who. But then you guys will just say no, it's not because that's not gravity. Exactly. See, you just say prove it, and then I can't win.
Why would you just say shit?
I really got to take this.
There is no just saying shit. It's just like
that's what you're doing.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Jedi.
What I did was ask you which one. Which gravity are you talking about? Being there's many different types of gravity, you're just going to say the moon's gravity. The gravity just takes care of it. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to ask you to scientifically verify your claim, which you're not going to be able to do. Hopefully you understand in the point of tides, not going to be making a claim to that because there's no scientific empirical evidence to prove what causes tides.
I could probably find something. And then I will bring it up, and then you get okay.
And then we'll see if it stands up to scientific rigor.
And then
that's what we'll do.
You won't. You just say no.
Yes, we will. Bring it. Go and get it.
Why are you saying I can probably
Google up to scientific rigor? Off you go.
There it is again, chat. Pre-Google vocalization syndrome. They say shit, then they're like, "Well, I could probably Google it and see if it's true." The fuck, man. Supposed to Google it first before you gap.
You're just showing up with this silly theory, and you're like, "Let me just Google if my theory is correct."
Go ahead, let him respond.
Oh, I mean, well, I don't think it's a theory. I think it's fact.
You don't
have any facts.
Theory? Oh my god, the words he's using are just coming out of his mouth wrong.
You don't have any facts. We're asking for the facts. You're like, well, let me Google it. You don't have any facts.
Show me the empirical evidence. That would be the experiment that causes tides with your presupposed cause, which is gravity. Show me that experiment.
I mean, it's more than just gravity.
It's more than. It's more than what?
There's inertia.
No, you've got the phenomena of tides. You're saying it's caused by gravity. Okay.
The moon's
that in an experiment. Yes. Why are you talking?
In an experiment?
Yes, please. Scientific empirical information.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the moon's gravitational pull and I'm going to put it in an experiment for you guys.
Is this you conceding that you're not going to be able to do it?
I can't do that. That's not possible.
Yay! Thank you. Thank you for conceding that you can't do it. Oh, what do you want me to do? Make a fucking planet? You idiot. You should talk less and listen more.
You should say things that you can prove to be true or that you know to be true.
It's not
instead of saying, well, why don't you believe what I believe? Why do you even believe it? You don't have any facts or anything to back up that belief.
Does every body of water suffer tides?
Ooh.
My fucking lips are suffering. I just got back from the dentist. Shit's ass.
That's nice.
Where's the charger at?
Hold on, you gotta...
Yeah, what about freshwater lakes like the Great Lakes? Where are there tides?
What about in a deep ocean?
It's getting really quiet. Can we have that one guy unmuted and let him like start something? Yanks.
But first, I also want.
Yes, I'm free.
I also want him to tell us about the amphidromic points and how that corresponds with the moon.
Yeah, but can I ask you guys a question? You guys earlier, you guys said that they all do this. Do you guys think that they all like Google stuff is probably because you guys all just hit them with like the most random fucking like definitions that you have pulled up on your second monitor, and then one day, hey, you're gonna let me talk this time.
We don't do that. We're not like you.
What do you mean?
We speak on what we know to be true. We don't sit in here and ChatGPT shit and Google it on the fly. That's what you guys do. Because you get yourself into trouble because you yap a bunch, and we go, okay, is that true? And you're like, well, I don't know. Let me Google it. We don't have to do that. That's why we speak on shit that we know to be true.
Okay,
we've already done the research.
But you don't argue like a normal human. How are you gonna change? How are you gonna change people to your side?
Talking about
human.
Hey,
what do normal humans just yap and then Google later? That's not normal.
No. Oh my fuck.
Yeah, that's what you do, dude.
Okay, so unfortunately, when you cut me off mid-sentence and then you start interpreting what I was gonna say and then try to like make me look stupid, that's kind of doesn't really work.
We've been doing this. We've been doing this for so long.
Yeah, I know.
You're not new.
It's actually
you're not original. You're not original.
No, you're not original. Okay. Have you guys ever converted a single person to like believe?
Yes.
We're not trying to. Hold on.
Yes.
Yanks.
Okay. Were they?
Yanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. We don't have a problem with somebody Googling information. The problem we have is you saying you know something, then when we ask you for details about what you know, let me look that up.
And then I look it up, and then you guys go, this is what we call a pre-Googler. This is you need a pre-Google it. Like you guys say you don't care, and then you guys need to Google everything. You mean you don't care? You obviously fucking care.
You're Googling it after you said you knew. After. You got that part, the after part? You're saying you know, then we ask you about it. Let me look it up.
So do you think every conversation a person needs to know the exact name of 3 scientists of what they're talking about? Every single conversation.
You couldn't even do that.
Can people have human conversations where they're like, you know what, maybe I wasn't correct about this, and then they search it up, and you're like, you know what, you're right. I've done that 3 times. Where
maybe you should stop opening your mouth and putting your foot in it then.
Facts.
Yep.
Yanks, do you want to have a conversation and stop this bickering of a bunch of crap that is just not helping out the conversation at all? For you and I have a conversation. We can talk. Okay?
Serving up some Copamel Taquiato.
I mean, sure.
Well, let me let you in on a secret.
Wait,
what's really happening here is this.
All right, can you let me talk? You guys want to have a conversation? When I talk, you guys steamroll me and then mute me when I talk over one person. So just let me talk. I'm trying to chill, but whenever I talk,
you don't have to try.
Again, here we go. 4 people talking over me, and then you mute me.
We'll just control your mic. If you can control it. I'll let you in on a secret. What's really happening right now is you're a fool, and we're going to help you persist in your folly to help you realize things you thought were true, the things that you thought were true. As you go down this path, you'll realize that they're not true. When you say, well, all these scientists say X, and we go, okay, let's pick out a scientist and let's see what they say. Hopefully through this process, you'll realize some of these things that you thought to be true are not true. That's what's happening right here. I don't know if you realize it.
$5 to start whining while he's muted.
This is for your benefit, not for us. We've already done this homework. We've already done the research. This is your turn to learn something. Or you could just spurg out. You got a couple options here.
Yanks, if you're going to talk about being muted, we are going to mute you again. So just talk about the topic and not about being muted. Go ahead.
All right. You know what? You're right. All right. I'm sorry. I did kind of, spur out a little bit.
Just hurry up.
Okay. Okay. You know what? You're right. Okay. You can help me reach the conclusion Just like how I help your mom reach orgasm. All right, you can go ahead and help
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. All right, go ahead. Well, what do you want to? What do you want me to
should we
reach?
start with?
All right, let's start. Okay, let's start with.
I'd like to go back to the known radius. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
You said,
the known radius sounds good. Or why your mom can only reach orgasm with me.
How did we
do either one.
How did we come to know the radius? How about that?
I'm not sure. You can go ahead and tell me because I know you search this shit up all the time. Go ahead and tell me. How do we know?
Well, you found out there was a guy named Eratosthenes. You found out that there's a gentleman named Eratosthenes.
Yes, lead me down.
You want to walk through? You want to walk through what he did?
Yeah. What did he do?
Well, you Googled it, right? What did it pull up? What did it say?
All right. Well, let me see here. I think it says that flat earthers are retarded. I think it's what it says here.
Yeah. You said earlier that you weren't saying that. But anyway, don't worry about that.
Wait. Oh, fuck, dude, that's my bad. Go ahead.
We're breaking out still. That's all right. We'll get there.
No, I didn't mean to. Dude, I have Tourette's, bro. Can you just go? Can you please just go?
Facts.
Yep.
Sticks, shadows, parallel light rays. You debunk this easily. Light rays come in divergent. All light rays diverge. In fact, there are no collimated light sources, as far as I'm aware. So this Eratosthenes thing is cap off rip. So anyone else? Cap. You got anything else?
All right. Let me.
How else was it measured?
Yeah. Let me pull up another study so you can tell me how it's wrong. Let's go ahead.
All right. Well, we just ripped off the first one, so unless you disagree with light rays are parallel.
All right. Let's see what we have here.
Doesn't even have an opinion. All right. Facts. All right. Moving on.
Wait. So you just told me to search something up, and then when I go to search it up, you tell me.
No. Do you agree that
what are you
light
doing
rays are not parallel, or do you disagree?
Wait, that light rays are what?
They're not parallel. They diverge. Sorry, is that too high IQ? Let's think about it. We have.
No, they're not parallel. What do you? This guy did this shit in 50. This guy did this shit in 50 BC. I never said that he was correct.
Perfect. So he didn't.
Holy cornball!
Moving on.
You now understand that he's not correct.
Wait, but
nicely done.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
You understand that Aristotle is not correct when he makes the claim that light rays from the sun parallel, when it's quite fucking obvious that light from source is divergent. So you understand that he's incorrect. We don't need to go into the ins and outs of it. You don't need to believe flat earthers. You figured it out yourself.
I mean, I can assume that this guy is wrong. It was in 50 BC, but again, I haven't done in-depth research on it, which is why I'm not going to sit here and make any complete claim. I've never once made a complete and utter claim. You guys have constantly made complete claims, and then when I ask you guys to show research for it, you kind of just go into like brain dead ape mode and like you just say the burden of proof is on me.
This is just meta now. When you Googled who measured the Earth, they gave you this person. We just walked through how they didn't measure it. So what else do you have?
Okay. Can you give me research, or is it just like all anecdotal for you? Is that how you do things?
We just took your research and ripped it into pieces. Now what else do you have?
But what's your research on why the Earth is flat?
No, we're not moving on. You said you were willing to engage.
See, this is what I mean. I'm trying to engage. Okay, ask the question again. Okay, you're gonna ask the question. I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer this question, and then you're gonna answer my question. Go ahead.
No, we're not. We're gonna run the panel.
No, we're not. You guys are fun.
Yeah. Relax. Go ahead, Jedi. What's up?
Why do we say the Earth is flat? Because everybody, you, me, everybody on this panel, everybody every day, measures the Earth to be flat and stationary. It's what everybody does all the time. So that's why we say the Earth is flat, because we measure it that way.
He ran off, or he had that.
Can I ask a question? When you say measure, like do you actually like pull out like a tool? Like
yeah. You can.
Like laying a laser light.
You can survey the world.
I haven't done the math, but like let's assert the claim that it's a globe and it's the radius that's like on the internet, right? How far would you have to measure for you to not like just seeing in negligible noise?
Not that far.
I don't know the number.
Couple of few
Not that far, actually. Yeah, like maybe like 5 to 10 miles. You could easily test this. I want you to do this real quick. This is really simple, FIB. Go to Google. I'll do this with you. Go to Google and search, how far can I see? Boom. It says, the farthest you can see at ground level is 3 miles. Okay? So they're not even saying, oh, you need to do this thousands of miles. They're saying at 3 miles, that's the farthest you can see. So you can test that. Go somewhere. They're saying at 6 foot, about 6 feet above the ground.
Yeah, if you're
distance to the
5'7",
horizon will be 3 miles.
9, etc.
Yeah, exactly. So that you can use those numbers and then put that to the test. So if you go into reality,
let me ask, when they make those, are they just like doing geometry, putting a person that tall, and then making a line that's asymptote through their eye level? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, you can. Yep. Here, the next thing you should do is this. Earth curve calculator.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna go to the first one. It'll ask you for eye height.
Yes, exactly.
6 foot. And I don't know, distance, whatever. I'll just put 10 miles. So there you see D1 horizon distance 2.999, so 3 miles. It matches up with the math that's been provided based off of the claimed size of the globe or Earth. So you can definitely go put this to the test. 100% you can test this for sure. So if you go to say you go to a big lake that's like 10 miles long, and you're seeing across that whole thing 10 miles, then this whole idea that you can only see 3 miles because of the curvature of the Earth, you can definitely measure this and test this for sure. You should do this. I would recommend anyone in this panel does that.
So I went to a lake in Nebraska called Lake Mac. It's a really long lake, but it's it's still decently long, but it's thin in comparison. It's only 2 miles thin, and then 10, 20 miles long. I don't know. I could not see barely down the thin end of it, let alone the long end of it.
Well, here's the thing, dude. There are other conditions like weather and shit like that.
Yeah.
Down here in Florida, South Florida, Lake Okeechobee, that's 32 miles across. I can see that with my P950. So.
Essentially, what I'm saying is that I don't have personal anecdote that falsifies or unfalsified. Does that make sense? I don't have. I've never seen that far either way.
Did you go one day or how long were you there? You're just there one day?
I went. Man, I need some water. I went every year up until about 2020. So
now, were you testing this? You were intentionally trying to test this, or you just?
No, this is post hoc anecdotes. This is nothing scientifically exhaustively rigorous. This is just yeah, I couldn't see fucking shit. That's all. I think, like I said, maybe down the thin end, if I went out a little bit, I could maybe see some mountains. But it's just there's too many other does light even get through all of the
there's other factors here. Did you use binoculars or telescopes or anything like that?
No, it's just fucking. That's what I'm saying. This is not rigorous. I was just curious.
Yeah,
So if I wanted to redo that, I would have to go back, get some binoculars.
Yeah, I would recommend you do that and play around with it and just check it out for yourself. We discovered one of the reasons why they ended up with this ball is because the half-naked Greeks believed they saw via laser beams coming out of their eyes, and they drew this orthographic ball, which is the Earth curve calculators that we use today, and in those orthographic calculations, they don't make things get smaller with distance, so things remain the same size with distance, and then they compare that to what they see in reality, and so that matches up with the human eye and the diffraction limit of the human eye, and we have the math for that. I can give you a video on that. However, with the bigger aperture cameras or a telescope, you can see far beyond the supposed geometric curve of the Earth, which was derived just from human eyesight.
Right, and that's what I've been hearing. I've been silently listening. That's right here. I just haven't seen the evidence. I'm not looking. Is it someone in the chat? Oh yeah, here it is. Oh my god, it's in kilometers. I'm really bad at converting. Man, can I just say that lens, no matter what paradigm you're following, that is a beautiful lens. W Manufacturing. Let's see. Dude, okay, wait. Why is it every time? Okay, sorry. I'm losing my. I need to calm down. Every time I talk to flat earthers, why is it always this GIF of those two ships? Am I crazy? Is that why is it always those exact two ships?
Well, do you understand it? Do you understand like what they're trying to show you, or?
Yeah, we've got more black swans if you want them.
Well, you gotta understand the argument.
Why is it exactly that GIF every time?
Well, I can tell you, but like, do you understand? Since you've seen it a lot, do you understand the argument, or no? You still like trying to figure that out.
I know it has something to do with the horizon, right?
Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, we just talked about how it's 6 foot off the ground. The distance to the horizon would be 3 miles.
Oh, they aren't ships. Wait. This is
oil rigs. Those are oil rigs stuck into the ground, and the reason why those get used a lot is because those were presented in an argument, whereas the guy who went out and took those videos took hundreds of videos of seeing things far beyond the supposed geometric horizon, and we just used that one for a specific reason, because we're trying to goad the Globers into chanting refraction so we can destroy them on that argument as well. And so all the oil rigs are well documented. His position is well documented. It's a good way to show people how this works, and they can go check out the distances on the maps, and they can even go there themselves and see it for themselves, or find something comparable where they know a distance to an object over a body of water, and then go regularly with a zoom camera or a telescope and see how often you can see that, and the different conditions of the day. Like you learn a lot just by looking at all the different effects that you see in the air, and how things look at those distances. That just doesn't comport to the original globe story. It just, our technology has far outpaced the story, and they keep trying to like fill in the holes that appear as the technology gets better and better with like these ad hoc excuses. Well, it must be refracting. Well, light must be bending in outer space. Well, there must be dark matter and dark energy to make all these things work. And they don't even have gravity. Like, they don't have it.
When you say they, you're talking about scientism, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about like the highest levels of academia. They'll admit that, like, yes, we don't know what gravity is right now. We're working on different theories, but the best approximations we have is Newton and Einstein. So like they'll admit it, but like they don't have it.
No, that assuming what you say, that's valid, right? They make flat earthers find an anomaly with that paradigm. They show light to it. In contrast, scientism will come back, fill in, argument from ignorance, fill in the gap with some explanation. That is intellectually invalid if what you're saying is true.
You could just look at dark matter. That's how dark matter and dark energy got created.
I don't know shit about dark matter.
Yeah, you can look if you look into it and watch some videos on it. What happened was that they noticed that some galaxies that are really distant appeared to be rotating far too fast on the edges, and so if we assume that all of this is created with mass and all these distances and all this stuff, it doesn't really work with Newton because there doesn't appear to be enough mass to make that happen. So they have to imagine there's this invisible mass causing all that. So it's the biggest mismatch between theory and observation in the history of science. And they admit that. I got clips of Michio Kaku saying that. But they have to have it there to maintain Einstein. And so, like, they just do that to maintain the conception so that they can continue to maintain, like, their worldview. They did the same thing with Newton. Like, Einstein technically debunks Newton completely because he has completely different inertial frames. He has completely different geometries.
What was the claim you just said a second ago?
Yeah, Newton is completely debunked by Einstein's theory, or like Einstein's theory completely supersedes it. Sorry?
They're not strictly incompatible. It's not like
they're completely incompatible. They are. There's
a book that explains this really well. It's called the Structure of Scientific Revolutions.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. The theories themselves are completely incompatible. However, they're both describing the same thing. So the compatibility lies in that they're both functional, and so they have the same results from the effect.
So it is inherently like, oh, Newton was wrong. That's why Einstein came and proposed. But it wasn't like, oh, all of the claims that Newton made are now wrong. Because no, what it is that they're trying to make a new paradigm.
Yeah, I never said that. Like, I don't make all or nothing fallacies. I'm just saying that when Newton proposes that the inertial reference frame is the object is at rest when it's on the ground, Einstein says no, that's not true. The object is at rest when it's in free fall. So they have completely contradictory inertial reference frames. Newton has also completely different geometries. So on those points, they don't, or they're not compatible. And so they have to say, like, Newton is wrong on these things, and so we have to go with Einstein.
Yeah, you can't,
and this is what an astrophysicist will tell you.
When I say compatible, I mean like the conclusions. Like they mostly lead to the same conclusions. And then there's some anomalies that Newton had, and then Einstein came and fixed them. But you're not going to, like, for example, flat Earth versus globe don't have that same incompatible feature. They're inherently just two very different conclusions, right?
Well, the thing is, on the globe, they claim you live on what appears to be a locally flat, non-rotating plane. And they say it's just so big that it looks like that. So, like, the result is the same. Just like with gravity, and just like with Eric Weinstein is now trying to make a new gravity, because Einstein doesn't function with quantum mechanics. And so they need something else to function with quantum mechanics. And it's always going to have the same end results because you're working backwards. You're working backwards from the effect. You see the effect here on Earth, and you assume, how does this work? We cannot test it using the scientific method because we cannot manipulate the presumed cause. So we assume maybe this, maybe that, maybe this. And then they look out into the world and they're like, wait, what we think how the orbits work don't actually work perfectly with Newton. So, but if we imagine space and time is warping, and then maybe, like, okay, then we can use Einstein and then it works. Okay, let's go further out, and then eventually they hit, oh, well, the galaxies don't work. So we need something else. Now we add some dark matter, dark energy. Now it all seems to work a little bit more. But it's all still just theory crafting. And they're all working in this theoretical mindscape they're creating and not actually at the really is level. Because we all get the same information. We're all seeing the same thing.
Hello? I don't have a comment. You said a lot. I'm trying to think about it.
It's all good.
There's also all the stuff people keep pinging me in the chat. I'm like, I don't know if that's exactly relevant to what he was saying, but it's relevant too.
It is, at least partially. Yeah, it's Michikaku. That's on BLSM 69. That's the one who took the videos of the oil rigs, and you can go to his channel and see hundreds more.
Hello? Once again, can I just get like a W for the person that made that lens though? It's such a good lens.
Oh yeah. Like, our technology is so good, and that's really what's breaking the globe, because we're using infrared to prove that their ad hoc excuse is that light is bending around the globe to hide all measurements of the globe, so nobody can figure it out. But if that were happening, refraction works in certain ways. Different wavelengths refract at different rates. Infrared refracts far less than visible light. And so if we're seeing way beyond the horizon, and we take up an infrared camera, and we see even further beyond the horizon, then that's the opposite of what they need. The less refraction, the closer the horizon should be to the geometric sphere, if the light is bending around the globe to allow you to see further and measure it as flat at all instances.
Yeah, so here's a question, right? So it is, you do have a point that potentially they're ad hocing with the, what's it called? The refraction around the globe to see further. My question is, has that been scientifically replicatable? That's my question. Because if it's a real phenomenon.
We tested it multiple times, and the military also uses this. Infrared cuts through the haze, so it allows you to generally see even further than visible light. And we have Jay Tolan, who modified his P900 to basically be infrared, and then he took it on airplanes and started recording the ground, and he could see up to 1,000 miles from the airplane, which is insane. And we have the world record long distance photographs taken by globe Earth believers. They don't believe what we believe. They don't have any dog in this fight. They just have they're trying to win the world record long distance photographs competition. So they take pictures of where they're going to be taking pictures in infrared and visible light, and the infrared pictures are always the ones that win the competitions because they see further. Whereas, like, when we calculate where the horizon should be in their pictures, it should be way closer, and like a bunch of the mountains that they see should be like miles below the curvature, but it's just nowhere to be seen.
I don't remember the spectrum off the top of my head. Infrared's like right below visible, right?
Yeah, we found infrared because when we split white light, it's split into a rainbow, and then the zone underneath the red heated up, and they were like, "Whoa, this is interesting. There's this invisible light here."
I just forgot if it was above or below. It's below. It's a bigger wave, right? Bigger, longer. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if anyone else is having this software bug recently. Every time I open, like, it'll sometimes be Instagram, it'll sometimes be YouTube, I hit play, it's just black. I'm like, really? I have to kill my app, reopen it just to watch it. It's like, I don't know what's causing it just to be black. It's really weird. Dude, it's just, you know who I blame? I blame C++ for this. No, those programmers, man. Yeah, these images are cool. Infrared flight over Gulf of Mexico, 1080p. Okay.
But that's the interesting aspect. You can use the different wavelengths to try to see if there is these effects that they claim, because all white light that should be, if it is refracting, would be separating, and you would see like a rainbow distortion, mostly at the top and the bottom, of course, because the rest of the wavelengths are still scrunched together. But it should be detectable in the images, and there's no evidence of it.
There are people in the chat that they're like, one of them was like, let me have to scroll up past all these videos. Stop copy pasting the same video. Where is it? I want someone to explain to me why the Earth is flat. Someone else said, I have a question. Someone else.
Why are you reading the chat? Why are you reading the chat to us?
I'm just pivoting. I'm like, oh, they can butt in. I don't want to. What is it? I don't want to beat the dead horse of the infrared thing. If other people want to move on.
The Earth is flat. I mean, you agree, right?
No. I'm agnostic mostly on it.
Oh, so you're a glober? It's you. You're either a flat earther or a glober. You can't be either or.
That's a false dilemma. It's just.
You either think you live on a spinning ball inside a giant vacuum chamber, or you don't.
Could someone explain to him that that's just false critical thinking?
He's a banana earther.
Yeah, I could be a banana earther. Why not?
No curve measured. That's why.
My point is that there's a third paradigm that I could try and falsify.
So it's flat. It's measured flat. It is flat. You got nowhere else to go.
Flat's just a description of the surface condition. It's not.
But what's wrong with this guy?
It's not talking about the overall Earth.
So the other guy was actually like, what was his name? I'm trying to find him.
Fib, are you paying attention? We're not talking about the overall world condition, what it is.
Who's we?
The surface condition. Everybody's describing the known Earth that we are on right now.
Look, I'm not debating against ideologies, like people.
This is not ideology. This is our experience on the surface of the Earth, Fib.
Who's a we?
Not ideology.
Every person that lives on Earth.
It's our experience, man.
Look, right now, there's this false, us versus them. I don't believe in that.
Well, I don't believe nobody's saying us versus them.
Then don't use the word we. Don't use the word
we. As people that live on the Earth. All of us.
It just seems like a false compartmentalization. That's all. Because other people have different experiences that can lead to different conclusions.
Other experiences like what? Name the experience that you get on the surface of the Earth where you think it's something other than what you see it to be.
For example,
this is a horizontal plane, dude. What else are we experiencing other than that?
For example, we have the GIF of the oil rigs, right? The one that y'all keep putting. There are people that have not seen that GIF. So that's someone with a different experience than you.
Dude,
compartmentalize
talking about the Earth.
You and them.
Yes. You're talking about one observation that's been made at a long distance from a specific point. I'm talking about what does everybody claim the Earth looks like from their vantage point. Even those who think the Earth is a globe will say from the localized area it looks flat. Everybody says that. Yeah? Everybody says that. even if they disagree that the Earth is actually flat, like they will say locally it looks that way. The experience anyway.
Who's this everybody?
Dude, like, you don't have to play at word games like that. Like, you know what we're talking about. Like, just playing at word games is really not going to get us to the conclusion. Like, everybody experiences the Earth one way. And then your interpretation of what it could be is different, right? But what we all experience is the same.
He wants a third one now. He wants flat, curved, or something else.
Yeah, and then we're talking about only what we observe as the known world, not what we don't know as the overall world, like what it is incomplete. Nobody knows that.
What I'm saying is that it's a critical thinking fallacy to just assert this, A versus B. You either believe it's flat or you believe it's a curve.
It's not a belief, dude. It's an experience from a primary perspective. From your primary perspective, what you can understand, detect.
Am I going to pull a Jordan Peterson? What's your definition of belief?
All right, no, dude. Yeah, well, belief would be acceptance without any evidence. So that's what a lot of people do.
No, that is not what that word means.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Don't make up your own fucking definitions, kid.
It's exactly what it means.
Watch this an insult. That's not.
It's exactly what it means. This isn't just make up word day.
But locally, you could hear the word belief as acceptance without evidence. But you can believe in something that has evidence. That's just...
He's freaking broken.
The word belief is just like...
Yeah, you just want to play at word games because you think you're going to win on a technical point. You're not. This isn't something where you're going to get down to technical.
I'm not trying to win anything.
You're trying to think that there's a way to think about it very technically where it's not going to sound like what we're saying. It's exactly the experience everybody has on the surface of the Earth, Bib. We all experience the Earth as a horizontal plane. It looks flat from our perspective, and it also measures that way. So we're not going outside of that. We're trying to get people to realize, how can you think of the Earth as a globe, as a sphere, from that? And that's where the mental gymnastics happen.
What's our head? We're going to this we. That's not a real dilemma. You know.
So you and everybody else who wants to play mental gymnastics
I'm
to
not
make
with
words.
Anybody else. I'm independent. I'm my own person.
Yeah, you know what? You're running on a script, Fib. The script is, let's try not to make the Earth what we obviously know it to be. The script is what everybody comes in here trying to prove that the Earth is a globe. You're trying to make technicalities be the way. No, it's not. It's what you're doing. It's the assessment of what you've been doing in the chat.
If you can quote something I said and then assert it after, but right now you're just making blind assertions.
Yep. Either the Earth is a globe or it's flat. Like in the way of saying
that's
that
not necessarily true, though.
Yeah, it's
not necessarily true.
If the surface condition is either curving or it's flat.
Okay, so if you're a brain in the jar, that's what you want the other option to be. Why is the Earth flat in the brain in the jar?
Well, it is an option. I wouldn't say it's a very.
It's not an option, dude. It's not an option.
He was taking that out. Did you see? That's his only third thing. He either doesn't believe in reality at all, and he is now a brain in the jar. We may have broken him to that point. It could be our fault. I take some of that blame. Actually, that's one of my hobbies, is to break you guys into brains in the jars.
Solipsism is the escape for those who don't want to face the facts of reality. That seems to be the way they leave the exit stage left. When it's easy enough to say, well, we don't know what reality is. That's it's a cop-out. You want to say that so that you can at least say that we can't even say the Earth is flat. So you want to go from the vantage point of not knowing anything to where at least you knew something. And it's absurd. It's unintelligent, and you just want to carry this point forward to say that the third option is I can't describe what reality is, because we don't.
Why
it could be
a different result from this guy?
Dude, you're just running away, dude. That's all you're doing from reality. You're running away from reality, and you're trying to figure out a way to construct your argument where it sounds like it's coherent, and it's not. It's not coherent.
Can you pause? You don't have to browbeat every person that comes in here.
It's not, now who's doing the assertion? Everybody. It's just you. You're the only one that's talking. Now who's the one claiming everyone? You are now. See how that feels?
I said you. I singled
you said,
out.
Yeah, that I said it to everybody.
No. So someone put the definition of belief in the chat.
Yeah,
When
go
I
and run
Googled
away
it,
from.
I got
Go and run away from what you said.
That's what's confusing me.
You're confused because you want to make reality be something that no one can describe. That's why you're confused. You and everyone who talks like you, you're running on a script because you don't want to face the facts of reality. You wanted something to be so super incoherent that not even somebody who says, "Hey, the Earth looks flat," you're like, "Yeah, well, how do you know that? You could be a brain in a jar." Yeah,
I'm not asserting anything.
I cut out your clip. I put the definition from what you posted. It's the exact same thing. You just have a belief system. You think it's true, so you believe so. It's not true. We measure it flat. So you really have a dilemma, don't you?
Yep. Face the facts of reality, Fib.
Essentially, what I'm saying is that it's a false dichotomy. It's not necessarily a binary.
We've been over this.
There is a dilemma in a sense that you have to pick a paradigm. That's not actually true. You can.
Yeah, because you want to. You keep we've already covered this. You want to talk about you being somebody who can't define reality. We've already covered this. You're just going back around in a circle to assert your same point. And you probably will do it ad infinitum if we let you.
See, what's going to happen is you don't want to admit that it's flat because that means your space going to Mars. That's all fake. Space is fake. We'll get that out of the way. So you don't have that anymore anyway because the Earth is flat and you know it is. So already you know that you're just believing in a lie at this point.
Yep.
You want me to let me give an analogy to what's happening.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah. No, you don't know that. Dude, your brain in a jar. How could you describe what's happening in reality in our conversation if all of known reality is something that could be left up for question? You want to describe what's happening in this conversation, bro?
You're like pre-moving. You're playing bishop out, knight out, pawn forward. I haven't even made my second move yet.
Yeah, because you can't describe what moves are based on your definition of not understanding reality, bro.
You don't have any moves,
How do
dude.
you know that?
You got no moves.
You gave up the ghost when you said you can't describe what reality is. That's it. It was already done skis for you.
I never
man.
claimed
You
that.
said that. Radwin said it and you just affirmed it. You're like, yeah.
Yeah to what? You don't remember either.
Yeah, you can't just keep spinning your wheels thinking that you want to describe reality.
Want to have a fair and civil debate?
We have been.
It's not a debate.
No,
it's not a debate. You have nothing. It's not a debate. You just saying, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. That's not a debate.
That's a straw man. You don't know that I have nothing.
You haven't presented your globe curve proof yet. We need to see your proof that the Earth is curving, not a straight and flat line.
So you're not. That's actually a different point, though. Now you're arguing. I'm just waiting for you to present your evidence. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well,
do I not have evidence?
You're in a debate. You claim that you're in a debate, so go ahead and present your evidence, son.
Well, first of all, I want you guys to acknowledge that you've moved the goalpost, though.
Oh my God, dude.
No, it's always been about knowledge claims, not belief claims. And we know for a fact that you don't have evidence to provide.
Know for a fact? So, for knowing for the fact, you've looked in my brain, you've looked around in all of that mush, and you've asserted that there's no knowledge in there.
Yes, we know your programming. We already know your programming, and you don't have anything. So we're telling you now, you don't got anything. Go look for the rest of your life. You're never going to find it.
We know Earth is flat, and we know that you believe Earth is a globe.
I don't believe
and you also know Earth is flat.
I don't know either of those claims. Once again, this is just a false binarity. I don't believe it's binary like this. Let me ask a question. Do you know if you're gonna have a good day tomorrow?
Yes.
You say yes. Okay, so you have a binary answer.
Yeah,
Does
yeah. You know why I know
person-
that? I know that I'm going to have a good day. An asteroid's not going to hit my house. Everything else should just be about the same.
Okay, so would you say that you believe in hard determinism?
What is this? Oh, I'm sorry. Eli's into the chat. Why are we talking about something like fortune telling, which is something that we know no one has the ability to do, as in trying to figure out the events and the wellness of someone's being tomorrow?
It's a good question, Big Daddy. Big Daddy.
If we're talking about if a table is flat, will that flat table that was measured flat today be flat tomorrow? That question, the answer would be yes to. Not, are you going to have
right now? There are two people in here that are strawmanning me. The two people being Dr. PSI and the person with a big AV on their symbol. And I'm trying to create an analogy to explain why what they're claiming is a strawman.
Okay, so what are they claiming?
They're arguing determinism when actually the real paradigm would be some form of compatibilism or soft determinism.
I'm going to control you. This is a lot of talking. I'm trying to boil it down to the simple thing. What did they claim that you disagree with?
The first thing they claim is they're reasserting that it's a binary. You either believe the Earth is flat or you believe it's a globe. And that's the first claim I have issue with. Is that's not necessarily true. You can believe the Earth looks like a banana.
I told you I was going to control you. You're either going to leave or you're going to let it happen. So, again, let's deal with that first. Are you good with that?
Deal with what?
Are you good with dealing with the first thing first?
What was the first thing?
It's either flat or it's a globe.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. If that is the assertion.
Stop talking. I didn't ask you to think. I asked you, did you want to deal with that and flesh that out first? Yes or no?
If we're gonna push forward this false assertion.
Yes. Do you want to dig into whether it's false or not? Because that's where I'm going next. Do you want to do that? Yes or no? But you're not going to, you don't have control of the conversation anymore. It's annoying. Yes or no? Simple yes or no. That's what I thought.
I got disconnected. Did he leave?
Yeah, because I forced him to have a direct conversation going in an actual direction, and he chose to skip out. Meaning he took issue with it being either curved or flat. But really, he said globe and flat. I was going to tell him that, first of all, flat's not a shape. But I asked him if he wanted to deal with that first. And he couldn't answer. He was saying, well, I don't agree. And I'm like, but listen, let's just decide to deal with that first. He didn't want to, so he left.
I got the sense that he wanted to set up the conversation such that nobody could prove anything is true either way.
Yeah, I don't play that shit. Y'all know that.
It was totally set up to be like, how can you say that you know anything for certain? How do you know anything is true? I'm just going to challenge you on etymological claims all day long. I'm just going to challenge you too on what you claim is empirical. None of you flat earthers have any epistemology. Beliefs and knowledge are the same. You can't say they're different, blah, blah, blah.
Well, we can say the Earth is flat because we have empirical evidence like measurements.
Right, but then they'll retreat to their brain in a jar.
How can we really know? I love that.
Wow, no one's talking.
Do you have a question, Sweetie Pie?
Yeah. Do you really believe that the Earth is flat?
Well, we don't believe Earth is flat. We know Earth is flat because we have empirical evidence, like measurements. We measure Earth is flat.
You got like a big measuring tape reel and you just put it all around.
No, that's not how you. That's not what those are used for. That's not how you. What those are used for. Wrong tool. Try again.
Not a measuring tape, Sweetie Pie. We use these things called elevation angles to stars and things like that during like navigation, celestial navigation. You see, when you measure an angle, the top line of that angle goes from the observer to the star. The bottom line of the angle goes from the observer on the ground to the ground position of the star, also on the ground. Now, that bottom line can extend for hundreds or even thousands of miles, proving and measuring Earth is flat.
You use the stars? What?
Yeah, it's called celestial navigation. It's how we navigate so we don't get lost. It's a practical method of measurement of the Earth so that people die. You see, if we don't use celestial navigation properly, people get lost at sea. And it
How
just
much
so happens.
money are you making for this PSYOP every day?
Oh, none. This is just free time.
14 grand a day. About 14 grand.
Got him.
Got him what?
No, I fucking know it's a PSYOP. So.
Do you? Do you believe that you live in a spinning ball in a big universe? Hello?
Do I believe?
Yeah.
Or do I know?
Do you know?
Yeah, I've been on a plane before, man.
No, planes fly straight and level. Try something better.
Look, I heard the real you for a second there. You can't hide from me now.
Is that your best globe proof then? I can't hide from you?
Yeah, on this good, round, flat, green earth, you will never be able to hide from it.
Good, round, flat, green earth. What the fuck? You have cogged this already and you just got here.
I've got the mind pirates, guy.
I haven't even gotten to make you spiral yet. You already took the fun out of it.
Exactly. You see, that's because I know
you're
how
a
to
complete
operate
idiot.
the
You're a
PSYOP.
complete idiot that knows you live on a ball inside a giant vacuum chamber.
You're right. I am. I guess you are working for NASA. NASA.
You're very weak at this.
What, at the PSYOP? We're at the PSYOP gym and I'm not lifting hard enough for you, bro? Is that why?
You had no response to the Earth measurement. You had no response to that, how Earth is measured flat.
She didn't even understand what you said. You started with level 3 on a level 0 character.
That's right. I'm playing Dark Souls right now.
I bet you
Because
are.
everything's a fucking PSYOP.
Yeah, you sound like you're fucking paranoid, like a paranoid conspiracy theorist to me.
Says the paranoid conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, we hear you guys all the time.
You hear us on your surveillance equipment, you CIA PSYOP agent?
Wow.
Wow, I got a little too real, huh?
Yeah, everybody's watching you. You're very important.
No, there's just a lot of creeps.
It always feels like somebody's watching me. And I have no privacy. Whoa.
So there's no way any detail that you can tell us that the Earth is a globe at all. Just
well, no, she already knows it. She said she knows.
Yeah, because it looks like your mom's fat ass.
Wow.
Well, that's intelligent, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, very weak troll. Like I said, you're very weak. You're level 0 to us. You're like that. You're easy pickings.
Usually when people resort to those tactics, it's because they are very unintelligent. They can't articulate any of their points coherently. So it just makes it very apparent to us. So, I mean, you can continue doing that, but it just shows that you can't articulate any points.
So the Earth is flat.
Observably, measurably, and practically, yes.
Okay, and what is your educational degree?
I am a master at articulating points online for Flat Earth.
So a PSYOP agent. Okay.
Okay, if that's what you heard. I didn't say that, but
yeah,
that's what you said without saying. That's what you said.
Like I said, you sound like maybe you're a paranoid schizophrenic. Actually, you're starting to lean towards
And that's exactly what you guys go to on a script when someone starts pointing you out.
Do you hear how you sound?
Yeah, I don't think you've heard it. We have a recording. You could play it back and then listen to yourself. Yeah.
Listen to
Why are you recording me? That is the most CIA thing to do.
They're live streamed on YouTube right now, and maybe others. I didn't look at all the who all's in here. Yeah, this is 24/7 for the last 8 years. It's been going. It hasn't stopped.
We capture the interactions with individuals such as yourself, and it just sounds like people like you sound very cockamamie. So yeah, we like to expose that to other listeners. Listen to how these people sound. I mean, just
it doesn't mean I'm wrong. Just because I sound crazy doesn't mean I'm wrong.
Yeah, well then prove that you're right. How about that?
I was right. She admits she's crazy.
Yeah, usually we detach ourselves from people that assert that they are conspiracy theorists because that's not who we are. Yeah?
Okay, but you're saying that you're only qualified as a conspiracy theorist. I asked you what your education is, and you told me you're qualified to tell me bullshit.
Really? So you only hear what you want to hear. Is that what you got? Anything anybody says is only what you want.
I mean, it's good to try and decipher what someone's really saying.
Do you hear a lot? Like, listen, do you hear a lot of conversations during the day that there aren't other people around? It's a real question. I got to know what I'm dealing with here.
That silence is telling, though.
No.
Well, then why do you think I'm saying something that I didn't say, if that's true?
Because I've met PSYOP agents who are pushing the flat Earth thing.
How do you know there were PSYOP agents? Like, what in the world? What's your benchmark for knowing that?
If you're not a PSYOP agent, then you've just been PSYOPed, which is even worse.
Yeah, so you're telling us right now you can't discern whether they're PSYOP agents or whether they've been PSYOPed. Is that what you're saying? Sounds like to me.
I mean, sure. That's the whole point, isn't it?
You need to lay off the peace pipe, man, and get back to reality.
Maybe we need a little more peace.
Well, we could only have that if people could think critically for once and not assume things and just live on emotions. That's not how we should motivate people. Should motivate people is critical thinking, not emotional states.
If the Earth is flat, I will radically accept that. Okay? So where's the proof?
Water over large surfaces displays no convexity at any time. So basically, the physics of water describe that water will always be level and horizontal on its surface. Boom.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
And it has nothing to do with, like, gravity.
Did I say gravity when I told you that?
You didn't.
No, air pressure makes the water lay flat, actually. Look at my name.
Anything else?
This is a PSYOP group.
Really? Is that your comeback?
Well, I'll give you another one. I know you were told elevation angles, but it's pure trigonometry that they use for the entire landing and liftoff procedure for a plane over many miles. In case your brain is not like computing what I'm saying, so over many miles you have pure trigonometry. So from point A to point B on that surface, it's horizontal, aka straight, aka flat, aka level.
Whoa.
I don't know how many flat parts you think you would have on a ball, but 75 miles is wild. You can call that a
Why are they lying?
You can call it a psyop if you want. We don't know why they're lying. I don't go around asking liars why they lie. I just don't listen to what they have to say. Why don't you ask them? The people that have you thinking what you think, go ask them why they lie.
I think I have to at this point. This is incredible.
Unless your brain cells aren't rubbing together and you didn't understand what I said. Luckily for you, though, it is recorded, so you can actually listen and go, okay, ask someone else who probably knows more than you. Hey, what did this guy say? Does it make any sense? And then after you do that and you go through all of that, then I don't know, maybe you'll have some sort of epiphany where you need to actually take this conversation seriously. But obviously, right now, you're not there.
No, I'm there. I'm totally there. You blew my mind. Like, I realized it's a real PSYOP.
Do you want Nat Geo and CFI investigators to blow your mind then?
Wait,
you like National Geographic, right? I'm going to use a hostile witness to ruin your day. Would you like that?
Wait, why? I just said I agree with you. Like, I'm now mad at the real PSYOP, you know?
Well, that's why I said, so then, since you're taking it serious, we can show you the good stuff. Would you like to see National Geographic play in your face? Like you're a retard?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Go to YouTube.
It was funny. Rite Aid had no Father's Day cards. They had a whole order of one row of cards with Mother's Day, which was a month ago.
You know what I should have told you to do?
Wow, you're
Just
hot
realized
micing.
the student doctor
Wow.
tree. So if you go down, instead of going left to Florida.
Yeah. Go to YouTube.
I muted him.
YouTube, type in CFI investigators and Flat Earth. I mean, she could very well not be doing that. So.
Oh, I am.
What are you asking her to look up on YouTube?
CFI investigators, National Geographic, where they went to the Salton Sea, and that was supposed to be the proof that the horizon was Earth curve. It's not working.
Okay, so the National Park, what, sir? Sorry, no, National Geographic.
Hold on. Just posted the video in the text chat. Not yet, but just now. Okay. See that?
Yeah, got it.
If you go to forum, here's the thing. Let me just give you the quick thing down here. So the claim is that the horizon is Earth curve. That's why people say obviously sunsets are because we live on a globe. Obviously, seeing, the bottom of a ship missing. Actually, that was stupid to say because you can't see something that's missing. But you get what I'm saying. The horizon is geometrically, physically the curve of the Earth, and you can't see beyond it. That's the claim. And the claim is that it's a specific distance if you actually look at the math too and consider how big the Earth is. So the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And I'm telling you all of that because the guy in the video at 4 minutes or so is going to say that he put the camera 1 foot above the level of the water, so the horizon is going to be 1.22 miles. He says that because he's using the same formula I just informed you of. And so when you continue to look into the video and they tell you that the stripes have disappeared, the big aha moment is that it didn't disappear because of why they claimed it does, which is the horizon. There's actually no horizon in the video. Well, it would be a local horizon. A local horizon is something it's the horizon, but closer because it's blocked by mountains, trees, or the other side of the lake versus the open ocean. So we clearly understand what their claim is. Guy made the claim. Clearly, in their own video, with all of their brilliant editors, they couldn't tell that there was no horizon at 1.2 miles away blocking anything on that boat. But they acted like they had the right result. So they're playing in people's faces. I don't understand why people are cool with that, but it'll take any 5-year-old to realize that the guy specifically said that the horizon was going to block the boat. And in the video, there is no horizon blocking the boat. So claim debunked. Radius of the Earth debunked. There is no sphere debunked. We can just go with the first thing I told you, is that for all landing and takeoff procedures, they treat the Earth as flat and motionless. So whichever one you want to go with, the facts or me telling you why what they're saying is wrong, whichever one you want to go with, we can do this all day.
I believe you. I can't believe that they're lying to us like this. This is unreal.
Well, show that video to someone else and ask them why would they say that the horizon is at 1.2 miles if it isn't. Let's see how many people. Okay. There you go.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Good evening, Elijah. Oh, sorry, go ahead, buddy.
No, I was just saying good evening to Elijah, but as long as he's heard that, go ahead, my friend. Continue on.
Oh, no, I was just saying welcome to Flat Earth to Aquarius because she's now in the cult.
Cult?
No, she's now a PSYOP agent.
So, what else are they lying about?
No one deprograms that fast.
What do you mean
I mean,
lying?
some people do.
It's possible. I just like. Do you think that I believe that they're telling us everything that's happening and they don't lie or hide anything at all? That's
No,
bullshit.
you came in saying crazy shit right off the bat about people watching you and all kinds of stuff. So I don't know where to go with this.
Sorry, I watched the Truman Show recently.
Truman Show's a good flat Earth movie. I mean,
it's a good.
If you look at it through a certain lens, right?
So they're not lying about the globe. The globe has measurements. It's just not a tangible thing. It only exists above your head in the stars where we map the Earth in the celestial sphere. That's where the globe exists. You don't live on it. It's only a concept, and it's used for the mapping of the Earth. That's how it's done. So there's your globe. It's just not real.
That's not really true, though. The sky's not measured as a globe. The sky's measured flat, just like the surface is measured flat.
No, but we have the celestial sphere. And if you use the sky and you look at it through like a protractor, and you got 0 degrees behind you, 180 degrees in front of you, and 90 above you, like a protractor, that's the celestial sphere. And that's the only place that the globe exists. It doesn't exist in reality. It's just a concept for mapping the Earth.
Well, as the other guy said, that's not a globe. That's actually a dome. Now, yes, they do have two hemispheres, half circle.
So
But the bottom line is, after they do all of their transformations and mathematics, they actually take this perception and make it flat. Because the perception it's that it's curved, but it's not really that anyway, right?
See, essentially what they're doing is they're taking the, in all capital letters, apparent curvature of, okay, let's say Venus is rising in the east and it's nighttime. I know normally at nighttime you see Venus in the west, but let's just pretend it's nighttime and Venus rises. You know, actually, let's use Jupiter, because Jupiter actually does rise in the east, and then you can watch it go from east all the way to the west. I've done it, hundreds of times. Jupiter pops out at like 9 o'clock at night. It's on the eastern horizon, just like where the moon would be. That's called the ecliptic. So it's following that same path that the sun's following, that everything is following, except for one pesky little star in the north that doesn't follow that. That's the only thing in the sky that we observe that's not doing this. So when you see Jupiter rising in the east, and then at let's say it's 9 o'clock at night, and then you're outside all night till 4 a.m., and you're starting to see Jupiter set at the west, Jupiter's not actually it's not taking an arced path. It appears as it's doing so, but really it's just moving in a straight line from the east to the west, really. It's the arc is just simply due to perspective, since we're, tiny little ants on the surface of the earth looking up.
Is this the same guy that says east and west are circles around Polaris?
Did I say east and west is a circle around Polaris? When did I say that?
I'm asking if it's that guy who says that.
Well, I mean, you're asking if I said that, and that statement sounds a bit confusing. I don't think I've ever actually said circles, east and west are circles. That doesn't
Fucking
really...
backswax? Yeah, you're not supposed to be here, are you?
Oh, I'm not? Oh, I'm sorry. Why?
Because you say weird shit and take people on derail rides all around the planet that you think you live on.
Okay, can I have an example of when I did that? Wait, did you just say the P word and subscribe it to me? Why would you do that?
Because you say wacky shit all the time. You're starting to talk about Jupiter and shit. Who gives a shit?
I said wacky shit about Jupiter being in the east.
Is Jupiter flat?
Yeah.
Wait, All the planets are flat. Is space? So what the fuck is space?
No.
Well, hold on. Wait a second. Okay. When you say Jupiter's flat, I don't understand what that means. Because, I mean, just me by myself, I have hundreds and hundreds of hours clocked in looking at Jupiter.
You were so
And it looks round, right? Like it's a ball, right?
Round and flat are not mutually exclusive. I mean, have you ever seen a penny or a CD or a frisbee or a plate or a slice of pepperoni? Like,
right.
It could be round and flat simultaneously. They're not mutually exclusive things, right? Like, when you look at Jupiter, have you ever looked at Jupiter through a telescope? And if you have, what does it look like?
It looks really round.
Round in what sense? Like round like a ball or round like a penny?
Like a peach, like a ball.
Did you say a peach? Jupiter looks like a ball. I definitely don't agree with that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would Jupiter look like a ball?
Not what I
I
see.
don't know. I feel like I could bounce it. I don't know.
I'm starting to think you probably never actually looked at Jupiter before. I mean, everyone can see. Like, you go outside. I mean, you can't right now, because I'm pretty sure Jupiter's already out of our view once it's actually dark enough to see stars. I mean, granted, Jupiter's always the first. Like, if Jupiter's visible in the sky and it's twilight, like, you can actually. I mean, you can. There's plenty of times where you can have daylight and see Jupiter. In fact, that's the first time I saw Jupiter. It's probably like 4 years ago. When I got my telescope, I set it all up, and then Jupiter wasn't really visible till probably like 5:30, like real early in the morning, where it's like you can go outside and read a book without any kind of extra lighting because it's bright enough. Go outside and read a newspaper, and Jupiter's visible. And I'm like, oh my god, that's Jupiter. So I like astrology.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Do you know any astrology?
Well, see, I'm stupid. I get astronomy and astrology confused. Like, when you say astrology, are you talking about like birth signs and like, like Pisces and whatnot, or are you talking about astronomy?
I'm talking about destiny. I'm talking about birth signs and archetypes.
Why? That's kind of a non sequitur, isn't it? I mean, we can talk about that. I mean, I don't know too much. Maybe you could teach me something.
I don't know. I think you're Jupiterian.
I'm a Jupiterian?
Yeah. Are you a Sagittarian?
No, I'm pretty sure my daughter might be a Sagittarius, so I'm a Pisces.
Oh, Pisces. Cool.
The friendliest of all the signs, right?
Yeah, you're supposed to be the wisest too.
Oh, absolutely. I totally agree with that. Everyone in here will vouch for that. I'm so wise, they call me Old Man River. Spitting knowledge left and right on a daily basis.
So this Earth's flat, eh?
Well, I mean, that's just how it's measured. I mean, we got topography, of course. We have hills and valleys and mountains and canyons and rivers and oceans and all kinds of shit. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, the Earth's measured flat. That's how we navigate it. I mean, once you get to 1 degree north latitude, everything circles, and then once you get beyond that, I mean, who really knows?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, the Earth is physically, huh?
I'm kind of having like an experience of grief. Like I'm maybe in the early stages, because like I can't believe they lied to me about the fucking Earth, man.
Well, I mean, they lied to you about literally everything else. I mean, 15 years ago, they were telling you could drink Roundup and it was perfectly fine. And now it's like, think about the depot shot.
Yeah, they're rounding us up.
Yeah,
they're rounding us up on this flat Earth.
Yeah, and they're also now, like, when you're watching the Angry Video Game Nerd on YouTube and you gotta skip the commercials because you're too cheap to buy premium, you know, you get that. Do you have a brain tumor after your depot shot? Like, that's all, like, yeah. That was a lie. America being the most powerful military force in the world, that's a lie. You know, the sun causing cancer, that's a lie.
Is the sun flat?
Sun's up in the sky. Nobody's been there.
Yeah, but is it round?
Does it look round?
It's so hard to see. It's too, like, I tried to look at it. I was squinting my eyes, but it's so hard to see.
Put 10 pairs of sunglasses on. It looks like a circle to me. I take pictures of it. It's a perfectly round whatever it is.
So did somebody say that the United States doesn't have the world's largest military force?
He's no longer speaking. He started talking about wacky shit again.
Ah. Because to tell you the truth, I don't know if that's true or a lie or what. But fair enough. I don't want to hear wackadoodle shit either.
Oh, okay, I was unmuted. Why was I muted in the first place? And yeah, J.E., I said that. Well, I mean, you know what it is? Let me expound more on that, if I may. It's not that we're the weak. It's not that we're not the strongest. I mean, we very well could be. I mean, if you look at our aircraft carriers, we have like 14 of them. We only have 4 that are actually like up and running. But we have, you know, like, have you looked at Russia and China's aircraft carriers? They have like weird ski jumps in the front. So I mean, our Navy's completely unstoppable, sure. But I mean, our Navy in the middle of a ground war in Europe's pretty much useless. The United States military hasn't had an actual adversary that was able to shell them since, you know, 1940s. But no, maybe the 50s. We probably got shelled pretty decently in Korea.
Flat Earth.
I mean, Vietnam, we weren't getting shelled.
On a flat Earth.
Yes. We can talk about flat Earth. What do you guys want to talk about?
Well, I am. I'm just bringing it all to flat Earth. I'm just going to add flat Earth to every time you say something now. That way we don't sound like some fucking weird channel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you need a flat Earth for artillery, for sure. You need a flat Earth for anything.
What about a flat sun or a flat Jupiter?
See, I hate to say it because, like, I want to believe that you're not disingenuous, but it's pretty obvious you kind of are.
I'm just a Gemini. It's my dual. Like, I'm a little dualistic. Okay, like I believe you, and I'm also skeptical, and I'm skeptical of the truth, and I'm skeptical of the lie. It's just how we do things.
No, it's not how we do things. I'm a Gemini. My birthday was the other day. She's lying.
I'm talking about Vedic astrology, like the stellar Gemini.
I don't care. You're most definitely disingenuous. If you want to show us different, you could, but I've been starting Call of Duty because nobody believes you. I'm playing a game right now.
Astrology requires a flat Earth too. I mean, you're gonna have to take angles of certain, call them wandering stars, or dare I use the word planet? You know, the Jupiter, Saturn, Venus, Mercury, Mars. What's the other one? Like, see, that's the thing too. You can only see 5. And
Uranus.
only you can't see Uranus through a telescope. Can't see.
You can't
see
see my
Uranus.
what?
Ooh, that's a really pretty bird. You can't see Uranus. You can't see. What's the other one?
Excuse?
Neptune. I mean, yours you might be able to. Yeah, it might be big. I don't know.
Did you
Can't
just
see mine though.
call? Oh my
What are you
god!
talking about? Where are you exactly where you can't see Neptune?
Well, the thing is, like, I'll be using like Stellarium or Sky Map or whatever, and it'll say it'll give like where Neptune is, and a lot of times I'm gonna get it confused because I can never remember if it's Neptune or Uranus. I think it actually is Uranus. Like let's say Jupiter is at 70 degrees in my sky, right? Like it's pretty up there. It's either Uranus or Neptune. One of them are always kind of tagging along. At least they were this past winter. Was always like a cut, like 2 or 3 inches. Like if you were to like make like 2 inches with your fingers and hold it out at arm's length, that's like right under Jupiter where Neptune or Uranus would be. I tried for probably like 2 straight weeks, and
Yeah,
I was
from
never
where? I
able.
just saw the dancing of the in quote planets, and I can see all of them. Where are you where you can't see Neptune or Uranus?
Well, no, I don't understand. The thing is, you can't go out in the sky and be like, "Hey, look, there's Neptune," and like point at it and see a little bright spot in the sky. Like you can't do that.
Yeah, you can see it with your naked eye. Neptune, absolutely.
No, you
But
can't.
where
Well,
are
I mean,
you
if you're
where you can't see it? Because I'm trying to figure out where it is where you can't see it because I
Southeast
can see
United
it.
States, is this Ranger?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where you are where you can't
What's up,
see it.
man?
Where are you where you can't see it? So
Well,
I
no,
know.
Ranger. I'm surprised I recognize your voice. I haven't talked to you in a while. How you been, bro? No. What I'm saying is, when I put my when I line up my telescope with the coordinates that's given me for Neptune or Uranus, I have no idea what I'm looking at because there'll be there could be the thing is like when you look up at the sky, right, and then you put the telescope in the exact same spot where you're looking with just your naked eye, all of a sudden there's like 400 different stars that you're able to see through the telescope that you can't see with the naked eye. So like when I put my telescope where Uranus or Neptune's supposed to be, it's loaded up with 55, 60, 70, 100 different stars that I can't see without the telescope, and there's no way to tell what is what. Like the thing is, like when you put your telescope on Venus, see all the and I'm using air quotes, all the planets that we look at in the sky, you can see who said that?
Me.
Oh, Eli. Yeah, Big Daddy Florf. Yeah, you might have something important to say. I'm sorry. Do you want to go ahead?
So the short answer to his question is
That you can't see Venus. I mean, not
no,
Venus. Uranus, and Neptune, and Pluto. Yeah, you can't see them.
so everything he just said, right? Everything he just said didn't validate him saying you can't see nothing. It just validated that he doesn't know what he's doing.
Are you on the phone?
No.
You just talking out loud. We hear you.
Okay. I just started talking. I'm talking.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, what's space? Like, is space real?
Define it.
No.
What do you mean? What do you mean by space?
Holy
You
shit.
know, man, like out there, you know, a fucking spaceship.
No.
Well, you're asking me if something's real, and you don't even tell me what it is to begin with. What are you talking about? Outer space? Or are you just talking
You know,
about
like when you leave the flat Earth's atmosphere, like out there, you know, like where you're supposed to lose oxygen and stuff.
Yeah, you're not narrowing it down very well.
Holy shit.
I mean, do you want to take a minute to think about it? Like, find a way to articulate yourself.
I don't know. How do you travel to Jupiter, dude?
You don't.
Wow.
You don't travel to Jupiter.
They don't believe the other planets exist.
No, that's not, dude. Michael, whatever your fucking name is.
Yeah, we'll put that guy on mute. He's a dumbass.
Just speak for yourself.
Yeah, this guy can't even articulate for himself. He's going to start articulating for other people. Get the fuck out of here, dipshit.
Jupiter's not a location. The moon's not a location. The sun's not a location. You can't go to these places as far as I'm concerned.
So we haven't gone to the moon. That was a lie, too.
No, we. Yeah, I didn't. Did you?
I don't know, like mankind, you know, that
all of
that
mankind
moon landing shit, man. So it was Stanley Kubrick all along. Is that what you're telling me?
You're saying all of mankind went to the moon?
I mean, like a few dudes, man, at one point. Not everybody.
Okay, so not all of mankind. A few dudes. Do you know any of their names? Do you know who they were?
I don't know. Like one dude was probably like his name was like I don't know, Buzz Lightyear.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Was one guy called Neil Armstrong?
Oh yeah, I remember Armstrong. Yeah, the guy with the strong arm.
Yeah,
That's pretty close.
If you spell his name backwards, is it Gordon Mr. Alien?
Yeah.
So you believe that shit, or you think someone's pulling a gag on you?
I don't know. I don't believe anything.
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Yeah, hold on there, dude. So how would you adjudicate one way or the other if it was outer space or not outer space? How would you determine that?
Wait, what was the question?
How would you know for sure?
How would I know anything for sure? I'd have to go, like, witness it myself, I guess.
There would be no other way to do that?
In your life.
Yeah, hold on there, dude. Okay, so, Aquarius, like, no, how would you be able to adjudicate one way or the other?
I don't know. Maybe I need to know some math.
Just that's it? Just know a little math and you're good?
Yeah, and try to calculate the possibility or something of Buzz Lightyear going to the moon.
It's Buzz Aldrin.
You know why Newton was
Could you-
successful?
Yeah, dude, shut up. Yeah, how about this? Could you make a prediction? So you go to the moon for mankind, all of mankind, for peace. It's a giant leap forward for all of mankind. What do you do next? Do you A, go into hiding, live the rest of your life as a complete hermit, and basically yelling at people to get off your lawn, and eventually right before you die, come out and give some coded speech about peeling the onion back to find the truth, and then eventually you will cause lots of tears, but if you keep peeling that onion to find the truth,
Sounds more like Shrek than a fucking astronaut to me.
Yeah, or the other guy decided that he was going to become a booze hound and sell used cars.
See if I can get a book.
And then the last guy, they give him some ceremonial role at some sort of I think it was a museum or something like that, where he basically just, that's all he did. He showed up every once in a while, kind of waved at the audiences, and then went home for the day.
You know what, though? There could be a
Like,
psychological
was so
reason.
successful because he rested.
Like, he reached the highest peak. He fucking went to the moon. He's never going to do anything in his life that's going to resemble how badass that was. So you know what? I'd be kind of sad. I get it.
You get it? You really?
No one went to a moon.
I get it.
I've done way cooler things than fake a moon landing. Get a grip, lady.
You're going to do something that's going to fundamentally change humanity. A giant leap forward for all mankind. And after you do this amazing thing, you're going to come home and sell used cars and become a drunk alcoholic, a belligerent drunk alcoholic. That makes sense to you?
Dude, it makes sense because I have some kind of understanding of psychology, right? But I get what you're saying.
How about this? How about we go to Apollo 14? You go to the moon, so there's a couple later. So you got 11, 12, 13 has a big emergency. Number 14. So you go to the moon, number 14, the third successful. You come back and start talking about reptiles have taken over the U.S. federal government.
Okay, that's concerning. That's concerning. And I'm wondering, are Freemasons involved?
All of them, yeah. They were all Freemasons. All of them were.
Okay, I think I've got the list. And there's lots. Yeah.
Lau, are you hot micing? Okay, I got him. Okay, so when you're talking about did we go to space? Apparently not. Because anything you would predict that would happen.
How many dreams are you going to ruin today for me?
Yes. Yes, all of them. Yes.
They should all be ruined by now.
I fucking love the moon, man. This is just depressing.
It's not depressing once you add it up. Like I like your name, Aquarius.
Make a TikTok video.
It's supposed to be the age of Aquarius. There was supposed to be the moon mission was supposed to be this amazing thing that was going to usher in a new age, a space age, where all humans got along. Everyone was driven for one sole purpose, to push human consciousness ever reaching to the stars, to answer the big questions. Who are we and why are we here? But what you got was quite the opposite. It became so ironic that Carl Sagan himself, big scientific communicator, said the Apollo era, the manned spaceflight era, was the most ironic token of all of human history. It was supposed to change everything, and it changed nothing at all. Nothing.
Or it made everything worse.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. It's quite ironic, isn't it? That here's this singular moment in time that Brian Cox, he advocated for a changing of the calendar. He wanted to start a new calendar, before Apollo, after Apollo, and start with year one. It'd be a brand new age of humanity. Ain't shit changed around this motherfucker. Nothing new under the sun. The same set of conditions exist then, exist today. You can see it play out right now. Brutal crackdowns of civil rights movements, domestic surveillance, war on drugs, limited wars of aggression against nations that can't even defend themselves. Enemies lists. All these things. nothing changes around here. Day in, day out, there's nothing new under the sun. And even when they do things that tell you this is going to change everything, nothing changed. It's quite ironic, to quote Carl Sagan. It's not to dishearten you, it's not to discourage you, it's supposed to be your reality check. Snap back to reality. This is it. The only place you got. This is the Earth. And it is exactly as you perceive it to be.
Wow, so NASA is just a big psyop?
No, it's a black site weapons testing. Nixon wanted to develop intercontinental missiles, but he couldn't do it because people were blood sick. They were completely war sick. They were done with fighting. They were done with the military-industrial complex. So he just slapped a peaceful exploration of space sticker on it and developed the Minuteman intercontinental missile and called it a spaceship.
That hurts. That hurts. But you know what? What are we expecting? I mean, look around. It's not actually surprising. Yeah.
So you could say the only thing they took to space was your imagination.
They created a dream, a matrix, a slumber for us all. I don't know about you, but I'm mad. I'm fucking pissed.
Why? Because you found out NASA is full of crap?
Yeah, I'm fucking
Don't worry
pissed.
about it. Well, do you know there's a very fundamental reason why it's quite obvious that going to the moon is a lie. Anybody care to grab the bull by the horns on that?
Well, you can't leave the Earth?
We know the moon's made of cheese.
Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
And how about the man of the moon have a big nasty scar on him after those rocket burning?
Yeah, no one's leaving the Earth, bro. You're not going anywhere. There's no other. Is the place. Moon is not a location you can go to, etc. So, outer space is not a location.
So even Elon is lying about wanting to go to fucking Mars because Mars doesn't even fucking exist.
I'm saying Mars doesn't exist. You look up and see Mars in the sky. It's just not a place, a rock that you can go land on. Period.
Yeah, but to be fair about Elon, he could just be another believer. Like, he's never been there himself. Maybe he believes the technology that someone else is producing. He hasn't seen the entire project or the end result of it himself. He might get some data from something, but obviously data can be spit out of computers. That doesn't mean that the result of that data is because somebody went to this place that can't exist in reality. So He could just be another believer. We don't know. There's no way to verify that.
He did say he's an alien.
Okay. So he's crazy.
Your weird trolley thing is getting old.
Who's weird
He said,
trolley?
he said he's an alien. Yeah, so he's mentally ill as well. Okay. There's lots of CEOs and CFOs and so forth, corporate presidents or whatever that are batshit crazy also. So he's not alone there.
We've seen SpaceX's YouTube live videos faked. I watched it live on TV. It was streaming live on YouTube. And when two of these boosters landed, they were mirrored images. They were exact. And then later, when you watch it on YouTube, they fixed it. They corrected it. But YouTube allowed them to still have the live tag to it, which goes against their terms of service. They can never alter footage and call it live, because if they alter it, it was no longer live. But weird.
Wasn't that one of Jaren's favorite proofs?
I don't know, but me and my daughter watched it live on TV, and we saw it, and she's like, "Oh my God, Dad, look at that. That's the same image." And we're like, "Holy shit, it is. It's mirrored." And then the next day, we pulled it up on YouTube. It was absolutely altered the next day. And congratulations, SpaceX. They're the only ones that are allowed to have that live tag, even though it's altered.
Yeah. Well, Crit, since Crit was kind of taking the reins with Aquarius, is that your name, Aquarius?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think Crit was about to go over with you on why it's physically impossible. Okay. Well, let's shed some light on the subject first. Okay. Like when Neil and Buzz Aldrin, and I always forget the third guy.
Collins. Frank, yeah, Collins.
Collins, yeah. I always want to think it's like McDonald or McDowell or something, but no, it's Collins. Yeah, so when Neil, Buzz Aldrin, and Phil Collins went to the moon.
Phil Collins.
Why is
Genesis, right?
Right, exactly.
No, Michael Collins. Phil Collins is Genesis, the lead singer for the band.
Yeah.
Genesis.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Mikey. Yeah, Mikey
Because they
C.
need drummers-
Mikey
they
C.
need drummers. They need drummers on the moon too. Just kidding.
Right. But why is it Okay, so when they went to the moon is in a location that is classified as outer space, right? Because so why is that physically impossible? Anybody want to explain that to Aquarius?
No, fire away, dude. You got this.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. Gas is not filling space. All the pressurized gas that is at the surface moving upward is not evacuating into the endless sky vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. So when you go up to look at the sky, when you see all that blue cloud, all the blue sky and the white clouds and stuff, essentially the backdrop of all that is an endless, never-ending vacuum. Yet here I am in my fucking swimming pool, like just breathing all this tasty, delicious air, and all the air that I'm breathing is not evacuating into the sky. Therefore, that's a absolute classic example of the second law of thermodynamics being violated. And if your theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics, you need a new theory, right? Because nothing is above entropy. Entropy trumps all. Entropy is not taking place. Quite simple. So therefore, like it's a physical impossibility for the vacuum of space to exist.
Whoa. Whoa.
Hey, I'm a Pisces. You know, you said it yourself. We're the wisest.
Oh, is that true? Oh man, that makes sense. Also, Pisces, let's go.
Yeah, don't
W's
drag
in the
me down
chat.
with you.
W's in chat for Pisces.
Yeah, you know what? Let's get some W's flying.
Oh, creation, you're a Pisces. I could see that. I could see that.
Yes, sir. W water signs.
I do want to say though, when we're telling them their paradigm, we have to get the numeric value is correct. So if we're going to say 10 to the negative 17, it has to be something that they're declaring. So just to make sure that we're on point with that, kind of button up the argument to make sure that we're getting our globe lore correct. So that's outer space, which is not what they're saying the moon is. The moon is still in the Earth's atmosphere. That's as far as the updated narrative. And it's not that pressure Tor value that you just given it. It's a different Tor value. So just make sure that you're telling them the correct Tor values if you're going to present it to them that way. That's all.
So what are we gonna do about all this? Like, we're being lied to about even the damn Earth. Okay, that's not good.
I got you. This is what you do. There's 3 things you can do. 3 key important things. And this, even if you feel like it's out of your control, or it's too big, as long as you maintain these 3 things, you win. And they can't stop you. What you do is you document the downfall. You bear witness. And when you're sick of it and you're tired, it's too cumbersome, take a break and do some things you enjoy. And lastly, find some people you can tolerate and do those things with them. So document the downfall. Oh, go ahead.
Like, I just feel like everything's ruined in life now.
No. Everything's already been ruined in life. I mean, dude, we grew up being told Captain Crunch was part of a balanced breakfast. Do you really think Captain Crunch is something you should be feeding your children in the morning? Come on, now.
Fuck no.
Yeah, so I think, you can look at this a different way. It opens up actually more to wonder about the fantastic place that we exist in. So it actually should open your mind to what the possibilities are now, where before we were told there's no more left to explore. It's already been explored. You can't go anywhere else because you're on a ball, and it's all been done before. So now this has opened my mind up to, oh my God, well, this place is exactly as we see, experience, and test it to be flat, stationary, and contained. It should give you a burst of imagination to, oh my God, I believed a lie for so long. Now this opens it up to like the wonder of creation itself.
Yeah. Yeah. But is it like a simulation too?
I never bought into simulation theory.
Like, are we
Yes,
in
it was a simulation. Sorry.
Oh.
See, that's the thing. Like,
no.
See, my issue with the simulation theory is like if I'm walking, because I have a very uneven driveway. So if I'm walking down my driveway and I slip and scrape my knee, that's not a simulation. That shit actually legitimately hurts. Like,
you're right.
I've never been able to reconcile simulation theory, like, because I mean physical things happen, and if it's simulated, that means it's not physical then, right?
Well, what about Shaolin monks who meditate and can literally turn off their pain receptors and do crazy shit?
Shaolin monks were invented in like the 1950s.
What does that mean? Are they like mutations? Like what?
No, Shaolin monks are American Hollywood fiction. I mean, yeah, sure, they once existed a couple, 500 years ago, but China left them out. Because where do Shaolin monks come from? Tibet, right? Who butt-fucked Tibet for the past 500 years? China.
Whoa.
Shaolin monks haven't been a thing forever. Oh, I thought I was muting for saying
I'm just talking about like the capabilities of our human vessel and all that. Maybe we have maybe there's more to it.
The Shaolin monks, they came from that TV program in the 70s, remember? David Carradine?
Yeah, Kung Fu, The Legend Continues. So, yeah, let's
go watch.
Yeah, Kung Fu.
No, go watch the first UFCs.
Vex.
Where the Shaolin monks joined and they got smoked by big fat dudes.
Okay, let's get back on topic, all right?
What the fuck?
The Shaolin monks is just Hollywood magic.
Yeah, Vex, I get it.
Based off a true story.
We are live.
We are live. So, if you want to know about what the simulation is, the globe Earth is actually the simulation. They hijacked everybody's imagination and they provided CGI and made up stuff. They mixed it in with enough of reality that people go, oh, I believe it. And so they hijacked, at some point, they hijacked everybody's imagination to like go, make your imagination go out into space where Earth is a ball, which doesn't exist in reality. So that is a simulation. The globe Earth is a simulation.
It's utilizing cognitive dissonance in order to basically use, mind control over everybody.
Yeah.
It's utilizing cognitive. Can you expound on that?
Well, if you're lying about basic shit like that and simulating a person's perception of reality, you're essentially creating cognitive dissonance, which is going to handicap their ability to think.
Yep. So partly what you're saying, I believe, is true. So what I see that as cognitive dissonance is carrying two different ideas of reality at the same time. So they've grown a whole entire population of people who experience Earth as flat, stationary, and contained, like we all do. But yet they're telling them that's not what Earth really is. So you have these two different ideas at the same time. So you have a bunch of people walking around in their mind thinking Earth is one thing, and their feet are proving it's something else.
Wow, it's like zombification.
It is. Yeah. Globe zombies.
Well, yeah, Aquarius. I'm hanging out in my pool right now. I have a pool float right here. And I'm just going to make up a random. Let's say that my pool float is at 30 psi, right? Like it's got air in it. It's floating. I can sit on it, and it'll support my weight. In other words, there's gas inside the pool float, right? That I filled up like through my lungs. Like I breathe in a bunch of CO2 into it. I mean, because my pool float's literally just a container full of CO2 because it all came from my face. What direction inside this float is that gas moving?
Oh, I mean,
the gas is pushing equally at the top, equally at the bottom. Any part that I put my hand on, there's equal pressure.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you get what I'm saying? Like the gas is moving in all directions constantly, and it's just pushing on the walls of the container, which is the float.
How it's the floaty.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Bye-bye gravity. Because what does gravity claim? Especially in this instance, Newton's gravity. Newton claims that all mass, which gas is mass, gas has mass, gets pulled to the center of Earth at 9 meters per second per second. That's not happening in the pool float. If I was to pop this pool float, where would all that gas go? That's inside the pool float. If I was to just take out a pocket knife and rip a big hole in this pool float, where would the gas that's inside the float go? Because then, like, if I put a big hole in my pool float to get on my pool float, I'm going to sink to the bottom of the pool, right?
Okay, but what happens when you fart?
Exactly. Have you ever smelled a fart before? I don't mean to be crude, because I know you're
I
a
don't
woman.
know what that. I've never.
You know what a fart
farted.
smells like? Oh, yeah. My wife's never farted either. Actually, to be fair, we've been together 10 years this past May. I've never actually heard my wife ever rip a fart, like an audible loud, and I looked at her. Like, that's actually never happened. So she I don't know, she's good at holding in me. No, it is funny, though, I mean, because we're intimate. Like I've never actually, she's never been standing somewhere.
1, 2, 3. Does my mic work?
One out. Oh, I thought I was muted.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, your mic's good. Go ahead, buddy.
I just wanted to see if my mic worked.
Yeah, but let's not, Aquarius. all the gas inside this pool float, if I was to like pull up the little tab that I blow into and pinch it and start letting all the gas go, where's that gas going?
The same place your fart goes, I guess.
Just everywhere, right? Like if you're in an elevator, let's say that you and another person go into an elevator and the other person farts and you smell it, right? Clearly, you're not like down on your knees, like at the same level as their ass, right? You're both standing. Somebody cuts a fart in an elevator, and then all of a sudden you smell an offensive odor. That offensive odor is the gas that escapes out of their butt, right? Therefore, your butt's not on the same level. I mean, your nose is not on the same level as their butt. That means the gas moved up. But let's also say you're laying down in the elevator and somebody farts. You're still going to smell it. Let's say that you're fucking Spider-Maning up on the ceiling of the elevator or Mission Impossible like Tom Cruise. Like it doesn't matter what part of the elevator you're in, you're going to smell that gas, correct?
What? So farts are the ultimate proof that the Earth is flat.
Yes, farts require a flat.
Clipcord, I hope you're out there, brother. Please be out there.
Well, this one doesn't really look good for us.
Look like complete idiots.
Yeah, this guy's horrendous. Never heard a worse speaker on the subject.
It stunk.
Yeah, I second.
Well, every time I smell a fart, I'm gonna remember how flat the Earth is, and I'm gonna get a little angry.
Look,
I get it. They're funny.
you'd be better off questioning water being flat and level, and then ask yourself, hang on a minute, aren't we told that 72% of Earth is water? So how can it 72% of a ball be flat and level? I'd like to see, yeah, don't worry about the elevator thing. That's not going to go anywhere.
There you go, Matrix. That was much better.
So there's other things to think about too. How can you have a high pressure air system next to a low pressure air system without a container to separate it? And then they'll tell you, oh, but we've got photos from space. Well, how have you got space? Space is a vacuum. What we're breathing down here ain't. So all little things to think about. And then there's the fact that the guys are doing laser tests, shooting lasers across lakes that are 20, 30, 40 miles across and hitting their targets. That's pretty intense. And that's only one small part of it. The fact that you walk outside yourself and you don't see any curvature. And then you just pretend that there is. I walk outside, I see flat. Why would I assume something that my eyes don't see? But anyways, Aquarius, I'm pretty sure you've got some other more sensible questions.
No, the only question I have is why are they being such dicks?
Go ask him yourself.
Yeah, you can only speculate about the motivations of others.
I got one for you. I mean, I know it's speculation, but it probably has something to do with complete lack of accountability.
I'm unmuted. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, Vax, shut up.
Real quick, hold on. No,
Vax,
I was seeing with the out.
Vax, I was right in the middle of something, homie. All right, so you've got government will never hold government to account for government's misconduct. And when they're finally busted, and you got them dead to rights, they just shrug their shoulders and be like, what, you mad, bro? So at this point, instead of asking why would they lie, it's better off asking why would they tell the truth? What motivation do they have to ever tell the truth? If they always know they can say whatever they want and there's nothing you can do about it, what possible reason would there be to ever be honest about anything? Like moral superiority? Like they're just good people? I mean, think of something. I mean, I'm out of the options. I have no idea. They basically tell you that police officers, when you talk to the police, that they can lie to you. They can try to trick you. They can do all kinds of stuff. You know this going into any conversation with someone with the government. You know they are authorized to say whatever they want for whatever reason they want to say it, and there's no accountability. At best, the best option you have is you might get a judge to throw that one piece of evidence out. Maybe. This is why they come up to you and they knock on your window. Are you tired, or have you had anything to drink? It doesn't matter how you answer that. You say yes. Oh, you've had something to drink. You say no. Oh, you're not tired. You must have been drinking. There's no answer. There's nothing.
Normally at the end of that, they'll normally put something like, do you understand?
So if you say yes or
them.
yeah, either way, do you understand? If you say yes, they can just add in any context whatsoever. If you say no, the person was belligerent and combative, and they refuse to cooperate with lawful commands. They must be intoxicated or something. They're an emotionally disturbed person. If they're willing to lie about something as simple as, I saw you roll through that stop sign, why would they ever tell anything true at all? To get a $25 ticket out of you, they'll give you a bold-faced lie to start a fishing expedition. Is she still here, or did she leave?
No, still here.
Okay. You listening, Aquarius, or did I just waste my breath?
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that makes more sense, why I came in here. Calling everything a psyop. Don't you think it makes a little more sense right now?
You haven't heard nothing. Yeah. You're just scraping the surface. You haven't heard nothing yet.
I'm just responding to what you just said. That sounds like a whole lot of paranoia, right? Or is it?
No, it's just a career of working in the legal field.
Okay. I rest my case.
Here's a simple question for you. How do you talk to a police officer? A government agent. This is someone who is sworn to uphold the Constitution against all enemies in foreign and domestic. How would you talk to them?
I would probably engage in more of a rap battle.
No, you don't. You don't talk to them. Anything you say can only be used against you. There's not a single word that will come out of your mouth that will help your case. You do not talk to the government. And the best part is, use that same standard for them. Everything they tell you can only be used against them. When they tell you they went to the moon, sure, let's look at what you said. And everything they say will be used against them. Because you already know they are going to lie their ass off without any accountability or oversight.
Speaking of people that tell lies, I'm just about to rail one of them. Where is he? Come here, you. Right. The guy who said the sky is measured curved because planetariums are curved. That's a fucking lie. Outright lie.
Yeah, Vax, do you want to get that one? I know you're patient there, so I appreciate that.
Oh, hey, Crit. Yeah, no, that was a valid muting. I was, Mirandering all over your point. I'm sorry. Yeah, Matrix or Matrix or what? What do you go by? Matrix? Yeah.
Dude, you can call me sir if you like.
Yeah, I think he's okay as long as you don't call him late for dinner.
Yeah.
Just don't
call you Stevie.
No, just don't call him late for dinner, and you'll be all right.
All right, mate. No, one time, dude, this was probably like 8 months ago, bro. Like, you got into an argument with me.
Like 8 months ago, bro. Guess what? The sky is measured as fucking planar like the ground, you fucking dumb shit.
Right.
So here you are, straw man. Why are you straw manning me? Why did you put that in there? You're a fucking liar.
That's what you told me.
No,
you said,
I have never told you about the sky. Shut the fuck up. I have never mentioned anything. The sky is measured as a dome because planetariums are domes. That's the most retarded, fuckwit, stupid thing I've heard today.
Yeah, I thought it was too when it came out of your face a couple months ago.
It didn't come out of my face, you fucking special ed.
Yeah, it did.
Matrix, can I say something real quick?
Rip it into him.
Yeah, you should ask this guy if he thinks the South Celestial Pole's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah. Hey, is Eli still in here? Hold on, is Eli still around? Ah, damn it.
No.
Where's Eli?
Is the South Celestial Pole real or not, Vaxwax? Can you see it in the sky?
Hey, okay. Let me preface this with the question, right? I'm at 45 degrees north latitude. Everyone with me? We're all on 45 degrees north latitude, and for everybody on that circle at some point, for everyone simultaneously, it'll overlap to where everyone can see Polaris simultaneously. Everyone points to Polaris. On a circle of equal altitude, which is Celestial Navigation 101, right? You guys with me? What direction is south from 45 degrees north latitude if north latitude is a circle of equal elevation?
Can someone translate stupid for me?
I told you this is good. It's going to get even better. Just wait.
I haven't heard a rebuttal. It's 45 degrees north. It's 45 degrees north latitude, a circle of equal elevation around Polaris. Yes or no?
Oh, maybe.
Let's go with
maybe.
Yes. Yes. How about yes?
Okay, I appreciate that. Crit, why would it be yes?
I just want to see where this goes.
No, why would 45 degrees north latitude be a circle of equal elevation?
Okay, let's go with no then.
Okay, so why is it not a circle of equal elevation?
Okay, let's go back to yes then.
All right, so why is 45 degrees north latitude a circle of equal elevation with Polaris being in the center of that circle of equal elevation?
Okay, let's go with meat popsicle.
Yeah, dude, Zach, can you just make your point? Like, it's annoying to hear you speak because your articulation methods are very poor.
Yeah, they might be. That's fair.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to find what answer does it take to get you to make your point. Like, I tried yes, it didn't work. I tried no. I tried meat popsicle.
Right. Yeah, meat popsicles.
Duck sound or something? A bird call?
No, if Polaris is at 45 degrees in the sky, and I make a circle of equal elevation Are you guys familiar with celestial nav, what a circle of equal elevation is?
Yeah. Let's jump to the chase here. It's 45 degrees south, circle around Polaris.
What is 45 degrees south a circle around?
Hey, Matrix, maybe you can answer that because you live in there.
Oh, you're starting to break up, bro.
You guys can't even agree amongst yourselves about this stuff.
No, just in and amongst
Don't you
yourselves.
start.
This is
Wolfers
one
are
guy
even worse.
proposing something. All right.
You're breaking up.
Don't lump
What
that guy
is
in with
40
everybody else.
Yeah, slow your roll.
Well, I mean, flat earthers clearly don't agree. I mean, look at all the different flat earthers is not FE is not a community. It's a bunch of factions.
There's no
Dude,
factions.
seriously, you're about to get the fuck booted out of here, dude, because your bullshit is the thing we don't need in here. You're causing dissension, discord.
How?
So,
Okay.
Vaxwax,
You're
why
two
are you
steps
still
away
trying to
I'm gonna
reify the
fucking boot
AE
you
map?
out of here, dude. So get to the right goddamn point, or else shit, or get out the pot. Yeah.
Is that AV? Okay, AV. I'm assuming that was you.
That's me.
It's 40. Yeah, right. Okay, let me ask you, and I'm being
No, don't ask
sincere when
any
I ask.
questions. Do it presentation style. Tell me what you mean and why you're saying it. Yeah.
Well,
Do it that way.
I don't have a presentation to show anybody.
All
It's
right then.
What are you trying to
Then
prove?
get off the fucking pot then. Let somebody else speak then, because you're not here to prove anything. You're just flapping your gums, which is annoying. We have speakers in here who can articulate points, and you're clogging up the airways.
Yeah, just get to your conclusion, Vaxwax. It's pretty easy, man.
Here, I got here. Hey, Vax. Okay, how about this? I'll represent you.
What's up,
Okay.
Kurt? No, hold on. No, you're fired. Counselor, you're fired.
I just want to hear what he's trying to say. Can you say what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Who was that? I just like to know who I'm supposed to speak.
It doesn't fucking matter. Just fucking say what you want to say. You fucking
My
moron.
bad. Well, I was trying to be polite to you, but you just called me a fucking moron.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, you are.
Okay, ready? Sure. If I'm at 32 degrees north latitude, I mean, that's literally it right there. And then I see Polaris at 32 degrees, and I make a circle of equal elevation around Polaris. That's 32 degrees north latitude. If I see Polaris at 50 degrees, and I make a circle of equal altitude around Polaris, that means I'm on 50 degrees north latitude. If I see Polaris at 2 degrees.
Yeah, we get the point. Get to your conclusion.
Okay, so a circle of equal altitude at 2 degrees, what direction is south? That's my point. That's all I'm saying, you guys. I don't understand why I'm being hated.
Let me get this straight. Polaris is known as north, and you're pointing towards north. So here's a mad idea. I'm just going to throw it out there for the boys and girls. How about you turn 180 degrees from Polaris? I know it sounds crazy. I know it's wild, but that's all you got to do.
But what's your...
Hold on, mate.
No.
So your point is what?
Sorry.
What's your point?
Metrics.
What's your fucking point,
let's see. Matrix. Okay, I got how to spell it now.
Hey,
All right, Matrix.
You got fucking
I'm
2 minutes. Shut the fuck up. You got 2 minutes to explain and get to your conclusion. Otherwise, you're going to get fucking booted. All right?
Okay.
2 minutes. You got 2 minutes to explain.
Without
asking questions. You're not going to ask questions. You're going to get to your conclusion and explain your conclusion, or you're going to get fucking kicked out. That's it.
Sure. I'm at 45 degrees north latitude. I'm looking dead set north on a circle of equal altitude. So Matrix said, turn 180 degrees. Okay, I'm turning 180 degrees. Now I'm facing south. So somebody else from a different position on that circle, all capitals, of equal altitude faces 180 degrees. How can their location...
Why are you trying to reify the AU map? It's a fucking ball tard. You know that. You don't live on an AE map. I'm just putting that out there.
Right. Okay. All right. So So 45 degrees north latitude is not a
You're
45
just gonna
degree
keep
circle of equal
saying the
altitude.
same goddamn thing, dude, over and over and over again.
So Vaxwax,
Yeah, Vaxwax, do you think you're staring at the ice wall?
So you're just using a compass, right?
That was some stereotype fallacies right there.
Hello. So are you just using a compass?
No, I'm using my eyeballs. I'm looking at Polaris.
Fuck's sake, dude.
And I see. Hold on. Don't mute me. Don't mute me, bro.
Oh, it's too late for that shit.
I'm in the middle. I'm in the.
That point.
I'm in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, happy birthday.
And it's okay. Happy birthday, whoever's birthday it is. Happy birthday, because that's what I just heard. I'm in the middle of the ocean. It's pitch black. It's midnight, and I see Polaris, and I bust out my Mariner sextant, and I take an elevation angle to Polaris. Oh my God, Polaris is at 45 degrees. I'm going to draw a circle of equal altitude.
Okay,
where
so you're not
Polaris
using your
always.
eyeballs. You're using an instrument, right?
Do you think a Mariner sextant has a gigantic telescope attached to
Yeah,
it?
dude's reifying the spherical coordinate system. If anybody's
What?
listening to him, that's what he's doing. He's reifying it.
So I'm reifying
Totally,
what
Alpha, you
latitude?
got it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So latitude's not real. Okay.
Dude, you're
Cool.
reifying a spherical coordinate system. You utter moron. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm reifying a spherical coordinate system. I'm using flat Earth elevation angles to get my
Flat Earth
latitude.
elevations? Dude, you are so far
Absolutely.
from the truth right now. You couldn't even be like
What?
someone who could speak about it. Yeah.
Okay.
You know
don't
the
have the
Polaris
update.
being at
That's why
45
you don't have the
degrees.
update.
Good. Hold on a minute, guys. Do you guys understand what he's saying? The spherical coordinate system that he's using right now, longitude
Yeah,
and latitude.
latitude and longitude is a spherical coordinate system, and he doesn't realize it.
All right. So latitude is not a real thing. So
Oh
if
my God, dude.
So if you go outside and you see Polaris at 45 degrees, and then you call somebody on the phone, hey, what latitude is Polaris? Oh, Polaris is at 70 degrees.
Up.
I'm making it all up. Right? I'm making it all up. Okay, cool.
No, we didn't say that. Why is it every time someone explains something to you, you instantly grab the fucking most obscure section of it and then go, oh, so this isn't real then? Why the fuck do you do that? And then to top it off, you doubled down and said, oh, so I'm making it all up then. What the fuck is wrong with your head? Why don't, instead of you parking your ass in FED, getting brainwashed by fucking arguments that you fucking still don't understand after multiple years of this shit, why don't you shut your cake hole, sit in here for 3 or 4 days and fucking learn something?
Mm-hmm. What argument do I not
think
understand?
Vaxwax, I think that's really good advice. There's a lot of people here who are very good at explaining the flat earth arguments. So, yeah, listening would be great advice for you.
Yeah, so when I'm at 45 degrees north latitude, that's not a circle of equal elevation. That's what you guys are saying. 45 degrees north latitude is not a circle.
Okay,
Do you think it's a line or something, do you? Do you think there's a line on the Earth?
Vax, that meant listen, not talk. Okay, so here, let me help you out. What Vax is trying to say is that if you look up at the sky, you end up with more questions than answers.
He's trying to draw a parallel from the spherical. He's trying to draw a parallel from the spherical coordinate system being something that could be used to one-for-one correlate to our physical reality, so that when we're looking at things like Polaris, we're going to identify that in the spherical coordinate system and then declare that this must be the case for where somebody else would be in accordance to that spherical coordinate system. But it's just reifying the system. It's not doing anything to detect whether or not somebody who's however far away from you is at a specific orientation to you.
Yeah. He's got a center point of the sky, and he's saying that is the center point of Earth.
Yep.
Pretty much. That's what he's saying. Because the sky rotates around a certain position, then that must be the center of where we live.
Well, except for Polaris
stupid,
rotate.
man.
Except for Polaris doesn't rotate.
Well, it does a little bit.
No, bullshit. Bullshit it don't, dude. It has its own Barry center. It does.
See,
It has
you
its
don't even
own
know what
Barry
you're
Center.
talking about, dude.
Did you know
You
that?
don't know what you're talking about.
Did you know Polaris has its own Barry Center that it goes around?
Okay.
Oh, now it's
You didn't
okay.
know that.
Hold on.
Now it's
No.
okay.
Oh my God. What's with all the hostility? Like, all
Because,
I'm
dude, you
saying.
come in here, act like you're a speaker in 24/7, and you fuck things up when you're saying shit. And you sound very uncouth when you're talking to people that want to listen to you, like speak plain words. You're talking about
I
farts
sound
and shit.
uncouth.
You're the worst speaker, I think, that has ever come through Flat Earth. Like, I think. Now, somebody else might correct me, but if you're advocating for Flat Earth in any way, you are doing a shit job at it. You don't listen to any of the talking points that anybody has to say or articulate, or at least ask questions as to why they are the way they are. You just go on this inane fucking garbage rant and expect that everybody's going to listen to you like you're some fucking hot shit, and you're not.
Hey, Vaxwax, do you think because Polaris rotates around a certain point that that's the center of the Earth?
Can I speak without being muted?
Yeah, I just asked you a question.
Ask your question again.
Do you think that because Polaris rotates around a certain point that that means it's the center of the Earth?
Polaris rotates. Okay.
I asked you a fucking question. Answer the question.
How much does Polaris rotate in a 24-hour period?
Okay, if Polaris rotates around a certain point,
How much?
does that mean that that's the center of the Earth?
And I would like to know, you're claiming Polaris rotates, so I would like some citation.
You've got one more chance, dude. You've got one more chance. You've got one more chance.
Well, hold on, that's not fair.
Hey, if Polaris rotates around a certain point, does that mean that that point is the center of the Earth?
If the moon is made out of cheese, does that mean the moon is provolone? Like you're saying, hold on. Wait a second. You're claiming Polaris rotates. How much does Polaris rotate?
See you, moron.
Fucking ban that dude.
He's on that fuck shit again.
Oh, dude. Oh my God. And you better keep 24/7 out your fucking mouth when you go places.
Yeah.
Something wrong with that guy.
Let Eli try, if he wants.
Okay. John, man,
why not? We're bored. Why not? Let's have another laugh.
There you
go. What's up? What's the problem, man?
Oh, I'm unmuted. Hey, Eli. Okay, so Eli's here. What's up, Eli?
What's up? What's the problem?
Well, I mean, dude, just what was it, 2 days ago? You were saying nobody on the server claims south is a true direction, right?
I never said that out my mouth. I never had that conversation with you, so I don't know what you're talking about.
It's on YouTube, dude. We just talked about this 2 days ago.
It is on YouTube. I can bet you $1,000 right now that those words didn't come out of my mouth.
Okay, so in other words,
the problem with certain women and you is you hear one thing and the filter in your brain makes it something else.
is north and south a 1-for-1 equivalence?
No.
Thank you. I win.
How?
Because, Eli, if you're in Wakahana, Mexico, or if you're in Moscow, Russia, or if you're in Washington, D.C., or if you are in Seattle, Washington, everybody on those locations, at some point within a 24-hour period, can go outside and point north. And when they do point north, they can see Polaris, and they'll get on the phone with everybody from. It doesn't matter if you're in a village in Romania, a village in Thailand, a village in Vietnam, a village in
I'm gonna
Alabama,
warn you
a village.
very short.
Stop warning me every time I start.
Well, I did warn you. You're not gonna tell me to stop. Okay, I get the point. You asked me if it was a 1-to-1, aka is it the same? So you're asking me, is the South the same? I know the South is like over there where Australia is and shit. I never been there, but it sounds like it's not the same, given all accounts. Like, let's just start there. No, he left. Was I tripping? I mean, is the North and the South the same?
Like real talk, man. Good fucking riddance. Real talk. If I never see him any day, dude, it'll be too soon.
So he's using a visual north as a representation for a map, correct? That's what he's doing. He's going, all right, we see Polaris, then south is every direction away from Polaris no matter where you stand. And then he's saying, well, south must be an outer rim. That's what is that what he's saying?
He's an AE map earther.
Yeah, like that north point, where Polaris is the center of where we live. But it's just a thing in the sky. I don't know what he's tripping on, man.
Yeah, he freaks out when he's presented with time-lapse photos of the South Circumpolar stars. As if that's a conspiracy. Now, that doesn't mean it's the same as the North.
Has he followed Jeranism and gone to the globe or something, is he?
No, he's like he's all over a flat Earth debate server and text chat, and seems to be confused. He's like a hybrid of Nathan Oakley and David Weiss.
The combo.
Just hedging his bets.
One makes sense, one doesn't.
Anybody see any UFOs or?
What are they?
I don't know. They're unidentified. It's part of what makes them UFO.
You're in the wrong room, remember? You want the conspiracy theorist room.
I don't know. This room could it could evolve,
Evolve. And where do these UFOs come from?
Well, they don't come from. I don't know. Maybe they come from the water.
But not from vacuum.
See, I've witnessed UFOs, so.
Seen a light.
Did you ever witness sea level?
What's that?
Did you ever witness sea level?
What? Did I?
Did you ever witness the sea level?
Yeah.
And how it is? And how it look like?
It looks flat, man.
All that ocean.
Like, why are you curious about the Earth, but not like the UFO phenomena? Like, what makes you choose?
Yeah, space
If
is
there's
fake.
no-
What's there to be curious about?
Yeah, if there's no space, there's no UFOs, right?
I fucking saw a UFO. Okay, I know what I saw.
You said they come out of the flat water, right?
Oh no, this was in the sky. This was the night sky.
Okay, so how do you know they come from the water then? Flat water.
I don't actually know, but I've heard.
You just made that bit up.
And they had
It was
running
an
lights.
idea.
They had running lights at night blinking to let you know they were there.
Are you okay? I know what I saw. All right.
So no other aircraft would run into them. They had running lights to make sure. Is that what you saw? Running lights?
It was bright as fuck. There were two bright lights.
So a
moving
drone. Yeah, a
faster
drone
than
with
anything could possibly move. And one did like a weird maneuver, like did a circle around the other one. And then they both
Yep.
the spot.
Yeah, just like a drone.
So those were drones?
I don't know. I can put a flashlight on my drone and do magic tricks too.
Why are you so sure that what I saw wasn't legit?
Space is fake, so whatever you saw came from your neighbor's house.
It did not appear that way whatsoever, but okay.
Why are you against the Earth being flat?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not against it. I'm not against anything. I am against the flat Earth right now. I can't help it, right? But
Well, it's your everyday experience, isn't it?
yeah, I literally it's hard for me to
You live
part
on a
with the
flat, non-rotating plane. That's what your experience tells you. So why would you say, oh, my experience tells me this, so it must be the opposite of what my experience tells me?
Well, it's hard to experience the entirety of the Earth without
No, you don't need
zooming
to.
out.
Just curvature. So curvature from the surface, right? So 10 miles would be 66 feet of curvature. That's a 6-story building. So you should be able to measure that or see that at some stage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How come no one's done it?
I don't know. It's
Well, that's weird, isn't it?
yeah, more than weird.
Yeah. So why do you then, if they give you no evidence of you going against your senses, then why would you believe them against your senses? And you know they practically
I've been
use the Earth.
psyops since I was in kindergarten.
Yeah.
Shit.
But that's okay. That means you can start again. And you don't have to worry about all the crap they talk about on the news. Isn't that great?
Well, that would be.
Doesn't that free you from everything? And you know that all that stuff they put on the news is bullshit.
What really is going on out there?
Oh, that's something you don't really have to worry about.
Yeah, who cares? I don't worry about anything.
I mean, aren't we supposed to care about our fellow humans?
That's what they tell you on TV. Send them money and you'll be able to feed 3 people for a week.
Yeah, with rice, the most unnutritious thing that you could eat.
Rice and some water.
Yeah, I heard they don't actually go to the right people. They just scam people.
Yeah, most of it goes to running costs anyway, but that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, the reason why you want your unidentified flying object, which none of us are denying exists. Obviously, there's military tech, which is far above what's in public disclosure. So the reason you want that to be meaningful is because you've been oriented from a young age into this religious belief of the globe. So, space, science, all of that is like a religious belief that you're oriented towards. So you're looking for signs from the sky, from the aliens, because that's the space religion. So what we're saying is we have left that religion behind. So we're not going to your space alien church anymore. We're looking to the actual Earth itself. And I think you might find that it's much more interesting to look for, signs in the soil, or, listen to the bird song, just try to actually pay attention to the world where you actually live, instead of thinking about these space fantasies that we've just explained to you are completely false.
I am a Gemini, can't help that. I wonder, would that not be what someone would tell me if they're trying to cover up aliens?
Yeah, you're obsessed with them. I got it. Yeah. If you really like the sky, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, you learn the constellations. If you got lost at sea or in the forest, you could use the stars to find your way home. Nothing wrong with the stars. Those are fun to look at. But yeah, there's no reason to fill your mind with stuff that doesn't exist, that has not been demonstrably proven to exist. Do you go around looking for a Bigfoot? Are you in a Bigfoot hunters group?
No, but that sounds really contemptuous, the way you're asking.
Okay, well, I wasn't trying to be. I was just trying to make a point. But sorry if you didn't appreciate it.
I just think, the answers aren't as simple as you're laying them out to be. I think I have more questions than that, that's all. And I think that's healthy too.
Answers about what? Yeah, what could be more simple than something being horizontal, level, flat, measurably?
Yeah, like you experience it.
Right.
And like it's used as well.
Okay, but what else are they lying about? If they're lying about these things, if they're trying to...
news. Turn off the news.
Sorry, who's lying?
I just heard you guys tell me that we're being lied to about the globe. So who is lying? The entire civilization?
We told you the Earth is flat. You came to some weird conspiracy theory conclusion on your own.
Yeah, nobody's really lying if they're just giving you an alternative cosmology. If that's the religious position that you want to take, if you want to believe them, even though they really haven't bothered to demonstrate it to you that they have any evidence for this particular religion, then it's up to you. I understand you're saying, I'm a Gemini, like the cosmos and the stars and the constellation give you, all right, it gives you, right, some kind of purpose or meaning. And maybe it's a big part of your life. Maybe you don't want to let go of that. But I'm sorry to tell you that cosmology is untenable.
So now I'm no longer a Gemini? Not only...
You can be whatever you want to be.
But I'm not a Gemini.
I didn't say that.
No, somebody else was talking about that. Yeah, that's not what he said.
This conversation is taking a strange turn. This is what happens when you bring up UFOs in a flat Earth chat.
I hate when anyway. Yeah, I didn't say that either. So I guess what I will say is you're delusional. If you did, if that's what you heard.
That's just, something people say when they want to shut someone down instead of listen to them.
Listen to what though? You didn't listen to him. He didn't say you're not a Gemini. So you're the one not listening.
I don't know.
Yeah, plus
There's something real
we're way
weird
off
about
topic,
the whole
Aquarius.
gathering.
We're way off topic talking about UFOs.
Apparently, UFOs are just the military tech. I didn't know that. How am I supposed to figure that out?
No, it said maybe.
There's
It said
declassified
maybe.
documents that are unverifiable. You know what I mean? I mean, if you want to peruse through the millions of declassified government documents, if you got time for that, geez.
Does it bother you that you have sort of created your worldview around what strangers have told you about the Earth and the cosmos, or the sky?
Yes, it does.
Right. Okay. So why don't you change that?
Suppose I must now, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, if you want to, you can keep the religion. You can keep it. No one's forcing you out of it. I'm just kind of up to you.
Do you believe in God?
Yeah. Why?
What does God have to say about all this?
Well, be a bit more specific. About what? What does he say about what?
Well, he doesn't say. He shows, right?
Does God declare that the Earth is flat?
He shows you that.
Yeah, reality. Remember.
But what does God matter? It doesn't matter that
God would matter more than anything.
Listen, it doesn't matter what God thinks, because most people are Christian who believe in a globe and all types of other lascivious things. So, I just wish you asked better questions to make you smarter.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, but there are people who ask questions that actually make them dumber. And it's like, that's the thing people don't know, because we've been told that there's no such thing as a dumb question. But if nobody's pointing out, like, why you coming to certain conclusions or why you would ask certain questions in the first place being dumb, like, there's no help, So I'm just saying, that's a dumb question.
But the thing is, that paradigm can be like in the opposite direction, where someone comes in here and they think because you're even questioning how fucking flat the Earth is, that now you are the one that is asking the dumb question, right? Like, there's a kind of a mix of perception here and perspective.
Well, I wish somebody would try to, with their perception, call me out, because 100% of the time, when it comes to this topic, I'm right. And anybody who has a belief about anything heliocentric, they're typically wrong because they don't know enough. And if they do know enough, then they know that what I'm saying is true, just like what I told you. Because when I tell someone, like a friend, what I told you, and then I show them also, like with like documentation, they can't turn around and go, so not on the internet, but in real life, whenever I'm at a school or whenever I'm talking to just anyone, and this subject comes up and it's their perception that flat earthers are dumb, my simple question to that is, why do you think so? And then when they start telling me things about flat earth that are dumb, I point out to them that nothing that they talked about has to do with geometry at all. and then they start getting more quiet until their perception shifts to, this guy knows more than me, and that's at best.
I see. So it's all based on a belief, an irrational idea that is fed by the cognitive dissonance of what we've been told our whole life.
Yep. Because if it wasn't just a belief and an irrational thought, then you wouldn't have to reach the conclusion fallaciously. For example, there is no globe proof that doesn't come as a begging the question, affirming the consequence, or reification fallacy, sometimes wrapped into all three. If you ask me how the earth is flat, I don't do any of those things. Just saying, when I talk about the world, I don't have to beg the question, I don't have to affirm the consequence, and I don't have to use a mathematical model to convince people to believe that it's real. It's very simple for me. Usually starts at the beach, or sometimes when the moon's out, depending on what time of month it is. Like, I love waxing gibbouses. Crushes people's beliefs every month. Now, that has nothing to do with flat Earth. However, it shows how wrong people who believe in heliocentrism is. Shows how wrong that people who just take for granted that the moon is being lit by the sun. Like, that's a ridiculous notion when you pay attention. So, I don't think you care about any of those things, but just saying, don't worry about us. We got this shit locked. In real life and on here. And it doesn't take much effort. Like, I'm literally on my woodwork. I can talk to you guys and do applications at the same time because it's not that hard.
Elijah, I heard a new word the other day that I think really sums up the entire cast of characters of the GTs.
What was the word?
Paltering. It's kind of not exactly a lie, not exactly the truth. It's somewhere in the middle, more akin to concealment. And that was a new word to me. Some others may have heard that before. I heard it a couple days ago for the first time, and I really think a lot of what we see from them is, I don't know that they're always intending to lie, that I think it's just a little more concealment with missing some intent.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not my experience with most of them have been they use deceptive statements to make a deceptive impression. But there might be some situations where what you're saying happens.
Well, no, that's the key. Is if you will, it's kind of a middle ground approach between a lie and just concealing. So, because I think a lot of them, they're not smart enough to actually lie on the topic. they think they're lying, but really they're just. It's like this idiot that was on here earlier who was going on and couldn't focus, couldn't whatever else. He had TikTok brain going on, and sure enough, I would call that a something a little different than a lie.
That almost sounds like the as the phrase goes, lying by omission. So you're just leaving parts out,
Yeah, very similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the intention's not necessarily to fully lie, but it is to conceal, like that there's some truth here. So maybe you omit a few things. Maybe you tell a couple things you're not sure that's exactly right, but the intention isn't 100% up. You're going to tell a lie. But anyway, I'm here where I have got to be. I just wanted to mention that here real quick. So I'll be back here in a bit.
Cheers, Barrington. Yeah, the young man that was in on the VC.
Wax, no, I wasn't calling you an idiot.
No, I was talking about that young man who was
No, Vax Wax
that was
made a
like-
comment in the chat there. No, my friend,
okay.
I would never call you an idiot there, Vax Wax. So, but I'll catch you all later. Sorry, John. Please continue on.
All right. Cheers, brother. Yeah, that guy that was on there earlier that ended his rant talking a lot of like just disgusting crap. Yeah, had nothing to say of substance, was relying on all presuppositions, right? Assumptions. And it's the common pattern here. We see it all every day since I've been on, guys. It's just a lot of preconceived notions of, it's got to be fact. It's always turning to NASA. Why would they lie? All the same questions come up, but meanwhile they have all, and we're stupid. So never going to get straight answer out of people who don't have any understanding on. So.
It's complicated because, like I said, they have the opposite paradigm, and you're projecting onto them what they're projecting onto you at the same time, so no one is really hearing anyone else.
That's not true. Everybody in this VC that's here on a regular basis takes the time to hear out what people have to say. They get a case. And they claim to know all these things. Meanwhile, they can't cite anything. Like the young man was saying earlier, thousands of scientists all are in agreement, and he couldn't even name one. But that's the point that everybody. There's a lot of assumptions, right? And that's precisely what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
You believe things rather than know them, right?
That's
so
true.
If you're going to say, I know thousands of people have this knowledge, but I can't speak to one of those people, I'm literally just believing in a story, and then I'm out here fighting for a story that I don't even.
Yeah.
And that's what drives people that are trying to have a conversation about fact and things that they can prove and repeatable experiment, right? So if the only way you could do an experiment is to have a budget of hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Then that's not really a repeatable experiment, right? Because you don't have the average person doesn't have hundreds of experiments. So that's just one case.
That's a complicated one. That's a doozy right there. And it really is kind of pointing out the lack of intellectual integrity amongst maybe the mass population.
I'd like to point out again that they didn't need millions of dollars or thousands of dollars for Nat Geo to go to the lake, did they?
Not at all. Not at all.
They most certainly didn't need thousands of dollars to make an observation and make a claim before the observation that the boat would be blocked by the horizon due to the Earth's curvature, assumedly given the size of the sphere that they've told us, which is why he said at 1 foot the horizon would be at 1.22 miles. Now, this is Nat Geo. I mean, shit, man, they got a boatload of money. They have investigators, they have editors, they have everything you could possibly think of to have something go off without a hitch, a production, right? And that's exactly what that was. Them trying to silence the flat earthers for all by way of real, quote unquote, observations and experiments. I said quote unquote because they said experiments, but they weren't really experiments. Still. What are we talking about, man? Like, stop playing with us. Like,
I'm not playing. I'm new to this whole idea that, I'm gonna have to go through grief, like, isn't that natural?
I suppose it's also natural that some people may not believe you or think that your intentions are genuine. I'm one of those people, right? You don't have to do anything about that. All you got to do is be yourself. That'll pretty much determine whether I think you're genuine or not. And so far, being yourself, I mean, whatever. I think you're bullshitting, but I mean, the mic is open. You're a good person to talk to because you don't over talk or try to like grab the mic when other people are talking. So it's a teachable moment for the other people that may listen to the live stream, are listening to the live stream, or my friends this weekend, because I like to let them hear little clips of me talking to people that seem normal. You seem normal because they would say the same things that you say. And then, I give them the answers that I give you. The only difference is, like, they kind of stop there. They don't say things like, so is Jupiter flat? Because that's obviously retarded. But, that's par for the course.
It was a genuine question. Like, I was wondering, like, are all the planets basically flat too, right? Like, it's just a
How will we know, though? How will we know? That's why it's a dumb question. That's what I'm saying. It's retarded. But you might not have thought about that. Like, I don't know why you would think flat earthers would think, well, if the earth is flat, maybe those other things are flat. Perhaps because you think that those places are other, for lack of a better word, another place that you can actually go to if the conditions in space weren't so harsh. We don't have that belief anymore. Like everything is out the window. When I look at the sky, I see the same thing you see, but I don't have the belief about it that you have.
Yeah.
I don't have the same follow-up questions that you have. You're like, okay, Earth is a planet. I guess a planet is flat if these guys are telling the truth. I'm extremely skeptical. But if that's the case, then following that logic, do you think that the other planets are also flat? I get how that makes sense. Understand though, for somebody who's telling you that their experience, like, that's ridiculous. Because we don't share the same cosmology. But that's the problem. Like, most people come here thinking that they're coming here under the guise of science, but it's really just cosmology, which is, like, to me, like, for all intents and purposes, religious. Because nobody knows how we got here, how it was made, what it looked like when it was made. Like, nobody. So anybody who's giving you a story about cosmology or how things came to be in the universe is telling you a story. So once I realized that, like all of these dumb follow-up questions, I kind of caught them in my mind and was like, oh, that doesn't make sense because that follows this other preconceived notion that I no longer believe in. So why does this follow-up make sense? But it's like for most people, that's not happening in their brains. I don't get it.
No, it's just not fleshed
I'm an
out for
asshole.
me.
I'm sorry. I love people, but at the same time, I honestly don't get what's going on.
I mean, it's their current paradigm, right? Because it's that they're taught that this place is like those places that they see in the skies, and then you can go there. So, they think that if this place changed, those places have to change too. And then that's what like we think about it as a dumb question, is we can see that they look Corvish like. But yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. It's a little bit of a dumb question.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not really good at math, so like I have a huge disadvantage here.
Good thing it has nothing to do with math. It's all about just testing, measuring, observation. And anything in the sky that you can't go to, I mean, how can you explain it? How can you tell what it actually is?
All I know is like the telescope stuff, and the satellite.
It's not much. There's no math in there though, is that? It's just you looking at stuff.
Well, I thought like they had to do engineering in order to launch it out. And, like, so all that's bullshit. Like this is an entire different baseline for me.
I thought you were talking about seeing stuff in the sky like stars and stuff. We have a telescope. There's no math involved in that. Just like with eclipses, that's something that you can know you're being lied to without having any math involved. It's a very simple story. I mean, you already believe the planet Theia story, the 7 billion year ago incident where that planet crashed into Earth, deposited its molten iron core, and the piece breaking off being the moon happening to be just the right size and distance away from the sun to cause eclipses. You already believe that. That's already the story, which is wild as fuck. A billion years ago, something so whatever. Anyway, it could be 2 billion. I can't really remember, but it's pretty far. Anyway,
why do you guys reject God? Why do you guys reject God?
What's your name again, so I can mute you, bro? Who are you? What's your name? Are you gonna be smart enough and be quiet enough for me to forget you, so you can try again?
God says the earth is not flat. Why do you reject God?
One more time. Hey, he's smarter than he sounds. Oh, okay. So the bottom line is with eclipses, there's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And so all our lives we've been told about eclipses, the solar eclipse where the moon gets in front of the sun, and lunar eclipses where, the earth is in the middle of the sun and the moon. Very simple claim. Very simple claim. When you watch an eclipse, though, you realize that can't be possible. Either that or something's wrong with your thinking.
Dan, I'm like, honestly, I'm not gonna lie here. Like, I'm actually feeling so emotionally triggered because I'm like trying to wrap my head around it, and like I just keep feeling like angry.
I had empathy for you, but I don't believe you yet. If I had empathy for you, I'd be pouring all of my counselor talks. But I don't believe you. I'm sorry.
I'm not lying. Like, it's actually freaking me out. Like, how much I don't know and how much could be fucking.
I didn't even tell you anything. I just made a claim. You didn't say, all right, that sounds like bullshit. Prove it. What have you got? What can you post to the? You didn't even
No, I'm
be
not
quiet.
saying you're bullshitting. I'm saying like I'm living
What I'm
in an
saying is
entire.
I just said something about like eclipses. I didn't give you any information for you to attempt to go validate it yourself. And you're already spiraling. I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't understand.
Because I'm emotional. Like, I literally just admitted that I'm having an emotional reaction.
Yeah, well, here that's quite honest. That's quite
maybe
honest.
you are.
Quite a few
Maybe
people are
you
like that. Yeah, that can happen to people. It's a shock for some people if they're new to it and they don't understand it. What's making you emotional though?
Well, just the implications, just how much is a lie, and like, I don't know what's real, you know?
Well, maybe try and think that it's not like your parents, your teachers, and all that have lied. They've just been taught the story too, and they believe it. Right? So it's not that everyone's lying, and it's not that you can't know things and trust things in the world. It's just you shouldn't believe everything you're seeing as presented that you cannot verify, like through a screen. Basically, all we're saying is all those images and videos that were shown of a spinning baller isn't true. But that's actually a minority, a small amount of what you have been exposed to. What you understand about the natural world is that you don't detect curvature and you don't detect motion. So for all intents and purposes, you already treat the Earth as flat and motionless. So it's not that you don't know anything, but yeah, you've been raised the same way that loads of us were, with this notion that you have all this knowledge about the sun, the moon, the stars, the size of the Earth, all these things which, when you stop and think about it, you do not have that knowledge. That's not easy knowledge to attain. For the most part, you could say that it's impossible knowledge to obtain. So don't let that depress you. Just learn to accept that there are mysteries in this life and there's a limit to the practical knowledge that we can obtain. But there is knowledge that you can obtain which hasn't been opened up to you before, maybe, and this is an opportunity for you to explore that knowledge. So don't get depressed about it. Don't get freaked out. It's this is the human experience. This is what all cultures in human history have understood about the Earth. So you are now just taking part in the human experience that pretty much all human beings before the 1900s have experienced, right? So don't freak out about it. How's that?
True? Yeah. That makes sense.
You still freaking out? You taking a breath?
I mean, I'm chilling because, like you said, like, yeah, it's still, like, I mean, it doesn't really change anything technically, right? So, like,
it's what you have
still the Earth.
already experienced. It's what you've always known. You've always known the Earth to be flat and motionless. You've just been presented with a concept of a spinning baller. Presented quite persuasively, maybe, but presented nonetheless. It's never been anything that you've ever experienced. So you just need to take your time with this topic. Don't freak out. You don't need to go and tell people like your family and your friends. Just take it on as a personal little exploration, right? Just something for you to research and for you to come to your own conclusions on, right? There's no pressure on you to accept anything that anyone tells you about the cosmos or the nature of reality. That's personal to you. So that's up for you to explore. What we're talking about here is just how Earth observes, measures, and is practically used as flat and motionless. So that's what it is, but you know, that doesn't mean we have the answers to all the universe and all this kind of stuff. So there's nothing to freak out about. It's an opportunity to learn. You should be excited. What are you concerned about?
I don't know, like, what if they're gonna, like, genocide us? Because, like, they're lying about the globe. Like,
Nah. No one's going to genocide you. Do not worry. Don't be thinking like that. See, you're creating your own worries in your head. You need to, firstly, control your mind. Don't let thoughts like that rule your mind. Right? Shove that right out of there. You've got more important things to be thinking about. So don't be thinking like that. I mean, this is just
I don't know. I guess
a natural, observable world.
Issues, and I guess now I have trust issues with like a lot of people that I've had to trust with education and everything. Like,
well, listen, it's a hard lesson to learn, but it's a necessary one to learn that you can't just leave your worldview to an anonymous third party that you don't know and just put full faith in images and videos that you can't verify. Yeah, it can hurt to learn that that was not a good way of thinking. But it's a necessary thing to learn, because now in future, you will be more critical about things and claims that are presented to you. And you should be, to operate in this world carefully. You need to be critical. You need to not just be accepting bullshit claims from any stranger. So yeah, it might be painful now, but that's an important lesson to learn, and you'll be better off for it. But like I said, don't let it make you think you can't trust anyone. I mean, we're not saying everyone's lying and everyone's evil and all this kind of stuff. Not at all. But you do need to be skeptical and critical and think for yourself. That's an important lesson. So again, don't be upset about learning that. Be happy that you've learned it now while you're still young, instead of when you're like 70 years old. It's too late.
yeah.
Wow, I wish Cyclone had been there when I was having my flat Earth crisis.
Well, I'm here now, Mary.
Yeah, good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, if I have another one, I'll let you know.
It'll all be okay.
I said to myself, I'm going to decide, on my own without talking to anyone. I mean, maybe that wasn't the best approach. I mean, gosh, if I would have known you were available to talk me down, I would have joined earlier.
Well, I do recommend doing some personal introspection and investigation. But yeah, obviously it helps to talk it out with people. That's why this channel, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, is a great place, because this is a controversial topic, and it's not something that your family and friends are necessarily going to want to hear. So it's nice to have somewhere 24/7 that you can show up and just talk about it. So that's partly why we're here. So yeah, take advantage of that. It's like a flat Earth clubhouse.
Yeah, so I was earlier I was talking about recreating experiments and how some experiments were very expensive to recreate. Like I think like Michelson-Morley that been highly costly, because you would have to big vacuum chamber or something like that, or to like go and test the outer limits. Like let's say you were able to go to on your own volition, you need a team, you'd be able to go and freely travel and explore. So you need specialty planes and be able to do it. And then with drone tech, it might be a little cheaper. I was just talking about that. I was talking about needing a big budget to recreate certain experiments and
May I respond to some of that?
Yeah, sure.
I would say that what you just called an experiment isn't an experiment.
Elijah always sounds like he's an extra in a Batman movie. Like Gotham City. It sounds like Gotham City where you are.
Sorry.
No,
but yeah, what you just characterized as an experiment is not an experiment. And my question always becomes, because as some of us have talked about things that we can do and how costly it may be, I'm like, but we already know it's flat. Why do you guys even push that rhetoric? You calling experiments, you're calling things that aren't experiments, and you're suggesting that we may be able to figure some shit out with the aid of some finance. And none of that's necessary because we already know it's flat. I'm trying to figure out why you guys think the way that you think.
I already know it's flat as well, and I'm talking about for people who need these types of verification, and it's mainly the scientific community that's asking for. I already know it's flat. I
You know you
could
can't
see
help
that myself.
everybody.
Oh, that's the truth. I would
So
like
if I
to,
tell
though.
a scientist that he's affirming the consequent and what he's set up is not a natural experiment, and he doesn't accept it in the first 60 seconds, it's not my fault that I just walk away, right? Because I'm not about to sit here and argue with a career theoretical physicist about something that we both know can employ the scientific method. So 2 hours later, when he goes, oh, well, what you call an independent variable and what I call an independent variable, what you call a hypothesis, what I call a hypothesis are different. And then I say, okay, well, what's your epistemology then? And when he explains it, it's exactly affirming the consequent. And then I point that out and he doesn't accept it. How much more time do you think should be wasted on those folks? Because that's what you're doing, trying to recreate something that is an illogical framework in the first place. For people that are coming up behind us who want to know the truth. Why would you do that? And I'm not asking you accusingly, I'm saying we want to equip people with the wrong tools. Why? That's all I'm saying.
Have we got any other new people in? Or is it just Aquarius who's freaking out?
I'm actually freaking out on Eli trying to talk about scientific method.
Wiley is here. Top hat.
Yes, this is I. I've been quite silent listening. I didn't know if newer voices were allowed to speak, so I wanted to
Yes,
be respectful.
you are allowed to speak. You can ask your questions or make your arguments for the globe, whatever you think. What do you know? How did you find the channel?
I've been on this server for a couple of days now, and I like to listen into different chats. And I read the title to this one a while ago, but I didn't decide to click it until I read the channel rules, and I thought, wow, that sounds kind of respectful and pleasant and nice. So why don't I sit in
So this
for a
is the
listen?
first time. So this is the first time you're here chatting to us.
Yes, this is.
Okay, welcome to the channel. What's have you looked into flat Earth at all, or are you just totally new to it?
Fairly new. I guess I've just been listening. I had a question about what you were speaking about earlier with Aquarius, because one thing that I noticed she was getting upset about was feeling lied to, and I thought to myself like, yeah, I suppose that is a worrying feeling, but I would imagine most people are just as lied to and do believe that they're telling you the best that they can. You know, I don't feel like anyone who told me that the Earth is round is trying to, steer me in a wrong
Yeah, that's the
direction
point I was
intentionally.
making to them. Yeah, like your family and the teachers who tell you it, like they're not lying. They were raised with this. It's like folk tradition at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. So my question was, who would be the intentional liars though? Because if it was a case that it is, disprovable, then there wouldn't be an entire channel discussing it. So I'm like, I guess my only question is who would be the ones who are actively lying about this subject.
Well, I suppose
And I will mute after that.
that's potentially a matter of some speculation, but I would say you could generally look at at least the astronauts who claim things like we went to the moon, right? They would have to be lying because that's not a thing. Anyone claiming to go to space, that would have to be a lie. But like when it comes to even like the images, I mean, some people might say, well, the people coming up with the images are lying, but even that's not the case, because the people, the artists who are coming up with the images, they're essentially being given data which they're aware is compiled into basically a flat image, and then they wrap it around the ball in Photoshop. But they're not doing that thinking, I'm deceiving people into believing in a globe here. For the most part, they're just thinking, well, this is the process. We're just creating an image that's going to conform to what people expect the baller to look like. So it's not an easy job to say this guy's lying, this guy's not, and we don't really make any hard claims about that. We don't need to, because we just rely on the measurements. But I understand the curiosity.
I kind of make hard claims about who's lying.
Okay, go for it.
I can't do it in the present day, but I know who kicked it off. You know who kicked it off? I mean, the part that everyone's worried about today, the things that they believe about the sky now, the heliocentrism as we know it today, the church. That's who lied. So it's actually the church that brought to us this new world religion that everyone believes in. Everyone running from one religion or another, one cult or another, and heliocentrism is the biggest cult religion there is. With academia holding it together. Again, you can look at people who've gone to university. I didn't go to university, but there are people who have gone to university, and those people had never breathed flat earth, thought about flat earth, talked about flat earth, but they do talk about presuppositions that, we were all born into. Like us revolving around the sun. Like the universe being this ever-extending something because of the Big Bang. So you'll have people challenging and questioning that, and challenging and questioning cosmology, but the majority of the world doesn't know that, because the majority of people aren't in school for that. They don't care about that. They're not asking questions about that. They're not reading papers from Einstein, Edwin Hubble, Newton, Copernicus. They're not reading these things like we do. Because if they did, they'd go, oh, this sounds kind of, when you read let's keep it real, when you read the Bible and you get to the talking donkey part, you're like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, so it's the same thing. When I get to black holes and I'm reading how they know what they're saying they know, and I'm like, I don't know.
Well, you never seen
I don't
Shrek?
know. Why the reference?
Talking donkey.
Oh, right. So
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
just
talking
saying,
donkey.
like, people, it's easy to believe the ABC 1, 2, 3 on its surface stuff. But like I said, if you was reading any of these people's papers for real, their journals for real, you'd be like, there's no fucking way I can in good faith believe this shit. Because I thought that this was knowledge, not speculation. But when you read into this stuff, you realize it's speculation, not knowledge. It's belief, not knowledge. It's faith, not knowledge. That's all.
So in talking about things that, where you believed in a concept and then you read more about it or study and like think about the foundations in which that concept was created, and you're like, whoa, this doesn't make much sense based off of what is being presented, what convinced these people who are spreading the message. I have to ask, in the opposite format, what does anyone have a like story antidote or like a just information that they discovered or was passing? Like obviously you probably have catalogs of things that bring you to have these conversations, but I guess what flipped the switch for you that made you feel like, oh,
That's a great question.
this is what it's time. Thank you. Yeah.
That's a great question. I'm going to quickly send you a link. Just because you're talking about a catalog of information, we do indeed have something like this. So I've just sent it to your DMs. So we've got a server where we save a lot of measurements, long distance observations, resources, because Google and YouTube and things censor the topic, so it can be difficult to find it if you're just searching by yourself. So when you get a chance, join the server that I just sent to you and look at the additional information sections. There's terabytes of stuff in there, so it's worth you looking into it. But your question of what is it that made you start questioning the globe or looking into flat Earth, that was kind of what you're asking, right? Like, what evidence did you see? Is that right?
Yeah, more or less. Like, what, even, like, just what thing made you feel like this is it? If that's like something that you
Well, we've
read
all
or
got,
something
there's a
that you
million
saw.
things. Yeah, there's a million things. I'll say for me, it was the long distance observations and the laser tests were what really captured my interest, which is basically realizing that the amount of curvature that the globe model or the globe idea is claiming is much more extreme than you otherwise would think. Like, most people go through life thinking that there's basically no detectable curvature because it's like 0.001 centimeters over 100 miles or something like that, right? But it's way more extreme than that. Like, so when you actually get into the numbers, there should be very definite obstructions, drop over distance, horizon distance should be conforming with the geometry of the globe. So for me, and I know it's the case for a lot of other people, it's these measurements over bodies of water, because the globe model tells us we should only be able to see this far based on the curve. People go out and check, we see way further. So the line of sight over the surface should be limited by a curved surface like they're telling us we're on, and limited in a specific way based on the size of the ball they're telling us we're on. But we can actually exceed those limits.
Not to cut you off, because I want you to keep cooking. You remember, like, back in 2017, like 2016, there were, like, so many people, Glovers especially, that wanted to do practical things like go to the beach, do laser tests. They're the ones that set the standard. Not even set the, yeah, I would say set the standard, because we didn't know shit, right? Like, we're just coming out and going, holy shit, there's some people that are flat earthers, what's going on? Like, and so from that point on, ever since, and I don't think it's different for anyone here, the moment that any individual started talking about flat earth, you had people trying to, say, well, that's a dumb idea, but like when you really critically think about it, obviously it's a globe. And then they give you their, like, the globe points or whatever, right? So my thing is, those points used to be on practicality. They used to go, well, let's just do a laser test over 3 miles. Surely there's going to be some obstruction there because the Earth's a globe. So when every test came back not in their favor, now we start talking about, oh, well, we can't perceive it. It's more about psychology than it is about what we can do practically. The bigwigs know what it is. They're in space. They got this. But from down here, like, it's this mental management mode that, globe earthers have gone into. When in reality, like, yo, I thought my whole life, you get up high, maybe even an airplane. I never thought of it. I just assumed you get up high enough, you're going to see some curvature. It was actually a globe earther that pointed out that you're not supposed to see curvature because the horizon is equidistant from you in every direction 360 degrees. Why would you see curvature on the x-axis?
That is such a great point. I love that you brought that up. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought you're still finishing that thought. I was back on your last thought. Yeah, finish that thought.
That killed me because I was like, that's true. Like, but for whatever reason, you got these. So bottom line is, I saw stuff like that. I saw high altitude balloon footage where you could see like what we consider space. I know we dump on space a lot, but you can still see it. It's still majestic as fuck. Like the blackness of it, and then you got the blueness of Earth. It's still crazy. The only thing that's not actually there in high altitude footage is curvature. But before seeing that, I would have sworn up and down that showing me from that height would be the proof I needed. And that's why most people who come in here, they're like, okay, well, what about high altitude? Okay, well, what about the ISS? Because they don't realize that you're not supposed to see curvature even from 200 miles up. So it's stuff like that, man. It's what really got me. Someone said the Earth is flat, and I was like, "Whoa, that's crazy as fuck." Why are they saying that? The first thing I thought, why are they saying that? So I looked into, well, how do we know it's a globe? But not like more so, how was it measured? Why? Because for whatever reason, I got into what do you call that? I got into parallax because my first question was, well, how the fuck do we know the distance to the sun for real then? Like what? I just wanted to know because I in my mind I forgot that knowledge because surely someone must have told me. So I looked it up and I realized the assumption of the size of the Earth is necessary. Not only that, but we have to assume Venus is the same size. So I'm like, okay, so we're assuming the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, but how do we know that? And I found out that there is no answer to that question. That's what fucked me up. There's no way you have no answer to a question supposed to have an answer. It's a measurement. Who did the measurement? Nobody? Oh, okay. That was it.
Yeah, so exactly. And I mean, we could, all of us, all the flat earthers in this room could probably go off on this question alone for a number of hours. So it's probably a good idea that we just rattle through a few of the good proofs and then we can talk about them with you because we've got dynamite evidence. It's like undeniable. So the long distance observations, for you to wrap your head around that, it might be useful for you to go on Google and type in curvature calculator or like Earth curvature calculator or distance to horizon calculator. And these are tools that you should use in future now when you're going about to test your long distance observations. If you take nothing else away from this conversation, take away that you should test your line of sight across the surface. Even just think back in your past. Like, what's the furthest distance you think you've ever seen on Earth? Like, were you on a mountain and you saw another mountain? Were you at the beach and you saw an island miles away? Think about those things because chances are you've probably seen something which, if you check the curvature calculators, they tell you you're not supposed to be able to see because it's hidden by the curve. Right? So that's one. The fact that the geometry, the curvature, which is obviously the most foundational requirement of this ball, doesn't exist. It's never detected. No one's ever measured it. All the attempts at observing or measuring it are just showing that it's flat in terms of bodies of water, right? Not including the topography. So that's a big one. We've got loads more, but maybe we'll let you just give your thoughts on what we've just told you there, and we can give you more detail and more examples, or we can tell you some other ones if you want.
No, yeah, the idea that there's information being publicly taught that is, basically found by an equation measuring the Earth. It's not like you can put a ruler around the whole thing, so you do have to do the math, I would only assume, but having no credit to...
Well, with the idea of like a ruler, you can use that as your line of sight, right? So imagine putting a ruler on a basketball. Imagine that ruler is your line of sight. So eventually, you're going to be obstructed. You're not going to be able to see round that surface. So this is what's being tested. And if you check out the numbers, you will be able to essentially find that curvature doesn't exist. And yeah, we can't use a giant ruler, but we can use things like lasers. Very powerful lasers can shoot tens of miles.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention to Wiley real quick. That's what Elijah made me think of. I'll put the YouTube channel for Dr. John D in the chat for you, Wiley. Because when he mentioned at the beginning, people were going out and looking for measurements and objective evidence to find the curvature. That's why this particular person, Dr. John D, was trying to prove the globe, like many of us were when we first started researching this topic. And so then it's a question of if you're going to follow the empirical evidence where it leads, which, this particular person did do and then documented them through laser tests. But yeah, the point he was trying to make is, these days the waters have been muddied in a lot of ways because people are trying to make excuses for all these observations. But if you just go back and look at the actual observations yourself, or like Cyclone mentioned, even make your own observations, then, the excuses don't really hold water because you realize, no, these observations would not be possible if we were on a globe of 3,959 miles. So that's what, that's what it's about. It's about looking at the what the geometry of the Earth predicts in terms of the distance of the horizon or the drop over distance that would be there and actually is not there. Does that make sense, Wiley?
Well, it's complicated. I'll give you that. I got to say that the jargon and math being used in this conversation is a little much for me to handle, like just in the moment that I am. But the overall topics, I'm understanding how you all feel and what has convinced you about them.
Well,
I picked up on what you said real quick because we're like 2 points removed back to the whole measurement thing. I realized that what we're telling him about taking lasers, he may not. So here's the thing. Let me ask you this before I make my point. You do believe, right? Because obviously we can't measure it with one tape measure. So somehow they must have done it in sections. You at least thought that when we were talking, right?
Yeah. I mean, I suppose I didn't have those exact words, but it makes sense to me that they measured parts of the world, at least.
I figured that's what you were thinking. And so, having that thought against what is he talking about, laser tests, how significant is that versus a whole bunch of geodetic surveyors across the world doing this for hundreds of years? I get it. Again, super deep into the lore. Here's the thing, though. When you look at how they practically do any of that, it's linear distances. It's flat Earth measurements. Now, that's going to take a little longer to get, but if you take it for face value right now, not that you fully accept it into your heart, but you're like, damn, if this dude is telling the truth and I learn more about this and this is the case, well, holy shit, then whoop, there it is. Because for sure, they measured a whole bunch of flat sections and called that a globe. That's exactly what they did.
Well, and here's another thing that I think may be heavily implied by there being a flat Earth is, well, if on a globe or around Earth is it somebody else want to speak? I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
Okay. So I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought I heard someone trying to speak. On around Earth, when you walk, you can go across the entire thing. So I imagine with the flat Earth, you all must believe that there's an edge somewhere, and I'm wondering just about how that concept is realized for you all.
The edge, yes, that's a very common Common question. No, we're not claiming an edge. So this is one thing which you may be unfamiliar with, or you might think this is what we're talking about. We're not talking about Earth being some kind of disk or flat object in space, right? Surrounded by ball planets. So the solar system that they've taught us about, we're not claiming that, right? We don't generally believe in that. Okay, so it's not a flat disk in space with water falling off the edge. And we're not actually claiming a shape, right? We're not saying it's a square, we're not saying it's a circle, we're not claiming a shape at all. We're just pointing out that the surface, whatever this whole thing is, this system that we're in, the surface measures flat, and so it can't be a ball. That doesn't mean we know its entirety, the size of it, the shape of it, its limits. We don't know any of that, right? And when you're talking about you can travel in one direction and end up where you are on a ball, you're generally talking about circumnavigation, and that word circumnavigation, circum, just means it's circle, right? So it just means you're traveling in a circle. So you can travel in a circle on a flat surface and end up generally back where you started. And we can just say that for all intents and purposes, that's what's occurring when someone's traveling east to west or west to east.
I will say, in just about 20 seconds of talking, you definitely unlocked a lot more concepts than what I was already presuming.
Yeah, well, this is it. This is why it's good to talk about
if you think about it,
sorry, go on, Elijah.
If you think about it, latitude is a circle around the central point. So if you're following the same latitude, just like it's not a foreign concept. Also, sorry about the motorcycle in the background or whatever. Really quick, you ever watch Hunter x Hunter?
I have watched Hunter x Hunter.
All right. Do you like anime generally?
Yeah, generally it's pretty good.
The reason I'm asking you is because they usually have like, their own worlds, that the author created. And they usually include a map, especially like if you're into books and stuff like that, the lay of the land. It's a map, just like any other map, like, that we have. Here's the thing. Here's the idea. When you conquer a certain area, more of the map lights up because you're able to explore more of it. Now, when we say, hey, we just know about the world that we know about, but we don't know what the extent of it is, people look at us like we're crazy. But did you know back when Christopher Columbus was, kicking around, that's exactly what the case was? So they had a particular map, and they didn't know anything about America until he got there. What was he able to do? Expand the map. So it might have been he thought, okay, if you go all the way in this direction, perhaps you end up in the same place. But that's because of a worldview. When it comes to territory, you can only go as far as you've mapped until you map more. So there's a point where we can only go to the extremities that the government at those times said, hey, this is the known world. This is all there is. And then lo and behold, there was more. So what I'm saying is, when you think about it in those terms, like obviously we don't think it's a globe. So then how do you navigate? What is the extent? We don't know how lit this map gets. We're just here in this section. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but that's the way I see it.
No, that did kind of sound like it. Your thought of what you said about someone like making a map as they're walking around in his worldview could have made a like straight line seem like a circle or vice versa. I imagine someone could, and combining that with the knowledge I heard earlier that going around circumventing being, so yeah, I can see how someone could be traveling in a certain direction, feeling like they're going one way, but because of their navigation, their traveling across, they may. I'm sort of losing my words here, but they may be going a different route than what
Well,
they
it's not
are
so much.
depicting.
It's not even so much a case of necessarily being wrong about where they're traveling. For all intents and purposes, from their perspective, they are already treating the Earth as flat and motionless, right? So, and they're navigating in relation to north, and this is what cultures have done for thousands of years, right? Long before the globe was even a fantasy in an old Greek person's head. They were treating the Earth as flat and motionless. They were using plain sailing, celestial navigation, treating the surface, the oceans, as flat, and they were navigating. Right, so we can. That's a bit more of an advanced topic, I would say, to get into. If you're,
I'm thinking I'm understanding why people were, beheaded over astrology throughout human history.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I mean, the history of the globe, and not just what we're taught in school and in the textbooks, is something that's very interesting to get into. And I do recommend that you dig into that, because Elijah mentioned it earlier, the connection with the Catholic Church, Copernicus coming up with this model, the fact that he said it's not even necessary that he believes it. He's simply showing that this is a mathematical model that you could use to say the Earth is actually going around the sun, rather than what was accepted throughout human history of the sun moving in relation to a motionless Earth. So the history is interesting, but since you seem to be picking up what we're putting down, I want to touch a couple different points with you just to give you a broader understanding of what our position is here. So this one might seem a bit obvious or a bit redundant, but have you considered the fact that you directly only experience a flat surface that's motionless, right? If you go to the beach and you look out at the horizon is flat, right? So you don't detect curvature anywhere. Basically, what they're telling us is that horizon is the curve, and so people think, oh, I do see the curve, but if you're being strict about it, what you're seeing is a horizontal line. It's a flat line. And the surface itself, you don't detect any motion unless you're in something like an earthquake, right? So from your perspective, you experience a flat, motionless Earth. Do you agree with that or no?
I can't disagree with that. I would have to say that I do agree. I've been, so far this year, I've taken 2 planes. I have gone to like a big ass beach coast, and I don't see the Earth dip down on either side.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll say, oh well, it's just such a big ball, you just experience it as flat. We can deal with that later, but for the moment, I think it's important for you to get into a different mindset when you're thinking about the Earth, even if it's only for a mental experiment, right? We're not saying that you should accept what we're telling you just because we're telling you it, but just go through the mental exercise, because you've been raised and educated the same way that we all were, which is that you should think about the Earth in a conceptual third-party God's eye view, right? So you can see the entirety of it, and it's a ball in space. This is the image that's drilled into our minds. So that's the way that we think about the Earth. And then we take our natural observations and we try and make them fit into that concept. But what I would recommend, and what I recommend to people who are getting into this, is to do the opposite, right? Start with your perspective, with what you experience, and go from there, right? Because it's kind of a burden reversal fallacy that gets pushed, where people are like, well, it's just known to be a globe, so if you're saying anything else, you have to provide the evidence. But the actual situation is, Every single human being on Earth, for all recorded history, has only ever experienced a flat, motionless Earth. So the positive claim, the one that requires proving with evidence, is that it's not what we observe or experience. It's actually this big spinning ball. So as a broad starter place, start thinking in terms of what you know, what you experience, and then how have they convinced you otherwise? What have they given you? And is what they've given you verifiable, testable, repeatable, credible, logical? These are all questions you should be asking. Right, so, okay, we're in agreement. We experience a flat, motionless Earth. Another good thing to consider for the beginner is the physical nature of water. You got a glass or a cup of water or a liquid juice next to you?
I got a water bottle.
All right, so you know intuitively, because of your experience with water, that the way it behaves is that it takes the shape of the container, and the surface of the liquid at rest is the most perfect plane that you can get, right? It's used as a reference for leveling and for level in building, right? We've got water
Right,
levels.
yes.
So you look at the surface of that water, and it's essentially a perfect plane. The edges might curve up at where it meets the container due to the surface tension, but what we're talking about is the general surface, right? It's flat. Yeah. So you scale that up to a bathtub. What's that going to be in terms of the surface? It's going to be flat as well, right?
Yeah, pretty flat.
So you scale that up to a swimming pool. What's that going to be?
I mean, flat as well.
Okay, what about a lake?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's flat.
Flat as well, okay. So scale it up to an ocean. Then what?
That's too far for me to observe.
Well, no, you can observe it. You can observe what you can observe of an ocean.
Well,
and
what
to
I
you,
guess,
it's observed to be flat.
Past the waves, I do. It is, yeah.
Yeah, not including waves. So there'll be slight disturbances, but in general, you're understanding that the way water behaves is that it finds its level when it rests, flat on the surface. Yeah. So they tell us that the Earth's surface is 72% water covered. So you'll understand that there's.
I guess my question there would be. I guess my question there would be, like, I now I'm having trouble like imagining how the water would behave, for around Earth, because we're told that like gravity brings everything towards a center. So within that center, I but you've also mentioned not that to cover the topic of the Earth being so big. Yeah.
But that's also why we mentioned laser tests and long distance observations, because if you look at based on the size of the Earth, what we should experience if the Earth were a globe. These are things that, like, if it were a globe, you could take the children to the beach or to the lake and have fun with it. Like, you want to see the curvature of the Earth? Look, because of this formula, we know if we do this, you can see it. We don't do things like that. You know what I mean? We get told that, okay, the sunset is it, but we don't really do things like that. But to point this out, I know you don't have an idea of what the whole ocean looks like. Obviously, you can only see as much as you can. But consider this. You can see what you see out there. Like say you're at a beach, right? You're looking out into the ocean. You can see as far as your eyes can see. Right? Now,
Right.
you don't see any boats. You don't see any boats off in the distance. Now you pull out a pair of binoculars. All of a sudden, you can see things that you didn't see with the naked eye. So what I'm saying is the fact that your eye or optics has a limit to what you can see and what you resolve, that answers the question of why can't I see the entire ocean? Because it's not possible.
Yeah.
You know it's not possible because there's a limitation of your eye. How do you know? Because if you take out a pair of binoculars, you can see more. That's how you know that you're not seeing all of it. Because you take out something that magnifies your vision, all of a sudden you can see what you didn't see. But we can't see forever.
Would you guys mind if I address gravity?
Well, hold on, Hank. Could I just quickly take a couple of minutes to round out kind of my point, and then Elijah's made a good segue on to what I was going to go to next. But so maybe I'll do that quickly, and then Hank, you can go on the gravity. But so Wiley, when we're talking about the Earth's surface being covered in, let's say, the majority water, we can't have a majority flat ball, right? So water tells us that we're not on a surface that's curving because the water's all flat. So it's more akin to imagining a giant lake with islands in it, and those islands would be the continent, right? But just horizontally laid out, but the islands are protruding, okay? But we can get to all that, but I just wanted you to get into the headspace of acknowledging that it's not just a given that the Earth is a ball, and in fact, everything in our reality is telling us otherwise. So even if you are to believe it, you should be asking for pretty good evidence, right? Considering the contradiction of your experience. Do you agree with that? Like, there is a positive burden of proof to be provided here, because all of our observations on the physics of water is telling us that the surface should be flat.
You know, if I
So do you
were
agree that there is a
born,
burden?
I do. If I were born yesterday and I didn't hear the concept of flat or the concept of round, and I just based my world off of what I see walking around outside, I wouldn't make the assumptions that we were. The only thing that would give me the idea of around Earth floating is just looking up and seeing space. But that doesn't give me much more information than that's different than the ground. So
Yeah, and even that we can get into the nature of the sky later and how they've tried to convince us that this tells us we're on a spinning ball, when in fact it really doesn't. It actually again just tells us that we're on a flat, motionless surface. But we can get into all that. The other point I was going to make, because Elijah was speaking about the boats, you've heard the claim that boats go over the horizon, right? And that's showing that there's a curved surface, so the bottoms of the boats will disappear. You heard that claim?
It's been my assumption that once they go a certain distance, no matter what device that you have to search, you just won't be able to see them.
Yeah. And it'll disappear bottom up because it's going over this curve of a ball. That's the claim that they make. They say Aristotle noticed that the boats would disappear bottom up, and he reasoned that this must be because the surface was curved. Right? That's one of the top 5 globe arguments, I would say. And that's really the only example of something that they're saying, this is something you can observe in reality that tells you you're on a ball. So it's an important one to address. I don't know if you have Google handy. Have you got Google available?
I do.
Right.
I
So
do.
can you type in distance to horizon calculator, and then just click on one of the calculators? Probably a few will come up. And then just put in your observer height. It'll give you a box to put your observer height in. Put your observer height in at 6 feet, and tell me what it says for a horizon distance.
Why 6 feet? I have to ask. Oh, is that just basically?
Just to imagine that you're standing on the edge of the beach, like on the edge of the ocean, right? You're looking.
It gives me 4.827 kilometers. So 4.827 kilometers.
Right. So about 3 miles, let's say. Yeah. So do you understand that that's saying that if you were standing at a 6 foot elevation above sea level, say at the beach, and you watched a boat sail away from you, at 3 miles there must be a geometric globe horizon, the curve that this boat is going to start disappearing behind, bottom first. Do you understand that?
That doesn't sound like very many at all.
It sounds quite short, doesn't it? Right? So let's say you do this. You go down to the beach one day and you look at a boat going out and you see it going 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles before it even gets to a horizon. What do you think that would mean?
That there's no curve for it to disappear behind.
Correct. There you go. So this is a very simple test, and this is something that people are doing all across the Earth. Just a horizon distance test, and we've got some great examples, which I'm sure the guys can post in the text chat. Are you looking in the text chat, by the way?
I had been a little bit
Well, just
ago.
because people can post images and things, because some of this is quite visual, I understand, so it can help to have some visual aid. So if you keep an eye on that, that's all we're talking about. Basically, the horizon hold on a sec. Let me just finish it off. So the horizon distance.
I was just saying thank you. That's all. Go ahead.
Okay, nice one. You can thank me after. I do want to hear the thank you. But so if it's not at 3 miles, right? Because 3 miles is the geometry of a 39, 59 mile radius ball. So the horizon has to be there for a 6-foot observer. But we're seeing it far in excess of that, which, as you correctly pointed out, that means that horizon is not a geometric or a consequence of a geometric Earth curve. So all that water, 10, 20, 30 miles, that's just
Are you
flat.
Scottish? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm Scottish as well. Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, nice one.
Okay, continue.
Nice one. Right, so yeah, so just like we're
You
observing...
sound a bit like a
these
joke though, I'm not
examples of
going to
water.
lie, but I'll let you continue.
So all the examples of water that we spoke about earlier, the ocean is appearing to do the same thing. It's just stretching up to the horizon, which we can now know isn't a physical limit, it's an optical one, right? So it's like the limit of your perspective rather than a curve of the Earth. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I can only rely on my own perspective to see towards a certain distance. I just always assumed that the curvature would be like faint enough to where it sort of made no difference between flat and like or vision. Like I would be able to see for enough 3.3 miles sounds insane to me, and I honestly question if the equation that created that number or if that math's correct at all.
Sorry, I got cut out for a second there. What did you say?
Well, I agree with you on the front that perception, like our limits to seeing how far things go off is our own perception, and that there's nothing blocking the way.
Right,
I agree
well, there
on
you
that
go then. Well, in that case, my friend, I'd say welcome to flat Earth, because that means there's no globe. Because if there was a physical obstruction, that would be the curve. And I mean, that is a physical necessity of this ball that they've told us of a certain size. So if you agree that there is no obstruction due to curvature, you're essentially saying there's no curvature. And then it's just flat. That's what we've got. Anyway, that's kind of how I wanted to just communicate that to you. Elijah, did you want to jump in and thank me for something or something? And then Larry, you wanted to go with the gravity. You into gravity, Wiley? Because Larry's one of our best gravitars.
I am interested in talking about gravity, yes.
Right.
Yeah,
I
he
just wanted
did
to
bring
say
it
thank
up.
you
I
for the
thought,
conversation. I'm not saying anything important. I'm just saying this is a good conversation. For me at least, these conversations on the internet, are far and in between. It used to be more frequent. Now we get trolls and people who aren't really trying to learn anything. So I just you being open minded and listening is a breath of fresh air because we don't even get that.
Right on, right on. I appreciate you all being cool people.
Yeah, no, definitely. You're very chill. We appreciate you being a good sport. So, Larry, are you still there? Sorry, I went on for a bit there.
No, it's all good. You guys were in the middle of something, and he was talking about gravity, and I like to show people that the school taught us the wrong thing on purpose. Whether we're talking about Newtonian or Einsteinian, neither one of them are scientifically demonstrable. So you were talking about the oceans, right? What holds down the ocean water? What do they teach you in school? I don't know his name.
You, Wiley, you're talking to me?
Yeah, Wiley.
Yeah, Wiley. Why are the oceans held down?
Well, there's this theory that there's a force keeping everything pulled to a center mass, which would be the core of the planet, and that would hold what I would assume to be perfect, like, levelness across all surfaces of water.
Right.
So at least something imperceptible from perfect levelness.
So that's what I mean by they taught you the wrong thing, even in your own paradigm. You said it was a force according to Einstein's gravity, which is the accepted theory of gravity, not Newtonian. Newtonian was debunked with the double slit experiment back in the early 1900s, so like 100 years ago. 110 years ago, Einstein came out with his paper, but it's not scientific, right? It's more like thought experiments. So I got to ask you a question. Are the laws of logic true? Like if I said the law of cause and effect, like would you agree that the laws of nature and logic are true?
I'm sort of unfamiliar with the term laws of nature and logic.
Okay, so every effect has to have a cause, right?
Yeah, I would suppose.
Right. So what if I told you it's high gas pressure and actually low temperature that holds down the ocean water, and that you can scientifically demonstrate this and it's empirical? What would you say to that?
You said high gas pressure and what else?
Low temperature. Because you can put water in a vacuum container and turn it on, and the pump will pump out the atmosphere, and then the water will begin to boil at low temperature. Are you familiar with this? Yep.
Yeah, actually, I don't know.
Okay. So also you could put water in a tea kettle and heat it up. But the key is once it causes the phase change, water is very dense in liquid form, but in gaseous state, it's actually extremely buoyant compared to the rest of the atmosphere. That's why clouds are usually way up in the sky and usually not on the ground, right?
Yeah, right.
So I can demonstrate that it's actually high gas pressure holding down the water, right? And low temperature. So there's two causes to the same effect. So can you manipulate anything to do with your presumed cause, which is a force or the bending and warping of space-time? Can you manipulate that and make the water go up and down like I can? Or do you only have thought experiments?
I see your point.
Obviously, you're not going to say, "Nuh-uh, the rain cycle isn't real, you're lying." Right? Obviously, the rain cycle is real, and it happens, but it's scientifically demonstrable, so it's empirical that it happened. We can demonstrate this in a lab setting very easily. So do you know what specific gravity is, and are you willing to look it up? Also known as relative density.
I've never researched gravity outside of probably elementary school.
That's okay.
And I am
Would you be
always
willing
willing to learn new things.
Would you be willing to look up specific gravity?
Like search that right now to Google.
Yeah, that term right now. Yeah, go and search it.
All right, I'm doing it. I have an AI answer from Google AI, but okay, here's Wikipedia. Relative density, also known as specific gravity, is a unitless quantity that measures a substance density in relation to a reference material. So it relates how dense an item is based off of another item.
Right. So there's no such thing as a vacuum, right? A perfect vacuum doesn't exist. Even if you could suck out all the baryonic matter, meaning matter from the periodic table, there's still something in the vacuum, right? So there's no such thing as a vacuum. That doesn't exist. Even in nature or man-made, it just doesn't exist. So there's always a medium, right? There's always a medium to compare something to. So any object in a medium is going to go up or down depending on the relative density between the object and the medium. So why do things fall? Well, in my opinion, it's lack of buoyancy, right? Lack of buoyant force pushing it up. Now, you can describe this mathematically, right? Because math is a language, and you can describe Superman jumping over a building and how many newtons that would require, et cetera, right? But I'm talking about scientifically, I can demonstrate my presumed causes, because there's two, right? And with water, there's two, right? But with every other object in a medium, in this case, the object is water, but in another case, you could have a log floating in water, and the water is the medium and not the object. So if it's like a really dense log that's waterlogged, it's going to go down. But if it's a fresh cut pine tree, it's going to float, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So everything is seeking, and I say seeking, it's kind of the wrong word. Everything is moving towards rest. It wants to be at rest, but nothing is actually at rest. So if you pick up a river rock and you let it go, you drop your cell phone, it goes down because there's not enough buoyancy pushing up on the object to hold it up. Whereas if you throw a beach ball in a full swimming pool, it's going to hold it up. It's going to be appear to levitate on top of the water, but it's not actually levitating. See, with Newtonian and Einsteinian, there's no interaction between the matter and the matter. Things are just behaving that way because mass attracting mass, allegedly, whatever that means, or the bending and warping of space-time. What I'm describing to you is mass, whatever that is, interacts with mass, like directly, and you can observe it. So you can make a steel anvil float in a pool of mercury because mercury's
I
really
was
freaking
literally
dense.
just thinking about that. Like still like heavy objects being able to be buoyant in something else that isn't like nearly it, an object that it can't float in anything else. So just to imagine what you're saying to me, you're saying to me that less than thinking about everything being pulled down, it's more like a totem pole of interactions in which okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure
You are
somebody will
doing it,
post for
Wiley.
me. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was just saying you're killing it because that's a perfect analogy for like a density tower, and it is like that. Instead of thinking about it necessarily as being pulled toward the center of a ball, it's almost more like everything's just finding equilibrium and ordering itself in this medium, right? So like instead of being pulled down, it's more like you're sinking through the medium of air when you're falling, or water,
Can someone
Sorry.
post the
Go
density
on,
tower
go
with?
on.
No, you're good. You're good, bro. That's perfect. Can someone post the density tower with the oil and the ping pong ball and the water and soap?
Yeah, while they're looking that up, quick
Yeah, I've
point
got
of note.
that.
While they're getting that quick point of note. So, Cyclone said you have to think about things dropping, moving towards the center of the ball. He's correct, because you never witness that. The idea of something moving towards the center of the ball, that's in your mind. Nobody ever sees that. They just see things go up and down.
Yeah, when you're thinking about gravity, it's useful to separate your actual observation with this grander narrative theory that they've given us for why the rock appears to fall to the ground. Because really, you've just got the rock falling to the ground, and then someone's telling you this massive story about how that's due to bending and warping space-time, which is just fantasy concept. Right, so you've got to separate the two, the physical observation in reality of something falling or rising, as the case may be, separate from the theory that they're giving us. You've got to treat those carefully.
Yeah, there's a third caveat that you have to separate as well, and that is that they could say, okay, something falls down, that's due to the bending and warping of space-time. Okay. Then you have a third caveat, which is the way in which the bending and warping of space-time is happening is due to the Earth being a globe. So it's a three-stage process. It's what you actually see, an explanation for why it's happening, and then another explanation for why that thing is happening. And you never saw the globe, and you never saw the bending and warping of space-time. All that you ever saw was something that you dropped go down, or something that you released go up.
I mean, whoa. Yeah, this immediately doesn't seem disprovable in the least bit. That actually, out of all the things that we've talked about today, this discussion on gravity versus it just being like how matter interacts with itself makes pretty good sense.
Yeah, and just think about this, right? So the reason that we have these mad theories about why a rock falls to the ground and somehow it becomes a ball of earth in a vacuum of space, bending and warping invisible space-time, is because they have to come up with some kind of explanation as to how we could all be stuck to the side of a spinning ball. But because we're not making that claim, we just have a level, motionless surface. Things just are ordered relative to that surface with a definite up and down, right? So your up and down is the same up and down as a guy in China or Australia. And everything's just ordering itself based on the relative density of the object versus the medium.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Another point of note, listen to the claim for a second. Just listen to the claim. Things are held to the Earth because of gravity. Okay, close that claim. Does that mention a globe, what I just said? No. So if it's true that things are held to the Earth because of gravity and the Earth is flat, then the Earth's flat. So they have to make an extra claim on top of this claim that gravity is the thing holding things to the Earth. And once you know that they're making this three-pronged attack, you can look at it and be like, well, here's the real observation, here's what they're saying is happening, and then here's why they're saying a globe is the reason why this is happening. Now, the globe being the reason why this is happening is irrelevant. You could say gravity holds things to the Earth's flat. Problem solved, right? And that's just a hypothetical. So why is it the case that they're always saying gravity holds things to the Earth because the Earth's a globe? See how they're making that extra step?
Yeah, I can see that, Lee.
So for example, if you just Paul, what you just realized is the natural order of the way things land themselves. If you just called that gravity by name, right, then that would be okay. Be like, yeah, the idea that heavier things that are more dense than their surrounding fall down, and lighter things that are less dense than their surrounding go up, and we'll just call that gravity, or specific gravity even, like Hank was telling you. You just call that gravity, and then that's congruent with what we observe. But that's not what they do. What they do is they claim the giant ball is the reason why this is happening. Does that make any sense?
It's certainly a big theory that it feels like a wild guess for something that happened billions of years ago.
And everybody likes to talk about space that comes in here, except for the people that are already in here. So, according to the mainstream model, nothing exploded. And that's because not one single hydrogen atom would be able to escape that gravitational well if everything in the universe was in one spot. So they say nothing expanded. So everything was just energy, and then it coalesced into matter. And that's the kind of stories that they tell us. And then once you find out that this is what they actually claim for the standard model of cosmology, that 96+% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy, meaning we cannot directly observe it. Like after you figure out that, that's what the standard model is. It's mostly unobservable. They call it the unobservable universe. Like if that doesn't make you question lambda-CDM, the standard model, I don't know what would. Like after you learn that, it's like, wait a minute, what?
What's
Yeah, dude, I just before he answers that, I just want to parse out what you just said one more way. It's like that just sounded like a critique that people have of religious people. It's like, oh, you have all this faith in things you don't see.
Yeah, so this lambda-CDM is the standard model of cosmology. And CDM stands for cold dark matter. Well, Professor Krupa, who, if you look him up, he's saying now that dark matter is debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma, and that we need to move away from Einsteinian gravity and move back to Malgromian gravity, also known as MOND, modified Newtonian dynamics. Mond gravity is what they're claiming now, and a lot of people are talking about it, but not everybody agrees upon it. And what you're going to find out if you actually do research on the crisis in cosmology is that Einsteinian gravity is a sacred cow. Like if you do enough research, you're going to find out that they're not allowed to go, Einstein was wrong, like we can, because, you know, what are they going to do? Take my diplomas away? I don't have any. Take my degrees away? I don't have any. So
it's surprising to hear that within an industry that's based off of acquiring new knowledge and making revelations, that there would be previous theories that are untouchable to be revised.
especially a theory built off of mathematics and thought experiments, not actual scientific experiments. And that's another problem, this whole ambiguity fallacy. So ambiguity is like, hey, I'll give you $1 million if you hand me a pen. Well, what do you mean by pen? You mean a writing utensil, a pig pen, a hairpin, a sewing pin, right? So what they're doing is they're saying theory, this is a theory, and we hear in our heads, oh, this is a scientific theory. No, there's no scientific experiment where you can manipulate and bend and warp space-time. You can't do that. That's why Neil deGrasse Tyson said, when he was asked what is gravity, he said, we don't know, or I don't know. Next question. Because they can't do things like I can, where I can manipulate the relative density and make an object go up or down.
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Like if an apple fell in a pail of water, right, and Newton saw it floating, and then a crossbow bolt came by and pierced the bucket, and then the apple would have went down, and then let's say he repaired the bucket and it rained, the apple would have went back up.
Like what it is, I don't know.
Can I suggest that for the next topic, and I'm not saying to move it on now because it's a good points that Larry's making, but I think we should go on to gas pressure next and address the space story as it's presented to us. I think that's a good segue, but feel free to continue on gravity. I just think it's a good next point to get to.
Yeah, he gets the point. If he does a ton of research on the crisis in cosmology, he's going to be like, wait a minute, this isn't like settled at all. Like, because public school or government school, you kind of walk away from it thinking that gravity settled science, which settled science is impossible. It's like married bachelors, in my opinion. Because you can always do a new experiment or change it slightly. Now, there are facts that we gather from experiments, but we're going to move on to gas pressure, which really isn't my forte, so I'm going to pass the mic. Thanks for
Oh, thank you for imparting knowledge.
So Wiley,
Yeah, that's a good point, Larry. Anytime you hear someone say settled science, that's a red flag that they don't actually understand what science really is. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say. Sorry, go for it. I was just going to say, yeah, one of the flat earthers take it. I'm just going to go on listening for a bit. Good to hear you all, though. Mary Mom, do you want to do gas pressure with him? If you're on, if you're free.
Oh, I'm here. Yeah.
Well, before we go on, let's do one thing. So, phase one, we talked about there's no giant hump of Earth curve in the way, right? Phase two, we talked about Elijah's bad mic. No, phase two, we talked about gravity. And that the claim is that gravity holds everything down, but they're then claiming it's holding it down to a ball. Well, it's very simple. The first one, we learned that there was no curvature. So in the second one, we can apply the same standard that regardless of what you think about gravity, it's not because the Earth is a globe. So far we have point number one, the Earth's flat. Point number two, the Earth's flat. I'd be willing to bet that in point number three, the Earth's still flat. Go ahead.
Who's going ahead? I don't know. Wiley, what's happening with you? What do you have questions about still, Wiley?
No. Yeah, sorry. I was just dutifully listening.
He was looking for his new T-shirt in our collection for new flat earthers. You know how we send out the catalog? He was just flipping through it.
Yeah, it got here really fast.
Just so y'all know, when I unmute, like it's when it's quiet. If I try to like get in, but then like when everyone else is talking, I wait, and then it gets loud like this, and then it takes me like 5 seconds to mute it because my phone is trash. But Mary Mom, yeah, I was looking forward to you going through the gas pressure.
Yeah, I as well was looking forward to gas pressure conversation.
I did want to mention something though. You know how you guys were talking about, well, the air and relative density, right? And you talked about a density tower. Aren't gases like, don't they have different molecular weights, supposedly?
They do.
Where's the density tower of gases then? Like they always talk about a gradient of pressure, but they never talk about what gravity would do to these materials if it was actually doing what they claimed it.
The density tower we usually show, it either has solid objects mixed with gas, or it has all liquid mediums. And that's because when we're dealing with liquid mediums, they stack up pretty good like milk after a while. You milk the cow and then the cream rises to the top. And that's because it's less dense. It might take a day or it might take 12 hours, maybe 2 days. But it always rises to the top. Well, with gas, there's no molecular bonds holding the molecules together, so they get all mixed up like crazy. So it's working, but it's such a dynamic system with the sun stirring everything up that it's never at rest, especially gas. Go ahead, I'm done.
Yeah, so we're trying to explain to him how, I mean, basically, Wiley, I guess I would tell you that oftentimes when people come to Flat Earth, they have a misconception about what we are actually saying when we say the Earth measures flat, because out in popular media, meme land, and so on, as well as certain controlled opposition groups such as the Flat Earth Society, you will see Flat Earth portrayed as a disk flying through space. Sometimes you'll see joke memes where, they're showing like we just believe we're on like a flattened out globe, but we still, think it's still, orbiting around the sun and so on and so forth. So the problem with that is not only is the geometry of us living on a sphere soundly debunked by thousands of measurements and observations, as was explained to you earlier, we also reject the entire heliocentric model, as well as the possibility that we could even possibly be in this vacuum or near vacuum of space due to the fact that we clearly live in a contained environment, as witnessed by the atmosphere that we all love to rely upon for life. If this atmosphere was right next to the vacuum or near vacuum of space, the gas would escape, because that is what gas does. It is going to go from an area from high pressure to low pressure and fill all available space. There's no documentation of either mass attracting mass gravity or Einsteinian bending and warping of a space-time doing any kind of magic trick that's going to make it so that we could have this contained atmosphere next to a vacuum or near vacuum of space. For this reason, as well as the fact that no motion or rotation is ever been observed in any kind of verifiable way on Earth, we reject the entire heliocentric model as well as the claim of outer space in the way popularly, put out there by the pseudoscientists. What do you think about that, Wiley?
Well, I think it. Whoa, what was that? I think it's certainly daisy chains. Like if you're going from observable distance versus the curvature, and then where we have to talk about, the stillness of water taking shape, which would be flat, and then we're discussing, because that brings into question gravity. We talk about gravity, and now we have this, what I used earlier, just this totem pole of matter interaction, where the denser things rest underneath the less dense items, or light rests on top of dense. It makes more sense. With all of that, with following this train of thought, you also have to question, I suppose, like a globic atmosphere. Which, as soon as you started to speak on as soon as you started to speak on, what's it called, there's nothing that we have magically in place to keep gases from like flying off into space. My immediate thought was like, no, I learned about this. No, there is something to keep. It's like the atmosphere. It's pressure gauge. But then, what I'm doing right now with all you guys is practicing different like mindsets, not just like going into what I have been taught. And with that understanding, it still fits that this stack of matter and the lighter ones on top, the lower ones on the bottom, would imply that I guess there wouldn't be any need for, the thought of this going off into space, like us losing all of our gas, because it would be safely resting where it has been,
Why would it be safely resting? Why would it be safely resting? It would be filling all the available space, especially if it had so much available space to fill. It would just be in a really big hurry to get out there.
Yeah, gases don't sit on the ground. They go in all directions.
Yeah. All right.
So just very quickly, the point, just let me add something, Wiley. So the point we're making here really is that
for the gas to be pressurized, it has to be pressing against some form of containment. Right? That's in the definition of gas pressure. The force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. They're telling us not only do we not have a container, but we're in a vacuum, a low pressure space. So all that high pressure air that we're breathing would just be filling the available volume, flowing from high pressure to low pressure. That is natural law. So we're in a contained system, right? We're not in a vacuum flying around. It's more like we're in a giant building. That's the point we're making. Do you understand that?
No, and yeah, I picked up on that pretty early on, that with this idea, back early in the conversation when I was asking such naive questions about an edge, I understood that you're imagining, you're explaining this more as a contained system rather than a ball floating in vast emptiness.
Yeah, and the gas pressure tells us that, because you can't have gas being pressurized without the gas pressing against a container. Right? Every example of gas pressure that you would recognize, air in a balloon, air in a tire, deodorant in a can, all of those examples, you need the container. Right? So that's
Right.
basically the point we're making. So I just wanted to anchor that. Give us your
No, I
thoughts.
got that.
Top to bottom,
I
just give us a
suppose.
refresher of, just kind of think, what did I think coming into this discussion? What have I heard? What am I thinking now? Give us a general overview of
You want
the
a
discussion.
company review, across the board review? All right.
You gave a pretty good summary of like how we got to the gas pressure one, but yeah, go for it. Yeah, he's talking about more like your worldview. Yeah, like your worldview about the
Writing
whole
an
thing.
article.
Well, before he goes, let's summarize from our side. So, point number one, we found out there's no curvature blocking your view, but that's a fantasy. It's in your mind. Then, point number two, we found out that regardless of whether anything's being pulled down, the Earth's still flat. So, if it's being pulled down, it's pulled down to a flat Earth. So, the idea of gravity having anything to do with the globe is also a fantasy that people just imagine. And then, point number three, we got gas, right? Not behaving in the way in which it's supposed to in their model. But the thing is this: can a flat world exist within a container? The answer is yes. Can a globe world exist within a container? The answer is yes. But the arbitrational factor would then be in all 3 points is whether or not the surface itself is actually a ball or not. And the fact is we go out and check it and it's not a ball. So all of these 3 factors don't demonstrate the Earth being a globe. And the only way you can demonstrate the Earth being a globe is by demonstrating curvature of said Earth, which they cannot do. So we end up with point number one, the Earth is flat. Point number two, the Earth is still flat. And point number three, as I guessed, is the Earth is still flat.
That is everything that we went over. I have to say that I went into this conversation just looking to speak to friendly or at least conversational people without there being chaos. I've gone into other different chats on this server and I have been accosted with straight up just horrible language. And I am pleased on that front here. I've always been one to look at the Earth and just existence with a pretty wide lens. I don't really like people telling me what is correct and what isn't correct when they themselves may not know, especially telling me that things aren't possible when they can't prove that they aren't possible. I was that kid who practiced magic tricks growing up and thinking if I get so good at these magic tricks, one day I'll figure out the real thing. So I guess from that perspective might put in some context to why I am having this conversation with you all and not going, but you're wrong, I know about this. It's because
did I hear him say he wants to smoke?
Who said it?
Go ahead, finish.
soundboard is crazy. So
You got you on our side, bro.
I've got you in
Let him finish.
Yeah, finish your thought, Wiley.
yeah, of course. So I do have more thought about life right now and like just experience. I'm imagining that there's still more things that I could practice just perceiving and trying to understand within my own language. I don't think I'm personally ready to reject everything, all the knowledge that have come before me, but I am fully ready to question it. And that has been a thing that's been with me, but now I'm realizing like, whoa, some things that were just a given to me, like, yeah, obviously were this is true, were assumptions that I made because at the time I wasn't big enough or old enough to even have the thought of questioning. Like the conversation about gravity has really thrown me for a loop because that's made the most sense to me. Because I can't put the reason together in my head what clicked so clearly with me, but it has. So there's more to look at. There's more to think about. So yeah, those are the chaotic thoughts whirling around in my head as I've had these conversations with you all.
That's great. I love it. Yes. Nice, honest assessment there. And yeah, I definitely appreciate you being a civilized person and asking questions and actually listening to the answers. So yeah, totally keep asking questions. I think Cyclone maybe told you he was sending you a link to the 24/7 home server where there's a lot more information and like you can look at some of the things people sent you in your own time and then ask
I've been
questions
paying
anytime.
attention to that. DMs. This will definitely not be the last time I stop in this chat. It's just got off work not too long ago, and I thought I'd check in. And I see here that you guys have been doing your thing in the chat. There's a lot of just information and images.
Yeah, people have sent you a lot of stuff. Yeah, and in this particular channel, it only goes back like a couple hours or something, so the stuff disappears. But did you get the message from Cyclone with the invitation to the other server?
I did. I did look at it.
That's good. 'Cause, there's a lot of stuff there. There's channels down at the bottom, all kinds of information. So that's cool.
Well, I feel like I've hogged up a lot of time, but I do want to say thank you all for being so kind to good old Wiley. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate you. Sometimes people are like not willing to have a civilized conversation, but you are.
Yeah, that's a rare thing around these parts nowadays. So we appreciate you, Wiley, and yeah, you check in. We're on YouTube 24/7, right? So if you type in 247 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, you'll find the YouTube. So if you just want to listen in, sometimes check it out there.
So this video, this conversation has been streamed.
Yes, we probably should have said that earlier. This is on YouTube. Hopefully that's not an issue.
Oh, there's two YouTube.
No.
The third one in here, if you look in the list, we stream 24/7, 8 years or something like that.
So
any chance this conversation could be clipped or recorded for my personal listening?
Oh yeah, I'll give you the link to. Yeah, you should get the. I'll give you the link in the chat here, and you should get it now because, like I said, it will go away. But yes, I can relate because 8 years ago I told them all my deepest secrets of my life, and then they told me it was on YouTube. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, there it is. There's the one, and then there's another one. Sometimes we have more than one like a live stream going on at one time because we have also a channel on.
Feed VidMe live stream. That's the third one in here now. There's 3 of them. If there's not more than that.
3?
Oh, is there a third one? I didn't even know that.
What's the third?
Look, FE VidMe live stream's been in here just sitting.
Oh, okay, I see that. Yeah, I don't know where. Yeah, I don't know where that is. Oh, I see. Okay. Do you see those, Wiley?
I'm actually yeah, I see all the different live streams going on. I'm praying that I won't get
It's
feedback.
huge, dude. You're right at the beginning of it. Congratulations. You're a flat earther.
Oh yeah, are you worried about like people seeing it? Yeah, don't worry about that yet. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. I've never ever had anyone in my real life actually hear me do this, and I've been like way more like outrageous than you have. Believe me.
No, I'm not concerned at all about what other people think. I was just only curious that we've had a pretty nice and cool conversation. I was hoping that there'd be a chance I could listen to it again, but I see it's mostly streaming.
Oh no, you can. No, he saves them. Yeah, like if you opened that and then had it on your browser, then when it's done, it'll be like a video that's there. Yeah, it'll still be there later.
Cool.
Yeah.
You can rewind it live too.
Dope. Right on.
Should we get some W's in the chat? I feel there's some W's in the chat.
Oh, for sure. W's for Wiley. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see the chat flying, dude.
Surprised his DMs didn't blow up yet.
Oh, with like Globetars being like, "Don't listen to them. Say reflection."
Yep.
Yeah.
The
I bet you there's probably a couple in there.
They sit on YouTube and wait for these guys.
Yeah. Check that spam folder, bro. They're probably in there. Okay.
Oh man, I barely know how to use this app. That would be trouble.
Oh, good. Because they're definitely in your DMs, bro. Those guys don't understand.
Now you guys are cool, and none of you
when we have
seem
interactions like this. They hate that.
None of you seem like crackpots or like mean or stupid. Like you all seem like very intelligent people.
Yeah, I'm super
give me a
mean.
chance.
Give me a chance.
Okay, well, a little mean.
I'm the nicest flat earther here.
And I'm the nicest asshole you'll ever meet.
Yeah, and I'm only mean to Creation Bear.
Facts. Yeah, my school teacher taught me when girls are mad at you or they're mean, they like you. W.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Is that why you've been? That's why you've been pulling my pigtails, Creation Bear. I understand now.
Yeah, exactly. It's the PFP. Wait, you changed it.
I did change it. Yeah, maybe I'll change it back one day. Yeah, I like this little dandelion gift because sometimes it makes the motion of the little, seeds flying through the air, like you're making a wish.
Aww.
Or like makes me want to sneeze.
Yeah, that too.
That was a good conversation to listen. Way to go, Wiley and team.
Yeah. I wish I had more questions for you guys, but I'm honestly in such a state of, okay, I need to process everything before I jam more in there.
Hey, yo, pause.
Just got to forget about the globe shit, and then you'll have plenty of room.
Yeah, I think the main thing, I mean, for me at the beginning, I was just kind of wrapping my head around that this was a serious question, that the globe wasn't confirmed, that there were actually serious arguments against it, even before I totally understood all of them or wrapped my head around it, just realizing that it wasn't a joke. That's kind of like step number one, which I feel is where you're at. But yeah, I think just that one is kind of like shocking in and of itself. The flat earth isn't a joke. It's like a serious thing with measurements and observations, and the globe's the joke. I mean, that's what you come to see. I mean, the globe is the joke. Yeah.
But you thought the opposite originally.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, back originally when this first was coming up, it was on Twitter. At that time, I was really involved with Twitter for various political reasons, and that's then this rapper B.O.B. was saying the Earth was flat. People were freaking out about that. All the young people were into it. And I thought, oh gosh, well, these people must just be stuck in the dark ages. I just kind of thought of flat earthers like Amish people. It wasn't like making fun of them or something. I'm just like, oh, okay, so they're just kind of like the Amish. They just want to stay in the old days. But then I looked into it. I realized, no, this is actually the cutting edge. Like, this is, the new paradigm is realizing we need to leave that globe behind because, I think, I can't remember if it was Wiley or the person before where we were talking about, this was just a philosophical idea that some people came up with. I think Cyclone was talking about that. Yeah, that they didn't even claim at the beginning to have any confirmation of it. They just dreamed it up and thought, oh, globes are cool. We like spheres. We probably live on one. It was totally a philosophy. It was a religion. It was a cult. And then some other people, for whatever reason, just decided to push it on people. And then when they had the technology, in the 50s to start going up there, and they saw that the horizon actually was flat and that the Earth was flat and stationary just as it appears, they realized, oh yeah, guess Pythagoras was wrong and the Greeks were wrong, but they, instead of admitting their mistake, because they now had the technology to show, the flat horizon, just like many high altitude images and videos show a flat stationary plane, they decided to use the Photoshop, manipulating images, fisheye lens, the wonders of television to try to convince everyone that their philosophical idea was right. So all we're asking, just a short time later, less than 100 years, all we're asking is for people to go back to reason, common sense, logic,